LMP3 entry because there was some frustration between, well, the driver makeups, to be honest, and some thought that some bronzes were actually too good and should have been silvers. Now there is a choice to go with, either LMP3 or LMP3 Pro-Am, the difference being, a bit like the LMP2s in the main race, you can have a bronze racing alongside a silver or a gold in LMP3 Pro-Am, whereas the LMP3 cars with no suffix, they are silver-silver or silver-gold as the combination. And what that means is that across the board, generally speaking, we've got a lot of shake-up in terms of starting drivers today. There's nothing in the regulations that stipulate that each of your drivers have to have a race start, but obviously they've decided to mix it up a little bit. So, for instance, the pole sitting car will be started by Sasha Lehmann today, the number 16 Team Virage car, instead of Theo Mikuris, who did the opening stint, not yesterday, but on Thursday.
Thursday's winning car actually in the pits at the moment. It did its sort of outlap from their paddock, has dived into the pits. Doesn't look anything untoward. It all seems to be controlled. Other cars on their second formation lap, if you will, diving down through the Forest S's. I'm sure they can rejoin, but they do need to sort of get into grid position by my reckoning before they come round. That's Cedric Ultramar, who won yesterday. Sorry, he didn't. He featured very strongly yesterday. Of course, it was the CLX Motorsport entry that the sister car that took victory, Adrian Clermonil and Theodore Jensen. But they were one of the teams that were definitely at the front end of the field. And it was really messed around in qualifying, but not as much as car number 64 that's gone for its little rotation, trying to get the tyres warm.
Now, how far out from the assembly area? Probably about 50 metres, and then it's immediately turned left and into the wall, and that was Michael Doppelmayr in the number 64 M Racing Ligier, who has gone into possibly concrete wall. It's certainly, that is concrete there, with the MMA backing from the Le Mans FC Stadium, which is actually on site here. And Michael's doing a good job in engaging reverse and trying to get the car now pointing in the right direction. Arguably, this is not as bad a situation as Cedric Ultramar, who, as you've quite rightly said, is in the pits, should be starting this race in 5th place, and surely won't have the opportunity to make his way back up towards his rightful starting position. If you fall to the back of the order, generally the rule is you can't then retake your grid spot.
Yeah, yesterday, Thursday it was, CLX Motorsport 97 classified only 14th, but was second across the finish line behind the sister car, but it had a penalty, and another driver has rotated out of the final corner. So getting heat into the tyres is clearly proving quite an issue. It's cooler than it has been on previous days, but the Biogas Ferrari is always one of the front runners, so that's one really has to hope has no damage there, hasn't wrecked its tyres. Again, it was a low-speed rotation. Doesn't appear anything's been hit, so that's what you call a save.
Well, that is Josep Mayola, the two Spaniards in the number 23 Biogas Ferrari, which is a Spanish entry as well. Marc Carroll is the silver in that car, which we will see more of, hopefully see more of Marc Carroll later on in the race, but already action aplenty. The other thing to point out is that, well, there wasn't a great deal of action, in fairness, across two of the qualifying sessions that happened earlier in the week, purely because we had several red flags, and therefore, because of where the red flags were timed, equally spaced really, at about every 5 minutes through a 20-minute session, nobody got a time in during qualifying 1. Qualifying 2 was slightly better in that of 58 cars, 4 cars managed to make a time. And we expected this bulletin, and through it came. This was document number 101, so we're already into the 3 digits of bulletins being issued for the Michelin Le Mans Cup. But essentially, the starting grid order for race 2 is based on times set in free practice 2. So we had a free practice 1 and a free practice 2, each, I think, an hour long. That's really shaken up the grid, because traditionally the second race of the week for Road to Le Mans is when the bronzes get in and you get more of a grid that looks like a standard Le Mans Cup round, whereas these times could have been set by anybody. There's now an issue for the 59 Anthony McIntosh started Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. The Biogas Ferrari, as we described, had a spin with Josep Mayola at the wheel. That was coming out of the Ford chicane. And still, the frantic work continues on car number 97, Cedric Ultramar. They're looking in the top of the nose of that car So it's either, is it the brake fluid reservoir, or is it to do with suspension settings? Has the steering been knocked out of the true angle? I find that bizarre to kind of think about, that the car has somehow been damaged between the assembly area and the pit lane, because it should have been the 5th car out.
Well, exactly so. So I doubt that. I think it's something manifest in the car. Right, we were talking of the number 97. It was the 59, I beg your pardon, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. And that went very well in class. Took 3rd place on Thursday for Anthony McIntosh, who's obviously a driver based stateside, but he does love racing in Europe. He came over the end of last year, did great things in the Lamborghini World Finals, but wherever possible he comes over here. But that is definitely one of the front runners. Let's hope that can get going, along with Parker Thompson. That's a really strong driver lineup, so we don't want to lose one of the stars in the GT3 class, but we will wait and see. But it's a 1 hour race, and it's going to be, hopefully, as clean as the one on Thursday night, because a lot of the teams put huge effort to come from all around the world to compete in the Road to Le Mans race, part of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, obviously. And let's hope they get the race they're looking for. Certainly, having seen the race earlier this morning, seen a fantastic Ford Mustang race, and it seems Cedric Ultramar is about to exit the pit. So whatever they were trying to fit, or will he be taking the start? He's going to be held by the red light. He'll be starting after the field has gone, but at least, fingers crossed, he should be starting.
Yeah, so they've elected to begin the race from the pit lane. There have been rules in the past where cars starting from the pit lane actually have to wait a full lap for all the cars to come around again before they can tag on the back of a long field. But it should be that the 97 car can begin on the lead lap, shown in 5th position in various graphics around the world. But of course, that won't be the case, because they'll all stream through. Another change in terms of how these cars are gridded up in recent years is that they're within category. So even if you get a slower LMP3 car in qualifying, or free practice as it is with this, compared to the quickest LMP3 Pro-Am car, there's no overlap. They're locked into their categories, just like how the grid for the main race has been organised.
Now, 2 races form Road to Le Mans. We've already had the opening season race at Barcelona, then Paul Ricard at Le Castellet, then these 2 at Le Mans, then 3 more rounds after this. Spa-Francorchamps, Silverstone and Portimao, classic circuits. Just thinking of championship, however, and the pair that lead it, Alvis Rodella and Pierre-Alexandre Provost, racing for CLX Motorsport, seems a bit of a common theme. They've got cars all over the place. They're starting last in class, so you sort of feel their championship lead, which is only 4 points ahead of David Drew and Cedric Ultramar, who of course will also be starting at the back of the pack.
Yes.
We've seen their car at pit lane. So it's really a case of everybody else who's chasing him in the championship has the possibility to move up. So look for Hadrian David and Hugo Schwarzer. Schwarzer started on pole yesterday.
Yeah, but look where they start.
Gain. And they are down in all the way back in 20th position. So effectively, of the pro class, it'll be 19th, 22nd and 23rd positions in class. But even worse for the ones Ultramar, 23rd at the back of the entire field. 1 hour of racing, expect them to come forward. But let's hope it's full green flag racing, because people come to Le Mans not just to show off and show their skills, but also to race. That's the whole point, this temple of motorsport. And the field working its way around, the GT cars running in their pack. That's the 3rd pack. They're already starting to get into 2x2 formation. So 1 hour of racing coming up very soon indeed. And let's hope any of those cars have had a tumble or a mishap on the way out can get to take the race start.
It's 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. We're broadcasting live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, your usual lineup for the Road to Le Mans races. And these are such entertaining affairs. The big question is precisely how many green flag laps are we going to have, because we've already had spinners on the formation laps and little issues here and there, but a team virage front row. The message from the driver's briefing is that everyone must drive roughly through the grid hatchings. Now the bomb burst happens, though, as the green flag is waved, and this huge pack of LMP3 cars become 3 and 4 abreast. Oh, and there's massive contact for the second place car, which spins on the Dunlop curve. And will that find its way back to traffic and onto the racetrack? Now very, very sideways as the yellow flags. Yes, it has done. It's absolutely sideways. This Virage car with the single digit. So that is, which car cars tumbling down the order.
Sebastian
number 8.
Gravlund, number 8. And we've had the chop and change for the lead of the race. And for Team Virage, with that dream lock out of the front row, the one car pretty much out of the reckoning, down to the back, and the other one, Sasha Lehmann, down to third place. So for SDA Racing by VPS, Louis Rousset from third on the grid, he nailed it. Everyone behind, though, it was avoiding that yellow and black spinning car that largely stayed off the circuit, but it was quite a bomb burst.
Unfortunately, though, Rousset was the one contacting Growland, so if he's judged to have driven in the side of the Dane, could be a different story in the next few minutes. But Rousset threading the eye of the needle. We go straight into a safety car, and you can understand why, because Sebastian Growland's car is pretty much parked on the Dunlop curve, absolutely sideways. The number 8 Team Virage car, and even though the biogas Ferrari did get going again after that spin on the rolling lap, it stopped once more with the 21 Ferrari, 21 being the AF Corsa entry for Gino Generoso Forgione, and Forgione out of his car in number 21 and sadly walking to the sidelines to become merely a spectator. Josip Maiola, he's not too happy with Maiola punching the window, punching the roof of the Spaniard's car. Unfortunately, it's not going to make contact with the driver himself, or fortunately probably, but it's become a bit of a wrestling match at the first few corners, which for the sound of it, the crowd absolutely love.
Yeah, but, you know, the marshals, their job is to clear the cars. They shouldn't have to sort of effectively have to wrestle the drivers to stop them from attacking each other. Of course, it was a harmless punch to the window and a kick to the door, but we don't want to see that sort of behaviour. But more to the point, they are in that classic situation right at the back of the pack. You can imagine by the time the GT3 pack, the third group of cars came along that corner, other cars have been in that starburst to avoid Growland's car, and it was a matter of consequence. It was concertina, but they got as far as the Dunlop chicane, and round they went. So for Louis Rousset leading the way, he's got to sit and wait. Lena Buller tucked into second place for 23 Events Racing, and M Racing's Quentin Antonell third overall. Sasha Lehmann from pole down to fourth, but he survived what went on. But really, for those first two cars, it looked like the dream ticket for Team Virage, but it came undone very quickly indeed. As soon as the track started turning to the right, not all the cars managed to do quite the same.
Car 21 under investigation, I've never seen this before, for behaviour, and that's the behaviour of the driver after Forgione got out and tried to force his way into the Spaniard's car, which, interestingly, Josep Maiola doesn't want to get out of that car, and you can understand why. So it's now being lifted from where it's rested, with him still in the car, I reckon, and presumably is now going to be sent to a safe location so that Josep Maiola might be able to rejoin. Forgione obviously has given up that opportunity. He's already out of the car. Rousset into the side of Growland at the start of this race, and that's what forced Sebastian Growland into a spin. And the car, as I feared, did work its way back to the racetrack. So then we lost possibly the 43 car as well, which was on pole position in LMP3 Pro-Am, the 43 into Europol competition car with the yellow nose. So Rousset's trying to thread the eye of the needle between the other Team Virage car of Sasha Lehmann and Growland. He got past one. He almost got past the Growland car. And then as they came out of the Ford chicane, he did, in fact, take the lead. But there are questions as to how he did it.
Yeah, analysing the restart, and I really do feel for Pro-Am class leader David Pun into Europol competition. He guessed where the spinning car was going to go, and it just moved forward and suddenly fired him off into the gravel, but a high-speed rectification. But I just noticed on the replay that Sasha Lehmann, not only did he made that good start, Louis Rousset did move very sharply out of his slipstream. That spun Growland around, but then I'm fairly sure the next car in line, Lena Buller, gave a little push halfway through the chicane to the tail of Sasha Lehmann's car. That lost it momentum. That's why he started falling down the order. He'd lost the lead. He was second, third coming out, and he's since been passed as well by Quentin Antonell. So for Team Virage, the live action and the replays will not be happy viewing, but for Sasha Lehmann, he did nothing wrong whatsoever. He just got monstered. Yeah,
Lehmann skipping down a couple of places, but the car is fast. It's arguably a little quicker perhaps in the hands of Theo Mercouris. And oh wow, Josip Maiola was almost onto his roof as the two Ferraris made contact at the Dunlop chicane, and this is the one that angered Forgione so much. So was it the case that Maiola just did not stop heading into that chicane? I'd need to see that next time around, because I was staring down at our notes. But yeah, one Ferrari almost on top of another one in the first sequence of corners.
Yeah, likewise, it's very unusual to see a car get that high and angled at about 45 degrees from the horizontal hold, if you will. But the race going on, it's the safety car leading the field around. Haven't talked too much about GT3, so much happening at the front, but Team Motor Park, Heiko Neumann started from class pole in his Team Motor Park Mercedes, and it's fair. AF Corsa have moved into second place. Laurent Demus, Belgian racer, and Murat Kuhadaroglu, Castle Racing Ferrari, into third place. Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes, BMW, Samantha Tan in fifth place, giving plenty of manufacturer variety.
So the red front, the black rear of the Team Motor Park Mercedes, which had a good run yesterday as well. The class win was taken by the Get Speed Mercedes, but I remember the Motor Park car was up there for much of the race. In the end, actually didn't have so good a result, finishing well down the order. But Lucas Dunner seemed to have a good drive when he took over. They have switched the starting drivers in that, though, so Dunner will get on board at a roughly half distance. It's an hour-long race, so we don't have to worry about the 55 minutes, which was always a little untidy in my mind. It's exactly an hour. No extra lap to worry about, and these cars will have to make a stop, ensuring that each driver has done a minimum of 25 minutes. So effectively the pit lane window opens 25 minutes into the race. Don't have any restriction regarding safety car period, so the pit lane remains open even when we're behind the safety car, but we've still got quite a bit more time to go, just under 20 minutes before any of these drivers can think about getting out and changing over to their co-drivers.
Yeah, so the frustration comes if you've got your quicker driver in for the first stint and some of the timings being eaten up behind the safety car. Hopefully all the clear up at the Dunlop chicane and possibly at some other locations as well. Certainly the Dunlop curve to start with, that's where the trouble started. Lots of gravel being swept up, but it's simply track maintenance at the moment. But the field coming around behind the safety car, the last few corners, but the lights, unless I'm blind, are still on the flashing on the roof of the safety car. So I suggest a further lap behind, which will be a point of real frustration for these drivers, particularly those who've managed to gain a few positions and they just want to keep on going. But safety is paramount. The gravel is being cleared. The cars do seem to be moved thus far. But I would like to be treated to a few more replays just to work it all out. But certainly, I really feel for Sebastian Grauland from the outside of the front row. He was minding his own business on the inside, and then the green car came across, which is the RACEDAY racing by VPS, number 29 of Louis Rousset. Having realised it wasn't going to be able to go past our pole starter, Sasha Laban, jinked to the right, and there was the other team Virage car. Tipping it, as you know, you just tip one end of a car at that speed where they're already turning and round it goes. He largely did incredibly well, the Dane, to avoid hitting anything, and also other people to avoid hitting him.
Yeah, well, Grauland is still running. He came through the end of Sector 2 at Mulsanne Corner, and the real benefit for him is that the field is now concertina up. You can't overtake anybody under a safety car, but at least any ground that he may have feared he would lose, he's right on the tail now of strangely, Cedric Ultramar, who of course joined from the pit lane in the number 97 CLX Motorsport car, and a number of the regular championship good runners, like 85, the car that's been started by Adrian David, the RACEGP car. That's only 16th, but has made, 4 positions from the start of the race. So the usual front runners in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, in these 2 Road to Le Mans races, are quite a bit further down. RACEDAY by VPS will be kicking themselves as to how they got into a situation in the second half of Thursday's race to have given away that 1-2 formation run that they'd got until the pit stops rather, and it seemed like they gave that away. Now one of the Virage cars makes its way into pit lane. Is this Grauland?
It is Grauland. It's number 8. Obviously, I think they want to investigate that. And in fact,
well, he might as well.
Just spotting any damage, you're quite right, with the safety car still there. Okay, so one of the, what do you call those little triangles?
I call them bullets.
Bullets, okay, yeah. Bullet. It's the bodywork under the right rear corner of the car. It's attached by a couple of stanchions, but one of those has been snapped clean off, and you're not allowed to race around with those flapping around. So best to try and remove it. Oh no, remedy it. Fix it.
You can't just take it off, because the officials will say that's the bit of the car that has to be on there because it has a light, it has a flashing LED system as well. So there's a rain light on there. We don't need the rain lights right now, but there is also a tail. It's not a brake light, but there is a tail light on there.
Well, I hope we'll be finished before nightfall. Big race coming up this afternoon.
Yeah, true. I mean, it would be a bit much to disrupt the schedule for the main cars, but you know the Road to Le Mans races. They do tend to continue under caution for a little bit. We're not adding laps. Some like the other categories around the world, in fact, that we actually do have laps added on. I'm thinking of the British Touring Car Championship when I say that, but no, the clock continues to tick down. 10.5 minutes we've already had, and as I say, when we get to 25 minutes, there will be a flurry towards pit lane to switch drivers over. But heading out of Tertre Rouge and this first segment of the Mulsanne Straight towards the Daytona chicane is where Louis Rousset is frantically weaving the car from left to right in an attempt to hold that tyre temperature as high as he can. And now it's all quiet on the main straight, and the run through the right-hander towards where the incident happened between those two Ferraris. So a chance for all the marshals to make sure the track is a little clearer than it was after Sebastian Grauland had finished with it.
And let's hope we can get back to green flag racing, because a lot of fans already lining the spectator banking. They know they've got a very busy next 40 hours or so. Some have paced themselves. Get up, have a first couple of races in the morning, sort your lunch, sort your viewing position for the start of the 24 hours. But however you cut it, they came here to see racing. So let's hope the next time the field exits the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, that they can be at full racing speed. And let's hope we see no further yellow flags or safety car periods. But the clean-up, I would suggest, Johnny, is very much nearly completed. For Sebastian Grauland, from the outside of the front row, spun at the first corner, somehow avoided the wall. Still, the inspection goes on for his car. But behind the safety car, you've got the luxury of time. Check it all.
Yeah, and as long as you don't lose a full lap, then it's still a chance of a good result, because you'd have to say there's a reasonable chance we're going to get another safety car to bunch the field up again. Any hope, I think, of Sebastian Grauland catching the main train here before we go green again, he'll have to forget about, but just keep in the moment, focus on getting some good times, and Grauland will be handing that car over in the 25-minute marker as well to his co-driver in the number 8 car. So Grauland for the opening stint. Rick Kuhn, who really impressed us. Well, we knew he was good in the first place, to be honest, but the Dutchman was making good progress in the second stint yesterday for Team Virage. He'll have to work far, far harder now to try and get a top 10 in LMP3, which looks a tough effort at this point.
Right, leading LMP3 Pro-Am class is Antti Ramo. He's always at the front end of that class, DKR Engineering, and he's sharing with Thomas Laurent. They had a very good run yesterday, so watch out for them. They were second in their category yesterday, but a very quick pairing. But in fact, it really hurts the quick pairings when you've got periods behind the safety car, because their natural advantage from the natural speed is just not being required, not being utilised. But again, it's just a phenomenal sight. The cars, just this enormous field with the two categories of LMP3 plus the GT3s, weaving their way down the back straight, down the Mulsanne straight, desperately trying to keep heat in their tyres. But they're here to go racing, and let's hope in half a lap time, so in about probably 5 minutes, they can do that very thing.
The Grauland car remains in pit lane. You might be asking, why are they not changing the driver at this point? Well, you can't, because changing the driver and drive has not been 15 minutes yet. It needs to be in the car for 10 further minutes, but they'll be desperate to try and send the car out before the lead runners are heading out of Porsche curves, with co-drivers preparing to take over within the next 10 minutes. Now the Sebastian Grauland car is on the move, so it appears at pit lane exit and up the hill, so does retain that lead lap with 45 minutes of this hour-long Road to Le Mans race to go. Unfortunately, there are a lot of marshals there now, not necessarily expecting a car free from the rest of the field, but the whistles were being blown as hard as possible to warn those with the leaf blowers that are trying to clear the track of gravel that there's a reasonably fast car coming through. Thankfully, Grauland got out of the throttle. So, Louis Rousset in the green and black car from the start of the race, went to the right, then went to the left, then to the right again, and as he did so, there was Sebastian Grauland doing nothing wrong, minding his own business. It was very nearly contact then with the tail ender in LMP3. However, horrible situation for David Poon, who had the pole position in LMP3 Pro-Am. he had to go to the left of the stricken Growland car and then ended up straight in the gravel trap. 43, in fact, coming back onto the road, right in front of his fellow LMP3 Pro-Am runners. And then the two Ferraris. Now, when exactly did... it was a spin for Forgione, and I think possibly in avoidance, Josip Maiola has then gone to the back of the Ferrari of Forgione, and the Forgione car's going backwards, and the two make contact in the runoff area. Quite what caused Forgione's spin in the first place, I'm not sure.
I think he feels he'd been given a push by number 23, Maiola's car, and that put him into the spin. Of course, he was then spinning right in the path of the Biogas Ferrari. However, tempers running high after that, and a very quick notification. I'll give you a notification. Safety car in this lap. That is very good news. The field is being led around naturally by the safety car, just reaching the Porsche curves. So we'll see it pulling away from them, the lights off, and the message is going to all the drivers. Pay attention, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Let's go racing all over again.
So sadly, both the Forgione and the Maiola Ferraris are out of the race. I was hoping that Josip Maiola for the Biogas Motorsport gang might be able to continue, but that is not the case. Otherwise, we do have the full complement of GT3s, LMP3s, because Growland's rejoined the race, and LMP3 Pro-Am has been steadily motioning towards the checkered flag without too many issues, apart from that big spin for the 43, David Poon driven into Europol competition car. David's now slipped from pole position down to 17th place. So LMP3 Pro-Am is led by Antti Ramo in the DKR Engineering number 2 Ginetta, ahead of Eric de Donker's Motorsport 98 Ligier.
Yeah, I was about to go there. Ginetta on the rise again in LMP3, so let's wave their flag for them as they do good things. But we're about to wave the starting flag all over again, and our leader at the moment, swerving violently from side to side. That's Louis Rosset. He's not blocking anyone. It's his last couple of corners. Now onto the start-finish straight. The green flag is waved, and off we go all over again. But of course, line astern rather than 2 or 3 abreast as they go up towards the Dunlop curve. And the first 3 cars already making their break. And Lehman now under big pressure for 4th place, side by side, and being overtaken on the approach big time. So he's gone from pole to 5th place. Car in front of him locks up, and will it make the corner?
It's Marius Fossard in the Breton Racing car, and Breton Racing did just about make the corner. Now Lehman's going to be caught by the other 2 cars in behind him. So Adrian Clomanil's not that far away. Griffin Peebles, the talented Australian for WTM by Rinaldi Racing, is there as well in the number 12 car. Remember that Louis Rousset's part in the spin for Sebastian Growland might yet result in a penalty. I'm sure that's going to be looked at some point by the stewards. So for the time being, the 29 Forestier Racing by VPS car, the green and black, leads by 0.8 of a second. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a message on the screen to say that is under investigation, the 29 and the 8 contact. Meanwhile, onto the Mulsanne straight for the first time of proper racing, because remember we went safety car very early on, and it is the green and black car that leads into the Daytona chicane.
Slightly concerned about the pace of Sasha Lehmann. He's just tumbling down the order. By the time they reached that Daytona chicane, he'd already lost a further position, back to 5th, back to 6th, back probably about 8th coming out, and cars, including one of the sister cars, just accelerating past. Something is untoward, so you feel sorry for him. Pushed sideways in the opening corner of the race, and lost a couple of positions, fell back to 4th. He'll be down below 10th place by the second chicane.
Well, Samir Ben, in the similar Virage colours but with the blue door mirrors, has now got in front, together with Axel Nose, I think, is in the ANS Motorsport car. Number 6 is now in front of Sasha Lehmann. Surprise, surprise, there is the message to say the incident involving Louis Rousset and Sebastian Growland's going to be looked at. That was at Marshall Post 2 on the opening lap.
I think Lehmann's going to retire because cars are just going past him left, right and centre, and he actually tried to get off the circuit to keep away. He's effectively driver's right, and the other cars coming past him 2, 3 abreast, but they're coming past in the group. But that said, they're shoveling right across in front of him. I thought he was going to be taken out on the run towards Mulsanne. Somehow, though, he avoided it all. 2
Duquesnes absolutely side by side on that last bit of the Mulsanne straight. That was Griffin Peebles and Valentino Catalano for WTM and Gebhardt Motorsport. Catalano somehow has lost a place there. I thought he was going to gain 1 on Peebles, but he loses 2, in fact, because Samir Ben in the other Team Virage car, which isn't suffering the problems that his teammate Sasha Lehmann is, Samir Ben gets the position as well. Meanwhile, in the GT3 class, BMW having a good fight. This is the Sam Tan car, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, with Murat Chuadoroglu in his Kessel Racing 33 car. So that's a Ferrari up against a BMW, but the class is led by Heiko Neumann's Team Motorpark Mercedes.
Yeah, but he too is troubled by a Ferrari, the Lawrence de Moose-driven AF Corsa 296 right in behind him, under a second down in that battle for class. And then about 3 seconds back to Anthony Bartone, who had such a good run yesterday in class.
So Louis Rousset leading the second Road to Le Mans race after 20 minutes. This is 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025, bringing you, as usual, 2 Road to Le Mans race commentaries through the course of the week. Oh, a little bit frantic there coming out of Porsche curves for Marius Fossart, an indication of just how hard he is pushing to reel in the M Racing 68 Ligier of Quinton Antonel.
Yeah, and he's got to within a second, only 7 tenths down, but that was one I could just tell Johnny was drawing in his breath, and so was I, because that was so deep into the corner. Somehow he managed to hang on, gaining progress. I talked about a good run yesterday for Anthony Bartone, didn't quite check my notes. He only went and won the class, so the American racers got plenty to fight for here at Le Mans.
Over the line they go, the Antonel and Fossart battle separated by just 0.7 of a second, but Adrien Clomenil, who's a big talent in LMP3 in the European Le Mans series as well, he's starting to close in on the 2 ahead. So Clomenil in the dark silver and blue colours of CLX Motorsport, 5th on the road, but showing a little more speed than Marius Fossart and Quinton Antonel up ahead. But Louis Rousset, try stopping him. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. Antti Ramo, within category, is the quickest LMP3 Pro-Am car out there as well. Although Freddie Tomlinson's not too far back in the... Actually, no, Ramo's got ahead of a number of LMP3 standard runners. Now a spin for the RACEGP number 86. And that's a car that struggled in Thursday's race. 86 has been started by Pierre Edgar, and actually he ends that lap in the pit lane. So he's had a big spin at Porsche curves, out, and now he's in the pit road, but too early for a standard stop.
Yeah, and yesterday, every time you looked, that 86 entry from RACEGP was in trouble. Generally, when Edgar Pierre was in the car, he had a spin, remember, coming out of the final corner. There were several other things. There were many penalties in the race. I lost count in the end of exceeding track limits, etc. And a lot of teams got it slightly wrong in the pit, some by a second or two, but others by the full 14 seconds, if you remember. We'll name no names.
They are doing a pit stop, but that's because the rear left tyre on Edgar Pierre's car is in a right state, probably as a result of that spin, the lurid spin at very high speed. Gebhardt Motorsport continuing to fight with one of the Virage cars, so that is Samir Ben, who has lost the position to Valentino Catalano in the red and black colours of Gebhardt Motorsport, and he's now up to 7th position in car 70.
Yeah, and Luciano Morano, who don't remember started in the front row yesterday, he too has got his car ahead. That's the RACEDAY Racing by VPS entry, and down into heavy braking they go. Yep, the move has been done. So Samir Ben, who'd gained quite a few places, is now losing them all over again. But, let's see, we're coming up towards those driver changes.
We are indeed a little bit wide there for the car ahead, which is Morano, who's just made the move on Samir Ben. So Morano, I think, just dropped a couple of tyres in the gravel trap. It didn't delay him too much, though, coming out of Mulsanne corner. GT3's still very closely bunched, with Samantha Tan trying to get a good run on the Ferrari up ahead of her.
But Anthony Bartone has got up in from 3rd place to 2nd. He passed the Ferrari that was running so well. Yeah, Tan up to 4th place now. So it goes Mercedes, but the order may be about to change. No, not quite. Anthony Bartone taking a look, but didn't get his nose in front. Gravel all over the track at the exit of Arnage. That could make things very tricky indeed. But at the moment, Anthony Bartone definitely in the ascendancy for get speed as he chased Heiko Neumann's Team Motorpark entry.
So Samantha Tan feeling like she's got a quicker BMW compared to Laurent de Meus's Ferrari. Trying to the right, trying to the left, but there's good straight line speed from that 296, even though the big BMW's in the wheel tracks. Here comes Anthony Bartone into Indianapolis to take the GT3 lead, and he's got it. Excellent overtake there into the fast right-hand kink at Indianapolis, seals it at the left-hander through that banked turn. So it's still a Mercedes 1-2, but they flipped around with Bartone now ahead of the Motorpark car of Heiko Neumann.
Yeah, another person who's joining that gang is the McLaren racer from Optimum Motorsport, Nick Halstead, who is getting closer and closer. It's a 5-car train. Not only, though, has the order changed at the front as the two Mercedes swap, with Bartone going ahead of Neumann, but Neumann is falling back, or more to the point, Bartone is escaping.
as Louis Rousset goes across the line, briefly to take another fastest lap of the race, but Griffin Peebles is even quicker. And the other guy we should mention is Adrian David, who started 20th in LMP3. He's now halved that deficit, as in he's up to 10th place. Only another 9 cars to overtake to get right to the front. But the problem is he's potentially running out of time. Or do they choose to leave Adrian David in that car for a little longer? Remember, you've just got to ensure that both drivers do a minimum of 25 minutes. Hugo Schwarzer still to come in that car.
Yeah, Hadjian David, though, third in the championship coming into this, which is effectively the force race, the championship. As I said, Barcelona was the opening round, Paul Ricard the second, Road to Le Mans, part 1 on Thursday and now. So it's all about accruing those points, chipping away. Hadjian David more than skillful enough to gain a whole handful more places in his charge. He's only got to find half a second. He'll be with Samir Ben, who we've seen is maybe not so good in a straight line either. And in fact, the slipstream is being now occupied by Hadjian David as they take the run down the Mulsanne.
So an excellent overtake then as they head into the first chicane. Clomanil now ahead of the Fossard car. Watching it all unfold in front is Griffin Peebles in the number 12 car running 6th. And the 86 is off the road again, having just been in the pit lane. I'm sure that is still Edgar Pierre. Yes, it is, on his out lap. But a half spin, I couldn't quite work out where that was, but we will maybe dive into that at a later point. Safe to say, the race has gone for number 86 RACE GP.
Yeah, I think they have to analyse the runes, and they weren't good for their visit here this time around. But Edgar Pierre, it's all a learning process. Generally shares with Joel Granford, but they've had a 6th place already this year, so they've got the capability. But right now, their car moving super slowly. Had a spin all on its own. That didn't help. That was on the outlap, but it does appear to have a flat, I'm trying to look at it, was flat left rear tyre, but it was the right, of course, had gone down. That was a replay from earlier. That's when it came in. Remember Johnny into the pits with that
well, no, that's at Indianapolis. So the problems earlier were at a different location. It's now touring its way out of Arnage with a rear left tyre that's gone down, but loads of damage on the rear right as well. I don't know what's gone on with Edgar Pierre, but it's been a horrendous start to the race. And the 94 has been in strife as well. Car 94 is the high-class racing car of Jens Reno Moller. No, maybe it hasn't been in strife, but it's missing one of the rear bullets. It's doing pretty well, actually, leading LMP3 Pro-Am currently, because we're into the pit stop phase now. Yeah, a lot of the front runners have dived in, including in GT3, of course. We had Heiko Neumann doing a good job early on, but he was starting to lose a position. He fell behind Anthony Bartone, decided he was coming in as soon as he can, and that car for Team Motorbike will be out with Lucas Dunner, Austrian racer, who will put some very quick laps in. Hopefully we'll see no further safety cars. Nice and neat and tidy in the pits. Huge amount of personnel down there in pit road, and the cars have got to be so cautious where they pull off from the fast lane into their working area and then being released. And that's not down to the ingoing driver. That's down to whoever's on the lollipop at the front of the car to lift it at a safe juncture. And there will be officials down there making sure that there's nobody being released unsafely into the path of another car, causing them to check up. Now, with a minimum pit stop time, the drivers and the crew have time to effect their pit stop cleanly. But what we saw with one of the top teams yesterday, I think it was RACEDAY Racing, they put a couple of dolly jacks under one of their cars and pivoted it, so it had a cleaner exit, but also a cleaner line of sight. So next time around, we will have more cars diving into the pits. Who's going to blink first? Who feels their second driver is going to be a whole lot faster? Or do you wait another lap because you've still got time for them to have 25 minutes? Only just, mind. And then come into a much clearer pit lane to make the pit stop easier. Well, everybody's pouring in now, apart from, no, Samir Ben is in as well. Briefly, the letter P didn't appear next to the number 74 Team Virage car, but he's there. So Tom Fleming for Nielsen Racing, being told by his team to potentially stay out. Yep, 7 and 4, so the 2 Nielsen Racing cars have turned down the opportunity to make a stop. They stay out, and probably they're saying it's way too busy in pit lane. We might gain the time out on the racetrack now in the 2 Ades. Right. The big news just come in. Car 29, that's Louis Rousset. Remember, he got into the lead of the race. Drive-through penalty for causing a collision at Marshall's Post 2 with car number 8. That was the first corner of the race, and it was when Sebastian Grauland was tipped around and made the field splinter behind him. So he had moved very sharply to the right, slammed into the side. Grauland, innocent party, sent for a spin. He got away, got into the lead of the race, but it was, to me, a clear-cut foul. Yeah, agreed. Unfortunately, I saw that one coming a long way out. Jens Reno Moller has not made a stop yet either, so he remains the leader in LMP3 Pro-Am, but they're happy to push the window a little bit more. 30 minutes now gone, so therefore 29 minutes and 45 seconds still to elapse. As long as the ingoing driver sits at the wheel for 25 minutes, and that's all the run to the line, remember, it's not necessarily how much is left on the clock. Your race can be slightly extended by where you are when the checkered flag comes out, even if, of course, if the overall leader has to go round for pretty much an extra lap before they see the checkered flag. So there's a little bit of wiggle room, if you like. I don't mind this approach, this strategy from the two Ades runners from Nielsen Racing, Tom Fleming and Henry Kubidis, who is from Colombia, chasing the Brit, and versus the time that they're standing to lose in the pit lane, keep them out, and then when they do come into pit road, it should be nice and clear for them.
Yeah, literally everybody else checking across the GT3 screen. A couple of the runners there have not pitted, so effectively 4 cars out of the entire field have not bothered to come in as yet. Fastest lap of the race, we're looking at just under 4 minutes, 3:56.5. That is Nielsen Racing Henry Alate, so Kubides Alate, but let's call it 4 minutes flat. 21 and 23, the two Ferraris that clashed at the Dunlop chicane. Their incident will be investigated after the race because it ended up being far, far more than just one car hitting another and being tipped into the air. It obviously involved an assault from one driver on the other driver's car, went out of the cockpit.
Now Vlad Lomko's in the number 68 M Racing car, the pink, yellow and black machine, and absolutely side by side by the 37 car, which on my screen is still being driven by Adrian Klomenil. That cannot be correct. It's Theodor Jensen now who's taken that car over during the pit stop, and Jensen versus Lomko. Jensen, the Dane, should have the inside line into the braking area for the Daytona chicane, the right, left, right. There's an issue now at the first few corners for car number 6, though, and what happened here was there contact with the 87 CLX car? The answer is yes. 87 into the rear of the number 6. Is that the ANS entry? Yeah, for Axel Nose, or Nose did the opening stint.
Yeah, it'd be Marcus Pommer, who I pointed out before the race, expect good things from him, but I'm afraid he was the innocent party. Turned into the first part of the Dunlop chicane, and at that point of turn in, had actually pretty much on the apex, a little tap from the rear from the driver of number 87. And gravity did the rest. That's Alvis Rodella, who shares with, I think it was Pierre-Alexandre Provost, who was the driver on board that. They were championship leaders, and they started down squarely last in class. So it just hasn't been a meeting that's worked their way. But many of these difficulties have been caused by the fact we didn't effectively have any qualifying times, and they came from free practice too, which necessarily isn't when you're trying to achieve the fastest of times. It's about getting your drivers track seat time, accustomed to the circuit if they're novices here, rookies here. And again, anytime you have a jumble grid, you're more than likely to have incidents as the quicker drivers come through.
Of the cars that have already made a stop, it's the 23 events racing car of Matteo Quintarelli who leads the way. No relation to Ronnie, by the way, who had so much success in Japan in the GT500 category. So the 50 car leading not Adrian Klomenil, but Theodor Jensen in 37, as now the top 4 come together. And the Ades, what have they done, Bruce?
Come together. The second, 4th led in number 7. 7 parked in the neighbouring garage and just eased its way into the tail end of the sister car. I'm not making this up, by the way.
No.
I wish I was.
All of a sudden, I have pictures conjured in my mind of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars in Qatar, where they were taking a restart in a WEC race, and one ran into the rear of the other. They're going to be desperately hoping that doesn't happen today.
Yeah, what's this sound? That's the veil being drawn over that one, but obviously for the Jota Cadillac team, they have avenged themselves on that front row lockout for the 24 hours. A phenomenal achievement for them. But yes, I mean, moments of frustrations, moments of silliness. But maybe for Alex Lynn, who was the driver of the second one of those Cadillacs, he atoned with that sensational pole position yesterday.
Absolutely right.
Thursday.
Yeah, they're all combining into one these days. But a 1-2 start for the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're going to bring it all to you live on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans and around the world on RS1 via radiolemans.com. So 4 cars in the pit lane. They are the 4 leading cars, but Matteo Quintarelli on an outlap is looking to try and get ahead of them before they are released from the pit lane. And obviously the way that those two Ades for Nielsen Racing are now parked, it's going to be quite difficult to just get them apart and send them away again. Mercedes 1-2 in the GT3 part of the order, and it's the all silver or dark grey of GetSpeed and Steve Jantz, the man from Luxembourg, who heads Lucas Dunner by only a small margin, as their 33 Ferrari is parked at the side of the road. That's now David Fuminelli, having taken over from Murat Çuadoroglu.
And that was one that was really at the sharp end of the GT3 class, but all eyes are on those two Mercedes at the front. The Steve Jantz driven GetSpeed car just ahead of Lucas Dunner, who's, remember, his car, the one from Team Motorpark, led the first part of the racing class. Aston Martin have had an absolute rotten run. They started the race with two cars, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Anthony McIntosh pulled off early on, and now the other Aston Martin, car number 11, has just pulled to the side of the circuit. That's the Code Racing development car shared by Philip Sager and Rory van der Steur, the championship leaders in GT3.
Well, Ferraris were side by side coming into and out of Arnage. The Astons lost it at Indianapolis, which is no stranger to seeing an Aston Martin whack those tyres. We've seen that in the main race in the past, and we're going to go safety car. But actually what Çuadoroglu had to, or rather his teammate Fuminelli had to deal with, was an LMP3 car arriving on the scene as Ferraris were side by side. Fuminelli nearly ended up in the tyres, and then he got absolutely whacked by a passing LMP3 car, which I'm sure has totally broken the suspension on the back of the 33 Ferrari.
Yeah, so we settled down, we got to the pit stops, and unfortunately it's all unravelling. Safety car number 2. Yesterday we got 14 laps in. Let's see what we managed today.
Wonder whether we can home in on the Lena Bula interview.
Well, she was running 4th early on.
Yeah. It's in the distance, but we can't get to that. So we'll stick around with our race commentary. The second safety car then of the race to this point. And 23 events racing of Matteo Quintarelli stayed out in front then of the pack as far as, well, it still says Adrian Clomenil is concerned, but it's Theodor Jensen in that car. I'm hoping they're going to correct that on the driver ID in just a tick. But the two Ades that pitted, together with a few other cars, none of them managed to get out in front of Quintarelli. So Quintarelli leading by a small margin now because we're behind the safety car. The other slight confusion now is where various class runners, class leaders are going to be in relation to the overall leader, because there is no pass around in this championship. So all the safety car driver has to do is pick up the race leader, make sure the race is neutralised, and if that forces apart the GT3 field or the LMP3 Pro-Am field, so be it, with 22 minutes to go.
So it's the calm. Let's hope not before the storm, but with cars to clean up, including, as you pointed out, it did seem that number 33 Ferrari had suspension damage after that contact. That's Kessel Racing's car, started by the Turkish driver Murat Çuadoroglu, but now Davide Fuminelli, you'd expect him to make progress. A further notice on the screen, it doesn't come as the biggest surprise. We had the contact between the 21 and 23 Ferraris under investigation, but Gino Forgione, I'm afraid, is having a separate investigation for his behaviour when he got out of the car and became a little bit overly physical. I think we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, fair to say. And obviously these drivers have been thinking about this race for pretty much all of yesterday. Then it's an early start, not quite as early as the Ford Performance Mustangs. The invitation races this weekend that were so entertaining, and thanks to Peter Mackay and John Hinder for bringing us live commentary of the second of those races early this morning. That was the first action at Circuit de la Sarthe. Then we moved on to the Road to Le Mans race, but these drivers in the Road to Le Mans event have been up very early, I'm sure, to meet with teams, to get the cars prepared, and then to get to the assembly area nice and early. It's even more confusing, therefore, why there was such an issue with the 97 car, in that it had to come into pit lane before we even got rolling. David Drew now drives that, but it's down in 20th position in class, 40th position overall, as the number 11 Aston Martin is being... Well, first of all, they're checking on the driver, quite understandably. That was Rory van der Steur in the Code Racing car. Is that right? The number 11?
That's correct, yeah.
Fine. I all of a sudden thought it might be the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. But 11, it was a fairly big whack into those tyres, which are, 5 deep, because we do have some high-speed accidents into Indianapolis if a car lets go through that little right-hand turn before you get to the left-hand element of Indianapolis. And Rory van der Steur, at best, is winded. There are many medics down there having a conversation with Rory, but at
he
least
is walking around, though.
He's
out of the car.
Got out of the car under his own steam, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, so that needs to be clear, that the door had been removed from the car to ensure his exit, because the other side was square against that deep tyre wall. For the number 86 entry, though, the one that has just had so many problems for RACEGP and Edgar Pierre, that is sitting forlorn in the pit lane, and I doubt going out again unless they just feel they just want to get a testing lap in. We've got just under 20 minutes remaining in this 1 hour race, the Road to Le Mans, but again it's the marshals clearing up, sweeping up, and actually at more than a few points around the circuit. Still that number 33 Ferrari needs to be picked up and removed. That's the Kessel Racing, the red one with David Fuminelli. That's on the exit of Arnage, but suddenly I don't know really what happened with that Aston Martin going around. It seemed, Johnny, to be all on its own. I couldn't just see if anyone was just up in front and spinning, but then the contact at the very next corner at Indianapolis is what took out that number 33 Kessel Racing Ferrari. But it was a case of, so many accidents is someone avoiding someone else's problem. And I'm afraid for them, it was Fuminelli, far too safe a pair of hands to drop it on his own. Yeah,
I didn't see Rory's line into Indianapolis. And remember, Indianapolis is 2 corners, the very fast right-hander where it's maybe a dab of the brake, down a gear, but then the much more substantial slowing for Indianapolis proper, the banked left-hander. But it's very easy to actually hit the curb on that right-hand side through the fast right-hander. That massively unsettles the car, and it will pitch you sideways. It's just funny to me that I remember at least 2 previous incidents involving Aston Martins going off at that part of the track. So whether it's because front-engine cars are particularly vulnerable into Indianapolis, it could be entirely coincidental, of course. But that's crucial for the Michelin Le Mans Cup Championship, because Philipp Sager and Rory van der Steur in their Aston Martin actually came into this race meeting after Thursday's race, not the race meeting, but came into this race after Thursday, leading the GT3 Championship by 7 points over Alessandro Cozzi and Eliseo Dono. Now, they drive the number 51 Ferrari, which, how's that getting on in GT3? That's a bit further down the order as well. Eliseo Dono currently drives it in 7th position. But to be honest, the Road to Le Mans events, by the way, safety car's staying out, so the leaders are back across the line, but we're going to have at least one more lap behind the safety car. This will be lap 8 that we're starting to work. The Road to Le Mans shorter races are no stranger to really throwing the championship completely in a different direction, if you like. You have a pattern from the first couple of races, and then you get some very unusual results here at Circuit de la Sarthe.
Well, you do, and I think the very nature is the fact the field is much larger than it is at the regular Michelin Le Mans Cup races. Long circuit, though, but it's this element of a long circuit split into 3 sections, as a short circuit is, and sections being sectors of the track being slowed down with slow zones because other people have had incidents. And there is something about just being put on this larger stage that does produce turmoil. However, you've got to fight to be at the front. This is one of a pair of races you're desperate to win, so you can at least tell all your mates, whether they want to hear it or not, you won at Le Mans.
Driver ID issues slowly being rectified. I suppose the message can get through now to the current drivers to say, hey, sort your ID out, because it's a little dial, as far as I know, that needs to be twisted or turned to the correct notch. So Theodore Jensen now displayed on our screen. The 2 Ferraris side by side coming out of Arnage, out in the weeds first of all, and then there was a hit with an LMP3 which I've not been able to identify, and that's done the damage to the back of David Fuminelli's number 33 Ferrari. It's rear left, I think, that's mainly damaged, but it's one of those nondescript dark grey LMP3s. I'm really struggling to work
flashes of yellow, so it could have been a Team Virage car, but again, I was looking to see the angle that Ferrari was being tipped, but it's got front right corner damage. So it was sort of hit from the side, and as well as the blow to the rear. But again, cars avoiding cars. Let's just refresh what's happening at the front. Behind the safety car, Matteo Quintarelli leading the race. The stricken Aston Martin being lifted up and is now being put down. Theodore Jensen second in the race lead. And Hugo Schwarzer, yesterday's pole starter for Race GP, at least there's a good result possibly coming their way, is third. 2 Ligiers and a Duquesne. In the GT3 class, it's still Steve Jantz from Lucas Dunham, Mercedes from Mercedes, and the McLaren now with Bradley Ellis taking up where Nick Halstead had done well to get up into 5th place. And remember, Ellis was leading the class yesterday. He's only 2 or 3 seconds down on the class lead. Can he make it a win for Optimum Motorsport? And I guess the real decider there, Johnny, is how much time they get after the safety car releases them. Safety car's just departed. It's on the run now between the first and second chicanes. That's the Daytona chicane leading down to the Michelin one in common parlance. And let's hope those lights will be extinguished sometime soon and we can go racing all over again.
So the 50-23 events racing car of Matteo Quintarelli in the best position. We have just less than 15 minutes left on the clock, so an opportunity for a handful of racing laps as David Fuminelli's bright red number 33 Ferrari still being recovered. Rory van der Steur with the medics on site just making sure that he's not suffering from a concussion or similar, but he was at least able to walk away. I think the difficulty for Rory was that the driver's side of the car was wedged up against a tyre wall and the medics initially couldn't get to him, so he probably had to crawl out the other side of the car. And to be honest, that right-hand side, I'm assuming it's a right-hand drive car because it's an Aston Martin, very sorry state for that because it was a big hit into the tyres.
Certainly was. Just want to tidy up a little error I put in. I was talking after the pit stops of that number 16 Team Virage car going backwards. Of course, that was after Sasha Lehmann handed to Theo Makuris, and Theo now running around as Team Virage's lead driver. He's ahead of Mikael Patamba, teammate, running in, what are we looking there? It's 8th and 9th positions. Makuris went very well yesterday, so hopefully when it settles down, we'll see him start to make a charge, because certainly Team Virage, having filled out the front row, deserve rather better than they're getting. Of course, the sister car, the one that Sebastian Grauland was driving, ended up really rather battered. But it does continue with Rick Cohn, but he's down in penultimate position in class.
The WRT BMW, there's only one BMW in the race, and it's now in the hands of Gustav Bergström, running 5th behind Vincent Abril in his 52 Ferrari. Vincent actually put in for the opening stint yesterday in that car. Behind Bradley Ellis in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, who led on the road at least on Thursday, but then was given an in-race penalty. And they are all behind the two Mercedes of Steve Yance and Lucas Dunner, which could very easily change in the restart, but it's a question of how many laps are to go. And I'm not quite sure where those GT cars are in the order and whether any of them have been given a bit of a break. I don't think they have. I think they're all on pretty much the same lap compared to the overall race leader. And that's the beauty, I suppose, of a longer circuit. It does take quite a bit of time in order to fall off the lead lap. So even though we have this safety car intervention, it's not broken up the subcategories too badly. We do have a cushion for Thomas Laurent, who leads in the LMP3 Pro-Am division with that Ginetta G61 LT Evo. And the Frenchman, Thomas Laurent, who has had so much success in LMP2. He was a Toyota test driver for a time as well. Leading Felipe Fernandez-Laza in his Rinaldi Racing Ligier, and sitting between them is the number 4 Nielsen Racing Ades of Mikael Christensen. So those Ades, one just lightly tapping the other one during the pit stop because they're in neighbouring areas, not garages, but neighbouring operating areas. Christensen rejoined in 13th overall. Colin Noble, who took the number 7 Nielsen Ades over, is in 17th place.
Waiting for the message to come through, the safety car will withdraw, but I think to our measured eye, I think those lights are possibly out. I think the clear-up operation has been done. So we should go racing all over again with just over 10 minutes remaining in this Road to Le Mans. 2 rounds, of course, over the couple of the days here of the Michelin Le Mans Cup. How it's going to shake up, I still think there's a lot of shaking up to be done in this order, Johnny. It's going to be only probably 4 more laps, but let's hope they're clean. Safety car definitely in this lap.
Yeah, so you've got a mixture of silver drivers. In the case of Colin Noble, he's a gold, but there are still some bronzes in there as well. So they will sort themselves out too, this precious metal style of rating drivers. But the youngsters who haven't won any titles yet are generally silvers. Matteo Quintarelli is one of them, and he's deliberately slowing the field down or just keeping at the measured pace that the safety car was running at. Once you go, you're not allowed to slow up again. So a decision here for Quintarelli to make. When is he going to get the hammer down? And Theodor Jensen will have to react as quickly as possible. So too Hugo Schwarzer in the white, black and pink of RACEGP. Still Matteo Quintarelli measuring his speed through the first bit of the Ford chicane, and now he hits the loud pedal, and it's a big spin from second position for Theodor Jensen, who hits the pit wall as he spins his car coming out of Ford chicane from second place. Matteo Quintarelli is away though in the lead of the race, and thankfully Hugo Schwarzer wasn't hooked up into that. But my fear now is that they won't be able to leave a car there, and it's stalled or maybe cannot move if it's done too much damage to perhaps a drive shaft on Theodor Jensen's car. So stranded now on the exit of Ford chicane. What's going to be the decision from the officials?
Well, my hope is just waiting to be signalled after the GT3 cars have come through that he is able to spin it back across the track. But how he didn't get the cars that were running third, fourth, fifth, sixth, etc. caught up as he suddenly snapped to the right as he came onto the start-finish straight is anybody's guess. But for Matteo Quintarelli, not only did that take the pressure off him, he is streaking clear. He has got that dream ticket of about 1.5, 2 seconds advantage as they snake onto the Mulsanne straight. Nobody close enough to be in his toes. So that's the dream ticket. Therefore, moving up, Vlad Lomko, look out for him. He is up for M Racing into third place. Lots of pressure though. Gebhardt Motorsport with Oscar Tonio, so much mileage, and race mileage in LMP3 is in his slipstream. Down to the first chicane they go. Up the inside, absolutely positive move. But you know what? Vlomko saw it coming. Vlad Lomko, I've combined his names. But the bad message, 2 words. One starts with S, one with C. Safety car. Johnny was right. I was just overly optimistic as always.
Well, I was reasonably confident that because it's going to be such a long time before the cars appear at the Ford chicane and the main straight, that actually the marshals might be able to deal with that, unless the car's locked. I mean, it could have gearbox problems. The 28 car is off the road, though, as well, to add insult to injury. So car 28 was further down the order, just looking to identify that.
The Terence Woodward, Tim Merrier car from 23 Events Racing. So they've got a car well placed in the main race. They did have early on. In fact, they've come down the order as well.
50th, I have Tim Merrier. But what about the spin? The problem for Theodor Jensen is he went too wide coming out of the chicane and dropped those left side Michelins into the gravel trap. There's no grip out there, Bruce.
No. Or on the other side of the track. The other side of the track has a thing called a pit wall, and that's what he reversed into, and just the frustration. It was probably just the tiniest poke too early on the throttle, the ambition to chase off after the leader, but I'm afraid that is going to be chalked up to experience. And
I think there were more than one car, and that's the reason why we went the safety car, because the 27 and the 28 cars, so that's P4 Racing's Louis Hamilton-Smith and Tim Merrier, sequential race numbers, sequential positions in the race, 49th and 50th, and they've made contact. That, to me, is the bigger issue, and probably why we've gone safety car, because those cars are stranded at the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah, they are, but you know what's actually really frustrating about all of that? It was a simple mistake from the car in second place. Just pushed too hard too soon, rotated across the track. But the others, they were running line astern at the restart. You know, on the opening lap of the race, when you're starting 2 by 2, there was clearly twice the pressure going onto the Dunlop chicane, but there was no one particularly close or behind. And I'm afraid it was a simple case of one of the drivers outbraking himself and clipping the back of the car in front. One innocent party and one person who just is going to have to learn from that error. So disappointing for these drivers, because the clock has counted down fewer than 7 minutes remaining in this race. We may, only half a chance, get this race with one more lap under green flag. Yesterday, on Thursday, was the best race they'd had in years. I think it was 12 of the 14 laps. You know, we'd like the whole race to go under green flag, but there are incidents. It is a long lap. It does take a while to clean up, but huge frustration with this second safety car.
Let's see whether we can hear this interview. Steph Wentworth talking to Romano Ricci. And we cannot, so we will keep our eyes on the safety car, which is back out on track for Matteo Quintarelli, as 2 scenes of incident are being dealt with. As I was saying, I wondered whether it was long enough, being probably 3 or 4 minutes to recover the stricken CLX car, but if it was locked in gear, then that's going to be far bigger a problem. And the concern, I suppose, that marshals might have headed out there only to discover that the car wasn't movable, and then you'd have to go safety car much later on in the piece when cars were much closer to the scene. So better to go with the caution nice and early on. But the problem is 5.5 minutes still to go, 2 cars to recover. Can we get away with just a single lap behind the safety car in this instance, and maybe one more racing lap?
Well, that is what we're hoping we're going to get, but haven't really talked about track limits. Loads of drivers picking up penalties yesterday. I can tell you Bradley Ellis has got a TL message. He's running third in the GT3 class, but there are fewer chances to exceed track limits when quite naturally you're running behind the safety car, reduce the number of laps. At the GT3 in the restart, Lucas Dunner go for a massive dive up the inside of Steve Jans to take the class lead. He then put the Team Motor Park Mercedes deep through the gravel trap at the Dunlop chicane. If he did gain the position properly in that manoeuvre, one suggests he'll be encouraged to give it back again, completely off the track.
Well, the order that they run suggests he has given it back. Steve Yant's still ahead, but yeah, that was somewhat of a do-or-die manoeuvre there from the Team Motor Park driver. He barely braked for the Dunlop chicane, came walloping over the sausage curb, so he was about a foot up in the air. Airborne as you make an overtake. That's impressive here at Le Mans. But the 27 and the 28 cars making much firmer contact, and Lewis Hamilton-Smith, Tim Merrieux, who is Terence Woodward's teammate, no longer in the race. Actually, the P4 racing car of Lewis Hamilton-Smith is still being shown as running, if that's correct. Yeah, he's got to the end of Sector 2. So maybe Lewis Hamilton-Smith found a first gear. There were bits hanging off his car, but it may still be running, number 27. All of this is going to have to be looked at, the various bits of contact, probably after the race. So we'll give you a provisional result just as soon as the checkered flag is shown to everybody, but that could well change in the hours after this race and in the hours before the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, there seems to be plenty of incidents that will require analysis, more the pity. But the good news is the safety car will be in this lap. We will get the final lap, a green flag lap. So let's just tell you who's leading. Matteo Quintarelli from Hugo Schwarz from Oscar Tunio. Watch for the Colombian. He's got so much experience in LMP3. In GT3, it's Steve Jantz from Lucas Dunner. So those Get Speed Mercedes back in front of the Team Motor Park car that assaulted it. And then Bradley Ellis, but he has a sort of Damocles hanging at the Optimum Motorsport McLaren driver because he has got a track limits warning. Can't tell you as yet, as the green flag is now announced, that he will not be picking up a penalty. But he's third in his McLaren. Mercedes, McLaren in GT3.
For the final time of asking, perhaps then, this is a second opportunity for Matteo Quintarelli to dictate a restart. The safety car is already in the pit lane and weaving until the final moments before he has to get the hurry up. No, Quintarelli goes now, in fact, so hard push into the Ford chicane. He did remember to brake for that in the red, white and black colours of 23 Events Racing. A disaster for the sister car from this team, but they could be on the cusp of a victory in the second Road to Le Mans event. We're green again with 2 minutes and 26 seconds remaining on the clock. 23 Events lead. RACEGP's Hugo Schwarzer, Oscar Tunio in the Gebhardt Duquesne, trying to chase those two cars down, but he in turn has got pressure from Vlad Lomko in the M Racing car, and Forestier Racing by VPS, who led 1-2 on Thursday in the first half of Thursday's race. They've still got a car in the shake-up potentially. That's Charles Roussan running fifth on the road.
Well, a really tidy restart through the chicane for everybody, but for Matteo Quintarelli, he was right on the ragged edge, but he was able to get a really good run out of the second part of the Ford chicane, and that was what he did. Of course, he was the driver who dictated when they would take the restart, but he's made his escape. In GT3, there is no escape. Bradley Ellis, third in class, tucked under the rear wing of Steve Jantz. That means Lucas Dunner has, the red-nosed Mercedes into the lead of the class. First three cars in class covered by, a quarter of a second? Through Tete Rouge they go onto the Mulsanne straight, but Bradley Ellis looks like the rapier who is going to be able to pick his way to the front of the class, but there is still that warning against him for track limits.
Well, can he use the double toe from these big Mercedes-Benz up ahead of him? He's virtually glued to the rear of Steve Jantz's car. So they go through the splits in the next sequence of this lap. Actually, Lucas Dunner was called ahead through Tete Rouge. So Dunner from Jantz, from Bradley Ellis, side by side further back, and now making progress. Roussan to the inside line of Vlad Lomko. Could be about to be a change there, but Bradley Ellis did indeed get ahead of the first of those two Mercedes. So Ellis in the orange and sky blue McLaren now separates the two German cars. The problem is, has the GT3 leader Lucas Dunner got too far ahead on this final lap of the race?
Well, absolutely, that's the thing. It is the final lap of the race, a one-lap shootout after the second of the safety car periods. I still think Ellis is going to be able to get close enough to challenge Lucas Dunner for the GT3 class lead. He certainly picked off Steve Jans, but still penalties coming through. Drive-through penalty has now been converted. We talked about car number 87 getting that punishment. That was the Alvis Rodella Pierre-Alexandre Provost car, the championship leaders. And so you can scotch them scoring any points today. There was contact and they were blamed wholeheartedly for that. But the lead of the race, suddenly it's very, very close indeed, because Hugo Schwarzer right under the tail of Matteo Quintarelli, weaving one way, weaving the other. Oscar Tunio dropping away in third place. It's all about these two for victory, Johnny. Into Indianapolis they turn.
Yeah, and Quintarelli keeping the eyes in the mirrors, really. He was adjusting his line with every move of the steering wheel from Hugo Schwarzer, now occupying the middle part of the road, Matteo Quintarelli, but that might compromise his exit from Arnage. Surely this is Hugo Schwarzer's opportunity in the Duquesne from RACEDAY, depending on what the straight line speed is. It's all about aero now, really, because they've got the same Toyota engine, but they will be absolutely side by side. This is like the end of the Ford Performance Mustang race earlier in the day. Quintarelli doesn't want to give it up as he head into the Porsche curves. That's brave stuff from Matteo Quintarelli, who's a nose ahead of Hugo Schwarzer and will still be in front as they go across the public road at Porsche curves.
Well, I thought he'd blown it with that mistake. Overly cautious into Arnage, compromised his exit speed. The nose, definitely, of Schwarzer's car was in front, but by just never saying die, Matteo Quintarelli has hung on, but it was side by side for several corners, not just any old corner, the Porsche curves. Oh my word.
Terrific stuff. These might be stars of the future for the 24 hours of Le Mans, remember. And Matteo Quintarelli could have crumbled under the pressure of Hugo Schwarzer, but he stayed alert, he stayed brave, and he flashes the lights in celebration after a win for the 23 Events Racing number 50 car of Matteo Quintarelli. A terrific drive. Lena Bula was being interviewed partway through as well, clearly pretty nervous about whether Quintarelli, her teammate, could do the business, but credit to her as well for the opening stint, which was obviously interrupted by safety car. RACEGP's number 85, a great result again. It's another second place, just like they achieved on Thursday for Hugo Schwarzer, the closing driver. He gave it his everything at Porsche curves, sharing that second place with Adrian David, and it's the Gebhardt number 70 of Oscar Tunio and Valentino Catalano who will complete the podium in LMP3, Bruce.
Okay, and in GT3 Team Motorpark, Lucas Dunner did just enough, just under a second clear of the McLaren of Bradley Ellis, but it was Mercedes 1-3 with Steve Jans for GetSpeed competing their podium, just a few seconds clear of Vincent Abril. If there'd been another lap or two under green flag conditions, you feel fairly sure the Monegasque Abril would have got a Ferrari into the mix. However, it was a one-lap shootout at the end, but for Matteo Quintarelli, I thought he was beaten, but importantly for him, he didn't.
Had there been a split at Porsche curves, we would have had a flip around, in fact, with Hugo Schwarzer ahead on the timing screen. But it all depends their order as they head across the control line, of course, and Hugo Schwarzer by that point was well behind Matteo Quintarelli. The LMP3 Pro-Am winners, DKR Engineering with the Ginetta, so that will please so many British fans who are here for the main race. Ginetta G61 LT, that'll be the first victory of the season for this brand new, or the Evo version of the G61 LT, and the Luxembourgish outfit DKR Engineering, who are preparing that car for Thomas Laurent and teammate Antti Ramo, who drove spectacularly well from pole position earlier on as well. Remember, times taken from free practice 2, where the DKR car was the quickest. Not sure whether that would necessarily have been the case in a standard qualifying session, but you have to take the opportunity whilst it's there. So DKR win from Thursday's winners, Rinaldi Racing, and Felipe Fernandez Larza having a great result again with Stefan Aust. Aust was absolutely ecstatic at his hard work. Tears up and down pit lane then, depending on where these cars have finished, but mainly from the podium runners. And to complete the podium in LMP3 Pro-Am, the RACEGP crew. So another R-Race car on a podium in LMP3 Pro-Am this time for car number 88, Romano Ricci and Fabien Leverne. GT3, it's two Mercedes, but with the McLaren in between the two of them. So 65 Team Motorpark car, who looked like they had the pace on Thursday, but in the end fell well down the order. for Heiko Neumann and Lucas Dunner in their Mercedes. They get a win today. Had there been another racing lap, Bradley Ellis, I'm sure, would have had a say on changing that result. But Nick Halstead and Bradley Ellis, who faded on Thursday, are going to finish second today.
Yeah, certainly a driver who looked incredibly emotional was Heiko Neumann at the end, you know, taking that GT3 victory with Lucas Dunner hanging on. And just remember, that was a really big attack into the Dunlop chicane. Got away with that. But for Heiko, he'll have 60 candles on his birthday cake in a month's time. So that's his birthday present. That was the job. But I mean, you just can never predict these races, the Road to Le Mans. So many other people's incidents can shape things. First race, we had loads of green flag running. This race, I didn't count up in the end. I think we probably had about 9, thereabouts. Didn't I put my money on 10? I've blown it again, Johnny. But so much incident. And certainly
I said considerably fewer than that, so I've really lost. But I'm pleased to have lost because we want to see racing laps here. It's a rare treat for this championship to visit Circuit de la Sarthe, and as we say, it could be really the foundation of some future superstars. And to say that they've driven here at Le Mans nice and early on in their career, it's great to see. So 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. The winning Ginetta in its class being received by the team at DKR Engineering. As you say, tears in the eyes for Heiko Neumann after the Mercedes from Team Motor Park, along with his co-driver Lucas Dunner, take victory in the second Road to Le Mans event. We hope you've enjoyed that as much as we have, and we look forward to plenty more coverage throughout the course of the next 2 days here on 91.2 FM, because warm-up is just around the corner for the 24-hour cars. And remember, the countdown to green and the main race itself later on this afternoon. Stay tuned. There's something extra special about waking up on race day morning, knowing that we're all going to witness quite a competition. And for the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, surely everything remains completely open. That is definitely the case in the hypercar class, and with 24 LMGT3s set to do battle around this famous circuit over the next couple of days. So tricky to call as well. We've got, I suppose, the Hyperpole single lap times to lean on, and some increased running through the free practice sessions as well, although those themselves were interrupted with the odd red flag here and there. So the teams will always complain that they've not had sufficient running time. You've got to now race, though, whether you like it or not. That'll be after this next short 15-minute session, though, of warm-up. Lots of smiles down in the garages on this at, 7 minutes to midday here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And we're all set to go on 91.2 FM. Radio Le Mans for 2025, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the broadcast space, with Joe Bradley in a moment or two providing the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports and mopping up any stories from Thursday's running. And it was a late night both Wednesday and Thursday. Good morning to Paul Truswell. Typically here on a Friday, the drivers in the 24-hour race do get the day off in a sense. There's an opportunity to interact with the fans during the drivers' parade. But it's back to business today, and I'm sure so many of them will be raring to go.
There'll be quite a few butterflies, Johnny. As you say, this is going to be a very tight 24 hours. And I don't think anybody really has made a strong prediction of the way this one's going to play out. A number of people have given their opinions, but the old expression, when the flag drops, is going to be absolutely true come 4 o'clock this afternoon. But before that, this 15-minute warm-up session, what's the point, somebody said to me this morning. Well, somebody else said, you can't afford not to do it. But as soon as you're out there and there's nothing wrong, bring it back in. So I'm sure we'll see a very high take-up. I don't think anybody will elect not to take part in the warm-up at all. But we may just see 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, probably an out lap, a flying lap, and an in lap. And by the time you've done that, 15 minutes is up anyway. But it's a hugely important nerve-settling opportunity for everybody, apart from anything else. We had the hype of the hypercar, if you will, of the hyperpole, which was dramatic in its great extreme, but you've got to put that to the back of your mind now. Whatever the grid position is you're starting at, whether you're in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car at the front of the field, or whether you're Ben Keating in his TF Sport Corvette right at the back of the field, that's your starting position. You've got to make the best of it and get on with the 24 hours. So, as I say, what they're doing in the next 15 minutes is just to make sure that the cars which will have received major stripping down and then building up again over the course of Friday, that they're all working and that there aren't any leaks and that nothing goes wrong. But then somebody else, actually I think it was Anthony Davidson, said to me yesterday, somebody always crashes. We hope that's not going to be the case, but 62 cars suddenly appearing on a racetrack does sometimes lead to some incidents. With the racers that we've had earlier on this morning to clear the track, they don't have to worry about going out on a dirty racetrack. That's going to be sorted for them. So we'll see what happens when they come out, but certainly I don't think there's going to be anything to read into the times that are being set. What's going to be interesting is really just any people having issues and whether they're going to be able to fix those issues in time for the 4 o'clock start.
I mean, Will some teams have changed engines since Thursday? So they put race engines in these cars, and then to think about starting a race with all that brand new kit on board without a warm up is crazy to me.
Well, exactly. It's certainly not the case that everybody will have put in a new engine. Some of them will have had their race engine in for free practice 4 on Thursday evening. Some teams, as we heard from Wayne Taylor Racing, actually putting their race engine into the car for the Hyperpole session. That was more a course of force majeure more than anything else. But so it won't be the case that every car has a brand new engine. But even if they're running an older engine, they'll still have taken all the drive shafts off. They'll have new brakes. They'll have new steering parts. Because the best way to last 24 hours is to start with brand new parts. You don't want to be going out with used parts, which might be more likely to break.
I still can't find a final classified grid, would you believe, on the online. I'm sure one exists, but via the Alcamel website, it's still provisional.
It is. The official grid won't be issued until after the warm-up. Reason for that being, if anybody does anything irresponsible during the warm-up session, they may lose their grid slot.
I see.
There may be some cars running in an illegal specification, which could cause their grid position to be nullified. Or, as I say, there may be an incident, which means that a team has to withdraw from the race. And in that case, the grid will be reissued, closing up the spaces. So I think it's half an hour after the end of the warm-up, the official starting grid is then issued. But Alcamel, the official timers for the Le Mans 24 Hours, and have been for 15 years or so now, I think, and they will be happiest if there is nothing to do. They'll just press Control P, and the provisional grid will get issued as official starting grid.
The one change to the amended version of the provisional starting grid is to put the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 to the back of the hypercars, which is what we'd expected, and then it appeared in something like 16th place. But Laurens Vanthoor labelled as the starting driver for the number 6 car after it was disqualified from normal qualifying on Wednesday for being underweight. So 21 hypercars, it will start from 21st position. And then there are 3 LMGT3 cars that for various reasons, in fact 4 LMGT3 cars that for various reasons were not able to produce lap times during the qualifying sessions. They are the 150 Richard Mille, of course, a Ferrari, as we go green for the warm-up session. The TF Sport Corvette, number 33, the 60 and the 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes that will occupy the final row of the grid. And all of those cars at the moment are being told by the officials to put your fastest driver in for the first stint. So that'll be Lilu Wadu in the Ferrari, Danny Juncadella in the Corvette, Lorcan Hannafin and Lucas Stoltz in their silver Mercedes.
Yeah, the interesting point there, which caused some discussion yesterday, was which order do you put the 4 cars at the back of the grid? The rule seems to be that if you've been excluded and put to the back of the grid, but at least you've done some laps, then you go ahead of the cars which haven't qualified because they didn't do any laps. So the 150 Ferrari of Lilo Wadu, the Richard Mille Corsa car, that was put to the back of the grid for causing a red flag. But it had done laps, so it gets to be ahead of all of the others. Then we get the 33 TF Sport Corvette, which was excluded for exceeding the pit lane speed limit. But again, as long as it wasn't exceeding the pit lane speed limit, it was going all right. So those two go ahead of the 2 cars which didn't do enough laps to be qualified, to be timed, and those being the 60 and the 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes. So, as I say, red flag causing or being disqualified for an offence is not as serious as not doing the laps.
The 311 Cadillac's already been off the road. Now, how did this happen? I think it spun coming over the top underneath the Dunlop Bridge and cleaned out one of the advertising hoardings there. So one of the Total Energies banners is now hanging off the rear left wing, or the end plate on the rear left corner of the 311 Cadillac that's been started by Jack Aitken, or being run by Jack Aitken in this very short session. And I don't quite know how he ended up there, but I'm assuming a spin. He's then gone through that advertising hoarding. He ended up on driver's left, even though the hoarding's on driver's right. So he's crossed the track again, and now he's back onto the circuit. But he's going to... Let's just hear the team radio. So that's why he's stopping by the marshal post, I think, at the Daytona chicane. That was one of his, or the engineer at Action Express who said how to deal with this next. But he was totally crossed up coming out of the Dunlop chicane, under the bridge, and then has just gone over the grass, through the banner. There's a way to make an impact into this warm-up session.
Anthony Davidson knows what he's talking about. He said to me last night, somebody always crashes in warm-up. Well... That wasn't a big crash, it wasn't a big incident, no damage was done, but it at least proves the point. And Jack Aitken is now pulled up, waiting for somebody to come to his assistance and pull that advertising off the rear wing end plate of that car. They're going to go full course yellow in order to do it. So 4 minutes, not even, into the session, and we're going to have a full course yellow whilst Marshall goes out and disentangles that advertising from the back of Jack Aitken's car.
Yeah, and very difficult to... I don't know what those advertising hoardings are made of, but it's entirely wrapped itself around the rear wing on one end and the end plate itself.
8, 7,
this is just going
6,
into the full course yellow.
4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
And everybody's going to have to now slow as safely as they can to 80 kilometres per hour. You normally get a few seconds in order to descend to that speed, and 80 kph. But when we get to the race, Paul, if we go full course yellow, your route into it, your route out of it's going to be closely observed via the GPS monitoring systems to make sure you're not breaching the speed limit.
Yes, that's why they give you the countdown, because the idea is at the end of the countdown you're doing 80 kilometres per hour. During the countdown you're not allowed to overtake. So there's the idea of avoiding people in front of you suddenly braking and different people having different approaches to it. As soon as the countdown starts, it's no overtaking. As soon as the countdown finishes, you have to be at 80 kilometres an hour.
Let's go down during this warm-up session of 15 minutes. We've nearly had 5 of it, to a CrowdStrike pit report. Good morning to Joe Bradley.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm with Tom Ferrier, the TF of TF Sport, running Corvettes here this weekend. Tom, a busy Le Mans as ever, but the question on everyone's lips, and I know you're gonna be perhaps accurately answer this. What's the point of this 15-minute run? I mean, you barely get a chance to get any laps in for a start.
No, you don't, and obviously even with the full course yellow probably makes it worse. But the teams, we won't be alone. I think a lot of people change a lot of parts on the Friday after the main part of the running's done, getting ready for the race. So it's a chance just to evaluate and any new bits that have gone on the car and make sure that everything's all right. And then you have an hour panic to make sure it is before the pit lane opens. So yeah, it used to be earlier in the morning and everyone complained about having to get up too early, and now you get to stay in bed a little bit longer, but it's a bit tight if you've got an issue.
So a systems checks, Tom, rather than perhaps chasing a little bit more performance.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think anyone's there for performance. It's really just to run through the final checks on the car, go through the gearbox, make sure all your telemetry's working. And with the more and more fans that come, the less and less telemetry coverage we get, and the radios and stuff. So yeah, just getting you in the zone. We try and give the mechanics a bit of a go, some pit stops as well, just to wake them up a bit and get them ready for the onslaught that's coming.
Yeah, the onslaught is the correct term. Tom, I'll leave you to get back to work. Looking well, mate. Good luck for the race.
Tom Ferrier with Joe Bradley and a CrowdStrike pit report. And the guys up and down pit road are going to be busy throughout the race, of course, supplying us with the CrowdStrike pit reports and also the driver interviews as well of outgoing or indeed ingoing drivers live from pit lane. Let's stay in the pits and head to Peter Snowden this time.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. Just with the number 4 Porsche, Penske Porsche, that just came in, and just as Tom was saying on the interview to Joe there, systems check and whatever, they just popped this in, such as the composite construction of these cars now. Number 4 Porsche pops in, stops, rear wing off, rear cover off, and it literally looked like they wriggled some connections, no more than that. There was nothing, no spanners involved, no tools, just mechanics wriggling wires and moving things and put everything back together and send it back out again. So obviously the drivers reported something, and I'll try and get that if we can, but never not a drama in a warm-up.
Yeah, so staying at TF Sport, the 81 Corvettes come in, and it's, again, as Tom said, it's a bit of a practice, and it's a good job they did practice this. They're practicing their wheel change at race speed. There's an urgency about them, even though it's just a warm-up session. They're going about it as they would in the race, and they've just practiced refitting a door, which is kind of a lift off and drop on to the door hinges at the front. But that's becoming problematic as they're struggling to get the new door on. Now, there was nothing wrong with the door that came off. This is a pure practice. They're doing the same with the rear engine cover, the same with the front of the Corvette. But the door that went on was then, when it went to be shut, it didn't shut properly because it wasn't quite on. And that's now identified to this team. They're going to have to be a little bit more accurate here, guys, if we're going to change the door. So this is all good stuff, all good practice for what might be needed in the race as a matter of extreme urgency rather than just pretend urgency.
I mean, they will sincerely hope not, of course, but if they haven't practiced it and they do encounter that issue, they will regret that, no doubt. Thank you, Joe, for the CrowdStrike pit report there and an appraisal of what the teams are going through. The engine you can hear in the background is the naturally aspirated V8 of the pole-sitting car. Will Stevens at this stage on the provisional grid is labelled as the starting driver, and in car number 12, is it Will doing this current phase? Yes, it is. So they put the potential starting drivers in the Cadillac. Number 38 is being driven by Earl Bamber, and Earl is due to start the race as well. The Cadillac times, 3:23.166 in Thursday night's Hyperpole, 3:23.333 for Earl Bamber. And we've already had, Paul Trustwell, nearly two-thirds of this session, and only now are some flying laps starting to appear at the top of my screen.
Yes, of course, although it's a 15-minute session, that means the checkered flag will come out after 15 minutes. If you've just gone on to another lap at that point, then you are allowed to complete that lap, which, as we're saying, takes about 3.5 minutes anyway. So you could be going up to about 18 minutes before your particular session actually ends. And most of the teams will have lap projection software so that you know how many times they're going to be crossing start-finish line and whether they're going to be able to get through to complete that extra lap or not. Most of the teams are now completing their first flying lap, and a flying lap without having had the effect of that full course yellow. So the fastest time, I said it's not really worth looking at, but for the sake of knowing, is Julian Andlauer at the wheel of the Porsche from the Penske Motorsport, the 963. He's done a 3:31.6. The next fastest time is from the Aston Martin Valkyrie, number 009. Alex Riberas at the wheel of the 009. Harry Tinknell at the wheel of the 007. Thank you for stating the obvious to me yesterday, Johnny, but I hadn't worked out that Team Thor stands for the heart of racing. And I don't know why I didn't realise that before, but if anybody else was wondering, let me put you out of your misery. It's nothing to do with any Norwegian gods or anything else.
I think
like
that's
that.
a happy coincidence. I mean, it's nice that they're known as the heart of racing. So,
Yes.
yeah, THOR just works nicely.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, as I say, it just took me an awful long time to realise.
I wasn't that far behind you, to be honest. Yeah,
You were ahead of me.
Oh, rather ahead of you, yes. But there are some teams, like, I mean, for instance, Jota. I don't think JOTA actually stands for anything. Or maybe it does.
I thought it was initials.
Okay.
But
Well, that could well be.
We'll ask him later.
John will know, because he met up with Sam Hignett very recently in Royal Tunbridge Wells for a look at this latest Cadillac program. They're not new to the World Endurance Championship. They're certainly not new to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but these new American caddies are certainly a new part to Hertz Team Jota, and despite them only being 3 races in with this current program, lock out the front row for this year's race. Now, Peter Snowden is ensconced well within Cadillac because you had an update on the 311. Now, this is the car that went off on pretty much the outlap for Jack Aitken and picked up part of an advertising banner. But you can, I reckon, tell us also what the JOTA stands for.
Yes, exactly. In the order there, though, the advertising programme ended half a lap later and they got rid of that. Jack Aitken came in, jumped out of the car, swapped driver change and tyres as well. That 311's back out of the way. And JOTA is very, very simple. There's nothing very complex. When Sam Hignett set it up back in 2000, 25 years ago, hence their celebrations this year, their first mechanic used to arrive at the workshop in the morning on a JOTA motorbike, and they thought it was a good name, so they took it from that.
I see. So
Not
there
very
you go.
exciting, is it?
Well, no, I mean, it's a story. There's frankly a story I should have known beforehand, but I also didn't realise that the race numbers, the mighty 38's been long-standing, but they've adopted the 12 because of Tom Brady, the American sports star, being involved with the team, and Tom's number when he was playing American football was number 12, so they adopted the 12 that has taken the pole position for this year. So it's Cadillac front row, as I mentioned. Porsche, though, are definitely in the mix, something they've not been able to boast about in the World Endurance Championship, but remember that we're going by different balance of performance rules for this race compared to the previous three this year in the WEC. So we've got Porsches on the left-hand side of the grid in 3rd and 5th places, and they're joined by the two BMWs, 15 and 20 in 4th and 6th places on the grid, ahead of the best placed Ferrari 499P in only 7th, but remember that's all determined on single lap speed and in a session that was very short, the same length as this warm-up in fact, so it's a way of arranging the grid. I wouldn't read too much into that about how the race is going to pan out, because that's a completely different kettle of fish. Let's get another CrowdStrike pit report with Peter Snowden or Joe.
Yeah, that was me.
Joe.
I'm up at Ferrari. The 51 car's just been in. No driver change, but brand new tyres, virtually brand new tyres coming off the car, having just been scrubbed in. New Michelin's going on. And again, more preparation ongoing in this warm-up session. I think the car's about to be brought in and finish the session. I can tell that by the trolley jacks coming out. But it just shows, you know, I mean, we're talking about Ferrari being surprised that they weren't on the pole position. They were surprised by just their lack of pace in comparison to the Cadillacs, but still they are preparing, because it's the long runs that's going to count. And when the tyres come off, each tyre was inspected in minute detail, turning the tyre very slowly and literally every minuscule, every centimetre, millimetre of the tyre being inspected by a mechanic as it was wheeled to the back of the garage, just checking for any damage. That is undoubtedly a prepared set to go on in one of our many pit stops that are coming up.
The checkered flag is now being shown to some of the runners who are coming out of the Ford chicane and across the line. As Paul has mentioned, some others might only just be starting a lap, and if you squeaked across the line before the checker arrived, you'll be permitted to complete this lap, but that's the 15 minutes in the warm-up done. Sorry, Paul, hang on a minute. Start that sentence again.
Just to go back to the point that Joe was making about tyres for the warm-up are completely free. They don't count. You can use any tyres for the warm-up. What you can't do is then use them for the race. But as I say, so we'll be looking at the difference, the delta in the tyre wear between when they went out and when they came back. And as I say, there wasn't really very much of that, but hence the need to look at, in quite such detail at the tyres. I've just been looking back at the statistics. Last time somebody won the race from as far back as where Ferrari is sitting on the grid, I'm not at all predicting who's going to win this race, but Ferrari, having won the race in the last 2 years, neither of which times they started from pole, incidentally, but starting back on 7th on the grid, which is where the best of the three Ferraris is. Nobody's won the race from that far back for 20 years. 2005, the race was won from 8th place on the grid. So it's certainly not impossible, as anybody who's been involved with endurance racing will agree. But say starting from as far back, and then still being able to put in a race-winning performance is a big ask, but the performances are so close, and you certainly wouldn't want to be betting against Ferrari, having been winners the last 2 years. But as I say, it's starting from a lot further back. They were fourth on the grid last year, so and the year before that, the Ferrari started. What was the year before that? 2023. So Ferrari started on the front row, but second fastest. So I don't know. During the qualifying, during the practice sessions, you just got the feeling, perhaps, that the Ferrari wasn't as strong and impregnable as it looked last year. Although, having said that, in 2023, I wouldn't have betted on Ferrari winning that race at all.
No, I remember you saying, well, again, you weren't giving predictions 2 years ago, but you can sort of suggest the direction the race may have gone, and I think your early indications from all the sessions we had were that Ferrari would have been able to, or had to fight for it, and indeed they did. They had problems towards the end. The engine cut out in that final pit stop, and then eventually it fired into life to enable them to take their first of 2 victories in 2023 and 2024. So they are on a hat trick, but they feels like they've got an awful lot more competition this year, not least because of the number of manufacturers. So let's just give you a rundown of the order. At the end of a 15-minute warm-up, AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow and red one, Robert Kubica finishes fastest ahead of Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Ferrari second. The 7 Toyota of Mike Conway third, quickest in warm-up from an Aston Martin, which will please many fans from the UK, I'm sure. 009, the Aston Martin Thor team, Alex Riberas, and Earl Bamber, the number 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, fifth fastest ahead of the sister number 12. In LMP2, the 28 EDEX Sport Car quickest from the 18 EDEX Sport. They're both non-Pro-Am lineups. The highest Pro-Am LMP2 car, TDS Racing, number 29. And in LMGT3, Kessel Racing's Ferrari, Daniel Serra, number 57, was at the wheel of that, ahead of the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Davide Rigon and the TF Sport Corvette of Charlie Eastwood. Features coming up then at the as we head through the first part of today in the 91.2 FM coverage Radio Le Mans. We're going to hear from David Clark of Jota, from Casper Elgaard, a very talented racing driver, and Neil Smith as well with his thoughts on this year's Le Mans. Stay tuned to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans and RS1 around the world on radiolemans.com.
Hello everybody and welcome along to the 93rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. My goodness, just as I was listening to that music there, it's just hit me. I'm at Le Mans again and we're ready to go racing for this extraordinary piece of motor racing, setting history every year that we are here. It's the countdown to green. John Hindhaugh, Peter Mackay and Paul Truswell in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, our studios at the end of the Bugatti circuit. Don't forget our hashtag is 20RLM24 because this is, as Radio Show Limited, our 20th Radio Le Mans 24 Hours. And that at either radiolemans.com or RSL_studio. Probably RSL_studio, actually, is the easiest one to get us at. The pre-race festivities underway as the music comes to a halt. That means we can head down for our first pit lane reports. The CrowdStrike pit lane team are ready and we are bringing in for the first time on a Le Mans race for us here on RSL and Radio Le Mans. Welcome to the team. He's been here all week. Tip the waitress, try the veal. Hello to Ryan Marine.
Hi, John. What can I tell you? The goosebumps are here. The chills go up and down the spine. Standing on the grid pre-race ahead of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is just spectacular. Let me tell you, this grid has been packed. The officials are doing their best to clear the grid, maybe a bit overzealous at times, but that being said, you can feel the atmosphere starting to build. Everyone here is tense because they know the crucial 24 hours are now not so far away.
Nick Damon is the second voice in this opening stanza. Nicholas, where are you?
I'm up at the front. I'm actually the third position car. Let's see if I can go a quick word with Mathieu Jaminet. Mathieu, you are one of the few drivers who come out to enjoy all the atmosphere. Why?
One hand, still a highlight of the week. Get close to the people, you know. We need fans, you know, to be here, to do our sport, enjoy our sport. Got families here, friends around. You know, I'm racing most of the time in the US during the IMSA Championship, so don't really have luck to, you know, to have people around me racing. And I just met a guy, you know, he was an old sponsor back 10 years ago in Cara Cup, you know. So, you know, it's because also a lot of these people around me today that I'm also here. So a little bit tiring to do that, but it's also, yeah, a good moment to enjoy with the people, you know, around you.
Number 5 car starting third behind the two Cadillacs. How do you feel you are overall when it comes to race pace?
Difficult to say. I think we are all right. I still expect some cars to make a jump, especially the red car. I would expect to move forward pretty quickly into the race. But yeah, from our side, I think we had a good prep. Car feels good. We had good quality performance. So I just hope we can translate that into the race and have a clean one.
Actually, thank you and enjoy the rest of the atmosphere.
A chance to speak to one of the pole-sitting drivers in LMGT3, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, with the number 27 on pole, Mattia Drudi, part of the lineup, and he joins me now. Fantastic effort. You're starting in the best spot that you possibly can at LMGT3, but how do you keep it there for 24 hours?
It's not going to be easy. I mean, now the really difficult part of the weekend starts. We've been quite a nice and smooth week, starting from the prologue on last Sunday. Car has run quite smoothly. Also, the team is doing a super job. I mean, I didn't expect to be that quick in qualifying. It was quite a tight battle with Alessio in the Ferrari. Until the race starts, you never know what's really your pace against the others. But it's better to start from pole position than more on the back.
Such great diversity within the class. When you look at the different manufacturers, I think it's something like 7 different manufacturers start in the top 7 in this race today. Where is your Aston stronger than your competitors?
I mean, our car, I think, fits really well this track. We are really good with the aerodynamic on a medium high-speed section, and this track has many. Also, braking, the car is behaving quite well. Normally, is okay also on tire management, that is going to be quite important for this race. So yeah, it's quite working quite well here, and hopefully it does the same during the race.
How many stints do you think you can go on a set of Goodyear Eagles?
At one point during the race, we have to triple steam the tires. Probably mainly during the night when it's a bit cooler, even if today is not that hot like the previous days. But yeah, for sure, at one point we have to do some triple steams.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And that is Mattia Drudy, again, part of the number 27 crew that will start on pole at LMGT3.
Brilliant stuff from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. They are, I suppose, grid reporters at the moment. They're actually on the main straight, along with, it seems, about half the world at the moment. Before we get into the traditional features of Countdown to Green, which will include, of course, more interviews from the guys and girls getting ready. Roger Federer, by the way, has arrived. He will be serving up the green flag later on. Hopefully no foot faults there. And that's all of my tennis puns. I've done that. Can I have some juice, please? Okay, I'm leaving it.
I think you've hit the net with that one.
No, thank you. He is going out for a run round the track in a very nice car, which is not what I expected it to be. I wonder if that's contractual, because it's Porsches normally here.
No, it's a Mercedes, an AMG Mercedes, which will make a bit of a racket, I would imagine. Sorry. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, okay, very good. I see what you did there. So all the usual features, and Pierre Fillon is going to drive Roger Federer around. Pierre, no mean racing driver himself. He's been competing in some of the Peter Auto Classics. It's Classic Le Mans this year, and that will become, along with the ACO, a annual event from next year, and the Peter Auto Classic Series becoming the Le Mans Classic and the Le Mans Heritage Series, and we'll have coverage of those for you as well. And our next race there coming up a little bit later on this year, live in Sound and Vision. But we're going to pick up on a story that broke yesterday from here at Le Mans. There's been an awful lot of announcements, and one of the bigger ones, which we're sort of expecting, is that of McLaren coming back to the top class. It's their big anniversary this year. They won Le Mans outright at their first attempt in 1995. Paul and I remember that one well. It was a very rainy night where JJ Leto shone through the bleak darkness and the rainfall and was absolutely incredible. Not that we saw it on pictures in those days. Yesterday, a small group of journalists were invited to hear the news about the McLaren return, and Richard Dean and Zach Brown there to answer some questions. Of course, Radio Le Mans was there, and we spoke to Zach Brown first, welcoming him back to the top class of the Le Mans 24-hour race.
No, sorry, miss. I'll be back in about 7 minutes.
Thank you. So that was Richard Dean, and before that, Zach Brown talking to me yesterday about McLaren being back in the top class in the near future. They'll join Ford and Genesis in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and here at Le Mans, Ford have said they've got no plans as yet to go into IMSA. The other two brands are considering going into IMSA, but for the meanwhile, they will be focusing on the World Championship. Other news coming through yesterday is that privateer hypercars will be admitted into the Asian Le Mans Series from next season as they come on. So that's from the end of this year, I believe. And those cars will be able to win their way to Le Mans, and an entry, of course, from their participation in the Asian Le Mans Series. Lots of news this week. Catch up with it all. Sports Car 365. John and the team on site doing a great job of getting all those news stories together. Before we go back to our CrowdStrike pit lane team who are on the front straight at the moment, it's time now to go through a few names of people who were here last year and have since died from the world of motorsport. It is our Roll of Honour that we started back in 2006, a part of our tradition here. This is by no means, I'll say this in advance, by no means an exhaustive list, but we've tried to represent different parts of motorsport, and we'll start with Pieter Joubert, who died at the Simola Himclimb event, a South African motorsport legend and veteran of the sport. Juha Karvinen, a Finnish rally driver, lost his life in the time since last we were here at Le Mans, as has Parnelli Jones. Not really fair just to call him an American race car driver and team owner. An absolute legend for his accomplishments in the Indianapolis 500, as well as the Trans Am Series and even the Baja 1000. Steve Cullerman, a popular and successful HSR competitor in the United States. Baroness Evie von Kor Rosenqvist, Swedish rally driver, won several European championships. Her most notable accomplishment in motorsport was an overall victory in the Argentine Turismo Standard Grand Prix. Paolo Pinheiro, founder of the Algarve International Autodrome at Portimao. Rod McCauley, Team Penske crew chief. Scott Blomqvist, dirt late model racer from the States. Louis O'Regan, Irish rider, died on the Manx Grand Prix. Luca Persiani, who started his Formula career in Renault 2.0, then went to a coaching role with Prema Racing, Iron Lynx and Ferrari, also competing part-time in Lamborghini Super Trofeo in North America. Bill York, William D. York to give him his full title, known by many people as the godfather of Indy sports. He is the man who commanded the Indy press room for over 6 decades. Peter Proctor, British cycling champion, also a rally and racing driver, described as a Yorkshire racing legend. Ryota Haga, son of Noriyuki Haga, has died since we were last here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Dave Sudis, motorcycle road racer. Dave loved Oliver's Mount, and he was described as a massive, ever-present in the paddock by Oliver's Mount Racing spokesperson when he died since this race last year. Rabin Abdul Vahabi, long-time competitor in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Rob Eklund Jr. in the Stone Car Care Aston Martin, the number 9 car. Rocky Moran Sr. started 3 Indianapolis 500, teamed with PJ Jones and Mark Dismore to win the 1993 24 Hours of Daytona. Bruno Sacco, the chief engineer who served as head of styling for Mercedes-Benz for many years, and his career with the three-pointed star spanned more than 4 decades. Chris Mount was MSVR's chief scrutineer from the club's beginning in 2006 to 2016 in the UK. Ratan Tata, industrialist and philanthropist, served as chairman, of course, of the Tata Group, owners of Jaguar Land Rover. One close to many of us here this weekend, Bob Riley, the legendary car builder who played a key role in the development of cars like the Coyote IndyCar of AJ Foyt, the Mustang GTPs, and of course the Riley Daytona prototypes. He was inducted into the IMSA Hall of Fame in October 2024, and I was sitting not 6 feet away from him. Alan Rees competed in 3 Grand Prix in the 1960s, founded March Engineering alongside Max Mosley, Graham Croker and Robin Hurt, and went on to found Arrows. Bobby Allenson, NASCAR Hall of Famer, 4th place on NASCAR's all-time win list for its Premier Series, won the Daytona 500 3 times. Mary McGee, a pioneering motorsport champion and the first woman to win the Baja 500 solo. She was subject of the documentary Motorcycle Mary. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's outstanding. A couple of guys who are in the paddock this weekend. Jan and Kevin Magnussen lost Hans-Erik Magnussen, father of Jan, grandfather of Kevin, and a real influence on motorsport too, both of those great drivers. Joao Eloy, motorcycle racer, died at Interlagos in the Brazil Superbike Championship. Gordon Cruikshank, from the press side of things, worked for Motorsport magazine for over 40 years. Andrew Frankel of Motorsport magazine said in his tribute, Gordon's writing was all journalism should be, flawless and endlessly entertaining. Would that we could all live up to those high standards. Sid Williams, born in Wales. Sid trained as a mechanic before he started racing in Lotus Cortinas in 1965. Stepped up to Formula Atlantic and Formula 3s and was especially successful at Alton Park. Ian Barnwell, Barney. A logistics wizard, first air you'll remember him from. He was an extraordinary storyteller. He loved life. He was a bon vivant in every sense of the word. Behind the scenes, what many people didn't know was that Barney quietly helped many British drivers in the early parts of their careers, and there are a lot of them who owe their starts and their subsequent careers to his influence and help, whether in time, advice or financially. He was a great friend to many, including us here at RLM. Dave Brodie, best known for his time competing in the British Touring Car Championship, credited with being the 7th most successful driver at Brands Hatch. Later years, he raced successfully in the VW Saloon Car Series. Dieter Basch, German engineer and head of Audi Motorsport, responsible for the development of the Audi V8 Quattro with Hans Stuck and Frank Bieler. What a triumvirate they were. Peter van Egmond, celebrated F1 photographer, a true gentleman, much respected in the Formula One paddock. Sid Veijer, a young Dutch mini bike rider, sadly lost his life at just 7 years old. Sheldon Miller, the CRP and Dascalos Racing crew chief. Orlando dragster racer Elenice Zoe Diaz, another 7-year-old who lost their lives competing in motorsport since we were here last year. Gene Hackman. Well, motorsport and acting often go hand in hand, and Gene was no exception. He competed in Sports Car Club of America events and worked in improving his skills at Bob Bondurant's driving school. Said once to the New York Times, would I have chosen racing over acting? Well, I've thought about that for quite a few years, but there's a certain part of it that no one can teach you. You have to be competitive. You have to have that edge. All the good ones have that. Representing the losses of our listeners this year, Guy Thomas, who died suddenly in September of last year, was a legend of British car auctions and loved attending Le Mans and Grand Prix. Living the BCA dream was his favourite saying, and he was loved and missed by family, colleagues and customers. Bob Sharp was the gentleman that taught Paul Newman how to race cars. Paul came to him and said he wanted him to build a race car, and they formed Newman Sharp Racing, a team that lasted for 25 years. Some amazing drivers there, Bob and Paul, of course, but Sam Posey, Bruce McInnes, Jim Fitzgerald, Elliot Ford Robinson, actor Tom Cruise, Walter Payton, and Scott Sharp, of course, Bob's son, much missed in American paddocks. From the world of the arts, Jack Vetriano. In 1996, Terence Conran commissioned Jack to create a series of paintings for the Bluebird Gastrodome in London. 7 paintings inspired by the life of Sir Malcolm Campbell hung there for 10 years. Katie Gervitz, damper technician for Michael Shank Racing. Ed Del Porte from Ed Carpenter Racing. Suzanne Kotulinski, rally driver. Crew chief Bernie Federley, part of 109 national event wins and 13 NHRA funny car championships with John Force between 1992 until Bernie retired at the end of 2012. Also from the world of drag racing, Michael Barton, veteran racer. And Eddie Jordan, who of course founded his first team, Eddie Jordan Racing, in 1975. David Leslie and David Shears were there. James Weaver was there in the early 80s. Martin Brundle. And a few years later, he went into British Formula 3 with Johnny Herbert. Jordan Grand Prix came along in 1991 with the beautiful 7-Up livery. Gary Anderson, its car designer. Cosworth engines. And then, of course, the Michael Schumacher debut. And Bertrand Gachot was not available. He was serving at Her Majesty's pleasure at that point. Most recently, aside from all of his Formula 1 and motorsport, tried to revive London Irish Rugby Club. Mike Nicholson, Vauxhall Racing Head of Operations. Mike Broad, who we've known for a long time, rally co-driver and a Vauxhall legend, said, Mike was Vauxhall through and through. He switched from fleet sales and eventually moved south to be closer to the factory in London, but he was always a Vauxhall employee and the rallying fitted in around his work. He wasn't a fully professional co-driver who only did that as his job. I don't think Mike ever wanted to be that. He was all about the brand, looking towards management. And we pass on our best to all who knew Mike Nicholson. Brian Thompson, legendary Australian sports sedan racer. Mario Crignola, Italian racer. Bob Garrettson, 81 Rolex winner and 78 Sebring winner. Second in the FIA World Endurance Championship in 1981. 2 IMSA class podiums at Le Mans. Co-driver with Bobby Rahal in the iconic Apple computer Porsche K935, the K3 935. He drove, of course, and prepared the winning Porsche 935s for Dick Barber and Paul Newman. And the IMSA 1980 champion Sachs Turbo, driven by John Fitzpatrick. And that is just scratching the surface. Former Formula 1 driver, 37 World Championship Grand Prix. Rupert Keegan, his first race in the 8th of May, 1977. Remember the British Air Ferries livery on those cars? From the world of motocross, Joel Evans. Jochen Mass, his one F1 win came at the Spanish Grand Prix, the truncated Spanish Grand Prix in 1975. Winner at Le Mans, my first year here, for the 3-pointed star of Sauber Mercedes in 1989. Also went across to run in IMSA and in the World Sports Car Championship. Loved his yachting as well. And in the movie Rush, played himself. Trevor Cherry, a marshal since the 1970s at Brands Hatch in Silverstone. He worked his way up to be the incident officer, marshalled at Le Mans and the Classic for many years. Steve Richardson and Owen Jenner, killed at Alton Park recently. Another young racer who has lost their life, Lauren O'Brien. And Fabrizio Bora, Fernando Alonso's physio for many years at Aston Martin. Martin Sadler and Jenny Logan were the firefighters who were killed trying to save the hangar at Bicester Motion in a terrible fire there the other day. And a member of the public, David Chester, died in that incident as well. Jeff Matner, best known for his position of motorsport manager at the South Australian Motorsport Board, who steered the foundation of first the Aussie Grand Prix and then the Adelaide 500. British car dealer Robin Hamilton, construction of the Aston Martin Nimrod. I was here when that raced in 1989 with David Leslie. Dermot Carnegie, his journey in motorsport started with auto tests in the 60s and then into rallycross. French entrepreneur and motor racing enthusiast Charles Jams. Then Helmut Zwicky, Austrian Formula 1 journalist. Sid Agura, one of the most well-known faces in Japanese motorsport media. And more recently on the Jim Clark Rally earlier this year, Di Roberts, rally co-driver. John Greasley of G-Force Racing and Mike Abbott, who'll be best remembered for his work as a flag marshal for the BRDC from the late 1950s when the club was formed and he ended up as a race organiser. Julian Grimswade, who earlier this year lost his life in the VSCC races at Donington. BTC engineer Adam Phil. Jens Vinther Senior, Denmark's first Le Mans driver. And also one of the sport's great all-rounders. He was from a generation of racing drivers who were animated by the slightest smell of petrol in the engines. It didn't matter to him which car or which class it was. He raced motorcycles as well. And last, but by no means least, last week, the tragic death of Matteo Doretto, ERC junior driver who died in testing. As I said, that is by no means an extensive or complete list. Let's take a moment to remember those who we have lost as we think of all of those that we've just mentioned, their families and friends. May they rest in peace and may their memories be a blessing.
Well, up here at the front end of the grid, it's kind of a bit like, I'm sorry I hadn't a clue, the late arrivers for the pit lane ball, to be honest. Been looking out for anyone in the front couple of cars, but I do have a victim who's starting in fourth place, Rafael Marcello. Not a bad start. Have BMW achieved what they've wanted so far?
I mean, we wanted to be on pole. I mean, it's always better, but I mean, it's a 24-hour race. Our plan was to try to have a competitive car for the race. I mean, where we need, and I believe we have the car. I mean, we have concern about reliability and everything, but because every car has this for 24 hours. But we are confident we have a good car, good crew, good driver, so we will try our best.
It looks like we're going to get a completely dry race. It's not going to be as hot as it was the last couple of days of practice. How has that affected your strategies going forward?
But I think it's better that it's a bit cooler for our tires. Then I don't know the other brand, but for us it's a bit better. And also without the rain, for sure, I believe the LMH, they have a bit of an advantage with the four-wheel drive. So it's nicer to have a dry race, yeah.
Rafael, thank you and good luck.
A chance to speak with an absolute legend, 5 times a winner here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's Derek Bell giving a thumbs up to the Iron Dames who are walking towards their cars as we speak. Derek, 5 times you won this race, not just in class, but overall. When you think back on your experiences here, what memories first jump to mind?
Well, it's just the amazing atmosphere. It's a unique race. It's the biggest race in the world, really. And the preparation for it and what they've done here at Le Mans to improve it in every respect. And of course, you know, the governing bodies have somehow got their sums right. It took them 25 years, but I think we've got a great formula now. We'll wait and see how the race is, but I think it's going to be a hell of a race. And, you know, lots of super drivers from all over the world. It's great to see the manufacturers all having a go. That's what it's about.
It is, and it's great to see you here as well. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Nick?
Right, they've arrived now. Alex Lynn, I was just saying, I'm going to say it on air. That was impressive on Thursday night.
No, thank you. It was great. Honestly, we had a great car to do the job, and I'm just very proud to be given the opportunity to be given the car to drive it to pole position.
Right, now it's the race. That's all in the past. You've had your picture in the papers, everything else. You've got 2 cars up front. That must give you a lot more options.
I think it's just important to control the race at the start, or just to arrive in the first few laps with no mistakes and the car all clean, because we know the start here is a bit manic and difficult with all these cold tyres on these cars.
We've seen in the World Endurance Championship that overtaking has proved a real problem. Do you think that'll be the same when you've got, 3 times the length of the race minimum and, a lot of chancing for slipstreams?
No, I think we're going to see great racing. Honestly, the slipstream is huge. Obviously, it depends on the wind direction as well. If there's a headwind down the Mulsanne, then the slipstream is huge in this race.
Alex, good luck. Well done.
Thank you.
Dennis Olsen, already a 24-hour race winner earlier this year for Ford and Multimatic at Daytona. I believe you're the only member of that winning lineup, though, that's here at Le Mans. Can you and can Ford check off 2 24-hour boxes here in approximately 6 months?
Well, that's definitely our target. That's why I'm here, and I wanted to make sure that happens. We do seem to struggle a bit more to our competition. We don't have that really strong straight line speed that we hope for, but it's a 24-hour race. We'll do everything we can, and with a perfect execution, anything can happen.
Unbelievable grid of cars. This is as strong a field, I think it's safe to say, that we've seen in recent times. If you have success and it comes against a field this strong, does it make the result all the more sweet?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the competition is really impressive here. So many car brands as well, and I'm super proud to represent Ford and Multimatic, and yeah, just excited to get started. I'm starting the race, so hopefully we get a clean start, and from there on we just have to do 100% execution.
With Nicholas Nielsen out of the 50, first of all, are you surprised to be starting so far back? We thought it'd be a Ferrari lockout.
Yeah, I mean, we would have loved to, but it wasn't really the case. I mean, Le Mans is always special in the sense of it's really difficult to know who's actually fast before the quali arrives, because you know, getting a free lap in FPs is quite difficult, obviously, with the traffic. So I don't know. I think we expected to be up front. We're in a good position still with the P7, and I mean, we started P4 last year and made it to the front already on lap 1. So it doesn't mean that we cannot fight for a win today.
It's interesting you say that. I've just spoken to the pole sitter, and he's worried about the chaos on lap 1. I mean, are you going to be aggressive?
I mean, it depends on the situation. I mean, obviously, in a 24-hour race, there is no need to take any unnecessary risk, which is also what I'm not going to do, obviously. So hopefully it will be a calm first lap.
Iron Lynx brought 3 Mercedes to Le Mans. It's a good thing they did, because 2 of them start at the very back of the grid. On the other hand, Maxime Martin and the number 61 squad will start up towards the front, in fact, inside the top 5. Maxime joins us now. The car looks beautiful. It's a throwback to the Sauber that raced here back in the 80s. It's a great-looking car, but is it a fast enough car to win today and tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to know for sure. The car is amazing in terms of livery. It's an amazing place to be here with after 26 years of Mercedes here in Le Mans, to be back. It's amazing. We had a quite good qualifying P4, but let's see. I think the race pace won't be that good, but at the end we have to have a clean race and see where we can end up.
It was a difficult build-up to the race for the other 2 cars in the tent. How does that affect your side of it, or does it?
No, not really. I mean, we did our own program. For sure, we're sharing a lot of things between the cars, but at the end we had a really good car from the beginning. We were quite reliable, and yeah, at the end it paid off. But like you say, the car is the race is quite long, and I'm not sure we have the pace.
Thanks, Maxime.
Thanks.
Proud Strike pit lane report on the countdown to green. I'm with Robin Freins out of the 20. Robin, it seems to be going quite well from so far from BMW, only slightly behind your teammate. Are you working as a team of 2 cars or 2 individuals?
We always work together as a team, but as we say, for sure we work together for 23 hours. It depends if you're fighting for the lead, then it's maybe a different topic, but at the end of the day, if you're fighting for the lead, then it's always amazing that both BMWs are fighting for the lead at that position.
You race in a lot of different categories, obviously Formula E. I mean, what is the attraction to a racing driver of racing in these LMDH cars?
It's the highest level of endurance you can reach. I mean, the LMDH cars, obviously I've been grown up with high downforce cars like World Series, I've been to F1, etc. And this goes back to, I wouldn't say old route, like basic, the car's getting more and more complicated. Like Formula E, it's super complicated, and now there's more and more electronics are coming in, like software-wise. But driving in Le Mans in a hypercar is always every man's dream, I would say.
Hi, Robin.
Finn Gersitz at Le Mans with the Codis ASP, which has had a really good week so far with the Lexus RCF GT3, Finn. Decent starting position inside the top 10. Can you go and fight for a podium or a win from here?
Yeah, I mean, the starting position looks really, really good. Doing it first in Hyperpole 1, doing it in top 8, and then in Hyperpole 2. Now P8, I think that's a really strong position to start the race, but of course the race is 24 hours long, so it's not the most important, the qualifying. I think the most important is to survive first of all, and then push to in the end.
Looking around, taking in the sights and the sounds, there's the grandstands on both sides of us are totally filled. We've got the horns going off. What's the experience like for you as you get ready to go?
Yeah, it's amazing to see the crowd and all of the emotions. It was always my dream to compete here one day, so it's my first Le Mans and my first 24-hour race, so I'm super excited to get going, but as mentioned, it's my biggest dream to race here one day, and now I'm finally here, and I will just enjoy it.
Enjoy it for sure in this Lexus RCF. what's the strength of this car relative to the competition?
Yeah, I think the strength of this car is for sure the consistency. The car is really consistent over a long race period and for sure also reliable. And this is the most important in a 24-hour race.
That's Sven Gersitz from Makotis ASP.
Mick Schumacher, I saw you last. Oh, he's on the phone. He's got a call. Oh, I'll go to Fred Makovitsy. Fred, you're not on the phone, are you?
No, all fine.
Fred, how are you finding your new career at Alpine?
Very good. I mean, very happy. I think we had quite a good, I would say, a good performance in the beginning of the year. We know now Le Mans is something special. It's up to us to do a strong 24-hour race, and let's see where we are at the end.
The Alpine car seems much improved this year. I mean, is that down to you?
No, I think it's a global package. Really happy where I am because the way we are working and the way all the people react, it's a really big pleasure. As a driver, I'm really happy to be there.
Couple of drivers standing by, getting ready. Rui Andrade, TF Sports. Great job by Tom Van Rompuy to qualify and get you guys into Hyperpole, and a great starting position for your Corvette, Rui. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, feeling good. Car felt really good in the warm-up. And in qualifying as well, we looked a bit stronger than we thought we would be. But yeah, I mean, qualifying obviously doesn't matter, just a little bit of a confidence boost for the team. Now, hopefully, Charlie takes us into a comfortable first stint, and then we go from there.
All right, let's step over here and have a chance to chat with one of your competitors. Sean Galeo will start in the United Autosports McLaren, just behind the number 81 Corvette we were just talking to Rui Andrade about. How would you assess your car through the course of the week so far, Sean, getting ready to go for 24 hours?
It's getting better and better. I think we did the right setup for quali and race, so we've got it just at the end there, but it's a long race, you know, we never know. It's a bit cooler now, so I think that would help us a bit. But to be honest, the McLaren is a bit sensitive, as you know, so hopefully it lasts 24.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Sebastian Buemi from the Toyota, number 8. It's not, tell me I'm wrong, but it's not been a great meeting so far for Toyota.
Yeah, the grid position show that, but I do believe we are more competitive in the race, so we will make sure we get the most out of the car, take it step by step, you know, and hopefully we'll be there at the end. But yeah, so far it's not been exactly what we expected.
Where do you feel the strength of the car? Is it perhaps when we go into the night?
Yeah, I guess tire deg, tire management, and long run pace.
Thank you.
Making my way down towards the tail end of the starting grid and a chance to check in on the Iron Dame story, and it has been quite a story up to this point, of course, with the change in the lineup. Chance to chat real quick with Rahel Frey, if that's all right. Not the crew you thought you were going to be racing with about a week ago, but you've rebounded pretty nicely. What are your thoughts going into the race?
Yes, we had a last-minute call for Sarah, but luckily she's always ready. She has done the race, she knows us well, so it made it a little bit easier. Nevertheless, we are quite sad not having Michelle with us. It would have been the 7th edition for myself and Michelle together. So yeah, it's a bit emotional. Nevertheless, preparation have been smooth so far. I would say we are ready for the race, and now we just have to bring it to the finish line.
Okay, thank you very much. We wish you the best.
Thank you.
The second place Cadillac with Jenson Button. Yeah. Jenson, well, this is your chance to win it, and then you have to do Indy.
Exactly. No, the guys have put us in a great position on the front row. Fair play to the whole team. Cadillac, Hurst Team, Jota. What an awesome job. And yeah, there's a good atmosphere in the team. You know, we enjoyed Thursday for what it was. Today is obviously when it all goes down. So yeah, not going to be a straightforward race. I can tell you that. There's a lot of competition. But yeah, we put ourselves in a nice position so the start's a bit easier. I'll put it that way.
When do you get into the car? You got a session in the light, or do you go straight to the night driving?
I get the sun. Well, I get about 9 p.m. I should be in the car. So yeah, it's a tricky one. It's when the flies come out, big time, and then the sun's in your eyes. But hopefully we'll have a bit of overcast weather. So yeah, sunset.
How wonderful the level of excitement you have? Because you're 4 hours before you get in the car. 5 hours you get.
Yeah, it's a tough one because the adrenaline starts when you first come out on the grid, and you got to try and hold that down until you know, an hour before you get in, which is tough. And to be fair, after this, I should go to the motorhome and just sleep. But you can't. There's too much excitement at this time. So I'll have a good run and then get out of the car and sleep when it's dark.
Let's go ahead and take this chance to speak with a Le Mans debutant, Derek De Boer, from the west coast of the United States to the Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans. I know you're just soaking this whole thing in. How special is this?
It's impossible not to. The electricity here is just insane, and to think about the adventure all the way from the TRG days and SRO America, and then Val and I in the ELMS, and here we are standing on the starting grid for the 24-hour Le Mans. It just shows that there's no dreams that aren't too big.
It's breathtaking, isn't it, taking in the sights here on the front straight?
I've never seen anything like it. From the parade yesterday, and then it's like upped again here. Just the fans, they love racing here, and you can feel it, and we're just absorbing it. We're going to put it all out there on the track.
How do you treat it like another race, like you're going to work once again, once the race actually gets started, when it is this special?
Well, that's what they keep telling me to do. It's just round 4 of the championship, just another race, and I'm hoping that once it starts, I think it'll maybe feel that way, and really looking forward to getting my first stint in the car, because I think we'll just kind of get in a rhythm and realize that we're just a race car driver doing race car driver things again.
We wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. Apologies for the interference. Another broadcaster, I think, a little too close to Nick Damon. Everybody wants to be Nick Damon. That's why they are there. Paul Truswell, we heard you earlier on in the run-up to our countdown to green, running down the provisional grid, which wasn't made official until after the warm-up this morning. No material changes other than a driver swap, which is actually it's by mandate actually, but not rather than by choice.
Yeah, that's right. The number 6 Porsche, which had its times disqualified from the qualifying session, the first qualifying session which enabled the cars to go through into Hyperpole. That was where the number 6 car was found to be underweight and thus excluded from the results. As a result of that, it gets pushed to the back of the grid. There's a supplementary regulation that then says when that happens, it's the fastest driver who has to take the wheel at the start. So originally, Porsche had wanted to have Lawrence Van Tour in the car at the start, but they've been forced to have their fastest driver. Well, you look down the driver list of the number 6 and you go, well, Kevin Estre, Lawrence Van Tour, Matt Campbell, who's the fastest? All the ACO has to go on is a qualifying session, and Kevin Estre was the only one to drive it in the qualifying session.
Right, okay.
So therefore, he is the fastest.
Right, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a good job one of the mechanics hadn't just driven it round and tripped the and tripped the line. No, I know, I'm only joking. Countdown to green from the Pole Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company. If you are just joining us, we're getting on for 40 minutes away from heading up to the start of the race and the start procedures. We'll carry on with some more interviews if we can in a moment or two's time as Nick Damon and Ryan Marine are down as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. Ryan, how are you enjoying your first opportunity to be on the grid? Just, 40 minutes ahead of the green flag? And we've lost Ryan now. There you are.
Yeah, there we go. Couldn't get the mic to turn back on. All right, yes, it is. Other than that, it's been fantastic.
You're too excited, aren't you? That's
not the first time I've been accused of that. But no, this has been outstanding. And I love talking to the other first-timers, right? Like Derek De Boer just a moment ago. You can tell Finn Gersitz as well, looking around. Young guy Finn, and Derek, who's been around a little bit up there in age compared to Finn, but first time experiencing this. Just trying to soak it all in, enjoying the atmosphere, and maybe try and distract those nerves just a little bit. It's unlike anything else.
More from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. The legends are out. Derek Bell with 5 Le Mans victories. Jackie X down on the grid with 6 victories. I had to just remind myself about that. He was talking to some of the Belgian drivers there, just in conversation with Jamie Chadwick. Big event for Jamie Chadwick here, Peter. She's a class winner in GT cars at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which is where we'll be next weekend is in this fantastic endurance June that we have. This is a whole different ball game in a prototype, and it possibly could be her opportunity to step into a hypercar, because she's effectively with the nascent Genesis Magma team.
Well, I think in many lines of work, in many careers, you just have to be in the room. If you're building up your career, you have to be in the room, and when an opportunity comes up, you have to be in the room and put your hand up. And for Jamie Chadwick, the way that she puts her hand up is by driving a clean and quick Le Mans 24 hours. And with the driver lineup that they have, alongside Matthias Gilbert and three-time winner Andre Lotterer, that EDEC Sport team with the Genesis colours on there, they've got a very strong chance.
The man waving the green flag will be Roger Federer. Our Grand Marshal, and this is fabulous, is Yannick Dalmas, who is the safety car driver for one of the safety car drivers from the FIA WEC and here at Le Mans, and he is just being honoured on the pit lane now. Let's go to Nick Damon and a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Actually, a CrowdStrike front straight report. Make it quick, Nick, because we've got the national anthem coming up in a few minutes. Hello, Nick. Hello, Nick. Okay, not heard that. We'll carry on with our conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think for coming back to Jamie Chadwick, this is a massive opportunity for her, not only just here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but also in the European Le Mans Series, of which that EDEC Sport team have had some great success already. This is Jamie Chadwick's Le Mans debut alongside her teammate Matthias Gilbert making his start for the first time. He's a real hidden talent, which might not be so hidden by 4 o'clock tomorrow. But I would think they'll just be absolute sponges working with Andre Lotterer, asking him all the questions. How do you deal with a Le Mans week? What do you do in certain situations? Andre's done it all. This will be his 14th start at the 24 Hours of Le Mans for EDEC Sport.
Pole position in LMP2 is the TDS Racing number 29, black and orange car. It's been a decent run for them. And at the front of the field, Paul, we've heard from the driver who set the pole time, but what a team effort in their first Le Mans with Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, the team from Royal Tunbridge Wells, Sam Hignett, David Clark. They've worked so hard to get this opportunity to be a works team, and Mike, haven't they paid Cadillac back handsomely here this week so far?
Well, they have, yes, and Cadillac's always been one of those kind of Le Mans specialists, but look, that's only really looking at the recent history of the Cadillac in terms of the Cadillac hypercar. I'm kind of trying to put this in the historical context when we had the Cadillac North Star LMP1 cars here.
Oh, they were evil, wicked, mean and nasty, weren't they, in that black colour? They looked fabulous.
They looked the part, but somehow they never really threatened to do anything seriously. But then I'm doing this to save a bet, really. In 1950, there was the Cadillac Le Monstre, which captured the hearts of the French, even though it had come over from America. They saw this huge car, hence they called it Le Monstre, and that was Cadillac's entry in 1950. But apart from those entries, Cadillac doesn't have a history of racing at Le Mans. So I think it's absolutely great for the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota team that they brought the Cadillac through all of that history or lack of history and plonked it on the front row of the grid. And you know, there must be a lot of people saying Cadillac, that's not a sporting brand that we associate with Le Mans. But I think from now moving forward, it's certainly going to be. And you know, I mean, certainly looking at the performance of Alex Lynn in qualifying, a mighty qualifying performance.
Ferrari, unbeaten in the last 2 years here, Peter Mackay at Le Mans. They've had a cracking start to the FIA WEC season, and they come here and they find themselves somewhat on the back foot.
Possibly. I was looking at the sector times earlier on that we've seen through all the practice sessions, and in Sector 2 and Sector 3, Their cars have set the best sector times through that sector. In Sector 1, it's the Porsche, but they're closely followed by Ferrari. So I think, although it's been a mixed week for them across their 3 cars, I think they are very much in the mix. And as Mathieu Jaminet mentioned, he expects the red Ferraris to move forward, and I share that thought.
In Le Mans GT3, Paul, Hunter Racing, Aston Martin ahead of Ferrari, ahead of BMW, ahead of Mercedes, Porsche, Corvette, McLaren, and Lexus, an amazing variety of cars. In fact, the whole of Hyperpole, the dash for Paul, as it were.
8 brands, 8 cars.
Incredible.
What more can you ask?
Thierry Bouvet and his team of 13 do the BOP here. They should be sitting down with their feet up at the moment going, that's a job well done.
No, they're planning for next year and what they need to change before next year. These guys never put their feet up. You failed to ask me who the favourites were, which I am grateful for. But it really is. It's going to be such a dogfight between them. Somebody, I was at dinner last night and said, yeah, but you've got Valentino Rossi. Valentino Rossi in that number 46 Team WRT BMW M4. Whatever else you say, Valentino Rossi is a fan favourite.
Absolutely.
And there's thousands, I would say tens of thousands of people here who are just here to see Valentino Rossi. And he is in with a very realistic chance of winning this one in LMGT3.
Yeah, and he would be playing his part doing it, because as a silver driver, he's going to have to do some work.
And he drove the car in the Hyperpole pole setting section. The Hyperpole 2. And he put it up on 3rd place. And he did so ahead of some considerably better drivers, more experienced drivers, that you would, more highly graded than he is, for example. And as somebody said yesterday, I think it was Johnny Molam, the racer's instinct, whether it's on 2 wheels or 4, it never goes away. The ability to sustain pressure and perform under pressure is very strong indeed.
And pop down and hear from Nick Damon just before the anthems. Nick, can we hear you? Now that's interesting. No, we can't, but it's interesting in another way. We are moving towards one of, for me, the most moving parts of the build-up to the Le Mans 24 Hours. The delivery of the flag, the low-flying helicopters, the army of the Air Force, should I say, the Army Air Force will deliver the flag. But now is the time to look back to 2024. Just 12 months ago, it was Ferrari taking their 2nd victory in 2 runs at it here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Coming back in style for the centenary and then backing it up last year. It would be extraordinary if they could manage to do that again, Peter Mackay, and make it 3 on the bounce.
Well, our esteemed colleague Johnny Palmer thinks that there's a trend there, because the last time Toyota won it, they won more than 3 times in a row, in fact. He says there's something about odd numbers. Porsche won it 3 times in a row, 15, 16, 17. Audi won it, I think, 5 times in a row before that, and again before. So it's certainly, there's every possibility, but we are in probably one of the most unpredictable starts of any edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, because there is just simply so many quality entries with such a good opportunity to win.
So Ferrari, being the defending champions, have the honour of bringing the trophy back. It actually goes to the back of the grid. It will be joined by the delivery of the tricolour, which will start the race in the hands of Roger Federer. And it is an open-topped mid-engine Ferrari that makes its way down the grid in a beautiful blue colour.
So 296, quite fittingly, and don't be surprised.
Well, that's the car they race, of course.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see one of those in victory lane in around 24 hours' time, because there's plenty of them in the LMGT3 category, and they are quick. Do not write off those Ferrari 296 GT3s.
Delighted to say that Nick Damon has rejoined us. Good afternoon, Nick.
Hello, everybody. Ah, it's me. Yes, it's just because everyone is standing. All the teams are standing in line, waiting for the anthems to start. And when they've finished, I shall pounce on them. But just the one thing I would say: it is very, very muggy. Just in case you think we're having a good time, we are really. But it's very muggy.
Yeah. What he means there is it's humid. For those of you who don't speak Nick.
And we have to feel sorry for him.
Yeah. Apparently. He's out there mingling with the stars. Still only Peter Snowden, however, who has got Valentino Rossi to speak to him. The French national anthem. The French Army Signals Band and some local school children with the Marseillaise, and before the Patrie de France with their red, white and blue. Smoke trails, we have once again the Army Aviation 3rd Brigade, the 27th Mountain Infantry, delivering the tricolour, rappelling down the rope from a couple of 100 feet. Maybe a side slip from the helicopter pilot. When I was up on top of the Tribune for 2023, they were underneath my feet, bowing to the crowd and heading off now. We bet every year, is he going to break right at the end of the start, finish straight, or break left? They practice it both ways. Last year, they went right, and they've gone right again to follow the circuit towards the Dunlop Bridge. Masterful piece of flying. And now, with respect and under armed guard, the flag is brought to the back of the grid by the soldiers of the French army, and it will be delivered into the hands of Roger Federer to get this race underway in about 20 minutes time. Nick Damon, to go back down to the grid with him. The festivities and the traditions are massive here. Oh, another flag coming out actually. And this one is, I see, they've unfurled it in the Jeep, and the Jeep is going to drive it forward. Nick Damon has caught up with some more drivers who are still in line.
They are in line, yes. Yeah. I don't know why they're in line. I've caught up with a man who was intently scanning the results of a completely different race, Nick Tandy. You can tell the world, how did Felix do in his first heat?
He dominated British Championship round 4 at PFI, heat 1. He qualified on pole this morning, so yeah, obviously he doesn't need me, does he?
Well, more importantly, how are you going to match him?
Yeah, that's the trouble. We got the pressure is on now to yeah, to not let them down. So no, I mean it's good signs, you know. Everything's been good. The build-up's been good. The only real downside is the amount of flies around, which is actually causing more issues than you think with the vision. Like we do 5 laps and the windscreens get absolutely covered in the flies that are around. So
it's not an issue for cooling then. They aren't clogging up the radiators.
No, it's just the vision side of things. But yeah, it's nearly race time, so we're getting excited. I'm going to have to clock off I told Felipe I'll watch the start, but then I'm going to have to go and focus on live timing from PFI.
Just so you know, apparently it's green fly, and the reason it's green fly is because the swallows haven't come back from Africa in time. So just nip back to your teammate next to Pascal Ferland. Pascal, the world of the top level endurance, how are you enjoying it?
I enjoy it a lot. Very cool event. Yeah, great teammates, great team. Yeah, fantastic atmosphere. So yeah, really enjoying it.
You're the new boy. Do you feel prepared?
I have a new. Sorry.
You are the new person here. Do you feel prepared?
yeah, as good as I can be. I mean, it's my first Le Mans. For sure there are others with more experience, but that doesn't matter. I'm ready for it. I had my time in the car, and now we try to do our best.
Thank you.
Jonathan Wee from Hong Kong here, ready to go in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari, run by A, of course. Exciting times for you. These moments in the build-up to the race, this is as special as it gets.
This is a dream come true. You know, I've been watching this race as a young child, and since we've been racing in the past 6 years, it's been a dream to come here. And the atmosphere, everything, the passion, the energy, it's everything we expected and more. So this really is a dream come true to be here.
Speak to one of your co-drivers, Eddie Cheever III, scion of a famous racing family, continuing that legacy a little bit here at Le Mans.
Yeah, exactly. This is my third time doing this race. It's so special, and to do it with Chris and John, it's a cherry on the cake, and hopefully we can have a good result.
For Chris, this is such a big deal. Worked hard to earn the invitation to be here last year in GT World Challenge Europe.
Yeah, we started this program 6 years ago, and our main goal was to come here, participate. Now that we're here, we would like to have a good result.
All right, we wish you guys the best.
Thank you.
Well, the trophy's here, the flag's here. We're getting close to go time. I was going to have a chat with another son of a previous racer, Mr. Kevin Magnussen. He's got to put his hat on. So I'm going to talk to the man who put the car on the position it is in the grid, the 15 BMW, Dries Van Toor. Dries, so Thursday was good, or were you disappointed? Because we just seen you put it on pole all year.
Yeah. No, I was a bit disappointed. I mean, it wasn't a good run of myself, and that's just myself to blame. But at the end of the day, you know, we're not here for qualifying. We're here for the bigger picture, and that's the race. And I think P4 is still a great starting position for the race. I think we're well prepared. We got a good package, and yeah, we're gonna try to give it our best and see where we can end up.
You've been racing all the IMSA tracks. Obviously, Le Mans is a very, very different circuit. How well do you feel the BMW suits Le Mans?
I think quite well. I mean, last year, of course, we had a bit of a short running, and now again this year we are showing that our cars are fighting up front. We're qualified well. I mean, it's not about qualifying, but I think also in the long runs we are there or thereabout. I think you know, Ferrari, Toyota, Porsche, there will be you know, some serious competition in the race. But well, I mean, we first have to finish. To finish first, we first have to finish. So. It's a long race, anything can happen. We just have to try to make our race as clean and as good as possible, and hopefully hoping for things from the others to go wrong.
There are a lot of different paths to get to this race. World-class jet ski racing might be a new one, but that's the story for Ryan Hardwick, First Form Anti-Racing. Ryan, your path here, it's been a winding road, but you're here. What are the thoughts going into the 24?
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an honor and a privilege to race at this historic event, and I'm extremely honored to be here and to be representing this team, Anti-Racing and Porsche and First Form, and very excited to get it going.
You've got a great team around you. You've got a couple of great co-drivers with you as well. Does that give you confidence?
It gives me supreme confidence to be surrounded by this team. They know how to win, as well as my co-drivers. They know how to win. I think Richard Leitz is very used to being on the podium here. And so I just try to surround myself with the best people possible, and good things tend to happen.
It's an unusual Le Mans, the fact that there's no rain in the forecast. Are you happy with that?
Well, it's also Le Mans. I think I wouldn't be surprised if a shower did come up. But no, we're happy. Our car seems to do really well in the dry, and we're extremely happy and focused for the race.
It's been a good start to the week. We wish you the best.
Yep, thank you.
Jack, Jack Aitken, the Wheeling Cadillac. It's you're starting it. What's the plan?
Survive the first lap and see how the other 23 hours and 57 minutes goes.
That's quite simple.
It should be, but let's see.
Thanks, Jack. Cheers.
Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team in the countdown to green with new boy to us, Ryan Marine, and the old hand. It's that old experience and youth combination that we went to there for the countdown to green. Many teams will have been doing exactly the same. The final preparations being made by the teams to their drivers being strapped in, the mechanics, the engineers, the strategists even have done their jobs to this point. From now on, there's no script. We are working with how this plays out. Thank you very much to Peter Mackay and Paul Trustwell. He will stay in place, Paul will, as we head towards the start of the race. That's the end of Countdown to Green. Johnny Palmer and Johnny Molam to take you through the early part of the race. Before we get to them, let's take a look at the weather. Well, pretty decent for Saturday. 22 Celsius, dropping to 14 overnight. Cloudy and cooler this afternoon. And as we head into Sunday, there is a 25% chance of rain now, with temperatures a little warmer, round about 26 degrees for the Le Mans 24 hours. And here is the Mobil 1 track temperature, 25.3 Celsius. Write that one down, as the way the track works here, everybody on medium tyres to start will track that through the whole of the 24 hours for 2025 on 91.2 FM.
So 1 minute before the cars set off on their warp.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2025. It's the 93rd edition of this wonderful race, and we have less than 15 minutes to go until we kick it off with 62 cars arranged on the grid. The 5-minute board is now being shown to all, and this majestic sight as far as Cadillac Hertz Team Jota are concerned, looking at that front row position with Will Stevens and Earl Bamber on the grid in readiness for this lengthy rolling lap. They'll be sent off in the next few moments. Julian Andlauer is that chilled out. He can even afford a wink and a wave from the cockpit of his Porsche. He starts from the outside of the second row. Remember, here at Le Mans, it's the outside position on the front row that is the pole, rather than on a normal clockwise circuit. You'd find it on the inside, but that gives you the perfect line then into the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill. Finally, we do have a confirmed grid, and there were, interestingly, some changes in terms of starting driver, no least putting in Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 at the back of the field. Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell also to be joined by Johnny Molam shortly for the opening stanza to this 93rd edition. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. I've got goose pimples, Paul Trustwell, and that should be the way of things.
It's not that cold in here, is it? It should be the way of things, and I think you're not alone. And this is where the more experienced drivers perhaps have a little bit of an upper hand, because they've been here before. They know what's coming. They know just the procedures and things, which just help to keep the nerves a little bit more under control. But the cars will be setting off any moment now on their formation lap, the pace lap, behind the Le Mans Porsche safety cars, and the board being shown at the front of the grid there to say 3 minutes to go. The extra personnel departing from the grid behind the pit wall. The team's allowed to leave one support engineer to check that everything is okay with the driver before he heads off on this final formation lap. And an important formation lap because, first of all, of course, they have to form into their grid positions. They're starting in the right order, so that shouldn't be a big issue. But, of course, part of this is to get the tyres warmed up. We've been hearing a lot about tyres, and very often the way you warm them up can be crucial to the way that the tyres behave for the rest of the stint. My prediction is that the first stint of this race will be a double stint. They'll be getting, for the most part, I think, coming in for their first stop after about 45 minutes or so for the hypercars, and it will just be a fuel and go because the tyres should last for a double stint. If they do come off, it'll be a precautionary one. They'll be able to go back on again later on. They're limited to these 14 sets over the course of the race. And one of the significant things with the predicted dry weather, if it rains, your wet tyres don't count to your allocation. If it stays dry, obviously you have to stay on the slick tyres throughout. And all of a sudden then, the 14 sets that you're allocated suddenly don't seem to be quite as many. And it's going to be crucial during the night that the teams double, triple stint those tyres. The problem there is that a lot of the teams have said that they want to be getting onto the soft tyre in the night. Trouble with the soft tyre is it doesn't have such a good longevity. It doesn't last as long. So they're going to go onto the soft tyre to try and get the pace.
Roger Federer giving the instruction to start the engines, and all the starting drivers oblige. As the fly past continues, this is always a favourite part of the whole event for me. The skies are filled with so much noise and spectacle. And even from our commentary booth, our Ford Performance commentary position, the Global Broadcast Centre positioned in the TV compound here at Le Mans, making a real noise as the French colours above the tribune of the blue, the white and the red explode into huge amounts of smoke and fireworks over the main straight and above and in front of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest building. It's very easy to be sucked into this if you're a driver as well and almost ramp up the heart rate, but you have to stay as chilled out as possible, as now the main green flag is waved at the start of the field of 62 cars. This green flag waving to indicate one rolling lap, which will take the best part of 9 minutes then to complete, as the Cadillac Hertz Team Jotas of Will Stevens and Earl Bamber head up through Dunlop Curve and towards that tricky first sequence of corners, really. I mean, the Dunlop Curve is technically the first corner, but then that hard stop into the left and the right where brakes and tyres are still going to be coolish even after 8.5 miles or so of trying to get some warmth into your first set of chosen dry tyres. And they are at a premium, so as Paul has discussed, it's going to be very interesting to see how they are utilised through the next full day. Johnny Molam has arrived on the scene now, so we'll get him on air very quickly indeed. Julian Andlauer in his LMDH Porsche behind two other LMDH cars. Remember, the BMW runs on the LMDH platform as well of Kevin Magnussen, who starts the number 15 BMW ahead of Felipe Nasr in the number 4 Porsche. René Rast, who's Kevin Magnussen's teammate, in behind in that 6th spot, and the first of the Ferraris, many people's favourite for this year, in order to take 3 wins back-to-back, but the best-placed 499P after the fairly long-winded process to form a grid, which spanned 2 days. The best-placed of the Italian cars is there in 7th position, and it'll be started by Nicholas Nielsen, the talented Dane who came out of Ferrari One Make Challenge Racing, and was spotted very early on as a real quick racer in his early 20s. Not surprising to me that he was taken into the Ferrari fold from that point on. Roger Federer finding so many fans here, I'm sure. Such a successful Grand Slam, multiple Grand Slam winner in the world of tennis. And The Alpines and the Peugeots are clearly flying the flag for the French brands. In this phase of the weekend, or running up to it, for me, Alpine have had far more speed. And surely, are they in with a chance of a podium, having had a couple of podiums in the races leading into this at Imola and at Spa, Paul?
I suggested that to a man in the paddock earlier on, for whom I have great respect, and he poo-pooed me. I said, well, yeah, but it's France and so on. The BOP hasn't favoured them. The way they've arranged for their aero to work for them was to give them high speed down the top straight, down the Mulsanne straight, down the fastest parts of the circuit. But of course there's a two-stage BOP which limits that power down the straights, and that's really the way that the two-stage BOP has been implemented for Alpine has really hurt them. And I can't see. I would love to see Alpine go well. I'd love to see Peugeot go well, because this is France and the home race for those two manufacturers is very important to them. But I'm afraid neither of them are really starting this race as strong favourites, and it would be a huge surprise to see them even into the top six, because the rest of the field is so competitive.
Welcome, Johnny Molam, to the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Welcome back, indeed. But this is, this is the stint we want, isn't it? Start of the race.
Oh, absolutely. We've been given the best part, I think, because I always love the start of Le Mans. It's very exciting. It almost makes me wish I was still out there. Almost. The pressure is so immense, though. I mean, and now with all these manufacturers involved, the drivers, every single one, regardless of class, but especially in the hypercar class, they're under such enormous pressure. You heard Alex Lynn after that amazing pole lap sort of talking about keeping it clean for the first few laps and not running into each other, especially them starting on the front row with the with the Hertz Team Jota car. And trust me, there will have been a lot of pre-race briefings, and the one thing, especially for them being next to each other, would have been make sure you keep it clean and make sure there's no contact between those particular cars. And you don't want to lose too many places, though, Paul, at the start of the race. But at the same time, the last thing you want to have in the first 2 or 3 laps is contact that potentially knocks a dive plane off or loses you a bit of downforce.
What did Jack Aitken say? His objective was to survive the first lap and then see how the next 23 hours and 57 minutes goes. I mean, there's truth in that. I just wanted to throw a question at Johnny, because he's had the experience of driving that I haven't. We saw quite a lot of the cars moving out of the echelon formation and onto this pace lap, spinning up the rear wheels and really giving it some right foot.
Yes.
Obviously that gets heat into the tyres, but the other thing, my understanding is, you have to be quite careful how you get the heat into the tyres, because you're going to have to make them last for a couple of hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's almost impossible with these cars when they're on stone cold tyres, which they obviously, we don't have tyre warmers now, but they are literally stone cold. The same as it always would have been, to be fair, because even with tyre warmers, you still, when you started the race, were on stone cold tyres because you've been sat there for so long.
Sat there for an hour, yeah.
And it's almost impossible to pull away with these cars without spinning the tyres, because you have to give them a little bit of gas. You can't just pull away on tick over. So if you're giving it any throttle at all to sort of light up the rear tyres a little bit, they're not doing a burnout. It's just they're probably spinning for a few meters. You don't really want to burn out the rear tyres pulling away if you're really spinning them up, because then what you're going to do is overheat the surface of the tyre, but not sort of heat it through from the core. And the whole thing they'll be doing on this outlap is they'll be doing a lot of left foot braking. The weaving people talk about, if you watch them, they'll be weaving side to side. There's a lot of talk about how effective that really is at slow speeds, because you're not really getting any downforce into the car, so you're not really pushing the car into the tyre into the tarmac. But certainly braking, accelerating, you're heating the tyre almost from the inside out with the brakes. And the brakes are also a really important part to get up to temperature, because these kind of brakes, when they're not right at the right temperature zone, they can be quite grabby. So you can actually lock a rear or something going into the first brake zone. And Dunlop, Paul, is a really tricky turning right, turning left brake zone, especially when you've got people around you and you don't really want to be thinking about other cars too much when you're braking and your tyres aren't quite at the peak temperature.
Absolutely. So, the first lap will be one to be survived, but on the other hand, everybody knows what's coming, and they should at least be in a position to prepare, and therefore we hope for a nice clean first lap, but it wouldn't be the first time. I remember 2009, I think, the year that Peugeot won the first lap. One of the Peugeots was clattering all over the curbs at the Dunlop chicane on that opening lap. You know, and as you say, a dive plane getting knocked off, all that kind of thing.
As a racing driver, you go into it with a very calm, sensible approach. You try and keep that calm. Yeah, absolutely. And then the red lights go out. You try and keep that, but at the same time, it only takes one person to start getting feisty. And as a racing driver, you're not just going to back off and let them go through. So when one starts getting a little bit, their elbows out at the first corner, then everybody starts doing it, because you're just basically fighting your own corner. And you don't really want to lose more than maybe one position at the start. If you lost 3 or 4, the team wouldn't say anything, but you'd feel like really you shouldn't have done that. So at the very least, you want to keep position. The Ferraris are going to be super quick, as we know, in the middle sector, Paul, as you rightly identified in Hyperpole. I suspect that they might, especially the Pierre Guidi car, the 51, I believe, might be looking to go forward a couple of spots going down the back straights into the chicanes as well.
Here we go then. It's the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're live on 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, and around the world, RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, radiolemans.com. Thank you for choosing us, our team here at Radio Show Limited, to enjoy this race throughout its 24 hours. So many of you are looking forward to staying up for the whole thing. We're crazy, aren't we? But we absolutely love it. And it is Cadillac Hertz Team Jota that are first and second, threading their way through the Ford chicane. But all of these LMDH cars that aren't Cadillacs, ready to maybe snatch the lead on this opening lap. Don't forget about the Ferrari number 50 as well. Surely the priority on this first lap is to try and keep it clean, though. Make sure all the body parts are intact at the end of lap 1. We're underway for the 93rd time, and the Cadillacs are side by side, heading through the Dunlop curve. Which of them will be the last of the late breakers? There might be a Porsche slotting into second place here if Julian Andlauer has judged this well. Caddy, though, in front is, I reckon, the 38 car. Will Stevens and Earl Bamber, and the Porsche does indeed break the two and into that second position. So it's Cadillac, Porsche, Cadillac as Roger Federer continues to wave the French tricolore. LMP2 being led by the TDS car of Matthias Besch after that fabulous lap in Hyperpole 2 on Thursday evening. 29 TDS racing car for the Swiss, ahead of another Swiss, Louis Delatraz, in the AO by TF 199. But it's Will Stevens who leads then from Julian Andlauer. Earl Bamber had little option but to continue in third position. Cracking start from Philippe Nasser as well to run fourth in the second of the Porsches. BMWs are fifth and seventh early on, and separating those two German cars, the Ferrari number 50. Clean start, Johnny Molan.
It was relatively clean, Johnny. Just watching with interest the 51 Ferrari going round the outside into the opening chicane, the first of the Mulsanne chicanes. An absolutely brilliant start from him, trying to get back up there again. And the LMP2s as well, looking really clean. In fact, I only saw a couple of people run a little bit over the apex on the left-hand side going into Dunlop. So a really clean start.
And Julian Andlauer, I would suggest, pulling away, Johnny, as they turn through the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. The two Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars following on nose to tail, but they're not challenging to try and get the lead back. Andlauer going like the clappers up at the front.
And in the same car, Kevin Estre, same type of car, Porsche Penske Motorsport, started 21st, he's already 15th, so he's scything his way through the early order. The Aston Martins are now behind, the two Peugeots are both behind that number 6 Porsche. Sebastian Buemi one to look out for maybe as well in the number 8 Toyota. He started 10th, actually he's lost a position and now runs in 11th as the Ferrari and the BMW number 50 and BMW number 15 are side by side. So Kevin Magnussen caught on the wrong side here of the Ferrari of Niklas Nielsen. They're heading for Indianapolis and the Ferrari gets through and is now up to 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there the Ferrari straight line speed advantage, and also one thing that Nick Damon very cleverly identified, I think, after Hyperpole, and Will Stevens, when he was being interviewed, swerved the question, I thought, but the straight line speed of the Jota Cadillacs is evident now in terms of the lack of Whether that's they're running a little bit more downforce, because they're definitely really good in sectors 1 and sectors 3, but middle sectors, probably not their sector. In fact, Alex Lim was 4 or 5 tenths off the fastest sector in the middle sector during his pole lap, an incredible lap that was. But it just shows you, in terms of raceability, when you've got a car with a bit more straight line speed that then gets in front of you on the straight and then holds you up when you want to be using your strength, in other words through the corners, it makes it a tough car to race. Now hopefully that won't be the story all the way through this 24 hours of Le Mans, but certainly at the start we're seeing that the Porsche has the legs of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
There are such fast stretches in Sector 2 and Sector 3, frankly. That run from Mulsanne into Indianapolis and then out of Arnage into Porsche curves. You surely can't afford to have a car that's not quick and efficient through the air down the straights.
Well, it's all relative, Johnny. I mean, when I say not quick, we're talking 3-4k max, maybe, something like that.
Yeah,
but it makes a difference, and you can see that they're gaggling up behind the second and third place cars of Will Stevens and Earl Bamber, and that's allowing Julian Andlauer to really stretch his legs. I think some of the cars behind could have gone with Julian, but right now they're not in a position to. And again, not taking risk, a really sensible approach from pretty much every single driver on the grid during this opening lap.
199, the AO by TF Sports car, which is Spike the Dragon for all of the Dyno fans. And Louis Delatraz, the Dragon's not a dinosaur, I realise, but Louis Delatraz is running that car brilliantly well in second place behind Matthias Besch, 2.3 seconds adrift in that all-Swiss battle. Then you've got Tom Dillman for Inter-Europol competition in the yellow-fronted 43 LMP2 car. LMGT3, led by the pole-sitting Mattia Drudi in the heart of racing team Aston Martin, number 27, ahead of Kelvin van der Linde of South Africa in the team WRT BMW. So the BMW's maybe fading slightly at the sharp end of hypercar. They're running 6th and 7th, but in a strong position in that GT part of the order, in turn ahead of Maxime Martin in the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes. I'm sure Mercedes would have taken that when it was all looking pretty ropey mid-week, when a couple of cars could not even qualify. Remember that there are 4 GT drivers at the rear of the field where the driver choice was made for them because they weren't able to set time. So Lilu Wadu in the 150 Ferrari made a lot of ground, already up to 13th in class. Danny Juncadella in the 33 Corvette, he's up to 16th in the GTs. And Lorcan Hannafin and Lucas Stoltz will be ones to keep our eyes peeled for as well. Leaders already back across the line. In fact, they're heading down the Mulsanne for the second time, and Julian Andlauer is now in front of the Cadillac. So the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 is our new leader on only lap 2.
Well, I mean, he took the lead quite early on, Johnny, and he's been stretching away. He's got a 2.7 second advantage to the rest behind. It looked to me like Will Stevens and Earl Bamber in the Hertz Team Jota cars took a little while to sort of bring their tyres in, and they're definitely playing the long game. It'll be interesting to see in the first stint whether they keep their drivers in, double stint them straight away. The tyres, whether they take a look at the tyres after one stint. I don't know if Paul's got any inside info on that in terms of tyres, or maybe one of the boys in the pit lane, whether they're going to go straight into double stinting tyres or how they're going to work this. But certainly if you look after your tyres in the first 2 or 3 laps, bring them up to temperature gently. I know that these tyres do take a while to really get them in the right operating temperature zone. Then that will definitely reap rewards and pay off down later on in the stint.
Yeah, there'll be nothing to stop you coming in, changing tyres at the first stop, but then using them again later on in the race, and that may be what they do in order not to take the risk. If they're pretty sure that the tyres will last 15 to 20 laps, yes, that's fine, but 2 stints is going to take them up to 24 laps, so maybe get them off and just see what the tyre wear is, particularly bearing in mind, as you've been saying, Johnny, this tendency to want to warm the tyres up as quickly as possible. But that may not be actually the best way to ensure the longevity of the tyre. 14 sets, as I say, is all you're allowed. And the other thing that is going to be interesting to see is whether towards the end of the race they start changing just 2 tyres purely because they're running out of their allocation.
Well, one thing that they're all really, really nose to tail. Certainly from sort of 2nd, 3rd, right down to sort of 11th, 12th, 13th. And that is going to affect you going through the faster corners, going through into Indianapolis, through the Porsche curves in particular. I'm quite impressed with the ability of the hypercars to actually follow that closely in terms of aero and restrictions, and obviously getting that hole in the air punched in ahead of you and losing you a good few points of downforce. That's also going to create a little bit more understeer, allow the front tyre to slide a little bit, and when you're operating with a colder tyre, that then allows the rubber to grain up on the surface, and you get the sort of almost graining effect, which can, if you look after the tyre, go away afterwards. But certainly if you're following someone really close in front, that's not conducive to looking after your front tyres. But it's interesting that the bulk of the Hyperpole field are pretty much nose to tail, with the exception of Julian Andlauer in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, who's 2.6 seconds to the advantage. So he hasn't actually stretched his gap any further. He got that up to 2.5 pretty quickly, and now it's remained about there at the same time.
Gaps coming down between Felipe Nasr in 4th position and Earl Bamber's Cadillac, although Bamber's just done a very good time through the first sector from the start line through to Tête Rouge, so the quickest of that leading quartet. But surely the next thing that's going to happen is that for Porsche, if it's got anything like the speed that Julian Andlauer's machine has, then it'll be right with those Cadillacs and looking for an opportunity to get by, picking up the tow down the Mulsanne Straight. Meanwhile, Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin Thor Team Valkyrie is with company. Harry Tincknell just ahead. These Astons, unfortunately for the British fans at this stage, have tumbled to the rear of the hypercar field, but the target surely from this brand new team heading into the first Le Mans in its programme will be to get both cars to the finish, and that would be a great result.
Absolutely. Every single lap that they do is information for their engineers and working on how to make that car better, putting it through its paces. Nothing tests a car more than racing it, and nothing tests a car like racing it at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Ferrari side by side for Vista AF Corsa. So this is the 54 and the 21 cars. 54 getting ahead of the 21, the two silver Ferraris, and that is Davide Rigon, therefore later on the brakes than Francois Herriot. But we're talking about a gold driver versus a bronze. Very different strategies being utilised by the two different teams within Vista AF Corsa. They are teammates but differently funded, so therefore I wouldn't expect any team orders as such, and the 54 car making early progress, but it will have to burn its own bronze driver time later on in the piece. Great effort again from Kevin Estre heading for Porsche Curves, tried it around the outside of the 36 Alpine there, which is being driven by Frederick Makovici. They were Porsche teammates in the past, two abreast briefly, but the Alpine stays ahead.
Yeah, and you can, watching when you're following on board with that, you really got to run at him going down towards Indianapolis, Johnny, and then had to wait. And then as they're approaching the Porsche curves, he just can't follow quite as closely because, as we were mentioning before, with the aero impact of following a car closely in front, and the Porsche curves are made for aero for these cars, so you cannot follow. So you lose 4, 5, 6 car lengths through the Porsche curves and then have to make it back up again. He just couldn't quite get close enough to make a real do-or-die manoeuvre around the outside into Indianapolis.
Doesn't matter where you look in the GT category, there's fighting up and down the order, including for 20th, 21st and 22nd positions in LMGT3. So this is James Cottingham, Yasser Shaheen and Darren Young in 2 McLarens, and the BMW sitting in between them. Again, bronze drivers to kick things off, to try and get that bronze time out of the way as quickly as possible. You can't certainly do it in one go, looking for 6 hours, but it's a minimum of 4 hours in every, a maximum of 4 hours in any 6. And important that these bronze racers get their sufficient break time as well afterwards, their rest period. Heading up towards Arnage now, but LMGT3 is led by the Heart of Racing team's Mattia Drudi by 1.4 seconds over Kelvin van der Linde. No changes in LMP2 to this point, with Matthias Besch, Louis Delatraz and Tom Dillman still dictating the speed. Oliver Jarvis in 4th, so that means that 3 of the top 4 places in LMP2 are the Pro-Am entries. We've got a number of them, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in total in a 17-car field in LMP2. And remember that the podium kind of ignores the fact that there may be Pro-Am cars on it in the overall in LMP2 by the finish. So there is a great opportunity for maybe some of the unfancied driver lineups, if there's a bit of safety car along the way, to get a very good result as the P2s are about to head into the Daytona chicane. We're on lap 4 now, Johnny Mola.
Absolutely fantastic racing throughout the field. I mean, I've said it before, I think this is already shaping up to be an awesome race, and I reckon this will go down in the record books, and we're only, 13 minutes in, and I'm being a little overconfident maybe saying that, but nothing I've seen in these opening sort of 3 laps has dissuaded me of that notion, Johnny, because across the board, everywhere, there is bumper-to-bumper racing, and at the moment they're giving themselves a lot of respect. When someone's having a go around the outside, the person being overtaken is giving them room, the person overtaking is giving a bit of room, and it's probably going to carry on like that. I would say for the first few hours of the race, people will settle in. It's difficult when you're doing a 24-hour race, when you've not got in the car yet, but once you've done your first stint and then you get out, getting back in again, you're a bit more relaxed, you kind of relax into the race, and then obviously I would suspect that come the last couple of hours, I think we're going to see in every class quite a lot of people on the same lap still going for the class or overall victory, and then it's basically a free-for-all.
There was always going to be a period of time, Paul, at the early part of this race where the order needed to just settle down a little bit, purely because of how the grid was conjured up on Wednesday and Thursday. The Porsche's establishing itself as being good at the start of a stint, at least, on fresh tyres, but the gap's not that huge back to the Cadillacs at 2.5 seconds.
Well, yeah, the other thing that we haven't yet done is to have the hypercars catching up with the GT3s, because when that starts to happen, the race will, I suggest, take on a different flavour again. At the moment, they're racing against each other. They've got an empty racetrack. They can look and duck and dive to find their way up ahead of the car in front of them. And just noting in passing, you mentioned the progress of Lilo would do from the back of the grid. That progress continuing to be made. She was up to 12th last time around. In fact, now up to 9th in the classes, Lily Wadu. So that's from the back of the LMGT3 class. But as I was saying, once the hypercars start to mix it with the slower cars, then we're going to see different performance characteristics beginning to play out. And I'm sure Johnny will have an opinion on this. You've never driven in one of the front-running prototypes having to make your way past traffic, Johnny, but you do know what it's like being passed by hypercars. And whilst you stay out of the way, it's not your job to stay out of the way, is it? It's their job to get past you.
Absolutely. Actually, I have driven in every class here. I've driven P1, P2, GT, so I do know. No problem at all, Paul. It's okay. Back in the midst of time, even maybe before your days, but probably not. But no, you're absolutely right. How you deal with traffic in this race is incredibly difficult. And in some ways, it's easier when you're in the P1 cars or even an LMP2 car, where you're relatively fast through the faster sections of Porsche curves where you're relying on aero. You don't get caught unawares, and you can get caught out in the GT cars when you have the LMP cars in the old days or the hypercars of today bearing down on you. They're doing 330, sort of 328, say 330 average lap times, and the GT3s will be a good 25, 26, 27 seconds a lap slower. So that is quite a big time deficit. And also the carrying of speed through the faster corners. The GT3s are incredibly good aerodynamically, but they don't rely on downforce as much as, say, the hypercars and the LMP2s. So you've really got to watch your mirrors going into corners like Indianapolis, going into the Porsche curves, and you can sometimes see a car coming and think they're too far back to bother you and take your normal line, and the next thing you know, they're coming down the inside of you and claiming the apex. So where you allow traffic through, how you deal with traffic, being overtaken as well as overtaking is critical in the 24-hour of Le Mans in terms of not just avoiding contact, but also minimising the time lost in traffic.
But the other thing that, as I say, I think we'll see is perhaps some different characteristics of the hypercars and their ability to make their way through the traffic, because, as I say, you'll be making these decisions how to get past the cars. What we've seen in previous years is how the cars behave going through traffic. Some cars just are a little bit more on the edge, and
I think that's more a driver thing than a car thing, to be honest.
You think that's more
I do. I think obviously all of the hypercars, the acceleration off the corners is absolutely phenomenal, and then they got that second burst at 250 when everything kicks in. But the LMP2 is a little bit more about momentum, keeping the speeds up, minimum speeds, and not losing too much in the fast corners. So they'll want to clear a GT car, for example, if they can, going into a Porsche curve, so that they don't lose 2 or 3 seconds through the Porsche curves. The last long right before the left exiting Porsche curve is always a critical corner, because you can go round the outside of a GT car, but you kind of need a little bit of help from the GT car to do that, because they need to hold it a little bit tight to allow you to do that. And of course then you don't want them turning in and of that. And then you've got the kink as well, that sort of little left-right flip-flop pull that goes after the Porsche curves, which is also one of the most critical ones, because it's the place on the track where it kind of bottlenecks in, and yet everyone can go through there flat out.
Always a delight to see the message on the screen about the race start. No further investigation regarding that. Everyone was in the correct order as they streamed across the line at the start of the race at 4 o'clock. And already, though, Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit report, we have our first pit lane visitor.
We do, our first call, and it's one of the hypercars. It's the 007. It's the Valkyrie. It's in a full service, including tyres. I can't see there being a problem with the tyres anywhere. They've had the fuel, they're now changing tyres. It seems to be coming in a flat. It wasn't losing much time. This must be a positioning idea. They decided to put themselves into a gap at the end of the P2s and before the GT3s, because they felt they were just stuck in traffic. But that's no panic, no major changes, but tyres and fuel.
OK, thank you for that CrowdStrike pit report. Nick Damon and the Aston will return to the racetrack in a moment. Harry Tinknell starting the 007 car, absolutely nose to tail now between Porsche and Ferrari, and this is the Ziggo car, which is Ziggo Sport Tempesta of Chris Froggatt, currently 15th in the GT category, which is car 193, in behind American racer Ryan Hardwick from Manthey First Form, and not too far in front, Francois Heriot, who has been descending slowly, but he's up against some silvers and some golds as well. I spot Ben Barker, who started the 77 Proton competition, Ford Mustang, for instance. So again, some working around of the order, depending on which team which driver has started in each of the teams. It'll all level itself out by the end of this race, assuming they all make it that far, of course, once the bronze and the silvers have done their time. But that's the fascinating thing for me, Johnny Molan. They're all different types of cars. They've been carefully balanced, theoretically, depending on where the engine is, front, middle, rear, and they generate their speed in different ways around the lap. And then you've got the variety of the drivers too.
Yes, absolutely. When you've got that, you've got a bronze, a silver and a gold to work through there. You can play the strategy on the drivers. You can always say that quite often in a normal length race, you'd say that if there's going to be a full course yellow or safety car, that it's going to happen in the first part of the race. So maybe you would put your slower driver in there, your gentleman driver in there, to also make sure that he starts the race and gets to drive as well as anything else, as much as anything else, as well as obviously burning potentially some of his drive time under, say, a yellow if you're going for an overall result. But it's really interesting to see how they work that. And I find actually the GT3 class, Johnny, even more fascinating in terms of how they balance it all out than the actual hypercars.
Théo Pourchaire struggling then with the car sliding everywhere in comparison to the other LMP2s. That's the 25 car, which is the Algarve Pro Racing machine. Théo Pourchaire, an incredibly talented single-seater driver, having won the FIA Formula 2 Championship, the rung below Formula 1 in 2023, but he's not very experienced behind the wheel of an LMP2, particularly here at Le Mans, even though it's his home race, and Esteban Masson up ahead. Obviously he can't stick with the VDS Panis racing car number 48. The class is still led, well, really by the old talent, if you like, of Matthias Besch, Louis Delatraz with his 4 European Le Mans Series titles with different teams. Tom Dillman in third. I'm not surprised to see drivers of that calibre out front in LMP2 early on, Johnny.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see them all flying at the front. You've got the fastest guys out there. Matthias Besch, who set the LMP2 pole. Louis Delatraz, a fine driver. Tom Dillman, Oliver Jarvis. Renger van der Zande coming over. Most of his gigs have been in America and IMSA recently. Tom Blomqvist, ex-IMSA champion alongside Oliver Jarvis. So they all know each other very well. And then for good measure, Mathieu Vaxivière just following them up. And that's literally the first 7 in LMP2. And they're all within a second of each other. Literally looking at that, it's like 1, 2, every single car is within half a second or a second of the car in front, all the way down to gosh, we're probably in the top 15 in the class, Johnny.
Yeah, it's crazily close and set to be like that for many hours yet. The indication from Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit report off air to me was that was a slow puncture for the Aston Martin.
I was about to say I didn't think it was a routine stop, and they certainly wouldn't be changing tyres even if they were going to come in early to top up with fuel. For strategy reasons, but so yeah, it kind of struck me as possibly being a slow puncture. I think there was quite a lot of debris on the circuit at the Dunlop chicane after the various shenanigans that happened there. I mean, there was no serious incidents, but I think there were cars going off the circuit and coming back on again because we saw a couple of yellow flags being thrown at the Dunlop chicane, whilst the cars were bunched together on the opposite side of the circuit, which I can only surmise was to give the marshals a chance just to clear the debris away. And it's possible that Harry, further back in the 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie, just ran over something and damaged one of the tyres on the car there, and so he came in, got a new set. Whilst you're coming in for that, you might as well head on your way again with a full tank of fuel. So that car will be a little bit out of sync from now on in, but as you noted a little bit earlier on, Johnny, the two Astons were propping up the rest of the hypercar field anyway, but the leaders, meanwhile, we've been plucking away. Where did the time go? 25 minutes into the race, we're into the the 7th lap of the race, and so they'll be coming into the pits fairly shortly. The other thing that strikes me, we heard it mentioned by, I think it might have been Nick Tandy when we had the countdown to green, how visibility could be an issue. There are a lot of flies around in Le Mans. Anybody who's been walking around will have noticed, particularly in the early evening, a little bit later on, the flies do tend to descend. We saw this during the hyperpole. Even after a couple of laps of hyperpole in the sessions there, drivers were saying visibility was becoming a problem. So I think we'll keep an eye on that, and during the pit stops the windscreens will be given a thorough washing, but it's something that we don't, or I haven't experienced so severely at Le Mans for a number of years.
I don't know whether, I'm not a meteorologist, but I don't know whether that's a direct result of a storm that we had last night, and then the cooler temperatures, and when it sort of churns all the flies up into the air, there's a bit more food for them.
I think they've been here the whole week.
Nick Damon's theory was that it's due to the Swifts, which would normally be here, or the Swallows or something, and using and they'd be eating them up. And apparently they've not arrived from Africa as they would normally do.
What?
That was what Nick Damon said. I quote him.
He's full of wonderful ideas.
Sometimes. I like that.
But it's a good theory. But as I say, it'll be interesting to see what the drivers, or hear what the drivers say when they come back in.
Well, when you ride on board, and anyone able to watch any on board is going to see there already is a lot of debris and flies, and it is definitely flies. It's not rubber and other bits and pieces of detritus that get thrown up from a normal race here. You know, the best way to clear flies off your windscreen, though, is to have it rain.
True. Don't mention that word this early on.
It's looking really dark on the horizon. I reckon it will at some point.
I think it will at some point, but I'm not sure I want it necessarily in the first hour.
Oh, yes, I do.
OK, bring it on, says Johnny Moylan. Ziggo Sport Tempestus Chris Froggett's made short work of Lucas Stoltz. I tell you, these Mercedes don't seem to have much straight line speed, and now here come the BMWs in the hypercar class, because we've reached that point that Paul Truswell was teasing, which is when the hypercars catch the tail enders in the LMGT3s. Well, they're stuck in the midfield now, and this is absolutely crazy down at Mulsanne Corner as they go past the old signalling pits. It's benefited Julian Andlauer massively, because he's now got a 4-second lead over Will Stevens, who is definitely being chased all the way by his teammate Earl Bamber. Ferrari side by side, and that was the 83 yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen thinking about a move on his sort of teammate James Collado. Collado's already done the fastest sector of the back straight, as I call it, the Mulsanne straight that is, so the Ferrari 499Ps are clearly pretty quick in traffic down the tubes, but I don't think Collado necessarily counted on Phil Hansen being at such close quarters for 11th and 12th. They're just heading into Arnage Corner.
Well, this is always what happens. You manage to drive your socks off, gain a second and a half over the chap behind, and you hit traffic, and the next thing you know, you're held up through the corner, and he's got a run on you. And that's why it's so important to time when you catch the traffic. And you'll see them in front. You'll know roughly where you're going to catch them. You can judge it, and then you can actually try and make sure that you actually, if anything, ease off a little bit before, so you're catching them through on the exit rather than have to suddenly grab on the anchors in the middle of the corner.
We'll do an hourly update in the next couple of minutes so that you can have a full rundown, but it's bound to change at least 3 or 4 times within the update itself. Peugeot's nibbling away at the rear of the all-white with a bit of green. Proton Competition Porsche 963, so that is for 16th, 17th and 18th. Neil Jarni leading Paul Di Resta and Loic Duval in their 2 French cars. Not really that encouraged by the Alpine pace in the early stages either, slipping to 13th and 15th places for Fred Makovic and Ferdinand Habsburg. But the scrap is on, actually now between Earl Bamber and Felipe Nasr. So we've already had a Porsche overtake these 2 Cadillacs, and the next one is lining itself up. This is the 4 car, which is the extra machine, not normally seen in the World Endurance Championship, but it's been brought in from its success in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and it is running in 4th position. Everybody that I can see has started on the medium Michelin tyre, the Michelin Pilot tyre. There was 1 car missing, interestingly, there, that clearly didn't get the data pumped through by the RFID chips. But otherwise, one of the Porsches, that's the 6 of Kevin Estre. Of course it is. He's trying to overtake both BMWs now through the kink onto the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, and judging the way you're going through traffic there, I mean, you remember Alan McNish's accident many years ago, I think 2013? 11. And when he misjudged ever so slightly coming out of Dunlop and thought he cleared a GT car and hadn't quite cleared it. It's so critical there. You saw Estre jumping out, and there's probably no more than 6-7 inches that he cleared that car as he jinked to the right-hand side on the Mulsanne straight heading down towards the first chicane. And you've got to be so careful and really judge the length of your car. And these boys are really earning their keep at the moment, because working your way through the GT3 traffic in a hypercar when you're in locked in a full battle with others around you, that's really exciting stuff.
This is 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025. Well, this certainly hasn't disappointed to this point, has it? We're around the world on RS1 via radiolemans.com. We're in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Let's get you the first hourly update. Number 5 Porsche of Julian Andlauer, his Porsche 963 now leading by 7.2 seconds. That is entirely down to traffic, because a couple of moments ago it was only 4, and prior to that stabilised at about 2.5 seconds ahead of Will Stevens' Cadillac V-Series R from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. You would have thought that Julian Andlauer, the traffic that Julian Andlauer has gone through, those Cadillacs will have to do so shortly as well, and likewise it will flip back again to maybe favour the chasing cars. That's what they'll be hoping for. Earl Bamber's very close to his teammate though, within a second for the second of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. So 12 second, 38 is third, and then in 4th place the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Felipe Nasr. 0.6 of a second off the tail of Bamber. Nicholas Nielsen has worked his way from 7th to 5th in the number 50 Ferrari 499P from AF Corsa. Then another Cadillac, the Wayland car 311, which began in 8th place. It's currently 6th with Jack Aitken at the wheel. Kevin Estre, a superb performance so far, from 21st on the grid and last of the hypercars. It's up to 7th and is only 1.4 seconds away from the Cadillac in front, the Cadillac Wayland car. So Porsche number 6 is 7th, 8th place and 9th place, the 2 BMW M Hybrid V8s for Kevin Magnussen and René Rast. That's 15 ahead of 20. Ducati. And in 10th position, it's the first of the Toyotas. Remember them? The 8 car of Sebastian Buemi in his GR010 hybrid. LMP2 is led and in fact second place car, both Pro-Am driver lineups, but we've only had the pros so far. Matthias Besch in the number 29 is 10.2 seconds clear of Louis Delatraz in his AO by TF car, 29 ahead of 199. Then into Europol competitions, Tom Dillman in the number 43 yellow fronted Polish run car. That's the leading car in LMP2 without the Pro-Am bit at the end. Another LMP2 car for United Autosports is in 4th and 2nd in subcategory. That's the 22 of Renger van der Zande, and it's Tom Blomqvist behind the number 37 for CLX Pure Racing. LMGT3 still being topped by the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin Vantage AMR of Mattia Drudi, who took pole position in Hyperpole on Thursday, car 27, ahead of Jack Hawksworth's Acodis ASP team Lexus, 5.4 seconds the difference back to the Yorkshireman in number 78. Then it's the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes for Maxime Martin. Kelvin van der Linde, who was second initially, has slipped to 4th in the 46 BMW from WRT. 81 TF Sport Corvette for Charlie Eastwood is 5th, and it's the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Davide Rigon, number 54, in 6th position. So the air temperature currently 22.3 degrees Celsius. It's warmer down at track level, though, with a Mobil 1 track temperature of 28 degrees Celsius. Live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, the two Johnnies, Palmer and Molan, with Paul Truswell. And your thoughts now, Johnny Molan?
Yeah, just as you were giving that hourly update, Johnny, we saw that all the LMP2s, or most of the LMP2s, starting to pit. Oliver Jarvis came in from, I think, 3rd or 4th in class and handed over to Daniel Schneider. He's the bronze driver in that car, and they're all pitting now to put, especially the Pro-Ams, to put their bronzes in.
And the man on the spot with his CrowdStrike pit report is Nick Damon.
Well, it's interesting actually, because most of the cars I've been seeing haven't been changing drivers, so I think it's only a few of them who decided to change over half an hour. It's a good spot where I've seen Oliver's a bit the far end, but the major work that's going on in the car is trying to clean the windscreens off, get all the bugs off them. They're coming in like they've been driving through being shot blasted more than anything else, with all these little green fly. It's all standard, so no one's changed tyres yet. Obviously a couple of driver changes, but perhaps more's happened up Snowy's end of excitement.
Go ahead, Snowy.
Yeah, I've just managed to catch up with Lucas Stoltz, who's just jumped out of the number 63 Mercedes. Obviously, you've had a dramatic Le Mans so far, but a calm first stint, I would suggest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was not the smoothest approach to the race, but glad we made it. So, yeah, I'm really thankful for the mechanics that did an awesome job. They worked there, they worked day and night. Really, really difficult so far, but race start was smooth, and yeah, I think we found in the race, and now it's all about finding rhythm.
And how does this newly rebuilt car feel?
Yeah, it feels super different, because usually we would run the car with much more rake, and here you go super low downforce, which is a bit unusual for the car, but yeah, in the end it just feels good. We just have to fight our way back.
Just take your time. There's a long way to go.
Yeah, now Steve is in the car, getting his bronze time done. I think he will do a triple stint, and then Brandon in the car, so I have a bit of rest.
Go and get some rest. Thank you very much, Lucas Stoltz. Just very quickly there,
yeah.
Johnny, just before we went to the hourly update, there was no LMP2 action, but it was about to happen, but of course that all happened during the hourly update. The EDEC team was straight in with their number 18 car and fresh set of Goodyear Eagle mediums ready for that, but they were not used, they were taken back in again. And then the 18 cars just hit, and I think the Ferrari, the AF Corsa 183 cars about to come in as well. And yeah, that's about to come in my way now, so we'll go to Nick.
Just back down this end again, both the GT3 Astons have come in and they're doing full service, and a driver change on the 27. I think the driver on the 10 is staying the same. I haven't got the numbers of who's actually on the car in front of me. Yeah, so Aston they're changing. We're also going to get a change for the CrowdStrike Algarve Pro car. That's going to see Nicky Katzberg getting out and George Kurtz getting in when it rolls on the pits. 59 Aston's going pole. Yes, this is early for GT3 stocks, because even the one of the WRT cars is going down, might be the leading cars going down. So this is a bit odd, isn't it? It's a bit early.
Well, yeah, you say that, but with this LMGT3 rule now, it's all about not fuel being burned, but energy being used. Just like the hypercars, they've got these special torque sensors on the rear. It's not like the global GT3 category that you might be used to from, for instance, the Spa 24 hours or the Nürburgring 24 hours around the Nordschleife that we will have fully covered here on the Radio Show Limited Network next weekend. These cars, in my experience, do struggle to make sort of 50-55 minutes on a normal track, and they're using a lot of power around here. Plus, as Paul always reminds me every year, takes a bit out of the fuel mileage with a rolling lap as well. So this first stint is always shorter.
Well, yes, and bear in mind they had to do 2 rolling laps because they did a lap out of the pits to get onto the echelon formation. There was no refueling allowed there, obviously with so many people around, and then the full lap. So they've actually done 2 extra laps. But the other thing that was going through my mind there, as Nick was telling us that, was nearly all of the LMGT3 cars are closely pitted next to a hypercar. And they may well have thought, let's stay out of the way of the hypercars when they come into their stops, and we'll come in just a little bit early to stay out of their way. Nick told us as well that a number of LMP2 cars came in. Not all of them did, however. Tom Dillman, number 43, he stayed out in the Inter-Europol competition car, and as a result of that now leads the class from Alexandra Malyakin, who's in the second place car, the CLX Pure Racing car, number 37, and Francois Perrodo has stayed out as well in the AF Corsa car, number 183. So, yes, we have had pit stoppers in, but some of the LMP2s have stayed out to do an extra lap. That means they're currently on their 11th lap. The hypercars going through at the moment, starting their 12th.
Right, so some of the front-running hypercars are now in pit lane. The 12 and the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars, the ones that locked out the front row after Hyperpole. Peter Snowden's going to watch their pit stops. Snowy.
Yeah, we're down with them right now. They all say line astern, flurry of activity, you can well imagine. I'll try and get a chat with somebody in a minute if we can. It's just refueling. Well, that's one. That's the 12 and out in quick succession. There you go, formation. Straight back out again. No driver changes. Nothing to report from there. Not new tyres, not used either. They're going back into the box. There's not a lot to report at the moment, actually, Johnny. It's just a bit of a routine stops for the pair of them.
Standard stops, well, that's what we like to hear. Well rehearsed by Jota, and they've been sent out. No driver changes to worry about either. Let's get another CrowdStrike pit report with Nick Damon. What are you seeing from your end?
Well, I'd like to be more dynamic about that, but the 36 Alpine is exactly the same thing, just fueled in no tyres. But now we're getting what looks like the entirety of the GT3 field coming down. So obviously split either way. I've got a Mustang and a couple of both the Acodis Lexus in front of me. I look to my left, there's a phalanx of Ferraris and BMWs going up to Snowy. So again, it's a kind of a toss-up whether they're actually going to replace drivers. Some of the drivers are staying on board. The majority of drivers are staying on board, actually. I'm not seeing too many driver changes at my end, as I'm now getting another couple of Ferraris. Perhaps there's a bit more driver action with Snowy.
Yeah, we've got a tiny bit in the Corvette here, as you say. The rest of the field are coming in. The 2 Ferraris today, of course, we've got the 33 TF Sport. My apologies, the 81 has done a driver change. We've got young Charlie Eastwood here, but he's got his lid on at the moment. We're going to try and catch him in. He's just watching the end of the driver change, which you can hear. The pit stop, there you go.
Come back to us when you've got Charlie. I can see him standing next to you, Snowy.
Oh, he's standing right next
to
me.
He's
got his lid on. We'll try our very best. Charlie, very kind of you to jump in for a second. I know you got your lid on, so it's not easy, but what's happening out there?
Yeah, it's a couple of different speeds on track, but with a really clean stint. Car feel is amazing. We've missed a little bit in the straight all week, and we see that. So ultimate pace, we're actually not so bad. Raceability is just a bit tricky, but yeah, just keep doing what we're doing at the minute.
We were noticing in the hyperpole yesterday and again today with the LMP2 cars a lot of insect infestation on the screens. Obviously, they've got smaller screens in your car. Is that a problem?
Yeah, it gets bad, but the guys are able to get it off at the end of each hour. So, no, I try to look through all of that and kick on to try and get the guys ahead.
Probably good advice. Charlie Eastwood, thank you very much. Let you go and get some rest. Thank you.
And that's CrowdStrike pit report from Peter Snowden as we head to Nick Damon watching Porsche's making a stop.
Yeah, and it's the number 5 that has come in. Probably they're going to stagger them over 2 laps, but it's much busier, much earlier than I thought it was going to be. The number 6 is going to come in the slot as well. I'm not sure if they're going to stop all 3. Porsche 6 again, it is just a standard fuel only. To my left, there's also the Wheeling Cadillac 311. There's a couple of cars, 3 cars running up towards Snowy. The other Alpine here, and one of the Peugeot. So yeah, so they're running the 6 and the 5 Cadillac 311. There's a couple of cars, 3 cars running up towards Snowy. The other Alpine here, and one of the Peugeot. So yeah, so they're running the 6 and the 5 Porsche have stopped. The 4, which is in the middle of them on the
9, does it stop and goes out behind me?
Okay, so the race leader is Felipe Nasser in this phase, but he hasn't made a stop yet. And also Phil Hansen's Ferrari, as you mentioned, Snowy, the 83 car. The other one that's not made a pit call to this point is Loic Duval's Peugeot 9X8. So that's actually up to 3rd position now, but only because it owes us a pit stop. Still absolutely frenetic action in LMP2. Tom Dillman did eventually make a pit stop and has actually jumped everybody else, it seems. So into Europol competitions, Tom Dillman now ahead of PJ Hyatt and Joop van Houten. Well, that's partly because the 199 that did have Louis Delatraz in it now does have the bronze, but still very talented American racer PJ Hyatt. Tom Dillman, I reckon, has overtaken him on the track for the lead in LMP2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, the LMP2s, I would say 2/3 of them appear to have changed. Obviously, the bronzes seem to be going in. I know that both the United cars, Renger and Oliver, got out, and Daniel Schneider and David Heinemann Hansen got in. He's a fine racing driver. He's a silver-ranked driver. He's in the what they call the pro category, so 1 silver, a gold, or 2 golds and a gold and a platinum. And then obviously in the LMP2 Pro-Am, you have to have 1 bronze and 1 silver ranked, or 1 bronze driver, sorry, and then you can have 2 golds or a platinum and a gold. Yeah. But interesting how they're playing that out, and it really is a case in those of that strategy and getting a little bit of luck. There's a lot of, everyone says, oh, you don't get lucky, you make your own luck, but being in the right place at the right time or the wrong place at the wrong time in the Le Mans 24 hours can really make a huge difference. And before the hypercar stops, you saw we keep talking about the Porsche curves being critical to clear cars, and Julian Andlauer didn't have a problem through the Porsche curves when he caught the GT3 traffic, and those following 3 or 4 seconds behind him did, and immediately that 2 or 3 second gap, Johnny, went up to 7 seconds because they lost 3 seconds following the GT cars through the Porsche curves. So that is just timing. There's nothing you can do about that, but it tends to even itself out over 24 hours.
Indeed. Race leader, as things stand, is now back into the pit lane. This is the first stop of the race for the number 4 Porsche. The 83 Ferrari is going to head down the same route as well because Phil Hansen owed us a pit stop. Let's get a CrowdStrike pit report with Nick.
Yeah, the 4 comes to a stop, and I'm enjoying watching the little LED display. New for me on the left-hand side of the car as 83 goes underneath the yellow Ferrari. The battery is slowly increasing. He's got 1 red bar, 2 orange bars. The first green bar lights up on it as he takes more fuel in. An awful lot of scrubbing of the windscreen. Interestingly, the majority of the scrubbing, if you look at the team that's scrubbing the most is actually Peugeot. They've got 3 guys clean the various amounts of fly-based detritus off the car. Not just the 1 guy, but Porsche have done their job. The lights aren't particularly important. Now, it looks like they might be doing a tyre change on this 4 car. They are. So the number 4 is taking tyres. It's right side only as well. So they're doing a 2 tyre change. Write that one down, Paul Truswell. 2 tyres, right side only for the number 4.
Incident at the Dunlop chicane, which involves David Heinemeyer Hansen, who's tried and overtake a bit of lappery on the orange and white.
One down, Paul Truswell.
Incident at the Dunlop chicane, which involves David Heinemeyer Hansen, who's tried and overtake a bit of lappery on the orange and white Ferrari of Chris Froggatt, the Ziggo Tempesta car. This is a Corvette driver, Peter Snowden.
Yes, just jumped out of the number 81 TF Sport Corvette is Daniel Juncadella, who's been very patient standing here. Thank you for your time, Daniel. First stint?
Yeah, I mean, participating in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, not much else, because competing is something else.
Enjoying it, though?
I mean, I think I said enough, huh?
Too early to say?
No, it's not early to say. It's pretty clear. We are 10 kph down on the straight and can't overtake any cars. Car is super quick in the corners. The guys did an amazing job to give us a super fast car in the corners, but unfortunately someone else thought we shouldn't have the speed on the straights, and yeah, it's just really disappointing because it's been the trend the last couple of races, and yeah, people are unable to see it.
Message understood. Thank you for your time, Daniel.
Danny Juncadella and his teammate Ben Keating have been making it pretty obvious that they feel that their Corvette is not quick enough on the straights, and Keating was quoted earlier on in the week to say, I'm being overtaken by Ford Mustangs and by Ferraris who overtake us and then just arrive at the apex perfectly stopped, so they've got the braking ability and they've got the straight lines.
Good. Thank you for your time, Daniel.
Tribute liveried Mike Conway, Toyota Gazoo Racing. In fact, Felipe Nasser, so he kept the same tyres on, so I suppose you're not then generating more heat into a new set of tyres, but for 12th place the Porsche is ahead.
No, that was the car that Nick told us had 2 tyres changed. So they just changed 2 of the tyres, and interestingly, changing the tyres cost them around about 7 seconds, so not a lot. But nevertheless a significant loss on the pit stop time, because you're not allowed to change the tyres until all the fuel has gone in anyway. So if you do extra work on the car, it is going to cost you that little bit of extra time. And Felipe Nasser then has dropped down the field as a result of that pit stop. And the fact that he's now battling with a Toyota in 13th place, or they're battling over 12th, is evidence of the fact that he spent longer in the pits, whereas Julian Andlauer's pit stop was a fuel-only stop, and that was 1 minute 16 as opposed to the 1 minute 23 for the Philip Nasser car.
Nick Damon reminding me that actually Felipe Nasser's Porsche, the number 4 car, did do 2 tyres, the right side tyres. Sorry, I've got a lot going on here at the moment, but I wanted to make sure that you'd heard it. It's better twice than not at all. The Cadillac WTR of Ricky Taylor has come into pit lane, and Peter Snowden with his CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, you couldn't get more routine than that. It was a bit of fuel, and that was it. It's been as soon as I got there, and it had turned around and gone. So absolutely routine. So Paul will be very happy with that, because he can just tick all those boxes on his spreadsheet now.
Thank you, Peter. Boxes ticked, or rather not ticked, because nothing was done. Fuel only. I think for the first stop, then that's almost to be expected. I think Porsche will now be looking at those 2 tyres that they've taken off Felipe Nasser's car and deciding what does that mean for the remainder of the race. And of course, they are in relatively new territory here. I'm interested to know what Johnny Molam's view of it is, because this is by far the coolest day of the weekend so far, or the week so far. So the data on tyre wear that they've accumulated over the free practice sessions isn't really worth it anymore, because we've now got much cooler track temperatures.
Well, it certainly doesn't give them a really good baseline to operate from, Paul. You're exactly right. But having said that, even when you do have variable conditions between, or similar conditions rather, between the practice sessions and the race, you're running later at night, so it's always cooler. We started at 4 in the afternoon. You have one session that starts around that time or just after. In my experience of tyre engineers, they always like to see, regardless of the information they have to hand beforehand, they like to take the tyre off after one stint, or at the most 2 stints, and have a good look at it, assess the wear, and then go from there, and then advise the teams on how they feel the tyres are acting.
And do you think that's possibly significant then that they did it to the number 4 Penske Porsche on the grounds that that's the non-WEC point scoring car?
I would say that I don't know, if I'm honest with you, exactly why they chose that car. It could be. Certainly it's not the way, like you said before, they can take the tyres off and then come back to them. They have a certain number of tyres they have to stick within for the race, as I'm sure at some point during this race, Paul, you'll get around to telling everyone. But I think information at this point, especially across the manufacturers, is critical. So whether they get it from one car or another, I don't know, but they certainly will be assessing the pressures, and obviously they've taken a little bit of a guess for pressures for the start of the race. It'll be interesting to see how that actually transforms throughout the race.
I'm pleased that the message from race control has been corrected, because Francois Perrodo, for me, was completely in the clear. They listed the 22 David Heinemeier Hansen United Autosports car fine.
I think they thought it was 183, not 193.
It was 193, Chris Froggatt, and that additional message now puts Chris Froggatt in the frame. So it was LMP2 car trying to overtake GT car, and then a question mark as to how David Heinemeier Hansen rejoined, because Esteban Masson had to go off the road when he would normally have gone through the chicane on the conventional line, should we say.
I don't think the rejoin, it did look bad, and hopefully, but they won't restrict it, but just because you do not have visibility, and he has to move because he's in the middle of the track, and he did the best he could. In fact, tried to do it so quickly that he actually spun himself almost back round the other way again. The initial contact, I would suspect that there might be a situation where a penalty's come in the way of the 22 car, but it was very much a racing incident. There was no malice in any sense on either part.
The correction now is that the 193 is under investigation as well, so they haven't actually taken 183 Perrodo out of that situation, but I don't think he was in the vicinity of the Dunlop chicane. Cracking action into the second chicane, the Michelin chicane for the LMP2s, because Théo Pourchaire has just picked off PJ Hire in the braking area, although the Frenchman had a big lock-up as he did so. And now the fight is on between the 29 car that was started by Matthias Besch, led the class in LMP2, the TDS racing car, but his American teammate Rodrigo Sales has now taken charge of that. He's the bronze and therefore needs to do 6 hours, and Rodrigo Sales fighting away with Alexander Malikin in the CLX Motorsport, CLX Pure racing car. So car 37 and 22 are very close to one another. Porsche versus Toyota again. And these two were fighting it out just a moment or two ago into Porsche curves, Johnny Mola.
Absolutely fantastic. It's
just
a
hear
wing
some team
mirror.
radio. So that is Mike Conway's car they're talking about, and damage on the red Toyota.
I actually saw Mike in the pits earlier on. He had his little cool vest on, getting himself ready for this stint, and he said he was starting the race. An incredibly experienced driver, fantastic racing driver. It just shows you we're here, sat here saying this is amazing racing, which it is, and how clean they're all being. But obviously, they're getting this close. Sometimes that rubbing is racing, as they say, Johnny, and obviously little bits of contact are picked up, and these cars generate so much downforce that when you bang one into another one side by side at 250 kilometers an hour, there's a lot of pressure being put on those cars towards the tarmac, so that when you do touch, it can be a relatively innocuous looking touch, and yet it can cause a lot of damage because there's so much force coming from the lateral side given how much downforce they're generating.
3 minutes to 5, Julian Andlauer leads the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Paul.
Yeah, I've just been checking down. Ricky Taylor in the 101 Wayne Taylor.
Oh, problems, Paul. Big
Yes.
problems for one of the 9X8s. I was just going to allow you to finish that sentence, but it's absolutely whacked the tyres into Porsche curves, torn the back of this Peugeot off. It's the 93 car, 93 being driven by Paul Di Resta, and Loic Duval's in right behind. He's running in 17th position, Di Resta, but he's run through the gravel at Porsche curves, just couldn't get the car turned in, it seems. Couldn't see any contact, although he might have been off the racing line trying to deal with traffic at the time. Surely that'll be heading straight for the pits, Paul.
Has to be, doesn't it? Yeah, that. What I don't know is how much debris is going to be out there, and whether it's going to call for at least a slow zone in that area whilst they deal with it. There has been substantial damage. What I wanted to say was Ricky Taylor has made 2 pit stops already in the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. So 101, he had an extra unscheduled stop. but not as unscheduled as this stop for Paul Di Resta.
Yeah, so Nick Damon's on the spot with a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, and this thing is in serious damage. He's obviously taken off the rear clip, but it's ripped off the whole of the bodywork. It's ripped off by the rear of the diffuser. There is smashed up the front bodywork as well. In fairness, it seems like all four wheels are mostly attached. He has had contact on the rear left. There's scuffage on the tyre. There's a bit of scrapage on the wheel as well. But they're taking it off. It's now, I think they can get both these pieces of bodywork in. The question really is what damage, if any, has been done to that rear left. The rest of it appears to be cosmetic, and they're running around putting bits on. It could be like the luckiest escape in the history of lucky escapes. But Joe will tell you more after the update.
It's a minute 2:05, 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025. Time to check the weather. 23 degrees Celsius is the air temperature currently, a 0% chance of rain with some cloud in the area. 15 degrees Celsius overnight. In fact, we'll dip to 14 by the time we get to 12 hours time. 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll still be racing at that point. And a high tomorrow of 24 degrees Celsius. But again, limited chance of rain on Sunday. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell, and a real spike point of action as the Peugeot did indeed have to deal with some slower traffic in the LM GT3s. It was Custodio Toledo in his Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari, the 150, probably occupying a bit too much of the middle of the road. I'm not sure Paul Di Resta quite expected that. He went left where there was no grip whatsoever, and then it was diminishing returns probably as he skated off into the gravel. What was your view on it, Johnny?
Yeah, it was tricky because he'd actually come down the inside of somebody into the approach to the Porsche curves, and I think he was caught out a little bit by the speed of the GT3 as it went in the middle of the road slightly, because he was allowing for another hypercar that had just passed it going into the Porsche curves, and I think Paul jinked to the left to try and go around the outside of it, but that movement of the steering wheel to the left, that meant that when he then turned back to the right, he was already on a trajectory that was taking him angled off the track. And it's so dirty offline there, and there might even have been something dropped. It might have been a little bit slippery. In fact, with a slippery surface coming up on the screens at MP35, which I believe is that area.
Well, no, it's further on, actually. I don't think it's slippery surface.
Well, that
I think
might be where he brought gravel back on, because
it's a chunk of car. It's a chunk of like bodywork.
Well, it could be, because there's no way that you can clip the wall that hard with the left rear and get away with it.
Well,
absolutely, that suspension is definitely going to be damaged, and he would have come back onto the track and brought a whole load of detritus with him.
The phrase "there it is" works so well on radio. Go ahead, Paul.
The point at which he had the incident, as Johnny described, going into the Porsche curves, that showed yellow flags immediately after the incident, but were cleared very rapidly indeed.
They were.
There were then the yellow flags and the yellow and red flag for the Ford chicane, where Paul Di Resta brought the car into the pits, and that's where, as Johnny describes, there was some debris on the circuit. Now, it is only the yellow and red flag. There's no yellow flag, there's no overtaking there, so I think it's just alerting the following drivers that either a bit of fluid is coming from the back of the Peugeot as the result of the contact, or there's some debris on the circuit.
Let's go to Joe Bradley, a new voice in the pit lane for us with the CrowdStrike update.
Yeah, I just want to mirror what Johnny Molam's concerns were there. It kind of exactly what my thoughts were. I watched that pit stop. They basically came out with a new rear deck, a new rear engine cover, and then the rear deck, which is mounted onto the back of the gearbox. What I didn't see in that process was any kind of real inspection going on in that left corner of the suspension area. They just basically lifted the deck off, unbolted it. Whilst that, all right, they might have been looking, but they didn't look closely, and I'll be amazed if they've gotten away without a tweaked tie rod or something. And I would be very concerned about that car, because there was certainly a lot of energy transferred from that tyre barrier through that left corner. And what I didn't see, and having ran racing cars, I didn't see enough of an inspection that went on there.
Have you run racing cars? You've never mentioned that to me before. Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit report. He never shuts up about it.
There's an awful lot of telemetry they have on the cars these days, though, which weren't in place when Joe was running his cars. So they will be able to tell in the box whether there is damage. I mean, we heard the radio little conversation a little while ago from Mike Conway where he was told there was damage to the car.
Let's get to the other end of the pit lane with a CrowdStrike report from Peter Snowden.
Yeah, just very quick with the Aston Martin Thrall team here, the 007 routine stop there, no driver change. But I'm just going to concur with our colleague Joe Bradley there that, yes, we know he's run racing cars, but more importantly, I thought exactly the same regarding that Peugeot, that it was, for the whack that we witnessed, it was a very, very quick, I wouldn't even say it was a scant inspection, change that clip and send the car out. So I think you're right, Johnny, keep an eye on that Peugeot.
Yeah, I agree. And as Paul rightly said, Mike Conway was told he had a little bit of damage, but that's bodywork damage, that's aero damage that they were affecting in terms of things. The clip that he received to that left rear tyre, obviously Paul di Resta is going to be downplaying everything in the car because he's going to feel like he wants to carry on. I think they will have seen a little bit of lateral G registering on the live telemetry in the car, but they're not going to know if that hit the wheel or hit the bodywork. So they might be assuming because it ripped the tail off that it just ripped the touch the bodywork. My opinion, and I'd like to see another replay of it, but was that it actually clipped the left rear the tyre. If that's the case, at the very least he'll be probably having a little bit of either too much toe out or too much toe in, where you either pigeon toe it or out and will have it running out. That will have tyre life impact as well as handling impact, but Paul will know now, having been sent back out, and it was the right thing obviously to keep him in the car. Paul di Resta will know the minute he gets out and drives through the Dunlop curves whether anything serious has been done in terms of changing the suspension geometry of the car. Whether something because of that impact then later on fails later on in the race, who knows, but let's hope that they got away with that one because it looked like a pretty hefty, albeit a spike G, it looked like a pretty hefty left rear impact.
Yeah, well, we've dealt with the Peugeot and Peugeot have dealt with the damage, so they will hope to now put that behind them and push on, but it certainly derailed their strategy. The other car, the 94 of Loic Duval, it kind of all unfolded right in front of him, but he is still circulating without a delay in 17th place. It's Julian Andlauer who leads the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans by 6.4 seconds. So bang goes the 12-second lead that he had the last time I looked. Will Stevens is homing in again, and this is traffic giveth and taketh away.
Absolutely, and in terms of race pace, the Cadillacs, the Team Jota, all the Cadillacs, but the Team Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs seem to have really good race pace. And I think the ebbing and flowing you're seeing, Johnny, is how the traffic comes in and out. But 6.5 seconds is still a healthy advantage, but we're still so short a distance into this race. But it's certainly looking pretty strong, isn't it, Paul, for Porsche at the moment in terms of having a raceable car?
Well, yes, it is. I don't disagree with that. But look who's crept up into third place. Nicholas Nielsen with the Ferrari 499P.
I noticed that, yes, yeah. Absolutely.
You know, they, what was it, started eights on the grid. I mentioned in one of the preview shows, it's actually been 20 years since the car won the race from that far back. But it would be an anniversary if it happened. So it's certainly not impossible, even with the closeness of racing here. So keep your eyes on Nicholas Nielsen. To say the number 50 car running well. It's up into third place. It's 3.5 seconds behind the Cadillac, the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac. That is, as Johnny was just saying, now back up to 7 seconds between Will Stevens and Junior Andlauer leading the way for Porsche. But good to see the mix, although BMW, people were tipping them, they're dropping away. Their best car is only 7th, leading Toyota only 9th, and the Alpine, leading Alpine, only 12th in the hands of Fred Macapici. So some of the fancied runners disappointing just a little bit.
There was a touch from Ben Keating's Corvette to the rear of Custodio Toledo's 150, Richard Mille, of course a Ferrari, American Texan racer, into the rear of the Brazilian then, and it spun the Ferrari at the Ford chicane. The other thing to point out is a terrific overtake by Phil Hansen around the outside of Ferdinand Habsburg's 35 Alpine. A424 on the run into Indianapolis. They were side by side on the approach, the classic Le Mans overtake to the outside line, and the car that has that less of a corner to turn carries more speed through it and then has the inside line for the left-hand bit of Indianapolis. Terrific job done by the marshals to clear that bit of debris, because we've now got the message that the slippery surface, it was never a slippery surface, it was a big block of car that was in the middle of the road, and it's been retrieved, I reckon, because we're now green around the racetrack. The other thing to tell you about is that David Heinemeier Hansen's rejoin, the 22 United Autosports car, as he took back to the racetrack after that spin with the Ziggo Sport Ferrari, disrupted Esteban Masson's run a little bit, but it's just a warning to the day.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think that's fair because of the lack of visibility, and he was just trying to get out of the way. It's almost impossible, and there's no marshals there that he could be looking at that can tell him when to rejoin. He was in the middle of the track. Logically, the safest thing to do is try and get off sitting in the middle of the track as soon as possible, and the fact that he can't see around the corner to see when people are coming means that he can't wait until there's a gap. He just has to go as soon as he's ready to go. The Keating incident, going into the back of the Ferrari, I suspect that might be a little bit more than a warning, but we'll wait and see what the officials say.
Kevin Estre, still plenty of radio messages back and forth to his engineer, just keeping them up to date. But I've got to say, after an hour and 10 minutes of racing, from 21st on the grid to now run 5th in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 is a tremendous effort. And he's only 0.7 of a second off the back of old Bamber now.
Yeah, I was watching that all the way through, Johnny. You're right to highlight that. It shows you the strength of the Porsche, quite frankly, at this stage. It's still early days, we keep saying that. It also shows you the strength of Kevin Estre as a driver. He's doing an incredible job. Seems to be coming through really cleanly as well, but he's clearly got a really nice race car underneath him, and he's feeling very confident with that car.
It's a strong start for Porsche, isn't it, Paul? To have the 5 leading, and it has been 12 seconds. It's yinning and yanging, if you like, through the traffic, but that's 6 seconds currently back to Will Stevens. And then this other Porsche from 21st up to 5th in the hands of Kevin Estre. The one that's struggling, if you can put that in inverted commas, is down in 11th in the number 4 car, but the WEC car is performing very well.
Yeah, the only reason that the number 4 is that far back is because it had a longer pit stop. So it's nothing
for
to
the tyres,
do with the
tyres.
tyres. Yeah. So it's nothing to do with the pace of the car. It's that it had to spend longer whilst they changed the tyres. The other Porsches just went with fuel only. The thing that I have a slight concern about, from the point of view of Cadillac Team Jota, both of their cars came in together on the same lap, but 1 lap earlier than the Porsches did and all the Ferraris did. So the
Phil Hansen also in communication with his engineers about the next cars that he wants to overtake. The 83 driver, this is the yellow and red Ferrari for Phil Hansen, and he has Mike Conway in his sights. Just the other side of the Brits is the Frederick Makaviki Alpine A424 as well. So 3 hypercars nose to tail. Let's head back to the pit lane to get this CrowdStrike pit report.
So I'm standing with Mikael Jensen from the Peugeot team. Somewhat more dramatic start than you'd like.
Yeah, you never want a dramatic start to 24 Hours of Le Mans. The first hours, you just need to get through, and we didn't really manage here. So luckily, we are still on the lead lap. We just have to do a perfect job now to stay there and hopefully get a safety car to get us back in the race. And yeah, we're definitely underdogs at the moment, so just try to fight to stay in the game, and then hopefully something happens that brings us back in the race.
Well, there's bound to be a safety car at some point, I'm quite sure of that. But we were all quite surprised at how, given that the impact that we witnessed, how very quickly you got that car turned around and out again.
Yeah, it's a strong lion, as we say. It hit the barrier quite hard, and unfortunately there was no more damage than what we had. So new engine cover on, bit of repair on the rear. I think we need to investigate next pit stop if we need a bit more repair done. It's hard to judge from the data we have, the live data. And then the car should be okay, and we can continue pushing on towards the night.
And Paul's happy with the car. Now it's gone back out again.
I was just listening to the radio. It seems like everything is okay, but they see some things on the data. So next pit stop, we get some more time to judge while refueling if we need to repair more, if we can keep going like it is.
Typical drivers, they say it's okay. Engineers always say different.
Yeah, I think psychologically also when you just had an impact, you feel like there's always something wrong. There might not be anything wrong, but you always try to feel if everything is perfect. So yeah, we got to see at the next pit stop when we get close eyes on the car.
Mikael, thank you very much.
Got a drama on the racetrack for one of the Porsches now, and I don't think that's the number 4 car, is it? It's the 5 car, so the 5 Porsche that leads the race. Julian Andlau has just straight-lined the chicane and has reached the end of the Mulsanne with a reasonable time. Well, that's because he bypassed one of the chicanes early in the lap, or early on the straight.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a huge drama, Johnny, to
My
be honest.
concern was it was a slow puncture or a
no,
full puncture.
I think he just braked, recognised that by turning in he was going to maybe run a little bit wide and just decided that caution was a better part of valour and just went straight. And the way that the chicanes are set up, you have to go through a tight chicane of tyres and then obviously rejoin safely. There's normally a marshal there with a blue flag, but obviously he knew then, because he was relatively not around traffic, relatively alone, that he could go pretty much through the tyres and go straight. There's no need to actually stop before you rejoin like there is in some places like at Daytona at the chicane and places like that at the bus stop. Here you can just go through, and as long as you don't pull straight into the path of someone, it's deemed that you've not done anything wrong.
The other thing to point out to you in the LMP2 class is that 2 bronze drivers got firmly together coming into the Ford chicane. Actually, Alexander Malyikin is a silver these days, hence why he runs in LMP2, but side-to-side action at Rodrigo Sales in the TDS car, and now more contact in the LMP2s. This is you're despairing next to me. David Heinemeier Hansen and the number 9 car of Jonas Reed.
I'm not despairing.
No?
I'm just feeling sorry for David Heinemeier Hansen, because he's having a really, really busy stint.
Yes.
Having contact. Obviously, he had the contact with the GT3 at turn 1 and spun, and then got away with that with the rejoin quite fairly, I think. And now he's having a little bit of side-to-side rubbing contact. That's nothing there, to be honest, out of order. Just a little bit of rubbing is racing again, but obviously not something you really want to be doing too much of in a 24-hour race.
So that was the fight for 8th and 9th in LMP2 at the second chicane, and the side-to-side action earlier on at the Ford chicane was between the 29 TDS Racing and the 37 CLX Pure Racing LMP2s. Fred Makovici reporting back that the car is nowhere in the number 36 Alpine A424. Are you okay to do another stint? Yes, that's fine, but we have no performance in the little blue French car. And now there's going to be 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for the Ben Keating Corvette. That's after the collision with the 150 Ferrari at the end of the lap. Custodio Toledo, you rather suggested it might be the American at fault there, Johnny.
Yes, I'm not surprised by that. When you go into a corner and you nerf the person out of the way in front of you, then you know what's coming almost. And I'm sure if it was roles reversed and someone had done that to Ben Keating, he's a fine racing driver. He won't have done that deliberately. He's just frustrated, as we heard earlier from Daniel Juncadella, with the lack of straight line speed performance from that car, which makes it even more that you want to make it up on the brakes and through the corners. So I can understand his frustration, but obviously you can't just hit someone, spin them out of the way and expect not to get a penalty.
And unsurprisingly, the connection between Rodrigo Sales and Alexander Malyikin in their 29 and 37 LMP2 cars, that's going to be looked at as well at the Ford chicane, Paul Truswell.
Rightly so, yes. Fred Makovici just reflecting on that radio message that we were able to eavesdrop on. He's coming up towards the end, as we were hearing, of his stint at the moment. If he stays in the car, that'll be a triple that he goes on to. So no harm in that, but an indication that the Alpines at least, and perhaps partly because they're not quite on the pace, not putting quite as much pressure through their tyres, and therefore getting a little bit more tyre longevity. But as I say, a triple stint in prospect there for the number 36 car of Fred Makovici. And meanwhile, Julian Andlau, Will Stevens, it is, isn't it, in the Hertz Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R, is currently on his 11th lap at the moment. So if he does the same as they did last time around, he'll be coming in on this lap, but I would expect him, because of the pace lap, to stay out for one more. But then, how much longer are the Porsches going to stay out, particularly Julian Andlauer, because I think he's got at least 2 laps in hand.
Let's go for a CrowdStrike pit report, and Joe Bradley, you just watched the United Autosports pit stop.
Yeah, the number 22, significantly, you mentioned that David Hannemeyer-Hansen had slight contact. It must have been very slight, because there was literally nothing wrong, or nothing was certainly apparent bodywork-wise when that car came in. It came in, it was a straightforward fuel and a new set of tyres for the car, and it's gone out. They didn't even bother looking at it. They just knew that there was nothing at all wrong, so it must have been a very slight contact.
Yeah, it was under braking, Joe, and Jonas Reed was behind him in the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton LMP2 car. Jonas Reed, the son of Christian Reed, after his numerous appearances in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in mainly GT machinery and pretty much always Porsches, although the Proton program in LMGT3 these days Ford Mustang, so Christian's had a go at racing those as well, but it was just a little nibble really from Reed Jr. on the back of David Hannemeyer-Hansen's car. Of course, DHH has had that significant delay after a synchronised spin at the Dunlop chicane with the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari in its tangerine and white colours. Somehow I'm drawn to that because that's exactly the same colours that my favourite football team play in. As the LMP2 leaders, Tom Dillman and Bent Viscal have come in. It's definitely Dillman that's the better placed. And remember that we talked about the 43 car able to jump its opponent to lead at the end of this stint. This might be, as in the second pit stops for the LMP2, slightly more lengthy if they start to think about tyres. Or in a coolish day, Paul, I mean, this is the ideal scenario to try and triple stint tyres if you can.
Well, absolutely, and that's, as I say, what we were hearing is going to be the case for Alpine in the hypercar class. Very different kettle of fish with the Goodyears on the LMP2s, but what we were hearing during the week is the new construction of Goodyear that the LMP2s have this year have supposedly better longevity. So yeah, I think we'll be expecting to see triple stints as well from the LMP2s. They're restricted to the same 14 sets that the hypercars are. In LMGT3 you get 15 sets, but in LMP2 and hypercar only 14 sets available to you. As Will Stevens still coming under pressure there from Nicholas Nielsen, and Will is on his 12th lap now. Nicholas only on the 11th lap of his stint, so there should be a little bit more power left in the tank, as it were. Virtual energy is what the teams manage, which is a combination of fuel and electricity. And so the amount of fuel that you're allowed, or the amount of energy that you're allowed to use during each stint is restricted.
Even though it's only done 11 laps, Joe Bradley reckons a Ferrari is about to come into the pit lane. The suggestion is it is the 50. We'll wait to see as it threads its way out of Porsche curves. The Cadillac's going to come in and the Ferrari are going to come in on the same lap. So the 12 Cadillac, driven by Will Stevens, pursued by Nicholas Nielsen in this narrow pit lane entry road, which has got a chicane of its own, in fact, down to 60 kilometres per hour. And Joe Bradley's going to bring us a CrowdStrike pit report as Ferrari number 50 makes its second stop, Joe.
Yeah, no point in trying to get by the Cadillac as this car was scheduled. The team were ready quite a little while ago as well. The 50 just coming in front of me now, peels off to the right, skirts the other Ferrari garages and comes to a halt. They've got tyres ready, but not four. So we'll see. That's always caught me out before. Just because they've got four, they haven't got four ready, doesn't mean that four will not appear. The fueling goes in, and remember, the rules are that we're not allowed to do anything other than clean the windscreen, which is quite a task. A lot of flies here. The swallows haven't come up from Africa, or they've been a bit late, so we've got a lot of flies, and that's going to cause massive problems when the sun goes down. And that windscreen is undoubtedly going to become opaque, and it's going to cause the drivers even more problems for visibility. The fueling still going in. Just to my right, the Cadillac peels off, the number 12, and the number 50 peels off. Fuel only for both of those cars. So the number 50 Ferrari, fuel only, no tyres, as we thought.
Now then, the Toyota number 7's come in for a standard stop, but the skates are going to go underneath that, the dolly jacks, and the car to be rotated of Mike Conway to presumably send it into the garage for some work. Also, a decision's been made between the 29 and the 37 LMP2 cars, so TDS and the 37 CLX car that made contact. That was Rodrigo Sales and Alexander Malikin. And Malikin's going to have to serve an extra 10 seconds in the next pit stop for being liable for that contact. Paul?
Yeah, I think that Toyota was only being put onto the skates in order to manoeuvre it into the correct position to be refueled. So I don't think there was anything to worry about there, Johnny. They're not putting it into the garage. In fact, on the way it goes again from the Toyota. So that was a fuel-only stop as well for the number 7 Toyota. Whilst all the action has been going on in the pits, Julian Andlauer has just continued serenely on his way in the lead. He's not made a pit stop just yet. So although Estra came in arguably a lap early, at least on the same lap as the Cadillac of Will Stevens, Julian Andlauer has stayed out and is doing another 12-lap stint.
I find that incredible, actually, that you can be that far out as a driver, because Mike Conway is not going to be that far out. I wouldn't have thought. Maybe he had restriction with the GT3 car coming into his pit, that they feel the need to stick it on its jacks and skates and move it just to be able to reach the fuel hose. You'd think, and I know that the fuel hose lengths are incredibly calculated, aren't they, Paul? Because it's all to do with fuel flow and the height of the Bowsers and all the rest of it. Because obviously they don't want anyone to be able to gain an unfair advantage in terms of the speed of fueling. Yeah. But nevertheless, I find that quite unusual to see that. Have you seen that before?
Yes, and I think, but only in the free practice sessions. But I think it was because Mike Conway had to come in with a GT3 car just behind where he wanted to stop.
But it just shows you how it was fueling, because that would have cost them 2, 3, 4 seconds easily.
Sebastian Buemi has taken, 7. Mike Conway stayed behind the wheel, but the pit stop was 1 minute and 30. So, yeah, he's lost 15 seconds whilst the car was being moved there. So, significant loss there for Mike Conway. 15 seconds extra on the pit stop.
Did Nielsen jump Stevens in the pit stop? Because it's only a second between them, but the 50 Ferrari got out in front of the number 12 Cadillac to now run 13th and 14th. Obviously, that'll all untangle itself. Well, Joe's now saying maybe the Ferrari got ahead of the Cadillac out on track, but the Ferrari's definitely in front now. On my alerts, Paul, I mean, they're the same second, and as you would expect, because they came in via the same second as well, but at 17, 23 and 22 seconds, both Nielsen and Stevens leave the pits, but Nielsen, I'm showing, as marginally ahead, but you may have more accurate information, and Joe was watching it for real.
0.2 of a difference in terms of their pit stops, Johnny. So, it's not a significant amount. So
0.2?
0.2 of a second.
Okay, my screen, of course, rounds it up to the nearest second. So I've got 1 minute and 15 and 1 minute and 16, I think. Anyway, Johnny Molan.
And Nicholas Nielsen's first sector out on his outlap was 0.8 quicker than Will Stevens in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota number 12. So 38, 12, yeah. So I think that the Ferrari came out and managed to get him down the straight, because he'll have a straight line speed advantage. He definitely would have come out like within a second behind him, so probably slipstreamed him down the first straight into the Mulsanne chicane.
Well, that's within the DRS zone, isn't it, in another championship?
Exactly,
if you get within a second, and he was definitely close. And I mean, we don't need DRS in this. We've just got a toe down a massively long straight.
And he's now pulling away, Johnny. He's pulled about 2, I would say, he looks like he's pulled a good more than a second and a half, I would say, on the following car.
Also on an outlap now, Julian Andlauer just making a stop in the number 5 Porsche. The 311 Cadillac Wayland from Action Express with Jack Aitken at the wheel is 7th on an outlap. Sebastian Buemi in the other Toyota. Remember, Mike Conway got turned around in a slightly unconventional sense. Turned around as in pitted and back out again, but he also had a ride on the dolly jacks for his money. And the 7 Toyotas rejoined in 16th. The 8 Toyota much better in 10th position. LMP2 led by Tom Dillman still with the yellow nose car 43 ahead of Patrick Pilet. So Patrick Pilet has been put in the number 16 RLR M Sport car. Nicholas Nielsen, Team Radio. So advice to Nick Nielsen of, is that the car in front pitting at the end of the lap? No.
No, it's a Kevin Estre number 6 Porsche they're talking to him about.
Right, yeah. So they're expecting the 6 car in, which is the race leader.
And also the number 5, Johnny, so...
the number 4. The 5's just been in.
Right, yep, sorry.
It's okay.
Yep, I was saying...
6 and 4, Porsche, both Porsche Penske Motorsport cars.
Yeah,
They're
here's
currently first and second.
But Kevin Estre reporting on his in-lap as well, and indeed the 6 car comes in, the 4 Porsche will also come in as well. They serviced the other Penske 963 the previous lap for Julian Andlauer.
The Le Mans pit lane entry is actually one of the best pit lane entries that I've ever experienced. You come in so quick because the pit lane speed doesn't actually start until you're almost in the pit lane itself. But the access road to it, you're coming off the track flat out. You've then got 1 chicane, then 2 chicanes as you feed straight into the pit lane itself to slow you down. But you can go through those chicanes incredibly quickly and gain or lose quite a lot of time coming in. So when you're on board with someone coming into the pits, as we were there with Kevin Estre, it's a real joy to watch someone come in and at speed. The guys going to work on the windscreen, we've been giving a lot of talk to the visibility. Obviously we haven't got the sun going down here because it's quite overcast, so you won't have that problem of the sun setting with the screen. But one thing to bear in mind is it's not just the bugs and the lack of swallows or swifts with the bugs on the windscreen, it's also the fact that they're following so closely to each other, Johnny. That's also meaning you're getting a lot of sort of oil and stuff from the car in front, which always feeds out coming out of the back of any car. You'll get that oil sheen on your windshield. Add the bugs in on top of that, and that's why we keep discussing this potential lack of visibility.
Joe Bradley telling me with a CrowdStrike off-air pit report that it's a straightforward pit stop for the number 6, as in no driver change, but they are doing a driver change in the number 4, and we'll get the new driver to you just as soon as we've done the hourly update.
An hour and a half into the 2025 Le Mans 24 Hours then, and Porsche leads Le Mans thanks to the efforts of Kevin Estre, although we are in the middle of a pit stop window, so these positions will be changing almost as I speak probably. But Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche from Penske Motorsport leads the way. He has completed 25 laps. Number 83 Phil Hansen is second with the yellow and red AF Corsa entered Ferrari 499P, and he is 20.7 seconds adrift in second place. Nick Tandy is up into third place with his Porsche number 4. He is a further 4.5 seconds behind in third. In fourth place, Loic Duval in the Peugeot number 94. He's due a pit stop, so will be dropping down again. He's 15 seconds back in fourth place. Fifth, having just made a pit stop, is number 5 Porsche, still with Julian Andlauer at the wheel, and I reckon still on the same set of tyres with which he started the race, number 5 in 5th. 6th is number 50, Nicholas Nielsen, in the leading Ferrari from the Ferrari AF Corsa team. Car number 50, he's just made his second pit stop. 7th, number 311, is Jack Aitken in the Cadillac Whalen entered V-Series R. 8th, number 12, Will Stevens in the number 12 car, the car that started on pole position, but that's just had its second pit stop, so we'll be moving back up through the field again. And then another Cadillac from the Cadillac Hertz team, Jota, in 9th place. That's the number 38, still with Earl Bamber behind the wheel. 10th, number 8, the Toyota from the Toyota Gazoo Racing team, Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of that. In LMP2, Tom Dillman leads the way in car number 43 for Inter-Europol competition. Second, leading the Pro-Am category, although we haven't had anybody but Patrick Pilet, a platinum driver, driving that car yet. Number 16 in second place for RLR M Sport. Third is number 28, Job van Uitert at the wheel of the EDEX Sport LMP2 car, the Orica. In third place is Esteban Masson. fourth is Esteban Masson in the VDS Panis racing car 48. And then next up is the EDEX Sport car with Andre Lotterer behind the wheel, car number 18. And then rounding out the top 6 is Theo Pourchaire in the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing Team Orica. In LMGT3, the Ford Mustang now leads the Proton competition car, number 88. Stefano Catuzzo is the driver at the moment. He's completed 22 laps, incidentally. That compares with the 25 of the race leaders. Second is number 46, the Team WRT BMW M4, Ahmed Al-Hati at the wheel of that car. Third, number 78, Arnold Robin in the Acodis ASP Team Lexus is third. Fourth is number 10, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin, with Valentin Hasseclos driving. Fifth, number 77, Bernardo Souza in the second of the Mustangs. So 2 Mustangs in the top 6 of LMGT3. And rounding out the top 6 in LMGT3, number 87, Petro Razvan Umberescu in his Lexus, and all 3 of those are very closely matched indeed. There is just 6 seconds between the 6 of them.
So many hypercar and LMP2 teams trying to double and ideally triple stint their tyres. And they'll be keeping a keen eye on the Mobil 1 track temperature, which is currently 28 degrees Celsius. (25:06) in the evening at Circuit de la Sarthe. And let's start this segment with a CrowdStrike pit report. Here's Joe Bradley.
So the 83 Ferrari, that's the privateer Ferrari, the yellow one, as we affectionately call it. That's come in just fuel only. So that's what we're seeing, pretty much the trend. It's quite rare when I've seen the set of tyres being brought out, certainly for Ferrari.
Thank you, Joe. And here are some thoughts from Johnny Moeller.
Well, I've been watching with interest the timing and scoring screens, and after the first hour and a half of the race, I would say so far the driver of the race that I've seen is without a doubt from Kevin Estre. I noticed that although the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport of Julian Andlauer is leading, well, as we know, Kevin Estre unfortunately had to start 21st in the hypercar class and was making his way through. About 45 minutes ago, I was looking at his pace to the overall leader. He was about 8th or 9th at the time. This is Kevin Estre in the number 6 car, and he was 17.5 seconds behind his teammate in the number 5 car. He's now 9.3 seconds behind, and he's also set the fastest lap of the race. So Kevin Estre having a fine opening stint to this Le Mans 24 Hours.
Malte Jakobsen in the number 94 Peugeot. That's the repaired car. No, beg pardon, the 94 is the sister car. The 93 is the one that had the hit when Paul Di Resta was at the wheel. But that car in and out in about 90 seconds. But Julian Andlauer is leading the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're live on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans and around the world on RS1 via the radiolemans.com website. We're on Sirius 136 and XM202 with Johnny Moeller, Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Also making a stop on that lap, the 83 AF Corsa, still Phil Hansen driven Ferrari. And it does feel like we're now through quite a significant run of pit stops. But it doesn't take much to get off stagger and off the pattern, I suppose, when you've got GT3s pitting at about the 45-minute, maybe 50-minute marker. LMP2s much more like 40 minutes. Hypercars pitting after 12, 13, maybe 14 laps. They're all going to get muddled up, and lots of opportunity, therefore, if you're sitting in the tribunes and tuned to us on 91.2 FM to see those pit stops happening in front of your eyes. No prizes for guessing who's done the fastest lap so far, Johnny.
Yes, that's what I was just mentioning with Kevin Estre. He's up to 3rd overall now. Like I said before, only just under 9 seconds behind the lead, and the only car in between him and his number 5 teammate is the 50 Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen, also doing a fine job.
The 13 AWA Racing Corvette, which has been getting some support this weekend from the guys elsewhere at Corvette and TF Sport, who now run that programme. That car is now being investigated for potentially being under the driver weight. So driver weight declaration, you declare the weight of your driver or the average weight of your drivers, and car 13, that's going to be looked at there, an unusual penalty.
Let me bring Paul in on this one. Why is that triggering now? How would they know the weight of the car at this point that they didn't know at the beginning of the race?
That I don't know.
So why would they suddenly do a driver weight declaration under investigation when we're 27 laps into the race and they're not bringing them in and weighing them at the pit stops?
They're not.
So they do have the ability to report the driver weights during the race, and they do have the ability during the race to ask a driver to stand on the scales to check the weight of the driver.
So they might have weighed the driver then?
Yes.
And it was driver weight declaration.
And they were randomly, I suppose they go through it and just randomly...
Weigh you.
Weigh you.
Good, like a breath test.
The thing is, if you
Holy moly.
If you declare your weight to be, I don't know, 90 kilos.
Yeah. 90? What are you inferring, Paul?
85. I don't know what.
I think it was the royal you, or the kind of group
I like
you.
the way he looked at me and went 90 kilos.
So there is an average driver weight. I'm going to press on. There is an average driver weight, and you then declare what your driver weight is. But if that turns out to be too far away from the truth of the matter, then obviously you're effectively kidding the weighing scales as to what the...
No, I
overall weight
realise that. I hadn't
together
thought about
are.
them weighing the drivers. That's very useful information. It means that you either... You need to eat as much as possible, basically, during the race.
Battle for LMGT3 lead honours. Aston Martin of Valentin Hasclaux has just pulled a great manoeuvre, a classic manoeuvre down the Multan Straight and into the Daytona chicane on the bronze-rated Ahmed Al-Hati. I don't think the Omani driver will be too fussed about that because Valentin Hasclaux is the pro in that car, but the Aston getting the slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely, and I have to say, fantastic driving from Ahmed Al-Hati in the Team WRT BMW. He's been on it all week. You've seen that from the practice session times he's doing, and he may be the bronze-rated driver in that car, but he is a class of the field of the bronzes, definitely up there as one of the very fastest bronzes out there, and quite a lot quicker than some of the silvers in the other cars as well. So he's doing a fine job. So right now, I would just tag on to the back of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin and just use that as a marker to just keep a nice steady stint going and not let the Aston get out of sight.
A couple of moments ago, Francois Heriot went for a rotation in the number 21 Vista AF Corse at Ferrari. That was towards the end of the lap, I think, at the Ford chicane. Thankfully didn't hit anything in the process and has managed to thread his way back onto the circuit and continue. Just a shout again though for Ahmed Al-Hati, who topped the standard qualifying session on Wednesday afternoon when all the bronzes had to go out in the GT cars for 30 minutes.
Yes.
And they treated it like it was absolute pole position, even though there were hyper pole sessions after that. But Ahmed's time, a 3:56.875. He said, I gave it all I had.
Yeah, well, that just shows absolutely the class of his field, and that's all you can do is against the people you're going up against, and but he's really delivering.
Isn't it just a treat to be able to see all the bronzes out there, so you can get a measure for who might be in for a good race, and then you turn the responsibility over to your co-drivers for the hyperpole bit.
Absolutely, and it's a team sport, and that's what I love about this. And you're only as strong as your weakest link. And quite often having a really, really strong bronze in the car means that potentially you don't have to have, the Max Verstappen-esque gold or platinum in with you as well, because ultimately he is the one that's going to be delivering a lot more and pulling a lot more during his stint on his fellow bronze competitors than a gold or a platinum can on their own, because normally on their own competitors, because normally, Johnny, when you get up into the sort of gold and platinums, you can throw a half a second blanket over all of them, but there can be quite a big difference between some of the bronzes.
Yeah, and I think that was displayed probably in the 30-minute qualifying session, where bronzes also had to go out with LMP2 drivers as well. That's the only qualifying session where you had to look out for traffic in places. Remember that the hypercars had their own 30-minute qualifying session when 21 cars headed out onto the circuit, but it was a tad quieter compared to the 17 LMP2s and the 24 LMGT3s. Another terrific GT entry into this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's hear some team radio. Five more laps for Ryan Hardwick's Manthey first form Porsche, so useful for that bronze driver to know how much more he can push on this set of tyres. And the tyres are restricted again in the LMGT3 category. It's 56 individual tyres for GTs, Paul. I think it's the same as Hypercar, isn't it?
No, it's 60.
Oh, you get 60 in
60
GT.
for LMGT3.
Okay. Mattia Drudi under investigation for an infringement potentially in the pit stop. The last pit stop they did, well, that was over an hour ago actually, at 16:36. So the early pit stops for the GT cars. And remember that at the time, Mattia was leading the class in the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. He's handed it now over to Ian James.
Yeah, they've slipped down to 9th in class. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Again, there's so much going on in defence of all the officials. There's so much goes on in the Le Mans 24-hour race. I often wonder when we see replays on the television sometimes, and then the next thing you know, it bangs up on the timing and scoring screen under investigation. I wonder whether it kind of triggers a reminder, I'm sure I'm wrong, that something unfortunate might have happened. But they've got so much going on, which I think is why you see sometimes quite a long delay between the actual infringement and then the investigation occurring.
Yeah, doesn't tell us a great deal about what might have happened. It's just the pit stop at 24 minutes to 5 is under investigation. Could that be speeding? I don't think it is, because normally it will say pit lane speeding. So it's something they've done during the stop when the car's stopped in position.
And that might be something like refueling out of position, not attaching the earthing lead whilst you're refueling.
Maybe too many people in the car.
Unlikely to be too many
Touching
people
the car
on the
during
wheel.
fueling.
Touching the car during refueling is a possibility. A couple of offences which happened during free practice, which was mechanics not wearing gloves. Or starting off not wearing
And one
gloves.
thing worth mentioning, isn't it, that we have marshals pretty much with all the teams who are observing everything that's going on, and cameras as well, Paul, and everything is being highlighted. And if you do something wrong, they're kind of like referees for everyone there to tell you you've made a mistake.
Yeah, and it is mandatory to have a camera pointing down at your pit so that can be used as a reference.
Radio message to Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac is, if you have a shot, you can overtake. If you have a shot on the 311 Jack Aitken car, you can overtake. That was a few minutes ago, but he is right now on the boot lid of a similar car to the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. Remember, although they're the same car, they're not run from the same team, although they are near neighbours. And the incident involving, in fact, 2 GT cars. Remember I told you about a spin for Francois Heriot in the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari? Well, there was clearly a collision with Celia Martin. They're together in the order, actually, 10th and 11th, because both Celia's car, the 85 Iron Danes Porsche, and that 21 Ferrari are now under investigation, as we can head for a CrowdStrike pit report with Peter Snowden. What do you got, Peter?
Yeah, we just said the 93 Peugeot was in. Driver swap, Paul di Resta jumped out of that, and Jean-Eric Verne just jumped into it. I'm going to try and catch Paul if I can. Talk quite clearly. So Jean-Eric Verne's gone out in that. Basically routine, not that much of an inspection as we were expecting on that car from the earlier incident, and say Paul di Resta not wanting to discuss anything.
And I have the number 18, the EDEC Sport Orica, in for a pit stop, fuel going on board. We've already had Andre Lotterer jump out of the car, and a bit of British race driver history being made here as Jamie Chadwick jumps into the car for her race debut here at Le Mans. Tyres going on as well, so a full pit stop. And I'm going to try and grab a word with Andre Lotterer, because this car was, I think, the first car to pit stop here today, and they've put this car off sequence with the rest of the LMP2 field. And from what I can see, why not? Jamie Chadwick just working her way out now to take part in the race. But why not? Why not go off sequence? Try something to get you back in a competitive sort of guise in this LMP2 field. We'll see if we can find Andre for a quick chat.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, with that CrowdStrike pit report. Paul, news on the quick times coming through now.
Yeah, it was Dries van Toor I wanted to draw attention to. Freshly in the number 15 BMW M Team WRT M Hybrid V8, and he's just set a best lap of the race so far at 3:27.936. So he's pushing on, and as I say, we know Dries is quick. He didn't manage to put the car on pole position, but he is the fastest car on the track at the moment.
And the other thing, sorry, Paul, the other thing to talk about is the 22 car, United Autosports, and there's going to be 5 seconds to the next pit stop, Johnny Molam. Now, is that after what's happened with David Heinemeier Hansen earlier in his stint? I didn't quite read the message.
I think they've obviously they gave him a warning for what we saw the first time around with the contact into turn 1 at Dunlop. Then there was a little bit of contact going into the second chicane, the Mulsanne chicane, and I don't think they even looked at that quite rightly. It was just a little bit of rubbing racing, as we keep saying. But then, unbeknownst to us, a message came up that potentially he'd cut the corner at MP3 early on in the lap, and I think, I know that is what the penalty was handing out for on his out lap.
So that's the second bit of the Dunlop chicane.
And that might have been on cold, yes, and that might have been a bit maybe cold tyres. It was on his out lap anyway. The fuel, it's worth remembering, if you stay on the same tyres, you've got a certain level of grip coming in on those tyres, and then you get a full tank of gas and you go out again, and especially in the brake zones, you've got to allow for that because your grip levels and where you brake will have to be adjusted, because you cannot brake as late on the same tyres even with a full tank of gas as you can with zero in the tank.
Good lap from a personal perspective for Darren Young. He's just done his quickest offering in the number 95 McLaren from United Autosports. Darren is in 16th position in LMGT3. It's a class that is led by Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin now, the number 10 for Valentin Haas-Clos after that great overtake on Ahmed El-Hati. But Ahmed, to be fair to him, sticking within 5 seconds of the Aston Martin. So Aston versus BMW, and then Arnold Robin, the local driver. The Robin family have both had a go at racing in ACO rules action over the years. Arnold is the only one in this race, and the 78 Codis, which has looked quick all week actually, all the way back to test day, that's still running in 3rd position, Paul.
It is going well. I just wanted to clarify the situation with David Heinemeier Hansen because there were 2 separate incidents for him at the Dunlop chicane. The one was when he rejoined and he was given a warning for the unsafe rejoin. That is not what this penalty is for.
No, that's what we were saying.
It's exactly what you were saying, Johnny.
Yeah.
I was just making sure that was a...
it was on an out lap.
Yeah.
And did we ever get a decision about the contact that was under investigation between David and Chris Froggatt, who was in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car? Because the two made contact, they spun together, and it was after that the 22 car then rejoined. But I don't remember.
No, I think they kind of let that go as just racing contact.
Incident.
I don't think
It didn't say no further action, but at the same time, the decision to assign a warning to Heinemeier Hansen, not for the incident but for the rejoin. So I think that one is off the inbox.
Well, the stewards will be very happy about that, because they've had a busy start to the race, and we've not yet had 2 hours of it. 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. You can hear us on XM 202 and Sirius 136 as well, as we continue to broadcast action as it happens, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And what those at the front would dearly like now is just a little bit of pattern that they can read as more issues relating to driver weight declaration come
I've just
through.
got this vision pop into my head, Johnny, of everyone that gets out of the car being led in a line to the back of the pits, and they're standing there, all 60 of them, being weighted to be weighed.
And a table of profiteroles just before
Exactly. And a load of lead and spanners to put in their pockets.
Yes. That's the other way around it, isn't it? Honestly, this has been my weight all stint.
Well, they used to give me a hard time for my weight, especially at the beginning of the season when they're doing the belts up, and they're like, the mechanics taking the mickey when they couldn't quite get the belts done. I'm saying, I'm sure we had them here last year.
They clearly had a word with Paul.
They wanted you as light as possible, but I've never, ever been weighed and then potentially mess up the whole situation for the team strategy based on my weight. But you do get weighed at the weigh-in at scrutineering, which happens about a week and a half ago. So having a kilo or so difference between then and now, it could be possible.
Yep.
Especially if you're weighing drivers after they get out of the car, because if you're sweating a lot, you can lose a kilo just from driving.
These very snazzy display panels are helping the fans out. Remember, they're new for 2025, the LED display panels, which have replaced the older style positional lights. So now we can tell who is, for instance, 17th and 18th in the LMGT3s when you catch the side view of each of the cars. Now side by side between Porsche 963s, and down the inside will go the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 4 of Nick Tandy on the 99 of Neil Jarni. They're on the same lap. And actually, where's the Toyota got in between those? The Toyota got through as well, that's why. But they'd arrive in a completely different order into the Michelin chicane, the second of those two deviations. And now Conway has scrabbled free of Nick Tandy and the Neil Jarni car, which they both got through, and they tried to run two abreast with Conway and Tandy into the Mulsanne corner.
That was great racing. Nick Tandy's body language, I love Nick. He's a fantastic driver. I remember racing against him many times. We've had a few comings together over the years, and watching his body language as he's coming behind, slipstreaming Conway towards the Porsche curves. He's definitely going to do him on the inside going into Indianapolis, I think. No, into the Porsche curves this is it? No, coming down into Indianapolis. I was right the first time.
You were.
Beautiful move, and he makes that position stick. Nick Tandy overtaking the 7 Toyota of Mike Conway.
Yeah, there's a little right-hand, it's not a break, it's still flat, but before you get to the two corners that form Indianapolis, let's hear Nick Tandy's team radio. Nice job, Nick. Nice job. Keep pushing forward. Go get the next one is the quote. Well, he hadn't got past the Toyota at that point. Remember, these are delayed messages. So he got through Neil Jarni's all-white FAT backed or sponsored Porsche.
And Nick Tandy just catching a GT3 car as they were moving into the first right of the Porsche curves there. He's going to have to go around the outside of them. A little bit of a replay of a little bit of sideways contact between Nick Tandy. You could definitely see a little puff of carbon dust pop up there, but he just kept his foot in. He's not lifting for anything because he had Conway in his sights and he made it stick.
It's a good job these wheels are flush with the wheel arch and there's no protrusion, because they were totally side by side there, side pod to side pod. Nick Tandy coming from a short oval background in the UK, so he will have learned a little bit of contact Robbins racing in those mini stops.
Yeah, I mean he did, but that's so long ago. But he does drive a little bit like that. I mean he's a very aggressive driver, but he always plays it fair. But he's really fast driver, and he's been fast for a long time.
Well, he won this race on debut in the 919. He'd run in GTs before, but I think it's his first prototype appearance in 2015. That amazing lineup of debutants. Nico Hulkenberg, who was a Formula One driver at that time
and
in
Earl Bamber.
2015, and Earl Bamber.
And it was only 2 years before that, he was racing in the European Le Mans Series in GTs for Porsche, and he obviously did IMSA as well, and then carried on doing GTs again after that Le Mans win. But he was racing in the 2013 European Le Mans Series in a GT Porsche, because we were racing up against him, and then 2 years later he's winning Le Mans in the prototype.
Terrible form for Nick, though, coming into this race, because of his last 5 appearances at Le Mans, a DNF for 4 of them. So he's desperate for a race finish.
It does happen. It really does happen at this race. Sometimes you think you've cracked it, and then for whatever reason, it's very, very difficult. So it used to be, not so much now because everyone drives it like it's a sprint race, but it used to be just getting to the finish was an accomplishment, and it still is to some extent.
Let's head to the pit lane for this CrowdStrike pit report. We'll get that in just a tick, but the medium Goodyear tyres for the Acodis ASP car of Petru Umberescu and Tom Van Rompuy running 5th and 6th places in LMGT3. It's the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Valentin Haas-Clos car that leads the way. Not told you about LMP2 for a little while. Well, the 43 car of Tom Dillman is out front by nearly 10 seconds over a pit-stopping Patrick Pilet. Job van Outert's come in as well in the number 28 EDEC Sport car. Pilet at the wheel of the RLRM Sport, number 16. These are all Orica 07s, I'll remind you. And the Algarve Pro Racing car, the blue number 25 of Théo Pourchaire, also coming in as well. So we've reached that point of about 40 minutes or so to get some more fuel into these cars. We can say fuel, whereas the other categories at Le Mans are now judged on energy per stint.
And interesting, talking about the LMP2s, to see that based on how they're using their drivers, we keep alluding to the bronze drivers, how they're using their drivers. So, for example, the United Autosports 23 car, which started with Oliver Jarvis, they put their Daniel Schneider in, and they're using up quite a lot of Daniel Schneider, who is their bronze's drive time. They've slipped right down to 17th in LMP2, whereas other Pro-Am categories, like Proton Competition and the RLR M Sport, have actually had their pro drivers in, like Patrick Pilet, and they're actually a lap ahead at this stage, although in some cases they still owe us a pit stop. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all comes out in the wash later on in the race.
Yeah, Patrick Pilet, as you say, having been in the car since the start, coming toward the end of his third stint, but he does owe us that pit stop, which will put him back into the pack. But no, it is interesting how the teams use the drivers.
Nearly 2 hours done here at the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You tune to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. Let's check the weather. Currently 23 degrees Celsius, and the chance of rain, my app says 0%. There's a fair bit of cloud around, but it doesn't seem to be too ominous. The cloud is set to remain into this evening, and then it'll be a clear night in places. Tomorrow, heading into the early hours, a low of 14 degrees Celsius, and then for Sunday, around about race finish, it'll be a high of 24. Paul Truswell, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer. You'll notice that Johnny Molam, therefore, is nipping out for a well-deserved break. And to the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, we can welcome back Bruce Jones after this. Earl Bamber's radio message to tell him to call by the pits next time around. Plenty of notice for that, because he's currently on the run out of Mulsanne Corner, and heading into Mulsanne Corner, so he's got the whole of that third sector to do. They probably sent him that radio message at the start of this lap. It's number 5 Porsche that leads in the hands of Julien Andlauer, but welcome Bruce Jones for a little stint of your own. It's good so far, isn't it?
It is fantastic, and according to my stint, the fact I'm only starting now meant I was able to watch the start of the race at the Forest S's, something I've never done before. But I did learn one thing. On the opening lap, you think you've got a line of sight, and then suddenly everyone holds up their arms and gains 2 feet in height with their mobile phones. But it was absolutely epic out there, real treat. And then walked my way back down here, watching at about 5 or 6 vantage points. Fantastic. But I mean, what a brilliant start from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Not only just getting into the lead, but Kevin Estre has been spellbinding in the opening couple of hours. Magnificent drive. Yeah, from 21st on the grid up to now 3rd position in the number 6 car from Porsche Penske Motorsport. The car in between Andlauer and Estre remains Nicholas Nielsen's number 50 Ferrari, but covering those top 3 cars only 11 seconds. It's a further 6 or so seconds back to Jack Aitken's number 311 Cadillac for Action Express, Cadillac Wayland. And then the 2 further caddies from Hertz Team Jota, Will Stevens and Earl Bamber in 5th and 6th places. LMP2 was being led by Tom Dillman in the number 43 into Europol competition, Orica. That car's just come in for a stop, so Patrick Pilet will now take up the race lead. As teased, Earl Bamber is indeed being called into pit road, though, in the number 38 Cadillac. Let's just run you through the other leading positions in LMP2. So it's Pilet for RLR. Kuba Śmiechowski's just taken over the Tom Dillman driven up to this point into Europol competition car. So the 43 now has the silver driver at the wheel. Giorgio Roda had just brought the 11 Proton competition car in. So the bronze has done a stint and is back in again. And with the result of that, Franck Pereira with the number 48 VDS Padded racing car now up to 3rd place, Paul.
Yes, that's right. Giorgio Roda having taken over the number 11 after 2 stints from Bent Piscal. So maybe he's doing a double stint as well. Interesting that the Earl Bamber car coming into the pits on that lap, because he is the first of the cars to make their 3rd pit stop, first of the leading hypercars, I should say, to make their 3rd pit stop. I said right at the start that the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars seemed to be coming in a little bit earlier. I thought that might have been just to make sure that they were getting the energy consumption right, because of the need to do the formation lap behind the safety car at the start of the race. But it does seem to me that the 2 cars, the 38 and the 12 from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, pitting just a little bit earlier than the rest of the field.
Yeah, and that might be just to try and stay out of the mad rush to pit lane.
No, I think they've got a slightly higher fuel consumption, if you will, and that's just causing them to have to make those earlier pit stops. Won't make any difference for now, but I think as the race progresses, we might see that just making the 2 cars drop down the field a little bit.
Right, yeah. Because obviously the more time you spend in the pits, the less time you're out there on the racetrack working your way through laps, and it's all about playing the long game, and that can take a while to manifest itself on our timing screen, but obviously we'll keep you in tune with that. It's now in a Codis ASP Team Lexus that leads LM GT3 in the hands of Arnold Robert. He's up against pretty much all the bronze drivers now. It's taken a bit of time, Bruce, to get the bronzes on board, but clearly this has been identified at 2 hours in to be a good time to burn some of that time.
Absolutely so. One thing I'm also going to report from being out on the track at the start, I thought I felt a few drops of rain with about 2 minutes to start the race. No idea what it was, but you know, conditions are fabulous now, and compared just 24 hours ago when it was pushing 30 degrees this time of the day, much more comfortable run through the evening here. Track dry, track in very good condition. Vast majority of the cars have stayed on the black stuff since the start of the race, so this is the time to start burning up their time. And also this run, the next hour and a half for them, will give them so much confidence to take into the night. I think that's crucial.
At best, you can hope that was beer being flung from glasses rather than anything else in the air. But it wasn't. It wasn't rain.
It was not rain, so I wasn't going to start guessing, but I'll settle on beer. That'll be fine.
Good stuff. Well, there's plenty of it out there, and hopefully you're enjoying your time here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, responsibly. Kind of responsibly. Of course, we have all been behaving ourselves here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We've got to stay up all night and enjoy this. Now then, news about the 36 Alpine. It's going to get a 20-second penalty, a stop and go, in fact. So that's not a soaking up time in the next pit stop. That's a 20-second stop and go for Alpine number 36 because of a pit lane speed infringement. Timed at 20 past 5, Paul.
Yeah, and a significant pit lane excess, because the normal excess is just a drive-through penalty, which is what's been handed out to the number 183 AF Corsa Orica, the LMP2 car. That's got a drive-through, but as you say, a longer pit stop for a more excessive speed for the Alpine.
And that being a stop-go, they're not going to be able to do any work on the car in the process either. That is a dedicated penalty pit stop. Let's welcome Ryan Marine to proceedings. You've been with us all week. Great to have you on board and with this CrowdStrike pit report.
And right now I'm watching the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota crew going to work. Will Stevens brought the 12 car into the pits, and it's a full service stop. They put the fuel in and did a full 4 tires of the medium compound Michelins. Now, you guys were talking about the team car, the 38, stopping 1 lap shorter than its team car each and every lap, and I'm going to make a guess here that the reason might be that they're pitted with the 38 ahead of the 12, and if they pitted simultaneously, it would make it almost impossible for the 12 to come in front of its team car, and that would cost them some time. So my guess is that they're staggering these pit stops because all 4 Cadillacs actually are pitted in succession. It's the number 311 car, then the 101 from Whelan and from Wayne Taylor, respectively. Then you get the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car. So that's something the Cadillac teams will have to be juggling.
I know exactly what you're saying, Ryan, but I only partially agree with it because the first pit stop for both of the Cadillac Hertz Steam Jota team cars, they both came in at the same time. So they didn't stack them because they have their own separate areas to do the pit stop, but they did come in together with the number 12 car ahead of the number 38, and that is the way the order is still. But they brought in Earl Bamber before they brought in Will Stevens, so they would seem to be able to do that servicing simultaneously if they want to. That last pit stop, obviously for both of them, being a longer one because of the need to do a driver change and a change of all 4 tyres, and that's in the region of 1 minute 30 seconds. Actually, it was a quicker one for the 38 car, the Earl Bamber car, which was turned around in 1 minute 27.6. With a change of 2 tyres, we saw a pit stop in the region of 1 minute 20, 1 minute 25. If it's just fuel, then it's between 1 minute 10 and 1 minute 15 would be the normal kind of pit stop. The other thing I thought the Cadillac Hertz Steam Jota cars might have been doing was to actually just put a little bit less in at every pit stop, and thus just giving themselves the opportunity perhaps to take advantage of any slow zones or full course yellows if they would happen. But we'll see how that plays out as the race goes on.
Let's head to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit report because the race leader is in.
And Julian Andlauer has handed the car to Mathieu Jaminet, who has climbed into the car while the fueling goes on. In from the lead of this race, the number 5 Porsche. I told you, can I just remind everybody at this stage, this was my pick on Friday afternoon. This Porsche was my pick. I know I've hexed it. Good luck for the rest of the race, guys. Fueling, it's going to get a set of tyres, guys. It's a general pit stop. We've had a driver change. We'll try and get a word with Julian, but they do have a tendency to disappear straight into a debrief. Understandably, they're at work and I'm interfering. But the tyres are going on now, so it's pretty standard. I'll come back to you if anything goes wrong. Nothing has gone wrong, in fact, because it's so quick, he's already going.
I hope it's far too noisy down in pit road for anyone at the 5 to have heard what you just said. Please don't mention it to Julian Andlauer that it was your pick, because he'll smash you in the face as he disappears into the garage. Yeah, big time. There are the other cars pitting then. The 311 Cadillac Wayland of Jack Aitken, the number 8 Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, also in James Colado's Ferrari number 51, and the BMW number 15. I noted that Dries Vanthoor on the in-lap has just done the best middle sector of anybody. I think that was on the lap that he'd just done because he wasn't in the pits at that time. Alcamel has this thing on the screen where it shows me all the best sector times for each individual car when those cars pit. But clearly the BMW towards the end of the stint looking very strong down the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, I was just picking that out as well. There were so many things to disseminate in the early stages of the race. I was pondering what Paul was talking about regarding maybe slightly short-term fueling the Cadillacs, but certainly the picture is beginning to unfold. But, 30 years ago, the picture had been quite clear at this stage in the race. It wouldn't have been the one you got at the end or even past midnight, but it's just finding its form, and you just have to concentrate on the fact qualifying is one thing, racing is quite another.
Yeah. An off-track moment for the 93 Peugeot again. That was a fairly innocuous run, a little too deep into the Daytona chicane, and it took to the curb, it took to the runoff, and now has rejoined. That's Jean-Eric Verne in the number 93 car, which is in 20th position. Very, very dusty though, where you get to that escape road. Didn't need to take to the threading its way through the tyres because it had already partly turned its way through the Daytona chicane. Sparks flying from beneath the number 15 BMW. So that is the car that I was talking about with Dries Vanthoor still at the wheel, and then in behind is the Dutchman Robin Freins in his BMW M Team WRT entry. So German manufacturer but run by Belgian outfit WRT. Based not far from Liège, in fact pretty much based at Liège airport these days after that new headquarters was opened recently. Car number 20 down in 13th spot.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable new headquarters, and if you can find any footage of that on YouTube or whatever, take a look. They do far more than just run a handful of racing cars. Not only do they run those cars incredibly well, the sheer number. I'll just throw in 2 words as well. Fun Cup, quite involved in that, but do go and dig it out, because it goes to show so many of these teams have to make themselves as strong as they can be, have to have alternative businesses as well. But WRT, you know, they really have, the last 10 years have been remarkable.
So the number 6 Porsche, Joe reckons, in fact, he was going to say that's the next car in. In fact, it's already arrived on pit road. So let's get a CrowdStrike pit report from Joe.
Yeah, driver of the race for me for the number 6 Porsche. Kevin Estre, wow, we already knew, I should say, that Kevin Estre was a bit of a superstar, but all the way from the back of the hypercar grid to the front at some stage, and certainly that car in contention after that infringement in qualifying, wasn't it? Car coming in underweight, everybody's done it, it's so easy to do, and I'm kind of having to step away from the number 6 car as we're being joined by the number 4 now. So a full quarter of Porsche 963 pit stops ongoing, and it looks like no driver change on the 4. We've had full service on the number 5 and 6 with driver changes, fuel and tyres. We look like I can't see another driver about to step into the number 4. So driver staying on board at this stage. In fact, the driver staying on board, that's the first thing they do as the fuel goes on. So no driver change on the number 4. So driver change last time for the number 4. So of course we're going to get as maximum as we can out of our drivers, and I'll be surprised if they change tyres as well. Fuel is still on. The fueling, it seems to take an age, doesn't it? When the clock is ticking, fuel jumps off, the board man lifts the board, and the number 4's out. So that's Porsche 963 done and dusted for the time being.
This is some team radio.
Mandatory, mate. I cannot do magical tricks.
The comment from, well, that was Tom Blomqvist speaking to his engineer, and I think the reply from the engineer was, I cannot do magical tricks, to the Inter-Europol competition pilot. So Blomqvist may be wondering, sorry, CLX Pure Racing pilot, so the number 37 car driven by Tom, who is in 12th place in the LMP2s when you group them all together. Remember, it's a split between the LMP2 lineup and LMP2 Pro-Am, which include bronze racers. But the new leader after these Porsches have all made their stops is now the AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow and red machine of Phil Hansen, who began in that car. So there's been no driver change in car 83 to this point. Maybe that's just around the corner.
That's why he leads the race, Johnny. Yes, because he's yet to make that third pit stop. But interestingly, and I'm going to talk about stint lengths again. That Ferrari, the AF Corsa Enter car, the extra car, number 83. Phil Hansen's 2 stints so far have been 13 laps long. Compare that to the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars, which Will Stevens did 11 laps on his first stint, 12 on his second, 12 on his third. Exactly the same pattern that Earl Bamber has done, except that Earl Bamber only did 11 laps on his third. So there's a big difference between 11, 12 and what Phil Hansen has been turning in, which is 13 lap stints so far. Question, is he going to be able to do another stint of 13 laps this time? Because that car, if it's going to be able to continue at that stint length, is going to be able to eke out the length of time that it's in the lead. So at the moment, it's only going to lead for a lap or maybe 2. But in 3 or 4 hours' time, it'll be lapping for 4 or maybe 5 laps. And then by the 6-hour mark, who knows? It'll maybe be able to just extend it and miss a pit stop out.
This is so hairy between the 2 Cadillacs. There's a BMW involved as well. The 2 Cadillacs from Hertz Team Jota I'm talking about, because they were having to work their way through traffic in the second chicane and also try and find room for one another. So Antonio Giovinazzi's very grateful to be kind of up the road and away from this. Will Stevens, Earl Bamber, Robin Freins, totally together through Indianapolis into Arnage, and they're now heading for Porsche Curves. And we, in turn, are heading for the pit lane to Ryan Marine for this CrowdStrike pit report.
The Ironman Phil Hansen has finally been plucked out of the 83 from AF Corsa, and it'll be the Pole, Robert Kubica, climbing aboard. He's already ensconced, actually, in his Ferrari 499P. This is the yellow, primarily yellow and red liveried customer car. They put the Total fuel in the machine, and now it's a set of Michelin medium compound tires, 4 of them, so a full tire change here on this stop for Kubica as he's about to head out on his first stint of this edition of the race. Really clean pit work by the AF Corsa crew, and Robert Kubica rejoins the fight.
Now the Cadillacs and that BMW I mentioned are heading onto the main straight with a flash of the lights this time for the leading Cadillac Hertz team, Joe Dakar of Will Stevens. Kubica comes in, as Ryan mentioned, Hansen in. Kubica now out in the same car. And Kubica's sort of landed right in front of those two, right in between those two Cadillacs. It's going to sort itself out now as Robin Freins sweeps across the timing line at Tete Rouge. There was a massive lock-up about a lap ago then for the number 12, and actually a touch from the number 51 Ferrari to the rear of the 12 car as we head to the pit lane to Kevin Estre. Here's Joe Bradley.
Drive of the race so far. Kevin, that was determined, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, when you start last, I guess you have to be determined for something. But no, it felt great to be out there, you know, having a lot of fun, I have to say, and it was very fair. All the fights were very fair. So yeah, we're on a good spot now. I'm happy that I did my job, starting the race and bringing the car back where it belongs, at the top and or on the front, and we'll see how we go from there.
You know what? You guys had a calmness about you in qualifying. You didn't get overly excited about not being quickest. You guys knew you had a good race car underneath you.
Well, that's a good point of not doing hyperpole. You don't have to practice for it. So we from at the moment we got disqualified, we said, look, we wanna focus on the race, and that's what we did.
I mean, right? You know what? Underweight, a refueling thing, or whatever. That just shows how hard the teams are pushing to the limit.
Yeah, you know, we are definitely trying to be at the limit all the time, and mistakes are human. So all good. We are back. No bad feeling. We're okay.
Kevin, I've been watching you drive for many years. That's up there, mate, with that drive. That's fantastic.
Joe Bradley with the CrowdStrike pit report and the star man, perhaps, so far of the piece. I wonder whether that title might chop and change through the course of the race. We've, at the end of the day, only had 2 hours and 20 minutes of it. The wonderful noise in the background is the naturally aspirated V8 that powers each of these Cadillacs. We've got 4 of them in the race, and the 38 now going to dive bomb the 12. So was that a bit of instruction there to put the 38 car ahead of the 12? Will Stevens, to me, got out of the throttle to allow Earl Bamber through.
Well, it certainly seemed that way, Johnny, because already the gap between them is about a second in the favour of the 38 as it's gone through. Neat, tidy, no need to do anything else, but right behind, they're really being chased very hard indeed, because Robin Freins is now on a bit of a charge, so whatever they want to do, they don't want to delay whichever car they put back second in their pack. They need to build an advantage ahead of that BMW. But right now, one thing I just want to throw in, one other thing from standing trackside was the glorious sound of those Aston Martin Thor team. Valkyrie's just brilliant on the opening few laps, handful of laps at the back of the field, but they just stand out. I mean, every sound is distinctive, but the fans, they really love those V12s as they came rumbling, well, sort of singing on their way past. Great sound.
That's a Cosworth engine, 6.5 litre V12, and only one of 2 naturally aspirated engines in the hypercar field. All the others are turbocharged, so it's those and the Cadillacs. And the guessing game at night, Paul, is to shut your eyes somewhere at Tete Rouge or Arnage and try and work out which cars are going by you.
Absolutely, and I think, in fact, I had a message from David Ingram. Remember him before we came out here, and his closing remark on his email was, "Let's hope the Valkyries keep us awake all night and throughout to the end of the race." And I think that's. I mean, it's not a disappointment that they're at the back of the field. Their first time here, it's not going to be a one-race wonder. I think the Aston Martin Valkyries are going to be here for a little while. They're still developing the program. The job for this weekend is to get them to the finish. So, let's just keep them out of trouble, which they have been pretty much so far. We had the misfortune of having the 007 coming in early on with a slow puncture. There was then an extra pit stop for that car. But other than that, the Valkyries have been running pretty strongly. I wanted to bring attention to the messages you mentioned already, the stop-and-go penalties that have been assigned to both the Alpines, 35 being given a 5-second stop-and-go, the 36 being given a 20-second stop-and-go. They've now been told, stand by on the stop-and-goes. So a very odd situation there, although just to be going back to, when was it, Wednesday when we got, oh no, it was on test day. On test day on the Sunday, there was a GPS failure, and the GPS system, which is used to monitor the speeds everywhere, did give a problem, and we had a lot of pit lane speed limit infringements at the beginning of the session. So I just wonder if that's why the Alpines have said, look, we pushed the button, and it's now being investigated.
Yeah, well, at least they're getting a fair crack of the whip, as it were, and an ability to not exactly appeal it, but just to say, are you sure you're right? Because, of course, as soon as you serve the penalty, that's it. And it's a massive penalty for the 36. Was it a 20-second stop and go?
Yeah.
You've got to make sure that's correct. And, you know, they're being given sufficient time to argue their case.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a race pivoting moment. If you come in, you're stationary for 20 seconds for one of them, 5 for the sister car. It could be an absolute disaster. I mean, as it is, the number 36 Jules Gunnar-driven car is outside the top 10 in, what's it now, in 13th position. And the sister car a little bit further up the order, just waiting, get it right.
Yeah.
And there's no skin off anyone's nose if they have to wait another lap while it's being sorted out.
And with it not issued, then you don't have to worry about having to serve something like that within 3 laps or anything. It's just the pause button has been pressed, and any more news we get, of course, we'll bring that to you. There was a no further action, which I don't know whether, with so much going on, I actually told you about that, but it was the contact between the Iron Dames 85 Porsche and the 21 Ferrari from Vista AF Corsa, but that's been looked at. It occurred at, well, actually Marshall Post 25 is shown, which is Indianapolis. I had thought it was closer to the end of the lap than that. Anyway, they've looked at it from various angles and say, racing incident, continue on.
Continue on, time and plenty to go. 21.5 hours and 5 minutes thrown in for good behaviour. But in recent laps, it's been a very good scrap between Antonio Giovinazzi. He's moved up into 6th place, moving ahead of Dries Van Toor's BMW. The better place, those BMW M Team WRT entries. But again, really great racing down the Mulsanne straight, a little bit more toe, and just making its way through. But Van Toor's not someone who's going to drop off the tail. He's only half a second down, trying to fight back against that number 51 Ferrari. And let's see where that one goes. But the race, I think, is now just shaping up to find some clear form. And I know Paul is looking very intently at what the Cadillac crew are doing, because, of course, they started first and second on the opening lap. They were suddenly shuffled down to second and third. But it's those lengths, Paul, is it not, of those early stints that could dictate how the race unfolds, unless, as you also threw into the mix, that they've got a little tactic they're playing early on.
Well, yes. I mean, my information is that the other problem facing the Cadillac Team Jota is that they, although they're quick when the track is clear, the car is a bit of a handful getting past traffic. And that was something I wanted to talk to Johnny Molam about, because you would kind of think that a car is quick, but sometimes getting it to go past the traffic where you have to make last-minute changes of direction, and that is where the Cadillac V-Series R is not such a strong contender. So there's 2 things which are important. Yes, how long is the stint? The other thing that I try to look at is what the average lap time is during the stint. Because yes, you can put in a quick lap, but if in between times you're getting some slower laps, then overall the stint length becomes longer and fewer laps, which is not what you want.
No, entirely so. But very interesting point about the ability to overtaking, how they can handle in traffic. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. So, as I say, yeah, keeping an eye on those average lap times. The average lap times thus far for Earl Bamber have been 3 minutes 30, 32, 31. For Will Stevens, 30, 31, 31. Look at Julian Andlauer. He's been His first stint was in the 29s. The Ferrari, which is second, 3 minutes 30s, so there's not a lot to choose between them. We tend to need to get down to look at the differences in tenths rather than the overall, or just looking at minutes and seconds for every lap time, so another indication of just how close it is.
Pressure on for the number 8 Toyota, being driven by Brendan Hartley, because Antonio Giovinazzi is right with the Kiwi, heading out of Arnage and on their route towards Porsche curves. They've also got the slight distraction of Franck Pereira in his VDS Panis Racing 48 LMP2 car that they'll need to overtake. There are certain areas where the LMP2 is actually pretty good through the air. Remember, aero taken off this car, the LMP2, so it's great down the tubes. Doesn't have quite as good speed though through the corners, where it would normally in ELMS format have a bit more downfalls through the corners. 3 abreast, and great to have actually each of the 3 categories side by side there. Toyota alongside Franck Pereira's LMP2 car. There was a GC car being overtaken as well, and they all got through, Bruce.
Certainly did. A little vignette among many, many vignettes that get added together to form the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But conditions are dry, conditions way cooler than yesterday, to the delight not only of the drivers but also all the pit crews, because any heat here just gets retained in that pit lane and it can make you so much more tired. But right now I think we've got a race starting to shape up, and RLRM Sport, they've got the bragging rights, but Patrick Pilet will eventually smell his supper and come in, because he's been in since the start of the race. But for now, they're leading that class, and it's an LMP2 Pro-Am entry as well, so they get bragging rights for now. But yeah, shaping up nicely. But it's Antonio Giovinazzi who's the driver on the move, up from 7th to 6th. Now he's shaping up for 5th. Yeah, and you can't knock 1.8 seconds between the first and the second place cars, as the yellows briefly come out at the end of the lap, the Ford chicane, but they are quickly removed. The lights are flashing now to make sure from the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco that the LMP2 car ahead of him is well aware that the qualifying driver in this number 50 Ferrari is wanting to make its way through and lose as little time as possible to the race leader Mathieu Jaminet. Laurence Vantour in the number 6 Porsche in 3rd, ahead of Felipe Drugovich, the talent from Brazil, after his cracking season in 2023 in the FIA Formula 2 season. This influx of single-seater drivers into ACO rules racing, so refreshing. And it means that if you can't get a drive in Formula 1, come to the FIA World Endurance Championship instead. Exactly 6:30 on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2025. We've had 2.5 hours of this thing, and it's time for an hourly update.
So 2.5 hours into the race, it's 6:30 in the evening, and Porsche still in the lead of the race. Mathieu Jaminet at the wheel of the number 5 car, but he is being closed in upon by Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari. That gap has been coming down steadily over the last 4 laps, and Antonio Fuoco has brought it down from 3 seconds now to just 1.1 seconds, the gap first to second. So number 5 Porsche 963 leads number 50 Ferrari 499P. 3rd place, another Porsche, number 6 Laurence Vantour at the wheel of the Porsche Penske Motorsport car, and in 4th place is Felipe Drugovich in the leading Cadillac, which is the Action Express run car, the Cadillac Whelan V Series R, and he is just 14 seconds. He dropped away a little bit, 14 seconds away from Laurence Vantour. 5th, moving up to 5th, is Antonio Giovinazzi in car number 51, the Ferrari, moving ahead of Brendan Hartley's Toyota, number 8, which is in 6th place. 7th, number 15, Dries Vantour, still with the fastest lap of the race so far to his name. He's in the middle of his 2nd stint behind the wheel of the BMW M Hybrid V8. In 8th place is number 38, Earl Bamber for the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota team, and in 9th place, the sister car, the number 12, Will Stevens driving. Rounding out the top 10 is the other BMW, and that's number 20, Robin Frines. LMP2 being led by Patrick Pilet, still behind the wheel as he has been since the start of the race in the RLR M Sport Orica, car 16, and he has a lead now of 25 seconds over Kuba Schmiskowski in the Inter-Europol competition, Orica number 43. In third place is Frank Pereira in the number 48 VDS Panis racing car. He's 11 seconds behind. In fourth place is Paul Lafargue now, driving the EDEC Sport car number 28. Fifth place is Matthias Kaiser for the Algarve Pro Racing team, number 25. And in sixth, Maceo Capieto taking over the wheel of the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car. LMGT3 has Ahmed Al-Hati in the lead of it in the Team WRT number 46, the BMW M4. That's the car that Valentino Rossi is going to be driving later on, leading the class at the moment. Second, number 10, Derek de Boer at the wheel of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin Vantage. In third place, number 78, Arnold Raban with the Codis ASP team Lexus. Fourth, number 81, Tom Van Rompuy driving the TF Sport Corvette. Fifth, 77, Bernardo Souza in the Proton Mustang, the Proton Ford Mustang. In sixth place, number 87 is Petru Razvan Umberescu in the Ecodis ASP Lexus. So 2 Lexuses in the top 6, but 4 other manufacturers at the top of LMGT3.
And the track temperature at the moment is 27 Celsius, still a little bit too warm for the soft tyres. And we've had a change at the front of the field. Ferrari lead Le Mans for the first time in 2025. A pass made going into the Indianapolis area of the circuit, and immediately the number 50 of Antonio Fuoco, the 499P, pulls out 2 or 3 cars lengths over Mathieu Jaminet in the 963. A little bit of a change to our publicised driver rotations in here as well. Peter Mackay's gone off to, nipped off to grab some early food. He's taken an early stop, so I'm going to get some of my mandatory time in here. If you are just joining us, welcome along. It's good to have your company as we move now into another half an hour of racing. The outside temperature at the moment still around about 22, 23 degrees, and it is very pleasant out there. Huge crowd here. Trying to get around in the paddock is absolutely impossible. Bruce Jones, Paul Truswell and me, John Hindorf, in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre at the end of the Bugatti circuit. And this already, Bruce, is shaping up. And you were commentating for us at the last race at Spa, and this is shaping up exactly the same as that 6-hour race.
It is. Look, we've got we're deep already into the early hours of this race, and we've got the first 3 cars, a Ferrari and 2 Porsches, covered by what are we talking? 2 seconds. It's mighty. They're picking the way through the traffic, but you know, the World Endurance Championship, it ebbs and flows according to balance performance. But this one, I think, is settling down nicely. But we're not just talking about the Porsches and Ferraris at the front. Aston Martin, of course, at the tail end of the pack, but busy, and Harry Tincknell, I believe, has finally finished his early stint.
So that pass was the whole run from pretty much from Mulsanne. In fact, it was the whole run, Bruce, from Mulsanne all the way down to that little right-handed kink before Indianapolis, and round the outside by Antonio Fuoco. That was very, very impressive indeed.
It was very, very impressive, but both parties knew there was no point having any contact at this early stage in the race. Now let the flow go that way. The cars are quick. And, you know, we always think about how the driver's job, when they're in the car, of course they're working hard, but some of the drivers, when they get out, they're so still fired up from adrenaline if they've done the first 2.5 hours. They don't just retire and lie in a bed and have a massage. They do sit there and sort of unwind a little bit, but it's very difficult to just switch off immediately.
So Bruce Jones there, and let's keep those comments coming in at RSL_studio. Our hashtag for this year, as it's our 20th RSL Radio Show Limited edition of the Le Mans 2025 24 hours is hashtag 20RLM from Radio Le Mans 24, because it's our 20th Radio Le Mans 24 hours. Remember, next weekend we'll have live coverage from the Nürburgring and their 24-hour race, with coverage starting on Thursday. We'll have a special midweek motorsport on Wednesday from the ring, and that available on YouTube around the world as well, with our commentary for the English language. Picking away through traffic then, Toyota and BMW. The number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing TSO10 at the moment in the hands of Brendan Hartley, the lanky Kiwi, fighting off Dries Van Toor in the number 15, the more standard BMW colours, the other cars in the Shell Racing colours, which has such history here at Le Mans, of course. Van Toor has been the pole sitting specialist in IMSA competition this year, although he was knocked off his perch at Detroit a couple of weekends ago by none other than Nick Yellerly, who's here in the LMP2 category. Let's hear from Brendan.
Currently, energy is looking good. Override is available in traffic or for defense. Override available in traffic or for defense.
So much to think about, Bruce, from these drivers, making changes corner to corner, straight to straight. They are much more like a pilot than they are indeed a driver. Unrecognisable, these cars.
Absolutely, absolutely so. But it's the fact they have to line up. It is a game of chess. They've got to line up the move, consider it, but doing a great job.
To take a CrowdStrike pit lane report, Joe Bradley is down at Aston Martin with Harry Tinknell.
Harry, that was a long stint.
Yeah, a little slow puncher, unfortunately, after like 5 or 6 laps. So it actually felt fine, but the team sort of notified me on the radio, and you can see it slowly dropping. So in the Formula 3 days, I would have been in trouble there. But yeah, we caught it before we really lost too much time. So we're a little bit out of sequence compared to the others. But yeah, first 3 stints in the Valkyrie around Le Mans, pretty awesome experience. And you know, just looking at the times there, we're like, you know, probably a second off race pace compared to, you know, being in the top 6. So I think that's, you know, not too bad at all. We've been learning even through that stint with different settings on the electronics and stuff. So I think hopefully we'll just still can get better and better as the race goes on.
I mean, you guys have made no secret. This is a development year for the Aston Martin, and I think you've just answered my next question. What exactly are you learning from being involved in a 24-hour race with this car?
Well, I think, you know, the main thing is you can't practice around the Mans apart from when you're racing. So, you know, if we can get 24 hours out of 2 cars, it would be a fantastic achievement, I think, for any manufacturer coming here after only 3 races. And hopefully, so far so good on that front. And you know, we're pushing as hard as we can, because you know we know we're scratching the surface with the setup of this car. We've seen already the progress over the first 3 races, and if we want to come back next year and be fighting for the win, then we're going to have to push hard today to learn as much, and tomorrow to learn as much as we can, and that's exactly what we're doing.
And is it an extent, Harry, where you would like things to break so that you discover where the weaknesses are?
Well, hopefully we've built it strong enough that it will survive, and that would be ideal, obviously. You know, the car's done 12 hours of Sebring. We know that that's, you know, pretty much as hard as 24 hours of Le Mans, but you know, let's not count our chickens yet. We've still got 21 hours to go. You know, I think for us, if we can keep finding performance during the race, then that's the main thing.
Thank you, Harry.
Harry Tinknell and Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Down in the pit lane, we'll try and grab some of the LMP2 runners as well, just checking the laps under the wheels of the top runners. What have we been getting, Paul Truswell, in terms of laps? 12 laps for the hypercars. Froko's on his 10th at the moment, by my calculations.
Yes, absolutely right. Foco is on his 10th. Nielsen has done a maximum stint length of 12. However, Porsche, Julian Andlauer did a maximum stint length of 12. Kevin Estre did a 13. And most of the time it's a 12-lap stint. The ones who haven't been doing 12-lap stints are the Cadillacs from the Hertz team Jota. They've been doing either 12 or 11. As I say, where you compare that with Porsche, who've been doing either 12 or 13.
13, yeah.
there is a possibility that that will turn into something significant. Not now, but in 5 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. Remember, it's a long race.
€5 in the jar. Snowy said it was a very, very long race early on. I think we've got to take 20. He's not well. Porsche's changing position. The number 6 goes into second spot then for Mathieu Jaminet, going down into third. So Vanto then has moved up a position using the traffic to get through in remarkably the newly resurfaced entrance to the Porsche curves, and used the extra grip on the outside. Urs Karatul and the rest of the Porsche team engrossed in the stats at the moment. Thomas Laudenbach as well, head of Porsche Motorsport, down there. Let's check in with the GT battles, where Team WRT are leading with Ahmed El Harti getting rid of his bronze time. Got to do 6 hours in the car. Second place, around about 18 seconds further back, Arnaud Robert for Agodis in the Lexus. Long of tooth Lexus, new car coming next year, but still very, very competitive. And third is Tom van Rompuy in the Corvette.
And Ahmed El Harti, hats off to him, because he is lapping very rapidly indeed, certainly keeping his end up in that car. Compare his lap times with those of Kelvin van der Linde, who started the car, and there's half a second or so a lap difference between them, only that. And if Valentino Rossi can slot in and do the same kind of lap times as well, then that BMW is in very good state indeed.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. Oh, let's take Derek de Boer first of all with some radio. No, not quite. Pit lane report from the LMP2s, and let's go to the sharp end of LMP2 where we expected it to be. Dane Cameron is on his out lap because he's just that car's just made a stop. So AO by TF, the 199 Spike car's dropped down for the moment. Here's Ryan Murray.
It has, and hopping out of that car just a few moments ago is PJ Hyatt. Great effort there in your stint. We've seen you cycle Louis through. Dane's in the car now. You've done your stint. What's your impression of the level of competition in LMP2 this year?
I don't think there's anything better than the competition in P2. I mean, across the entire field. Being a bronze guy, the Pro-Am field is also super impressive. So, you know, everybody's working their tails off to go as fast as possible around here. Within reason, of course. We want it to last all 24 hours. But, yeah, the competition at Le Mans is unbelievable.
First person to greet you when you were out of the car was Gunnar Jeanette. You guys had a lengthy debrief. What was that conversation about?
I was just telling him with the cooler temps today, it's a little bit easier to drive. The car isn't sliding quite as much as it was because it's been hot the last couple of days, and so just trying to get into a rhythm. Most of it is just traffic management with the GTs and letting the hypercars go by without losing too much time. And so a lot of it is just doing the best you can and being situationally aware with everything else going out on track. There's a lot of cars on track. It's a big circuit, but there's still a lot of cars on track.
Finally, I know because of the tire allocation, triple stinting is going to be a part of it. With the temperatures the way they are, though, does that become a little bit easier for you?
Yeah, I think just the circuit itself, it's really high speed. However, it's generally easier on tires, so you don't get a lot of tire drag like you do at other tracks. And so triple stinting is really no problem for the Goodyear. It's all good.
Fantastic. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Just had a little whoopsie down at Mulsanne Corner. That's Marshall Post 20. That has been cleared. Paul, question for you. When I was sitting outside listening, somebody asked me about the 10-1, the 101, the Wentela racing car. It had an extra pit stop to everybody else, and it dropped right to the back of the class, which is where it's still sitting. Did we find out what that extra pit stop was to address?
No, we didn't. I did report the fact that it did have that extra pit stop, but I didn't find out what it was about. It's not quite at the bottom of the class because it's ahead of the 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie. But,
well, I think Ryan might be able to give us the answer, Paul.
Excellent news.
Well, give Snowy the assist on this. He tipped me off and got it confirmed that they did indeed flat spot a set of tires in that opening stint, so that's what caused them to come in shorter than usual. They figured they didn't want to mess around with that here at the early going.
It's Right Turn Lover who was posing that question. at RSL_studio on X. Tyres not an infinite resource here, Bruce, and you want to get double, triple and possibly even quad stints out your tyres in the first half to 3/4 of the race. So in the heat of the day tomorrow, you have got rubber to burn, literally.
Yeah, so what you don't want to do if you're running many stints on one set of tyres is to flat spot them, and I think Kamui Kobayashi has just done that in that number 7 Toyota. Went off, he may have got away maybe by simply letting it run out over the curbs across the tarmac area outside. He didn't do as much damage, but certainly outbraked himself, and that, when you're trying to do a treble stint on a set of tyres, could really, really hurt, particularly if it's at the first of the 3 stints you were planning to do.
Cadillac 31-1, Felipe Drugovich drafted in because Cadillac quite simply ran out of factory drivers for the 4 cars that they've got here. I'm not sure they were expecting to get all 4 of the cars in. The 2 American cars, the 31 and the 10, as they run in IMSA, were genuinely outside information, invitations. And here comes the number 51 Ferrari for Antonio Giovinazzi. Goes to the outside again, coming into Indianapolis, and that's another outside pass down to the newly Goodyear brand. Actually, it was there last year, but I just didn't notice it. And, so new for me when I turned up last Thursday. I was, oh, hello, this looks new. No, it was there last year, hang on.
Right, you were just talking about how Cadillac sort of ran out of drivers. The drivers who'd just been overtaken for, what was it, 5th place overall was Felipe Drugovich. There was talk of him having to go and compete in the Canadian Grand Prix as the reserve for Aston Martin Racing in case Lance Stroll didn't recover from self-inflicted injuries. The surgery, sorry, yes. I lengthened those words inadvertently.
Let's go into the GT3, the Le Mans GT3 category. A man who wears many, many hats. So hang on a second, here's Felipe.
All good, bud, all good. It's like they just turned up the go meter on that car, so nothing we could do. Just try and hang with them. You were starting to catch the Porsches in front of you. 11.7 to the first Porsche. Let's see if we can get him. 11.7.
Well, that was interesting. So race engineers tend to have to be a bit of a cross between a motivational speaker, a psychologist, a priest, a partner. Amazing. Let's go down to Joe Bradley. CrowdStrike pit lane report. He's in GT3 land, and Zachary Robichon has just taken out the Heart of Racing Aston Martin number 27, 17th in class. Ian James is out of the car.
And I think, John, you were going to say that the man we're about to speak to has many hats this weekend. However, he's very firmly got his racing driver hat on. Ian, you just got out of the 27. At this stage of an endurance race, is it hard not to get involved in any kind of sprint-like antics, especially in the GT3 class?
Well, it is a temptation. Obviously, I've been doing this a while now, so I can leave my ego in the garage there. And I had to save a lot of fuel there to get us a lap apart from our sister cars. We weren't boxing at the same time, so managed to do that, got us off sequence. But every lap I do around this place, I'm smiling. So lucky guy.
So the reality of this stage of any 24-hour race, is it a case of just getting into a rhythm? I mean, what's the tactic?
Yeah, just getting in a rhythm, looking after the brakes, looking after the car, not taking too much curbs. Not pushing too hard, really, because I'm sure there'll be some sort of intervention at some point.
And how long do you think you're going to get out of the brakes? Are we going to see maybe 2 changes?
We can actually do the whole race on one set. On the set, no changes. But we want to see how much we can have at the end. If we're in a race, we need a bit more than just backing plates.
And is that knife edge stuff, or is that a knife edge decision, or is that firmly 24 hours is no problem?
Yeah, we can do 24 hours, no problem. Like I say, it just depends on how good it is at the end, though. So if we got the opportunity, maybe we would change them as a precaution, but we know they can go 24.
Okay, when you're next in the car, Ian?
So I just did 3 stints, and then I'll have a couple of hours off, do 3 more.
And you love it, don't you?
I love it.
Yeah. Prefer being the driver or the team principal?
Well, like you say...
You don't have to answer that truthfully.
Like you say, double hats. I mean, there's nothing like driving, but, I'm lucky to be a team principal as well.
You are. You're a very lucky man. Thanks, Ian. Thanks for talking to us.
Porsche from Proton Competition and Nico Varone coming in for fuel only or energy only, as they've just told Nico, the Argentinian Italian, who wears 2 flags on his race suit.
Double your chances.
Well,
do that in life. I just want to I was about to give an award to Ryan Hardwick as a driver who went longest into the race in his first stint, but Darren Lung has only now just pitted a lap later for United Autosports. The Hardwick came in the Manthey First Ford Porsche, handed that over to Richard Leitz, but it's Darren Lung. Just waiting to see when his car goes back out. Who's going to be? Marino Sato's name just flashes up on the screen. So third teammate Sean Gallale will probably has his first stint in the darkness.
Thank you, Bruce Jones. Paul Truswell off to my left, Bruce to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you, all of you. 21 hours, 7 minutes, and 19, 18, 17, 16, 15 seconds to go. Don't forget Studiovision ticking over. As ever, Nick Damon doing all the hard work on that one. Thank you very much indeed, Nick. And for those of you watching on Studiovision, not sure which camera is live at the moment, good to have your company. And we have got our countdown clock on there as well. So if you are syncing us to pictures, just bear in mind, we're not always seeing exactly the same pictures in the booth that you are. And obviously we're doing radio, so we're not bound by what's going on. We've used them as a window on the race rather than necessarily a full descriptive TV call. So just be a little kind. And when you're going, you're not talking about that. Well, you're looking at it, so we don't need to tell you about that if you can see. And plus, it's not really that important right now because we've still got 21 hours to go. Paul.
We do have a flurry of pit stops, though, and that's always interesting because it answers what you were asking earlier on, John, about stint lengths. Mathieu Jaminet in for his first stop in what I expect will be a triple in the number 5. The number 51, Antonio Giovinazzi, in at the end of his first stint, and again that was 12 laps. The 311 Wayland Cadillac also in, and 15, Dries Van Tour. Now I'm interested with the 15 BMW because Dries, I think, he's only going to do a double stint and therefore will be getting out of the car and handing it over to Raffaele Marciello. Remember, it was Kevin Magnussen who started in that car, so they will have cycled through all 3 of their drivers in the 15 BMW. Which is going well, maybe not quite as well as they wanted to. He was running in 6th place before that pit stop.
Right, let's see how it's hanging out. Still into Europol competition, leading LMP2. Kuba Schmikowski there. It's got a small margin over VDS Panis Racing, Franck Pereira. We're getting to the point, Paul, where quite a few drivers, the third driver, are getting their seat time. A lot of people doing things very differently, but I'm always interested in the teams that set off and do multiple stints from the outset.
Yes, I mean, John was saying a moment ago how the team manager's job is to massage the driver's mentality and make sure that he can perform at his best. I always think that one of the best ways that you kind of massage the driver's ego, get him in the car. And so if that means you're actually doing a few more pit stops, or not more pit stops, but more driver changes in the early stages, then that's not actually necessarily a bad thing. We've seen in the past, if you could think back to the Audi days, it was very often kind of 4, 5, 6 hours into the race before we started getting the first driver getting back into the car again for the second time. And I just think that makes it, I don't know, there's a lot of hanging around anyway when you're racing. But I think, at the start of the race, you don't want to be hanging around. You want to have your say in it. You want to get on stage and perform.
Yeah, I agree with that. And many team managers have said to me, when they've had longer races, somewhere like the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, or even at Daytona, and we'll have a chat with John Doonan, who's just popped into the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Having drivers sitting around for a long time, not doing that driving thing, is actually very, very dangerous because they find ways to get themselves into trouble, in point of fact. You're listening to 91.2 FM around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and on Sirius 136 XM202. John Doonan, president of IMSA, is here with us. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you well?
We're doing very well. It's been a terrific week. And I say week because we came over last Sunday and had the opportunity to visit partners across France.
Nice.
Primarily the south of France.
I wonder where you might have been going, John.
And also here, it's a fantastic week for us to engage with stakeholders, OEMs, corporate partners, but also the race teams. We've got so many drivers that are here from the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and of course, based on our relationship with the ACO, 3 teams full on are here competing, which definitely makes us proud.
I mentioned earlier on that Cadillac have had to draft in extra drivers here, John, because they've got 4 cars in. They've got 2 additional. They weren't quote-unquote qualified in. The ACO sit with their invitation committee and decided that Whelen Engineering and Wayne Taylor Racing were worthy to be in this race. Well, I would agree with that, and clearly so would you. But that shows the calibre of racing that you've got in IMSA, and importantly, today, or was it yesterday? I've been here since last Thursday. I've got no clue. The relationship with the ACO that brought convergence, that brought this type of racing to both series, that's been extended.
It sure has, and you've been around the sport for so many decades. I have as well, and so many of the viewers, both of the IMSA properties as well as this event around the world, know that most likely we do not get to the moment we're in for this sport without that relationship that IMSA shares with the ACO. And we were incredibly proud yesterday to announce the extension of that relationship through on till 2032. This allows us to continue to run LMP2 cars in IMSA, continue to run LMP3 cars in IMSA, continue to have 3 entries from our championship that earn automatic entries here, continues to allow us to call it Motul Petit Le Mans.
Good point.
All of those things combined, and certainly from the technical side of what Terry Bouvet, Simon Hodgson, Matt Curdock and our side have done with the regulations to help us get to the moment of convergence that we announced, hard to believe, just over 5 years ago there in Daytona Beach at Daytona International Speedway.
New manufacturers are plenty as well, John, and committing to the World Endurance Championship. They'll eventually get to IMSA. It's only Ford that have said, well, we're not looking at IMSA at the moment. Everybody else had said, we will get to IMSA. They're prioritising the World Endurance Championship, and we kind of understand that, because that gets them an automatic entry here.
Yeah, I think, what my teammates Rebecca Roski, Brandon Huddleston, and I were in New York when Genesis Magma unveiled their stunningly beautiful LMDH car, which will run in GTP. We're thrilled to see the IMSA logo up there with the World Endurance Championship logo, because that's why we did convergence.
Correct.
To allow manufacturers like that to compete in both championships. We had a great visit with Zach Brown and saw the stunning model of the McLaren LMDH car, which also I know Zach commented, their plans are to definitely get to IMSA. And I think one of the key things is, and I know lots of friends and family are listening in North America, the North American market, out of the mouths of our partners, as a growth opportunity or a continued very critical market for them. They want to come run in IMSA because of that.
One of the big successes already this weekend, as the battle in the midfield of LMP2 comes to the end of the lap with Peugeot going by into Europol. Nick Poole, who got here by being the Truman Award winner and came with his team of Inter Europol. Giorgio Roda for Proton sitting in there as well as they're coming through. One of the big successes was the Ford Mustang Challenge this morning, which was absolutely incredible yesterday and today. And of course, that's an IMSA sanctioned series in the States. It was the first season last year, and on the basis of that, the guys decided to come here stacked full of talent from around the world. Just you giving that series an opportunity and them to come here, how proud did that make you feel as an American? That's the first ever American manufacturer to do a support series here.
Yeah, the Ford Performance folks have done an incredible job with Ford Mustang Challenge. We are very honored that they have given us the opportunity to protect that prized possession. I believe the Ford Mustang is an iconic car, like the Mazda MX-5 Cup car or the Porsche 911 that's in Carrera Cup. So incredible job they've done to build the series, to build the car. For them to come here and put on the show that they put on is impressive, and certainly in race control, I was proud of our team, Chelsea Vickery, Dwayne Sampson, Steve Sewell, that came all this way to be able to help execute what is an awesome series.
That battle in LMP2 on the middle portion of the Mulsanne Straight at the moment. David Annemaie, there's Nick flashing his headlights, and he's got a bit of company as David Annemaie Hansen, who's also raced extensively in IMSA. He's been told it's 2 bronze drivers ahead in the shape of Giorgio Roda for the silver Proton with the orange on that car, and he's been told to go and get them. This is the battle for what is, let me see, 8th, 9th and 10th in the category, and they are coming down at the moment to Indianapolis.
Round 2 to 3.
Copy, we are investigating.
It was the Mulsanne corner, my apologies. We are investigating, says Cuba, or says the team to Cuba Smirkovsky on the downshift. Just let this traffic clear for a moment before I get back to John, because I'm kind of holding my breath at the moment as the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing, Brendan Hartley Black, of the Toyota GR cars comes through, and there's a BMW not too far away, and that's Dries Van Toorn. In fact, there's 2 BMWs for BMW Team WRT, and this is what we love to see. This is classic multi-class racing. President of IMSA, John Doonan, is giggling like the 12-year-old who first had his nose pressed up against the fence at Road Atlanta all those years ago. Do you get to enjoy the racing a bit more here than when you're back at IMSA with all your other duties, John?
Yeah, you know, some of my colleagues laugh at me because I get to eventually watch a WeatherTech championship race on the weekend. My hands are on the side of my head because the close racing that we experienced there in the States, you know, after 24 hours or 12 hours, coming down to the final 30 minutes, and you know, you're seeing this here with multi-class racing. There's nothing better in all of motorsport.
There was a positional change there in that wee battle in LMP2, and it was in favour of David Annemaie Hansen, who's gone ahead of Giorgio Roda, and going through there as well, Dane Cameron, who's appeared from nowhere in the purple Spike the Dragon, and in fact has gone past all 3 of them, so he's now up the 199, now up to 8th in Pro-Am, 8th in LMP2, and 2nd in Pro-Am as he's gone past Nick Bull there. Nick's got his family here. Hello to the whole family, Bull. What a lovely set of people they are.
Wearing cowboy hats.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome,
well, they're from Texas. They have to.
That's right. That's right.
It's the law. All right, I'm going to put you one question to you that we've been asked a lot. We've seen various calendars come out. IMSA's calendar has been out a long time for next year. You guys get it out really early to get the teams to be able to plan, to get the stakeholders to be able to plan. That includes you, the fans, going to all the big races next year. WEC came out. We've got Formula One's just come out and been approved by the World Council as well. Put F1 to one side for the moment, although there is going to be another clash with this race next year, and I don't think that's smart. But there are some very tight turnarounds, particularly at the start of the WEC season, with regard to the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. There's a direct clash with Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. How hard do you guys have to work to try and stop that happening? I know it's difficult.
It is tough, and we've talked about this over the years. Rubik's Cube that plays. Television windows.
Yes.
Making sure that we take care of our corporate partners in regard to TV. There's certain events, call it Long Beach, the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach, that we don't control that date.
Yeah.
You know, it's set for us based on the
Detroit,
city.
the sim.
Exactly. Yeah. The city approves when you can run. So we're constantly, Pierre, Frederic, myself, our team, in conversation way in advance about what's potentially a conflict. Now, we've narrowed those down. I think, you know, you look at Long Beach is a conflict with Imola, and Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. A lot of the drivers in GTP, we've taken that class off of Canadian Tire Motorsport Park for lots of reasons. Budget is included, and so there's limiting factors when there's a conflict with Brazil. But constantly talking to the manufacturers who have factory drivers that they have doing a bunch of races. I think this week or this month alone, what is there, 72 hours of sports car racing between Spa, Nürburgring, Le Mans, and then +6. We're going to Watkins Glen next weekend.
Next weekend. You'll be hearing my voice talking about that, man. John, thanks very much.
Yes,
Before
sir.
you go, a word about the team, your team at IMSA. You've got some of the key players here, but there'll be a lot of people listening back in the US, particularly on Sirius 136 and XM 202. We say it takes a village to run a race. It takes a large town to run this race and all the big races. But it takes a lot of people to put something like IMSA together, and not just the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the Michelin Pilot Challenge, all of the manufacturer events as well. You've got a great team back in Daytona.
Yeah, you just gave me chills on my arms. I am blessed with what I believe is the best team of motorsports professionals in this business. The men and women that make it happen, from logistics to timing and scoring to race control to marketing to partnership, you name every single department, member services. They've chosen a lifestyle in motorsport. They're on the road a lot, but they make it happen, and I'm incredibly proud of them. I'm incredibly proud to be their teammate. We're going to continue to do our best to put the best shows on in North America, and continue to have a terrific relationship with Pierre and the ACO team. So thanks so much to my entire team.
John Doonan, president of IMSA, with us here on IMSA Radio and on Radio Le Mans. Sorry, I'm so used to talking to him when it is IMSA Radio. Getting down around about 14 degrees tonight. The chances of showers has dropped considerably. Tomorrow on Sunday, it'll be 25 degrees, 25% chance of showers, and dropping down to 10 overnight Sunday into Monday. Let's take a CrowdStrike pit lane update on the Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Derek De Boer brought that car in quite some time ago, about 30 minutes and 38 seconds, according to the screen, and Ryan Marine can tell us more.
Well, the good news is the car is back on track. The bad news is it was suffering from what I've been told is an engine's system issue. Now, the
that
Racing
could
Spirit
cover
of
multiple of sins.
You're not
Multitude.
wrong. You're not wrong. But the good news is, whatever it was, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans crew has replaced the part that was giving them trouble. Derek De Boer was out of the car for about 5 minutes, then climbed back aboard, and he is still behind the wheel as he drove away from the garage. Valentin Hasseclo and Eduardo Barrichello, his two co-drivers, watched on as the repairs took place. It was pretty rapid, all things considered. And I'll tell you what, there's no one hanging their heads at this point. They know it's still early in the going, and plenty of fight left in the number 10 team.
Thank you very much, Ryan, and thanks for your patience there when we were talking to John Doonan. Early part of the race, we like to get some of that background information to you before things heat up too much tomorrow. There is a battle going out on the circuit, however. It's Ferrari leading Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 car. He's got 5.5 seconds back to Lawrence Vanthoor in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. That is stretching out just a little bit, and a 3:29.7 for the leader last time against a 3:31.1 for second place. Traffic affected, of course. Tonio Giovinazzi is now in third place in the number 51, but he has got company, and that company is in the shape of Mathieu Jaminet in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. 6 and 5, remember, the WEC substantive full season entries. Top 6 made up by Robert Kubica in the privateer AF Corsa 499P. Ferrari and Felipe Drugovich for Whelen Cadillac, the best of the American cars, the 31.1 in 6th position. I'm I'm really interested to see how hard these guys are fighting each other this early on. We made the comparison, Bruce Jones, with the 6 hours of Spa. Well, that was a 6-hour race. And even by my rubbish arithmetic, this is 4 times as long, I reckon, this race. Spin right in front of that battle, and it's one of the Mustangs that's gone off at Tertre Rouge. Now, was there a touch there as well? And that is, I think that was the 77 car of Ben Tuck, but I'll wait for confirmation on that in the
88.
Confusion. It was the 88, of course it was. It was the 88 then of the Proton competition. In that confusion, the Porsche has managed to get through into 3rd position for Mathieu Jaminet. So it's now Ferrari, AF Corsa, Porsche, Penske, Ferrari, and then Cadillac. Now that was right in front of that battle, and here's a Ferrari going straight back on the middle part of the Mulsanne Straight. He gets alongside and in front before the braking area. That Ferrari, Bruce Jones, in the draft is a very, very formidable machine.
Moment of silence while I take that on board. That was a phenomenal overtake, but the sheer degree of toe it got down there was extraordinary, because Jaminet had been the driver doing the hunting. Of course, he was slightly opportunistic when the Mustang went off in front of them. But you take opportunities, but the way with which he was out-dragged was going to be a bit of a worry for Porsche.
Gianmarco Leverato, by the way, behind the wheel of the number 88 there. Both of those cars started with their pro drivers in the early running, and Gianmarco then jumping into that car, and that car looked damaged. Has it moved? I think it might have. Trying to spot it on the... It's not... oh, no, it is, sorry. It is still showing as paused down the exit of the Red Hill. And the Red Head sitting there at the moment. The 009 Aston's just gone by it. Paul Truswell.
Yes, and interesting, I'm just reflecting on the different strengths of the Ferrari and the Porsche there. I think one of the strengths of the Ferrari is its straight line speed. One of the features of hypercar is that you do get quite a bit of a toe, as Bruce Jones was just saying. And I think that's what enabled Fuoco to just, Giovinazzi to just get back past Jaminet as easily as he did. Yeah, he's kind of out-fumbled, but better to avoid the accident than to get involved in it. Having lost the position, he did gain it back again with a reasonable degree of ease.
There will be a slow zone. It is slow zone number 3 coming in around about, let me see, 13, 15, 30, just under 20 seconds now. So Marshall Post 5 is at the end of the Forest S's, and that will be the start of the slow zone. It's normally a lift zone or a slowing zone. Here's Nick Tandy.
Car changed tires at the last stop because they burned their tires off. So you're doing a great job. Just keep going.
Nick Tandy just being passed by Cadillac Hertz team jolter number 12, Alex Lynn, but being assured by his race engineer that they are on a different tyre strategy there. Just finish off my thought on the slow zone. Slow zones take the place of having to have full course yellows or safety cars here at Le Mans because of the length of the circuit. And the way it works, you think, well, that's a bit odd if people have got to stand on the brakes. All of the slowing down areas are in braking or lifting off zones. All of the speeding up areas are in acceleration zones. That was actually quite a bit bigger hit than I thought for that Gianmarco Leverato. The left rear rim and tyre ripped off completely. And what I can't tell you is whether he did that on his own or whether he got a little tap from the Ferrari that he was racing.
Well, the hardest thing to tell there, John, it was just off shot, and then he came into shot out of control, rotated around, and quite heavy rear end damage as well, not just the tyre rim. I think that was during the rotation, but yeah, slow zone, as you say, just before Tertre Rouge, coming out of the Forest S's.
The frustrating thing is that the way the zones are constructed is that the incident is right at the beginning of the slow zone.
Yeah.
And the slow zone, which is an 80-kilometre limit of speed, then runs all the way to the first chicane.
Yeah.
Now, when you're driving it, you know, it goes by in a flash, but when you're going at 80 kilometres an hour, you're thinking, I'm way past the incident here, why can't I speed up? You have to get to the end of the slow zone before you can do.
And there's a line painted on the circuit for the start and end of slow zones. They're there all the time, and the boards get put up with the slow zone numbers on. Also some damage, by the way, for Algarve Pro Racing, and one of their cars with right-hand front guard damage. So try and work out which one of that.
It's Matthias Kaiser.
They
and he's
said
stopped. But
I don't think he has stopped, actually.
Well, he's listed on my screen as having
slow zones tend to confuse the predictive timing just a little bit, Bruce. Well, he's definitely not stopped now, but he's driving way too quick as he's out of the slow zone area because he's got the bodywork being pushed back onto the Goodyear tyre. Now let's check to see which one of the APR cars that is, and make sure that it is the 25 car. So it is Matthias Kaiser. So we got that bit right. Back up to speed at the two BMWs, standard BMW colours versus the Shell car, Shell Helix car, coming through the second chicane and heading off across the much reduced bump that was the launch ramp for Mark Webber on his second blowover in that fateful year. And Mercedes-AMG wrote off two chassis before the race even started. And then, of course, Peter Dumbreck in the race itself. They're cutting through the traffic at the moment. Now, we just had a few stops as well there, Paul. Couple of 3 laps ago at the sharp end of the field.
Yes, those were before this slow zone happened. Do you know, I'm so relieved in some ways that slow zone had happened, because I can now say that we had over 3 hours of green flag racing. I can't remember since slow zone, safety cars, neutralisations have been introduced that we've actually ever got through the first 3 hours without any. And one of the reasons I can say that with a fair degree of certainty is that the first 3 hours saw 50 laps completed. Now, 50 laps in 3 hours is enough to bring us to a new distance record. Never mind a distance record for hypercars, a new outright distance record, and by 2 laps. So and a slow zone is only, as it says, it's only a small section of the circuit. The rest of the racetrack is still being used, which is the beauty of the system.
Totally agree.
If you're spectating at the Ford chicane and you have to watch cars going past slowly, what's wrong with the racetrack? You know, you can race through here, and it's a good way to organise things.
Nick Damon has rejoined the CrowdStrike pit lane team and brings us some news from the lane.
Well, I bring you a man from the lane in 63, the troubled so far, well, troubled at the beginning of the day, the Iron Links between the Grove families. Brendan, you are now a Le Mans racer.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's been a long lead up. We haven't had everything go our way, but I mean, our plan is just fuel and tyres and just tick the stints off over today and into the night. So yeah, it was nice to have 20 laps in a row. It's the most I've done, I think, all week combined. So it's yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, so Brendan, of course, your dad's not allowed to drive in the dark, is he? He's not qualified in the dark, so you and Luca have to share that entire, I think, 8-hour period.
Yeah, he was trying to orchestrate a way that he didn't have to drive in the night, and by luck it ended up happening. So look, I mean, the plan was that he wasn't going to drive in the night. I think it's maybe 2 hours longer that he can't drive for than maybe what we would have held him out. So look, it's going to be a long night for Luca and I, but look, it's a long race. So we have to do the time at some point. He can go and have a nice sleep and a steak, and we'll be doing the night.
Completely rebuilt car, also had some problems in night practice. Is it running like a clock this time?
Yeah, so far it feels good. I mean, the AMG is normally quite bulletproof, so I mean, we had the crash, which then puts you on the back foot because you're changing components and chassis, and we had some issues after that, but so far the car feels good. The tyre deck's probably more than we all thought it would be, but other than that, the car's fine.
Great, so thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
Nick Damon and Brenton Grove there down in the pit lane. More battling going on, and it's Toyota again right up behind this time the Alpine. So that's the other Toyota Kamui Kobayashi and Charles Malaysia ahead of him as they're coming through the slow zone area. Still seeing the 88 Proton Ford being attended to. It's out of harm's way now.
Slow zone removed.
I was about to say, I can't imagine they'll need that slow zone any longer. Down to, while we get back up to pace and before the hypercars kick off, with it, which of course they are doing immediately with Alpine on Proton Porsche. So that will be Nico Veron and it'll be Charles Malaysia and Nico Veron. So those two guys very close together. And here comes the Toyota GT1 coloured GR010 as they're side by side, and a group of 6 cars ahead of them as well. Looks like the Toyota will make the pass. Oh no, that Alpine is quick at terminal velocity. Takes a wee while to get there, but certainly had a bit more pace towards the end of the run between the two chicanes. Let's go to Ryan Marine in the pit lane for an update.
Matthias Kaiser has managed to limp all the way back around in the number 25 car. Significant right front damage, but it looks like it was body work only. They went ahead and fueled the car first, put a new right front tire on the number 25 from Algarve Racing. They had Lorenzo Fluxa suited up, but they elected to keep Matthias in the car, and he's been released.
Thank you, Ryan, down in the pit lane. And we've just, it's so much going on. Here we go again. It's Spa Part 2, and Toyota pulls out again to the inside this time on the run down to Indianapolis and Arnage, but that Alpine is holding on. Charles Malaysia and Kamui Kobayashi are side by side, and Kamui eventually goes through. And the two BMWs, Paul Truswell, I think has changed around as well. Robin Fry's ahead of Vanto.
Yeah, somewhat surprisingly to my mind, at least, because one would expect Dries to be quicker than Robin, but Dries has put the fastest lap of the race in so far. But say, Robin Fry's has just gone past him. With the whole of the racetrack is green again. Let's emphasise that. What I find fascinating about this battle that you've been describing, John, between Charles Malaysia, Kamui Kobayashi, Nicolas Veron, is that it's for 13th, 14th and 15th places. You know, it's hypercar, and yet it's all the way down that far down the field.
It's so hard to get your head around the explosion of manufacturers coming into hypercar.
Totally.
But can I just throw one thing in at this point in the race? A message just come on the screen. The number 5 Porsche is under investigation for a potential slow zone malpractice. This is the car in 4th place. Mathieu Jamine's been having that fantastic fight with the Ferrari number 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi. That could be a fly in the ointment.
And it's also the car that Julien Andlauer, of course, drove at the start of the race, which was leading. So I wouldn't say that Porsche have a favourite car because they wouldn't really mind which one wins. But it was the number 5 that was being, I don't say given the opportunity, but was in the lead in the early stages.
Alex Lynn's just put a decent lap together and the fastest middle sector of the race. Oh no, sorry, that's because he's got that and he's just come into the pits for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, so that car drops down the order. And in terms of that car, that's where was that is how many laps did he do in that Cadillac? Because you were just saying there, Paul, that sometimes they weren't getting quite as many laps.
11.
Another 11.
Yeah, so the stints for that car, Alex Lynn already on the way again, he just came in for fuel. Will Stevens opened with an 11, then he did a 12, then he did another 12, brought the car in, he did a quadruple stint in fact, Will Stevens, finished with a 10-lap stint. Now Alex Lynn has done one 11-lap stint, so not entirely as far as you would expect to see hypercars going, and is certainly not reliably going at 12 as both Ferraris and Porsches have been going. Now we're going back to full course yellow. No, we're not going back to full course yellow.
This will be the first full course yellow.
Full course yellow. I shouldn't have said what I said about record distances, but
why? For why, Keats? For why? Full course yellow.
Full course yellow is debris whilst the marshals sweep away.
Kamui Kobayashi very nearly picking up the back of that Proton Nico Veron driven 963 as they went into the full course yellow there. And I think he might have locked up the front wheels as he was doing that.
Something is happening at Mulsanne Corner, because that's where the drivers are being told to keep left, exiting Mulsanne Corner.
Right. Let's head to Nick Damon. We've rather neglected the LMP2s in the early part of the running. Let's put that right now. David Ennemar Hansen was given the hurry up earlier on and said they had cars in front of him he could pass. Just before I come to you, Nick, sorry, just now found out why the damage on the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing, Matthias Kaiser. He ran into the back of the number 16 Orica Gibson from of Mikkel Jensen, and that was going into the slow zone. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
David, just there are a huge size you took a drink. That was a difficult stint, I take it.
It was 4 stints. That's why it was difficult.
That is difficult. 4 is much more difficult than 1.
Yeah, and also just all green. I was expecting we were going to have a little more full course yellow action or some slow zones or something to give me a break. But it was basically just green, green, green. That is pretty tough, I got to say. But can't complain. The weather is holding dry and the car is pretty good. So just a little snafu at the start to give it some action. But yeah, we're good.
What happened with that coming together?
I think we were just sort of a train of P2 cars, and I drew the short straw at the end of that. I mean, fair enough, TT's at some point's got a turn. I thought he had seen the train coming through, but I know how hard it is to count. Sometimes hypercars come by and you think the train is gone, and whoop, there's one more.
As you say, you've done 4 stints. You know, the bronze driver driving is very important and everything else. So at what point does the team kind of work out that, as we would say, the stagger is unwound and everyone's run their drivers, and you think this is it like 4 hours to go, 6 hours to go? When do you really know where you stand?
I think a lot sooner than that. I think most teams are going to try to get their bronze and silver times done much sooner than maybe the early morning or something like that. That's certainly what we intend to do, and I think most other teams will do that as well. So the major part of the last part of the race will be pros against pros.
Thanks, David. Well done, by the way.
Thanks.
Three and a half hours into the Le Mans 24 Hours 2025. We're under full course yellow, and we have been for about 6 or 7 minutes now. But it does give us a chance just to step back and take stock. The reason for the full course yellow, that debris is on the circuit at Mulsanne Corner, but also on the run down, the very fast run down from Mulsanne Corner to Indianapolis and Arnage, and the full course yellow to give the marshals a chance just to clear the circuit. Antonio Fuoco leads the race for Ferrari. It's a proper Ferrari versus Porsche battle this year, or at least it has been so far. As I say, Antonio Fuoco leading the race then, 3.5 hours gone, and he's completed 57 laps. I won't give you the gaps because with the full course yellow, they're very misleading. Lawrence Vantour is in second place with the Porsche Penske Motorsport car, number 6, and in third place, number 51, the second of the 2 Ferrari AF Corsa 499Ps with Antonio Giovinazzi behind the wheel. Fourth is number 83, Robert Kubica in the sister stable AF Corsa Ferrari. So 3 Ferraris and a Porsche in the top 4. Fifth is number 5, Mathieu Jaminet in another Porsche 963. And 6th, number 311, Felipe Drugovich in the Wayland Cadillac V-Series R. 7th, number 8, Brendan Hartley for Toyota Toyota Gazoo Racing in the GR010 Hybrid. 8th, number 20, Robin Frines in the faster of the tour, the leading of the two BMW M Hybrid V8s. He's just overtaken Dries van Toor in the number 15 car. So 20 is 8th, 15 is 9th, and in 10th place, Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac's Hurt Team Jota in the mighty 38. That's top 10 in the hypercar class. In LMP2, it's Kuba Schmitkowski leading the way for Inter-Europol competition car number 43. In second place, number 48, is Frank Pereira for VDS Panis Racing. Third in LMP2, Maceo Capiete in the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton Orica. In fourth place, Paul Lafargue in the EDEX Sport car. And in fifth place in LMP2 is the first of the Pro-Am cars. So we are seeing the PE cars just moving ahead of the Pro-Am cars now as they use up their bronze time, as we were just hearing there in the driver interview a moment ago. So it's Giorgio Roda leading the way, the number 11 Proton Competition LMP2 Pro-Am car. He's in fifth place overall, and rounding out the top 6 is another fully pro car, and that is Jamie Chadwick in car number 18 for EDEX Sport. But Jamie's just moved ahead of Giorgio Roda, who's slipped back to 6th in the class. LMGT3 being led still by the Team WRT BMW M4, Ahmed Al-Hati at the wheel of the number 46 car. Second in GT3 is Alessio Rivera in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 21. In third place, Ricard Leitz in the best of the Porsches. That's the Manthey First Form car, number 92. Fourth, number 85, Sarah Bovey for the Iron Dames, also in a Porsche. Fifth, number 78 is Arnold Raban in the Acodis ASP Team Lexus. And in sixth place in LMGT3, number 77, Ben Tuck in the Proton Mustang.
Well, track temperature at the moment here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, 26.8 degrees Celsius. I would say absolutely perfect conditions for some very hot lap times as we head towards the darkness hours. So it's Peter Mackay here into the Ford Performance Studios alongside Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell. And Bruce, we've now had a little bit of clean running, quite a lot of clean running actually, I must say. 3.5 hours. What have we learned in those 3.5 hours, do you think?
Well, I think the main thing we've learned, and Paul's been absolutely on top of this as we would expect, is not that the number 59 car has just been given a drive-through penalty. We'll come back to that in a minute. It's the fact that Cadillac seems to be running shorter stint lengths. Certainly the Team Jota cars, they're running 11 lap stints, whereas the Porsches in particular have been doing 12 and 13 lap stints. It may just be a tactic at this early stage, but it's one of those things we're going to cling on to as commentators. A theme in this race, and another theme is the fact in a straight line we witnessed some fantastic, considerable drag approach from the Ferraris down the Mulsanne straight, just picking off their rivals, picking off most notably the Porsches they've been fighting with at the front of the field. That is a fact that bears some consideration.
Now, one driver who's hugely experienced but is actually making his Le Mans debut this weekend is platinum-graded driver Nick Yellowley, and he's caught up with Ryan Marine for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
That's right, and we just saw his car come in from the lead in the combined LMP2 standings. Kuba Smikowski was doing the driving. He actually stayed in the car. It was fuel only, no tires. Nick Yellowley watching on from the back of the garage. The team looked happy with that pit stop. Got to be happy with the performance so far as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looks like it's going okay so far. Very, very early days, you know. We've still got 20 hours to go around the clock, so we have a long time to go. But Kuba's feeling comfortable in the car. Tom did as well in his first stints. So yeah, now it's about trying to look after the car as best we can, try and stay out of trouble, you know, and go into the night hours, which I guess from now will be about 3 hours away. So I'll be jumping in next anyway.
Is this true what I'm told, that this is your Le Mans debut?
Yes, it is correct. So yeah, actually my first race here, I was fortunate enough to do some laps in a hypercar here last year. But yeah, actually, in anger, let's say, was this weekend.
That's remarkable, given all of the big races you've contested in your career. Has it been everything you hoped it would be to this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. You can see, I've been lucky enough to have some great experiences in terms of huge fan bases, and I have visited here last year, as I said, so I kind of understand what it's all about. But to actually be in the car and, go into hyperpole and try and get yourself through in the different stages, and then to stand on the grid just before you're about to take part is pretty special.
Got a great team behind you as well. A class winner here a couple of years ago, the reigning IMSA LMP2 Teams champions as well. How impressed with this Operation Inter-Europol have you been so far?
Yeah, I mean, very impressed. My first test with them was only, I think, very early March this year, so we got to know each other very, very fast. We've already had some very strong performances. Last time out in Paul Ricard, we were on pole there, and we finished second in a very mixed condition race. So, yeah, coming into this weekend, we knew we should have, good pace, judging from what they'd done previously around the circuit. So, yeah, I mean, we just need to execute, and hopefully we can be fighting at the front near the end.
When will we see you in the car next?
I'll be in next.
All right, we wish you the best.
Cool, thanks, man.
While that was going on, it hasn't been good news for Alpine. They were under investigation, I was about to mention this, for potential pit lane speeding, and then the decision was sort of not rescinded, it was a delay, because I think Alpine probably went, no, hold on, it's on the speed limiter, it's all correct. And there have been, John was pointing out some GPS problems, and anyhow, after due consideration, however, it's double trouble. It's a 5-second stop-and-go penalty for the number 35 crew. That's Paul-Louis Chatin, Ferdinand Hasberg and Charles Milesi. And for the sister car for 36, it's worse. That's the car Fred Machiavicchi, Mick Schumacher and Jules Gounon drive through penalty. So clearly they've analysed the figures, looked at them, said, no, absolutely you were speeding in the pit lane. Another team in trouble is United Autosports. James Cottingham was under investigation about an hour ago for an unsafe release, and unfortunately his McLaren clearly is judged to have been going in the path of another car, and that will be a setback for them. That's the number 59 McLaren for United Autosports.
That is not what you need, and I think this, we've talked about it all week, just how competitive this edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans is going to be. That's proven to be the case in the opening 3.5 hours, and drive-through penalties, stop-and-go penalties are just a nightmare, because you just cannot afford to give that time. One car that has been running well is the number 46 BMW for WRT, leading the race at the moment, being brought in by the bronze driver of the week, Ahmad Al-Harti, and handing over to his silver-graded teammate, Valentino Rossi.
Well, that will cause huge excitement, but one of the images I took with me from last year's race was when Ahmad Al-Harti dropped the car in the night, and he sat there for a few moments. He wasn't stunned, but his head was in his hands. He knew he'd blown the race for his crew. And above so many things, he's such a lovely guy. You'd love for him to atone himself here. He's just brought the car in from the leader of the cast. You can ask no more from the Omani racer. He puts so much into his racing. And you sort of, we know racing can be up and it can be down, but when someone just so clearly was gutted by one tiny little mistake in tricky conditions in the night, you just want them to be able to have a chance to go, you know what, I do actually quite like them, or maybe Le Mans will like me as well.
I think it will, yes. That's what makes the ecstasy of winning so much better than when the agony is so harsh. So down in the pit lane, Nick Damon is down in the garages. Let's get another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
With Matt Bell fresh out of the AWA Corvette. Not quite sure about your body language. You seem quite not nonplussed when you came out, but you're smiling now. So where are you with your feelings about the race so far?
To be honest, I have no idea. There's a lot of different people doing a lot of different strategies out there, so it's really difficult to kind of place where you are. So yeah, the run there, the car felt good. To be honest, it felt better than it had done in testing, which is always nice, going into the race feeling that you've had the best car that you've had all week. So thanks to the AWA guys for giving me that, and I just had to get my head down. It was quite a lonely double stint, to be honest. Made a couple of positions, made a couple of overtakes for position during the stint, which I presume is a good thing. So, but yeah, there's so many different strategies going on in LMGD3 today. It's kind of hard to figure out where we are.
A couple of the other Corvettes aren't very happy with the thing we're not allowed to mention. I can mention it because I'm not being paid by the WEC, the BOP. You can't say BOP. How do you feel your car compares to other manufacturers?
Our target is to try and be the best Corvette. And
there's your answer.
Whether the Corvette will win the race or not is out of our hands. So we're just trying to maximise the package that we have. we feel there's some other manufacturers in a different race to us, but it's a long race. We'll see what happens.
You said you did only a couple of stints. Actually, is it easier to do your times when you're on your own rather than when you're in a pack of other cars who may have you faster in certain parts and slower in others?
I mean, it depends who you're around. The toe is so powerful around here. It's worth probably 2 seconds a lap. So if you have a good driver in front of you, then yeah, towing you along, it can really, really help your lap time. So, but obviously timing that and timing who you're around is always difficult. So, so yeah, you know, it'd be nice to get out behind another pro and drag me along for a couple of hours. But yeah, I was all lonely out there for that one.
Thanks, Matt.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, the award for Diplomat of the Week definitely goes to Matt Bell, there, winner of the Rolex 24 with AWA in the GTD category at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And yeah, we've heard from a few of the Corvette drivers who express similar sentiments. Now, the number 15 BMW M Hybrid V8 just being released right in front of the number 7 Toyota into the pit lane. Whether that would be deemed as an unsafe release or not, I'm not sure, Bruce Jones.
I will give Raffaele Marciello the benefit of the doubt because I'm quite a fan of his driving. Okay, maybe the TV cameras foreshortened it. His pit garage right by pit exit, but he was not about to give the position away. He hammered it out within the speed limit, I'm sure, but in terms of positioning, his car did arrive right across the nose of a rival. But let's just say for now, it was competitive. Is that okay?
I think you've taken. You're in line for that diplomacy award that Matt Bell's
well,
just taken.
It was never going to go to Nick Damon, was it? So you know,
possibly
Matt Bell,
not.
Yeah, good answers, but I quite like to think. Lonely Race wasn't entirely sure where I am, but I found it really intriguing, and I'm sure Paul will touch on that shortly. He said so many teams running really different tactics in GT3. It's very easy to look at how they're running it up front in the hypercar class, and even to an extent in LMP2, but we're going to have to crunch some numbers to see if that bears out. But you know, Matt did a very, very good stint there, and is sort of making it work. But it is extraordinary, the 24-hour race, when you know you've got cycling through your driver rotation and so on and so forth, just not to understand where you are in these early hours. So those 2 Ferraris came in from the first few positions. Robert Kubica is now the best place of the Ferraris. He'd been creeping up in the yellow privateer Ferrari. He was 5th last time I looked, and then suddenly he's into 2nd overall as the lead Ferrari. He's 1.5 seconds, that's all. He's down on Lawrence Vanthoor.
So hello, if you're listening around the circuit on 91.2 FM. If you're over in the United States and on the move and you're so equipped, you can listen on Sirius channel 137 or on XM channel 202, so you can keep up with us what we're up to here on Radio Le Mans, and we'll have coverage for the next 20 hours, 15 minutes and 39 seconds, and indeed beyond the checkered flag as well.
Well, you know, John was talking just before you came back into the broadcast centre about 20 years of Radio Le Mans under his guidance, but how it's grown, and the fact that people anywhere on the planet can have crystal clear coverage of this event is extraordinary, and it's so hard. We get focused on, it's effectively about a 36-hour day. We arrive in the morning, got to the circuit about 8 o'clock. We go through until tomorrow afternoon, and right now it's a long stint, but it's the fact that people are watching in small hours of the morning, late hours of night, and it really is a global event, and we love the way that people get their own timing screens at home. They find out and they analyse the race as much as we're doing, and it's really great. I worry what I'd have been like as a teenager if I'd had all the facilities you have now to listen in and watch from all around the world and analyse with all the data you can pick up.
You'd be even more hooked. Well, we've got big news just coming through on the timing screens. Car number 5, which is the Porsche Penske Motorsport machine that's just been brought into pit lane by Mathieu Jaminet, former race leader, and indeed the number 24, which is I'm pretty sure that's one of the Algarve Pro LMP2 entries.
It's the
Nielsen entry, excuse me, Nielsen Racing. Both of those cars have been given a drive-through penalty for slow zone procedures. So that is huge news. What did we talk about? The penalties. Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 going to have to come back through pit lane.
These things absolutely put the race upside down. You try, of course, to be as fast as you can throughout the race, and as frugal. Can you get an extra lap on your stint? But to blow it all with the drive-through penalty, you have to have every other duck lined up after that to make it work.
So car number 311, Whalen Engineering Cadillac is just in the pits as well, taking service. Speaking of the pit lane, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, Nick Damon, has an update for us.
We have an absolute plethora of hypercars going past now, including the Wheeling Cadillac. The number 5 soon to be penalised Porsche, and then from the back of the other part of the grid, the Fat Auto. We've made this back up again to sell T-shirts, 99 Proton. I'm just waiting to have a quick word with Dries Van Toor out of the 15 BMW, but he is chatting to television. Can you believe that? Putting TV before us.
How dare they?
I know, shocking.
He's just going to think, thank goodness, there's Nick Damon and I get to speak to him. I'm sure that's what's going through Dries Van Toor's mind right now.
He's speaking to quite a nice lady from Eurosport. Well, actually, they don't exist anymore, they're Eurosport. Who have Eurosport become?
Well, we'll get back down to the pit lane as soon as Dries Van Toor becomes available. Thank you, Nick. And so, LMP2 at the moment being led by Inter Europol competition in the number 43 car from the 48 VDS Panis racing car of Frank Pereira. Then it's Ironlink's Proton in third, and the 28 machine of EDEC Sport leading from its sister car, the number 18 machine for EDEC Sport. United Autosports, they're a little bit on the back foot at the moment. They're fighting for 9th position with Pure Racing, but while we keep our eyes on that here in the Ford Performance Studios, Nick Damon has run down the elusive Dries Van Toor.
Dries, can you shed any light on what's going on at the moment? Because there's about 15 cars, many of which are alternating position. Many of them are at different sort of speeds we saw in qualifying. Where do you think you are as BMW?
Good question. I mean, I just got out of the car. I didn't really check all the averages yet and all the times, but I think we're not bad. I think we are somewhere in the mix. Yeah, I think it's still very early to say who is what and where, but it's already nice that we're in the pack and that we're fighting with them. That's already positive. Yeah, and we just have to survive. I think tomorrow morning the pace will go up quite a bit. I think everybody will start to push more, and then it counts that we are there and that we are still able to push and that we that we still have anything extra for us drivers to go faster.
How much in reserve at the moment then? Is it just a case of not taking curbs and that sort of thing? Or are you actually not going as fast as you could go down the straight?
No, it's just mainly about curbs, saving the car, trying to not stress it too much. At the end of the 24-hour race, they are nice, very nice looking cars, but very delicate cars and very, easy to, I wouldn't say break, but you have to take care of them. So that's what we're doing. I think everybody's trying to do that at least. And then from tomorrow morning onwards, I think as soon as you see that you're in the hunt, you just forget about the curbs and you go flat out, and then you see where you end up. But we first have to get to that point.
Well, the good news is whilst you were kind of saving the car, you still got the fastest lap so far, so there's some pace in that BMW.
Yeah, I mean, it was yeah, at least it's good. It shows that we have pace. But again, I think when tomorrow morning there will be some different lap times.
Thanks, good luck.
Some pit work for the Porsche Penske team. Last lap, we saw the 5 come in. It was a changeover from Mathieu Jaminet over to Michael Christensen. Right now, the 4 just pitted from right on the outskirts of the top 5. Nick Tandy's driving time is done, at least for the moment. And reigning Formula E World Champion Pascal Wehrlein is aboard. Pretty clean stop. It was tires all around for both of those cars, and now we await the number 6 car that has cycled through to the lead overall of this race. Laurens Vanthoor on track at the moment, and that car is due in the next couple of laps.
That was Nick Damon and Ryan Marine with our CrowdStrike pit lane reports. While we were in the middle of those, unfortunately the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG of Fran Rueda was going very, very slowly through one of the chicanes and is still going slowly coming out of Mulsanne corner, and it doesn't appear like there's any damage to the tyre, Bruce Jones. It might well be something maybe more even sinister than that.
When you see a car going slowly with no obvious damage to it, you worry, because those can be very terminal. Sometimes you get a car that looks tattered, battered, front wings bent, but those can be replaced as long as the wheels are straight, but something untoward. And again, we've just recently had an example of the 499P Ferrari being quicker at the end of the runs down the Mulsanne straight, because Robert Kubica just scythed his way past Laurens Vanthoor. So in the battle, we're seeing at the front end, it does in this Cadillacs were right at the front early on, but really this race now is boiling down to Ferrari versus Porsche, and in a straight line the Ferrari is fantastic. However, of course, this circuit isn't entirely made up of straights, but right now certainly Robert Kubica started, way down the order, is looking very, very handy indeed. Having just gone past the Belgian, he's put about 1.5 seconds advantage very quickly indeed.
Let's get some team radio. Just missed it there for Robert Kubica, who's just coming into the pits, so that might well have been what the communication was, followed by the number 6 of Lawrence Vantor, who took over from his teammate Kevin Estre, who put in one of the stints of the race as the cars come through the pit lane. Let's get down to Ryan Marine for another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Porsche Penske crew waiting on Lawrence Vantor. He has, as you guys mentioned, Robert Kubica just in front of him. Here comes Vantor into the box now. It looks like they've got a full set of sticker Michelin tires, medium compound again. No one has dared to go on the softs just yet. And right now, it looks like no driver change. It will be Lawrence Vantor to stay behind the wheel. Team going through great lengths to make sure everything is cleaned up, especially the windscreen. We haven't mentioned it in a while, but a big talking point has been the amount of flies in the air, and that has meant that all of these crews have spent extra time on the windscreens to make sure the vision is not obstructed for the drivers. The energy replenishment now just about done, and we wait to see if the Penske crew elects to change the Michelin tires or keep Lawrence Vantor out on the same rubber, and it looks like they'll keep him on the same set of tires.
So a battle on track, and indeed a battle on the pit lane. Let's get down to Nick Damon, who has more.
Standard stop there for the 83. It was just a very thorough clean, as described by Ryan for the Porsche. Exactly the same for the Ferrari of the AF Corsa team. Kubica took a full slug of fuel, and he came out, unfortunately came out a third of a car's length behind the Porsche, so that will take the position as they go up towards Dunlop curves.
So that race on pit road won by Porsche Penske Motorsport. We've heard that said before.
Right, two things. I hate to be the portent of gloom, but a drive-through penalty has been issued for Matthias Kaiser, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing entry, because he had that contact that gave the front right corner damage to his car when he hit Michael Jensen's number 16 entry in the LMP2 class from RLR M Sport. Another person possibly in trouble is the Swiss racer Raffaele Marcello. He had a very jaunty exit from the pits just as you came back into the Global Broadcast, Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and under investigation for an unfair release. For now though, Marcello's got his ears pinned back and he's trying to make up ground at the front. And Iron Link's been having their trouble with their Mercedes, and Nick's got report of the one that's coming in slowly.
It's coming slowly, Bruce. It's out at my feet. There's some ominous smoke emanating from the bonnet and a bit of a smell of oil. So my guess is some liquids that should be contained within the vehicle are currently removing themselves from the vehicle in a methodology which is not particularly encouraged by the normal Mercedes mechanics. So it's certainly got some sort of fluid leak, and it is an oil leak. Now, whether this is just a leak or this is a terminal sign of a rod being through the side of the block, I don't know. 4 engineers leap on top of don't forget this engine is way back in the car. It's behind the front wheels. It's a front mid, and they are pulling. Okay. What's happened with it? It's done the belt. So they're pulling off shreds of belt. So what that was burning rubber. So I think it's an auxiliary belt. Obviously, it was a cam belt. The thing would have exploded. So the auxiliary belt, which runs at least the power steering and probably also, the alternator as well, has come off. And I've seen this in preventing events. This is not the work of moment to get a new one on. So they're now working out how they pull out string after string after string of failed auxiliary belt, covered in oil as well, which is interesting. There might be a kind of an A and a B here. That's also led to the issue with the belt going away. They have a new belt ready. This won't be the work of a moment, but it shouldn't be terminal.
Thank you very much for that technical talk, and just remember, ominous smoke is so much worse than normal smoke. But out on track, there's been a furious piece of racing. We've been talking about talking about how good the Ferrari 499Ps are in a straight line, and having come straight out of the pits, Lawrence Vanthoor got the jump on Robert Kubica. Remember, they went in with the Kubica in front, but as they were having their fight, suddenly Antonio Giovinazzi, who was already further into a stint, came past them 3 abreast, and Kubica adjusted his line, and so did Vanthoor, and then suddenly Giovinazzi they hadn't spotted him, or certainly it didn't seem Vanthoor did, and he was 4 wheels off the circuit down the Mulsanne straight trying to keep his position, but that was hairy.
So just catching the end there of a transmission to Antonio Giovinazzi. So you got 2 former Formula 1 stars in Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari, and also Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari. The 83 car, the yellow one, is technically a privateer entry, but it's far away from that. I would say satellite to the Ferrari AF Corsa factory team, if you like. And they're trying to chase down a driver who would have loved to get to F1, but has absolutely defined his career at major endurance events. But for Lawrence Vanthoor, Le Mans is the one that's missing off the list. He finally ticked off the Rolex 24 at Daytona earlier. He's won at the Nürburgring, he's won at Spa, but right now having to defend for not 1 but 2 ragingly quick Ferraris.
In all honesty, the 2 Ferraris slightly tripped themselves up, but I think they were so nearly hijacked as Giovinazzi, side by side down the Mulsanne straight, but in the middle of the track was Lawrence Vanthoor, and as he sort of wanted to start to turn in, a little right-hander before he got to Indianapolis, there came Giovinazzi. That could have been an absolute disaster, because if any of those cars touched, all 3 of them would have been off into the boondocks, but somehow Lawrence Vanthoor, never knowing anything other than fully brave, just kept the nose of that number 6 Porsche in front, and arrived in the position to take the line he wanted into Indianapolis. But I mean, you look not just at hypercar racing, Lawrence Vanthoor's won everything, but you move to hypercar racing, everything but this big one.
Yeah, that's the one that's missing off the list. And Lawrence Vanthoor is such a determined driver. He's worked so hard at his fitness, health, everything, and he wants this really, really bad. And there's a little bit of history here, because Lawrence's brother Dries was involved in a big incident. Let's hear some team radio.
So let's use the tow to save and get a shorter refill next pit stop. Let's use the tow to save and have a shorter refill next stop.
Oh, bit of contact there from Robert Kubica on the first right of the double right, if you like, of Mulsanne. Nudges Vanthoor as they go through that tiny gap. Vanthoor just gave enough room, and Kubica is through, so that moves him up into 3rd position as Vanthoor is on the lights, and this would be a good time to finish my point. Dries Vanthoor, Lawrence's brother, did have that big accident last year with Kubica. There is history here, make no means about it, and here comes Vanthoor around the outside. Meanwhile, that was Giovinazzi's engineer telling him to save fuel, and I think he'll be quite glad right now, thinking, no, they can get on with this. No, let them get on with it. I'll just save fuel behind them.
Save fuel by backing off for about half a second. You might then have an opportunity to have a little more scope as to where you pick your line, because the yellow Ferrari, number 83 of Robert Kubica, and the 6 red and white Porsche Penske Motorsport entry, literally taking chunks out of each other. But they go on, and now they've got a tiny bit of clear track, but then actually LMP2 car just up ahead. It's the way they will catch that, and more to the point, Peter, where they catch it is where the next passing manoeuvre will be.
So while the action is red hot out on track, let's take a look at how the weather is here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. So at the moment it is so pleasant here at Le Mans, 22 degrees Celsius in the air, and track temperature 28, our Mobile 1 track temperature. But we're looking fairly overcast at the moment. No risk of rain at the moment, but we shall see. In Le Mans, you just never know. But right now, very pleasant indeed as we approach darkness hours, which are about 2 hours away.
He was slightly involved and he pushed me off the track.
So we've done our own driver change in the Ford Performance Studios. Bruce Jones has gone to take a well-earned break. While that was going on, Johnny Molam, Le Mans stalwart, veteran, legend, you pick the adjective you like, What did you make of that little exchange there, Johnny?
I thought that was fantastic. I was watching from behind. I love watching drivers get their elbows out. Robert Kubica definitely, he was driving it like he stole it, wasn't he, in that 83 Ferrari, bearing in mind that privateer car, obviously very much supported by Ferrari, but there's probably a little bit less control of their drivers in that car for various different reasons than there is in the 50 and 51 cars. And it's just really nice to see Robert Kubica not really caring about anything other than just getting through and cracking on. And I'm sure it's causing some consternation in his pit garage, because there are a few really almost too close to call contacts between the two of them at that point, between him and the Porsche.
And as well, to my left, I have, not necessarily politically, but certainly directionally, is our chat GPT of endurance racing, as he's been now known, Paul Truswell. Paul, it's, I mean, we just had a feeling that this dogfight was just going to happen from the word go, and that's exactly how it's playing out.
Yes, and I mean, we were expecting it because we know how the cars are balanced to be very similar to one another, and so far they're all pretty much behaving themselves. We had one or two little niggles here and there. One of the columns on my screen is how many laps you are behind the race leader, and as far as the hypercar is concerned, we're all still on the lead lap. So all of the 21 cars at the start of the race, they're all on the lead lap, which in and of itself is actually quite a significant thing. We're 4 hours into this race. The other thing that I do is keep a list of retirements, because there's usually lots of those. 4 hours into this race, how many retirements we've had? I think just the one, the 88 Proton Mustang, which has been defined as a retirement. Johnny Molim is getting very excited. Johnny, go on.
Well, we're just talking about 83 car, and we just see that he's got a 5-second stop-go penalty, time penalty rather, added,
yes.
5-second time penalty added to his next pit stop for a lasting advantage at MP16. So I can only assume that was to do with their earlier fight that they were having between them, whether if he went off track in order to gain an advantage.
Second chicane, MP16.
Yeah, so that was actually before. That was before this all kicked off. That was something he was under investigation about 15 minutes ago, and the race control have decided that a penalty should be handed down. So that could be quite important in this little duel, as the number 6 of Lawrence Vantor has actually not only been passed by the 83 Ferrari, the AF Corsa car of Robert Kubica, he's also been passed by the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi. So I'm not sure if Vantor made an error there or whether he just decided to drop back. The lap time wise, last lap was a 3:33 for Vantor, 3:31 for Giovinazzi, and a 3:30 for Kubica. So I think it's maybe a little error there for Vantor.
I don't think so. I don't think you definitely don't decide to drop back in the 24 hours of Le Mans. So I think potentially it's just that, as you've been seeing, the Ferrari does have the legs of the Porsches in a straight line, and I think that Giovinazzi probably just got a really good slipstream. And once you get past someone, then following them through the quick corners, you tend to drop 3, 4, 5 car lengths behind. So I think potentially that might be all that's happened.
I think what we've tended to see is that the Ferrari can take the benefit of the slipstream when it's behind a Porsche and can get ahead, but it then has enough speed to pull ahead and just break the slipstream a little bit. So of the two of them, the Ferrari does seem to have the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Ferrari's got the pace in a straight line to be able to slipstream past quite easily. When it's the other way around, they can kind of stay with them, but they don't have the pace to actually slipstream past with the Porsche.
Yeah, but I can't believe...
And let's not forget, Paul, this is all pure slipstreaming.
Well,
albeit they are hybrids, they do not have boost buttons. It's kicking in. The ICE is then cutting when the hybrid kicks in with the extra power. So this straight line speed advantage that you're seeing between all the cars is purely based on the slipstream.
And that's part of the reason why I've also got this two-stage BOP to try and keep the cars well balanced.
So Nick Damon has a little bit of an update for us with his CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, the P2s are starting again. My first visitor is the 48. That's the second place, believe it, when it came in, the VDS panelist machine. Frank Perez got out, Oliver Gray's got in. Now it looks like obviously they're going to give him some lovely new tyres as well, which is very sweet. There's a few more cars living up to Snowy's end, but we're going to get a run of these things now as the P2s go through another set of stops.
And those P2 cars, Johnny, with the way that the rules are and the way that they're set up, it's such a small tank. They're in and out of the pit lane. It must be relentless being on the pit crew in one of those P2 teams.
Oh, I think for any member of any pit crew here at Le Mans, I think it is relentless. They've helped slightly in that they've introduced curfews, and also the warm-up, instead of being at 9 o'clock to 9:45 in the morning. And I remember all the drivers drawing straws as to not doing the warm-up when it was that early, because it meant that you were then up at like 8 in the morning and probably not going to bed again until sort of 8 the following evening after the evening after. So for the mechanics, though, I mean, spare them a thought, because they absolutely are up. And they can never really truly relax. They can snooze a little bit, but it's kind of like that alpha sleep. You can never really switch off, because there might be a problem. The car might be in within seconds. And so you see at the end, and you'll start seeing shots in the garage of everyone sort of like in a various states of disrepair in the garage. You'll see how exhausting this race is for the mechanics.
Let's get some more then from the pit lane with Nick Damon, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters.
Pure Racing, we've had the Peugeot in as well. The Pure Racing car is actually 2 garages ahead of the 93 that came in. The Peugeot stock was just standardly boring. But because of the possibility of getting the car into the position, they're already planning to stick it in at a jaunty angle, stick the fuel in, then stick it on the dolly jacks and straighten it up. This is when you get a run of prototypes, and there's a run, I think, of 7 prototypes in a row. In this particular area, though they have got a little tiny gap between garages, the Alpine and the CLX. There's a lot of shuffling about to be done. The CLX Pure Racing team, they do go full service. The car, I think, the problem earlier on with its front wing fender being ripped off. But yes, there's a few driver changes going on at the moment in the P2 environment.
So the big battle going on at the moment in LMGT3, and the number 77 Proton Mustang of Ben Tuck at the moment sitting 7th in class, and right behind him is the Ben WRT BMW number 31 of Augusto Farfus, and then Rui Andrade in the Chevrolet Corvette for TF Sport. That's the number 81 car. We've documented quite at length how difficult a week it's been for Corvette, and that pace appears to have carried over into the race. But the BMW, Johnny, we've seen the 46 WRT BMW run very strongly, but 31 not quite, just at the tail end of the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Augusto Farfus is a fantastic driver, and they seem to be doing, even when the quick drivers are in, I expected them to be sub 4 minutes a little bit more regularly, and it seems to be like a really good lap is if you sneak into the 3-minute 58s, and sort of any 59 seems to be a good lap time, which is a little bit slower than I expected from them. I don't know if the track's not suiting them or if it's a tyre compound, but certainly that's not as fast as I was expecting to see more like 57s, 58s, pretty much everything sub 4. Compared to, obviously this is GT3s now, not GTEs, but nevertheless they're very, very fast cars. And one thing that they have, which is a huge benefit at Le Mans, especially if it does rain later, is ABS. But going out on tyres and going into those chicanes, it was so tricky to judge the braking when you don't have ABS. I can imagine that has taken a huge amount of the skill of driving around Le Mans out of going in through the chicanes.
I know you're always asking me questions, and I'd like to ask one of my own, if I may. I just stepped out to have something to eat, so I may well have missed what was going on. But the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes, this is the Lorca Hannafil Franweda Andrew Gilbert car, has been in the pits for just over a quarter of an hour now. What's happened?
It was going slow out on the circuit and then pushed back into its garage, and as Nick Damon described in one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reports, it's the drive belt that's got a problem, which apparently is not a very quick fix, so that's a shame for the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes crew.
But it is still being worked on, and we are expecting it to come out again.
Yes.
Okay, right, so drive belt is for that one, thank you.
So we've done a little swap down in the pit lane, and our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter for the next hour or two is Peter Snowden. Snowy?
Yeah, hi. Just a quick change on the 101 Cadillac. Was a driver change for one of the Taylors. I think it was Jordan Taylor that got in. But that will be identified on the screen very shortly. But definitely one of the Taylors entered that 101 car. Yeah, I thought it was. Otherwise, absolutely routine. We're about to have the number 12 Jota Cadillac come in as well. I'll stand by for that.
Yeah, certainly the 101 due to have Jordan Taylor getting into it next on the rotation. Ricky having started the car and done a triple stint. Felipe Albuquerque having taken over from him and also having done a triple stint. Just reflecting on those lap times that Johnny Molan was referring to a moment ago with the LMGT3 cars. To what extent, Johnny, are the lap times affected by the fact that you're being lapped by the slower traffic? You're being lapped by the faster traffic.
Yeah.
And particularly for some of the less experienced LMGT3 drivers, you just don't have that ability to concentrate fully ahead because you're constantly trying to look in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good question. It's all a part of sports car racing in general, Paul. Le Mans in particular. Le Mans is not a particularly hard place to work the traffic. Like I said before, one of the worst places, believe it or not, is that little flip-flop coming out the Porsche curves, because everyone can go through that flat out, but it's very difficult to go through there side-by-side flat out with even a much faster car. Whereas, for example, the kinks going down towards Indianapolis, you can easily keep it tight and let a car come around the outside of you. So you just have to, it all depends where you're picking up traffic and where you let it through.
Again, I nearly went straight because of this.
Bit of onboard radio there from Kubica. I think talking about how he went straight and why he went straight and sort of defending the fact that he got a 5-second penalty for gaining what was deemed an unfair advantage at the Mulsanne chicane.
He's about to lose second place, isn't he? Because Antonio Giovinazzi in the third place Ferrari is about to make it for what I think, if it happens, it hasn't happened yet, would be a red Ferrari 1-2.
I think he backed out of it there, Paul, for the 51 car. I think they know that Robert Kubica's a bit of a loose cannon. He was firmly alongside him on the inside, could have made it stick, but I think that he decided that he'd just wait to fight another day. I think they don't consider the 83 a threat for the overall win. They're obviously all part of the same manufacturer, but again, 50 and 51 very much team cars. The 83 a privately entered one.
Well, Peter Snowden, he's an excitable chap, and he's raring to go in the pit lane, and he's brought another CrowdStrike pit lane report for us.
It was simply, I was just going to be drowned out by one of the TF Corvettes going out. It was simply the number 12 Cadillac Team Jota car that was, of course, our pole sitter from Alex Lynn at that amazing time yesterday, which is now in 17th, but a very, very routine swap for it there, literally fuel and tyres, and that was it, nothing else. Very slick. No, I don't mean the tyres, obviously, but just nice and smooth, job done, and they've got a lot of work cut out for them. So a bit of a difference of being on pole position, but we've got some more LMP2 cars coming in now, and one stopping at a very strange angle. Our 24 car just having to be rotated round, so I'll walk down to that one for you, Peter.
And going back to Paul, to what you were saying about the traffic, the one thing that you can say is that you have a situation where, with the GT3 cars, for example, the slower cars, in any situation, if you can sometimes, going into a corner, make it really obvious to the passing car that you've seen them. And there are ways of doing that. You can sort of sometimes just protect the inside ever so slightly to sort of tell them, don't dive down the inside of me here, or you can move out of the way, particularly on the straight, so they know they've seen you, lift slightly early, brake slightly early, allow them to get down the inside of you, whatever you can do to make the loss of time maybe 2 or 3 tenths rather than a second and a half.
Yeah,
and if you keep doing that, lap after lap, it adds up.
Let's get some more from Nick in the pits.
Yeah, just really to reinforce what Snow is saying, we've got back in that's the sound of the number 11 machine going past me, the Proton competition car. That just had a very, very thorough windscreen wipe and a bit of fuel. We have seen the TDS race, the 29 car. That's taken Clement Novalak out and put Matthias Besch, the pole sitter, in. Just to answer a question you had before about the 88, there's no one there. This is the Ford Performance car, we believe is the only retirement. They haven't done the traditional thing, though, of pulling down the garage door. So the garage door, I think it's more because they want to get the air flowing around the garage, because they have the sister car next to it. So there's no real evidence of anyone, a couple of mechanics on board. I would say that car is retired, and everyone else has gone on to have a very nice dinner. That's the only benefit of an early retirement, is you can have a nice dinner and actually get some sleep in a bed.
Well, that is certainly an accurate CrowdStrike pit lane report there. Yeah, if you're gonna go out the race, get it done early so you can enjoy the rest of it.
It's interesting to see that the number 51 Ferrari, and I'm sorry that we keep banging on about this, but it is the fight for the second overall. And Robert Kubica in the 83 privately entered Ferrari. Giovinazzi there had a really good run going down on the second chicane. Kubica covered the inside, so clearly they are racing. Kubica's not willing at this point to let the 51 car through. He definitely is fighting hard for his position, even though when he stops, they're going to have a 5-second time penalty added to their pit stop.
Let's get some team radio.
So knock off on the brakes, that's why sometimes they might brake a bit earlier.
That was the race engineer.
Now, I suspect that was in response to Giovinazzi questioning why Robert Kubica was moving to the left and then braking what looked pretty early for the second Mulsanne chicane. So I can understand why he might question that.
Yes, I mean, what's interesting with the number 83 Ferrari is that it is the only Ferrari which has done 13 laps on its energy allowance. One of the Porsches has the number 16 car, but neither of the two Ferrari AF Corsa cars, the 50 or the 51, have done 13 laps, except when we had that brief full course yellow when there was some debris to be dealt with over at Mulsanne Corner. So 12 laps is the norm. The number 83 car has done 13 laps on 3 separate stints so far. So it can stretch its fuel a little bit longer. What I suspect we're going to see is Antonio Fuoco in the number 50, Antonio Giovinazzi in the number 51, coming into the pits in the next 2 laps. But Robert Kubica will be going on for another 4 or 5 because they've stretched the fuel on that number 83 Ferrari.
Well, let's switch our minds to LMP2 while things rage on at the front in Hypercar and catch up with Jakub Smiechowski in this CrowdStrike Pit Lane Report.
Jakub is looking, in some ways it's looking busy. Sometimes it's like the race has already settled down into a pattern. Is that what you feel?
I mean, hard to say. I mean, for the moment the race is pretty clean. It would be nice if it stays this way, because I don't like safety car interruptions, etc., because all the work you've done gets nullified again. But yeah, for the moment the race looks quite good. I think the pace looks quite strong, so let's see what can happen, but I hope it will stay clean as it is.
How are the track conditions? We've obviously not just had cars running the whole time. We had those thunderstorms over the last couple of days. What's the track like?
The track is pretty strong, I would say. I mean, the biggest issue for the moment are the mosquitoes, because after half a stint you barely see anything anymore. But I think towards the night it gets a bit better and better, so hopefully in the night it won't be as bad as it is now.
Of course, it's quite a bit cooler than when we were practicing on Wednesday and Thursday. Does it affect you things very much?
Sorry, can you repeat?
It's quite a bit cooler than it was on Wednesday and Thursday during practice. Does that change things much?
No, it just makes the car nicer to drive, to be honest, because in hot conditions you could feel the tires were just sliding around, and now they are just gripping and it's super fun to drive.
Good stuff, thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Very interesting there. Yeah, I did wonder that when we came in to the track this morning, Johnny, with that nicely cooler temperature, because it's been pretty uncomfortably sticky over the last couple of days and very hot. The drivers seem to be reveling in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it a lot better for the car. A little bit cooler. Probably the air is a little bit denser, a little bit more downforce. Engine's breathing a little bit better, a little bit more oxygen. And obviously, as you just heard, better for the tyres, but also better for the drivers, because even with all the aircon rules and regulations, it doesn't really affect. It makes it better. It stops it being insufferable in the cars, back to the days when we didn't have any kind of things like that, but it still gets really hot in these cockpits, and all of the cars are in closed cockpit now, and it can get properly hot in them. And very debilitating over a long stint, the amount of fluid. So again, they have to be drinking quite a lot, take fluid on board. Even in these conditions, you'll see the drivers get out and they'll be properly sweating.
I always remember speaking to Hurley Haywood, and he said I loved open top cars. He said they were my favourite. He says because they were so much easier on a long race because you got all the lovely airflow coming through. Okay,
he's not wrong.
Pit stop as well for one of the front-running LM GT3s, Valentino Rossi, bringing that Team WRT BMW in. No driver change. The doctor staying on board. The 9-time MotoGP world champion. And Johnny, you've seen a lot of drivers in your time. I mean, Valentino, yes, he's hugely experienced in his bike racing world, but relatively speaking, still not massively experienced in a GT car. But he's certainly, so far as I can see, as a layman's terms anyway, you could see he's doing very well. What do you think?
Oh, he's doing better than very well. I mean, his last lap before he pit boxed was a 58.7, and I just mentioning earlier that anything in the 59s was good, let alone 58s. I think I saw somebody do a 57 at some point, but a 58.7 is a really quick time compared to anybody in that class. And his level of focus and concentration is, you know, without recognition almost. It's just, there's no question on it, and that's paying dividends, because Le Mans is not particularly physically demanding a track, but mentally the level of focus required to do it lap after lap and then get out and then get back in and do the same again is very high for what's required.
What I'm going to be fascinated to watch is how he performs over the course of the 24 hours. I mean, he's done the Spa 24 hours in the past, so there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to do it. But what you were saying about lap times, Johnny, absolutely right. There is virtually no difference between the lap times of Kelvin van der Linde, Ahmed Al-Hati and Valentino Rossi. The three of them, average lap times for because they've all driven at least one stint. Average lap time for Valentino Rossi was a 4 minute 0.3. Ahmed Al-Hati did a 4 minute 0.9. Kelvin van der Linde, 4 minute 0.1. So, you know, if you want to do well in this kind of mixed bronze, silver, and one other type of category, then all of a sudden, you know, you've got a team of drivers there who are all on exactly the same level.
That's incredible. I mean, for a bronze driver, I mean, Valentino, absolutely. I think actually what Ahmed Al-Hati's done is even more impressive. If you've got a bronze driver who can do 4 minute flat on average, not just once, on average, that's remarkable.
Yeah, we were mentioning that earlier on, myself and Johnny, when we were on air, how a sterling a job that he was doing. And you're absolutely right. I mean, Paul is right to say, I mean, we mentioned it again before, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and their three are so obviously don't really have a weak link that you have to say that, obviously, again, a long way to go. But in terms of overall, as we cycle through all three drivers again and again and again, which obviously a lot of the cars won't have done yet, there'll still be time left for their slower drivers to fulfill before they've completed their entire quota for the race. I think you'll find that as we get closer and closer towards that, the 46 Team WRT BMW might be edging towards the front of the GT field, if not already firmly at it.
And we had the question answered, did they have one lap pace in qualifying, because Valentino Rossi qualified the car third as a silver graded driver against a lot of platinum graded drivers. But we didn't know about their long run pace, and looking at the sector times through all the practice sessions, that no BMW is in the top 5 in any sector at all throughout the lap, but they're piecing the whole thing together, and in the race it's really going well at the moment for that 46 Team WRT crew. Towards the front of the field though, in the hypercar battle, just as Antonio Giovinazzi came up behind Robert Kubica into the pits, he comes then, and we'd heard from it on the team radio from his engineer that he was kind of focused on a bit of fuel saving, certainly when the Porsche number 6 was involved, but into the pits he comes then. We'll see how much further the 83 AF Corsa machine can go.
Interesting, and Paul mentioned this, alluded to this earlier, that the 83 was going to go a few laps further, and he's absolutely correct. It's quite interesting to me that the 83 can go more laps on its energy. In the old days of fuel, I'd be quite intrigued, but now knowing that there's a certain kilowattage and fuel mixture that they have to stick within for each lap and also each stint, it's intriguing to me that they can go further, especially watching the way the 83 car is being driven. It doesn't look like there's any fuel saving mode going on, particularly in that, compared to the 50 or the 51. In fact, if anything, it looks to be the other way around. So it can only be something to do with the calibration of the way that they've done the way that they regen and the way that they deliver on the car itself. And I know, speaking to James Collado before this race, he was saying to me that before every race they get given a 60-page document that they have to read through with various different settings and functions and things that varies from race to race in terms of modes that they can go into or might need to go into that they need to know before they start racing the thing.
And presumably what we've seen in previous years, and I'm thinking back to the early days of hypercar when Toyota was still developing a lot of the systems, the more you generated your electricity, which you would then later deploy, the harder the car became to drive because of the braking. The car became quite unstable under the braking because they were trying to harvest all the energy. And I just wonder if that's what they've, as you described it, configured the car to be a bit more difficult to drive, whereas the Ferrari AF courses, the red cars, 50 and 51, maybe have gone for a slightly more conservative approach, knowing that, you know, their job is to win the 24 hours, whereas perhaps the 83 car is just to grab some headlines, phrase it that way.
Well, I guess if you've got 3 cars as Ferrari as a brand in the top category, you can split them around. But let's get an update on the Prancing Horse with our very own stallion, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, Antonio Giovinazzi has just leapt out of the 51 car, which has now just disappeared out, and as soon as that gone out, then they're preparing for the number 50 car, which looks like Miguel Molina is going to get into that right now as the Corvette right behind me disappears, the 33 Corvette. The 50 Ferrari isn't in the pit lane just yet, but I couldn't even see what it is on track, but they're all prepared and ready for it, so I'll stand by and hopefully it'll be another just slick, simple, quiet pit stop.
That is the hope. Thank you, Peter Snowden, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. We just before that report, we had the 51 Ferrari coming in. It was a driver change from Antonio Giovinazzi to Alessandro Pierguidi. Then it was, and they put on new tyres as well. So a Michelin medium tyres getting fitted to that 51 Ferrari.
Yeah, and what's interesting is the fact that that stop dropped it from third place to 11th. You know, we talk about quite how close all of this is, but when a pit stop this far into the race drops you out of the top 10, it shows you just how close it is.
And you can see Alessandro Pierguidi leaving the pits, weaving his way down all the straights in order to try and generate some tyre temperature, because obviously, as we keep on going on about, cold tyres going on these cars, no tyre warmers anymore, makes a huge difference. And when you're going out to get the tyres up to temperature, it takes you until probably the first Mulsanne chicane before you can actually really start feeling that they're coming to you in any sense, shape or form, and probably most of the outlap before you really start getting them where you want them to be able to start braking consistently late and hard going into corners.
So in the LMGT3 category, a car that was running actually at the front of the field before taking its pit stop was the number 85 Iron Dames Porsche, and driver Sarah Bobby has caught up with Nick Damon.
Well, for not being involved in this event a week ago, you had a car that was running near the front.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? I mean, it's so cool to race in Le Mans. I enjoy every single lap, every single corner. The race is still long, but for sure it shows that we have the pace, that we are fighting for something. So now Celia is back in the car. She did a crazy good first stint as well. So yeah, finger crossed we can keep pushing and stay in the front.
How much are you learning lap by lap?
Well, every single lap, you know, like I'm doing stuff that I've never been doing with Mentai here in the race, but they are really great at coaching me and helping me to adapt as quick as possible. So, yeah, the team is quite incredible with me, and I have to say that I also have the very precious help of Michi, who is here and never refused to give me good advice.
Sarah, thank you.
Thanks.
So here we are, 4.5 hours into the Le Mans 24 hours. It's 8:30 in the evening. And I hate doing hourly updates at this stage because we're in the middle of another pit stop window. But Robert Kubica leads Le Mans for Ferrari. The number 83 car currently has a 9-second lead over Lawrence Van Tour, who is second in the Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963, although both of those cars will be coming into the pits very shortly indeed. So 83 Ferrari leads 6 Porsche, and then in third place is Brendan Hartley in the Toyota. That's as far up the leaderboard as that car has been, number 8. But again, the Toyota GR010 hybrid is going to be coming into the pits very shortly. Fourth is Pascal Wehrlein, number 4 in the second of the Porsches. He's fourth. In fifth place is Miguel Molina, having just taken over his Ferrari. That's car number 50. In sixth place, number 94, the Peugeot. Stoffel Van Dorn going nicely at the moment, but another car that's due a pit stop very shortly in the Peugeot 9X8. Seventh is number 35, Charles Milesi in the Alpine Endurance Alpine A424. Eighth place, number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel, freshly at the wheel of his Ferrari, car number 51. Ninth is the car, and in fact driver, who set pole position on Thursday night, Alex Lynn, car number 12 for Cadillac Hertz team Jota. And in 10th place, the leading BMW, number 15, Raffaele Marciello, at the wheel of his BMW M Hybrid V8. In LMP2, Nick Yellerly is leading for Inter-Europol competition. That's car number 43. Second is number 48, Oliver Gray, in the VDS Panis Racing Oreca. And in third place there is the Iron Lynx Proton Oreca of Richard de Guerras, car number 9. All of those three are in the full fat LMP2 class. Fourth in LMP2 is the first of the Pro-Am cars, and that's the Spike the Dragon car, AO by TF, number 199, currently in the hands of Dane Cameron. In fifth place in LMP2, Paul Lafargue in the EDEX Sport Oreca, number 28. And in sixth place, Jamie Chadwick in the other EDEX Sport car. Jamie going well in car number 18 to be sixth overall in the LMP2 class. Finally, LMGT3. Lexus now back to the front there. The Acodis ASP team car number 46, that was changing as I was reading it out, because Valentino Rossi in the 46 has now taken over the lead of the LMGT3 class from the Lexus, with Finn Gersitz behind the wheel. So those two swapping places as we spoke. And Francois Heriot, number 21, in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, has now moved up ahead of the Lexus. So BMW M4 in the lead, the Ferrari of number 21 in second place, and then third is the Manthey First Form Porsche, car number 92, with Ricardo Pera driving there. Behind the Lexus is then Ben Tuck with the Proton Ford Mustang, car number 77. He's fifth in the GT3 class. And then sixth, number 54, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Francesco Cacciotti. Those are the positions with 19 hours and 25 minutes still to go.
So as those cooler temperatures start to continue, or they do continue into the darkness hours or towards the darkness hours, where 26.3 degrees Celsius is your Mobil 1 track temperature. So welcome to Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit, and indeed if you're in the United States you can listen on Sirius 137 and XM202. But another way that you can follow the action, in fact probably follow it most closely is our Studiovision. You can go on to YouTube, just type in Studiovision, it'll come up there, and you can watch us in the studio. So if you're watching right now, hello to you. And I've just had a message from the production team in the European Rally Championship, who are all listening along to Le Mans while enjoying their dinner in Poland after a hard day's work. So hello to you all. Hope you're having a great rally and enjoying the 24 hours of Le Mans. Hope you don't stay up all night with a big day ahead of you tomorrow. Big day ahead of us for the next 19 hours and 24 minutes, because it is a dogfight on track, Paul Truswell.
Well, yes, it's said a moment ago, it's still a long way to go. Robert Kubica has finally brought the number 83 Ferrari into the pit, so a good lap and a half, if not two, after we had the Ferrari, the 50 and 51 cars making their pit stop. Also due in this time is going to be Lawrence Vanthoor at the wheel of the Porsche number 6. Now, interestingly, Lawrence has gone through and not come into the pits this time. So Lawrence Vanthoor is on a triple stint, but both of the, in fact, all three of the stints have been 13 laps. So Roger Penske knows how to run a team. He's worked hard at it, and that car going through 13 laps for Lawrence Vanthoor.
Yeah, they've got that car set up very, very well. It's quick and indeed economical as well. Let's get an update from the pits with Peter Snowden.
Yeah, it was just a couple of little interesting things. On the number 50 Ferrari, I noticed the 83 of which has just left the pits. You always say I'm a devil or stickler for detail. It probably doesn't mean anything, but Johnny Molden will be more familiar with tear-off windscreens on these modern cars. The number 50 Ferrari had its windscreen fastidiously cleaned, and then they tore it off before it went out, so work that one out. The number 60 Iron Lakes Mercedes, however, this is the car I believe that's had the belt problem that Nick reported on a little bit earlier. It's certainly still in the garage here being done, and you shouldn't laugh at these little cameos, but there's probably half a dozen, that's 6 in new money mechanics working on this car, 2 of which are lying underneath it while they're changing the belts on the front of that engine. The engine is very, very reset in that. And there was a moment of merriment a moment ago where a socket dropped off one of the extension leads and whacked the mechanic lying underneath square in the forehead, to the absolute amusement of all the mechanics save one.
Thank you, Snowy, for that crowd strike. Pit lane report, poor mechanic. That's not nice.
I thought he was going to say it hit him somewhere else. But going back to his question on the window on the tear-offs, I can only assume that they were trying not to take a tear-off because there's a limited number you can put on without before it starts distorting. And I can only assume that they were trying to get away with just cleaning the windshield, and the driver was saying, no, that's not good enough, and so they aborted and then tore one off. I can only assume that that's the logical reason for that.
Because you're absolutely right about the, tearing off the tear-off. I mean, it sounds like it's the obvious thing to do because that's what it's there for. But, as you say, they will have a limited number, not just because they're difficult to get smooth, but also because you can't actually see through them.
Well, they distort.
Yeah.
So you can normally only have about 3. I think you can get super thin ones, you can have 5 or 6, but as soon as you start getting much above that, it just distorts. So even if you put them on with no bubbles, it just starts distorting, so it's like looking through a bathroom window, which when you add flies on and sun setting is a bit of a problem.
As you must know, I think I do some strategy work with Red Camel in the preventive races. We have to ask the team manager, the team principal's permission before we remove a tear-off, because they're quite expensive as well. And
yes.
I did wonder if in that particular scenario it might have been the cost that might have been part of that one. Fred Vesti at the moment is in the Whelen Engineering 311 car. It's a car that's not familiar to WEC fans, to the World Endurance Championship, but is an absolute powerhouse in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. And at the moment, Fred Vesti chasing down the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, which is actually an entry as well from the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Let's get some more from the pits. A crowd strike pit lane report with Nick Damon.
It's a full service of the 6, including driver change. So I say it's the 6. I think it's the 6. It's where it's parked, the 6 parking base, and this is got the wrong badge on. Yeah, it's hopped out. It's amazing how long the fuel takes. I was able to walk quite a large percentage of the. Now, interestingly, are they not giving the... They are giving. I thought for a second they weren't going to give the new driver any tires, but they are. And you can hear the stewards going, opposite tyres are medium, that's all we've seen. We've seen nothing but medium tyres on any of the hypercars. The orange sidewall later at night, you go to the track, and you see white sidewalls, they're the softs. But they're not available as of yet. And everyone goes and looks at what's going on. And it's just absolutely standard stop. I have to be honest with you, I don't know who got in. It's a terrible misnomer.
I think it was Matt Campbell that got in, Nick. Matt Campbell got in, and I noticed that Laurent Vantour, who got out, going back to what we were saying earlier, Paul, about seeing various weight declarations, driver weight declarations under investigation, I noticed that Laurent Vantour got straight out of the car, walked into the pit garage and stood on some scales.
I wonder if it's one of these self-reporting systems.
I think that I don't know if they all have to do it every time they get out of the car, or whether it's randomly selected or whatever. But it looked like it was one of his own team personnel standing there, watching him, and then printing out a piece of paper, which I guess they then have to log somewhere. And I guess maybe they just enter that log and just go for it and see at random and see if they need to investigate.
Let's get some more down in the pit lane with another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Fresh out of his number 6 car, Lawrence Vantour. Lawrence, it's going particularly well for a car that started at the back.
Yeah, I mean, I always had confidence in it that we would come back. But I also knew beforehand that the Ferrari is going to be very quick, and that's what I think we just saw it. Kevin did an awesome first couple stints to get us back, and now even we're doing everything as good as we can, but the Ferrari's another pace at the moment, and we were some exciting battles, but I decided to back off. It was too excited, too early for me, and makes no sense. So yeah.
It's noticeable you're having no problem doing 13-lap stints. Are you doing a lot of fuel saving?
Yeah, well, for sure. We need to fuel save a lot. It's a bit of strategy. The Ferrari is doing less, so hopefully eventually that will play in our cars. Yeah, I think it's a bit our strength. We need to do something different than them, because a pure one-lap pace we definitely don't have. So trying to use other cards.
Quick question: we've noticed that are you getting yourself weighed after every stint? We've seen people standing on scales and people being called for your team weight not being enough. Is that something you have to do now?
Yeah, with this year the driver rules, let's say, the weight rules, we have to give them to the series. But we also check ourselves before and afterhand to have a lot of data points to be able to do that correctly.
I mean, given the fact you've worked very hard, it's very humid, you must be losing quite a lot of weight just in water, surely?
Yeah, I mean, I managed to drink quite a bit while I was driving, so I lost like 700 grams now, which is still okay. So that's a long race, so trying to stay hydrated in the car as well.
Thanks, Toy. Have a nice rest.
So I'm still down with the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes that's had this worked on, and it was the oil loss. We always say that our colleague Joe Bradley says that there's a story in every garage, and it's like a little bit of theatre. Well, I feel like in a maternity theatre here now, the way it's been described to me. They're just filling it up with water and oil, and it's the description of it about to be started up was like we're going to witness a birth, like the car's coming back to life again. So hopefully the number 60 will reappear, and I will tell you very shortly if there's screaming and wailing, whether it's a boy or a girl.
There's so many ways I could go with that, and I'm not going to. Thank you for that, Peter Stewart. Paul.
There are times when it's better to say nothing, yes. That car has been in the pits now for 50 minutes, so let's hope it gets out soon, otherwise it kind of messes up the column because it goes over an hour and everything gets
untidy.
out.
It's untidy, isn't it?
Everything looks untidy. But as I say, yes, it's 50 minutes in the pit so far for the number 60 car, and it is, I'd say it's dead last of those that are still running. The number 88, if you're having a sweepstake in your office, is the first retirement, although according to our pit reports, the garage door hasn't really been drawn down yet, but I think we can assume that the 88 is going to be a retirement, and that, as I say, is the first and thus far only retirement we've had of the race. The other thing, I'll get it out of the way now, is that we're still on a remarkably fast pace. It was fascinating listening to David Heinemeier Hansen when he got out of the car. He was the first driver in that P2 car, and you saw his early stints, Johnny. They were fairly fraught, and he got out of the car and he was complaining that it was green. I was expecting to have at least a slow zone to relax, which is an interesting point, because nowadays, because these races are run at such a fraught, frenetic pace, you almost need to have a slow zone or something just to give the drivers a bit of a rest, because otherwise it's pretty full on throughout, isn't it?
Well,
just the
yes,
way
I mean, I was fortunate enough to race here before any of that existed. I also raced when it did exist. I found and actually Renger van der Zande started that car and did one stint before David got in,
right,
but,
yes,
and had it right up there. I found that the slow zones, and I think they still can catch people out. We saw an LMP2 car earlier, I can't remember which number it was, that had clearly rammed the back of somebody else going into a slow zone. It's quite difficult because you have the next slow, so you're beginning to slow down, and obviously you have to then go into the actual slow zone at your 80 kph, I think it is. But obviously different people and different experience levels slow down at different points. So it's a bit like coming into the pits. At least you know coming into the pits, most people tend to come up to the pit lane speed and then slow it down. But when it's kind of next slow, some people take maybe 300 meters to slow down, some people do it in 100 meters. So the chances of running up the back of someone because they're slowing more than you expected, it's like coming off a motorway and suddenly there's a queue of traffic. And it can, I mean, I've actually had it where I've had to jink round and go sailing past someone to not run up the back of them and then drop right back and then hope that no one saw it, you know. And it's become easier as all the drivers have got more and more used to it, but you can sometimes still get caught out. So I personally prefer it without any of that. Paul, going back to your original question, I think just go out there and drive it and get on with it. But the big thing here, and I think David would be feeling a little bit of pressure, it's his first stint. He's under a little bit of pressure as the silver in that car to deliver, because he will be seen as obviously their weakest link. He's a very, very good driver nevertheless, but he knows that he will be the slower of the three drivers in that particular, in the 2022 I think it is, yes. United Autosports car. So with Matthias, and I think that he will have felt a little bit of pressure. Now he's got that stint out of the way, he can relax it into the race a bit more. I think even for the top pros, getting that first stint out of the way, especially if you don't start the race, you're sort of sitting there watching, and if the car's at the sharp end, when you get in it, you feel a certain amount of pressure to get in and carry on performing. But once you've done your stint, then you can relax and get on with it.
Let's get some more from Nick Damon down in the pit. Sorry, Paul. Let's get down for another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Well, things I didn't expect to be saying after several hours is that the Peugeot's in fourth. It's not in fourth anymore, of course, it's taking a stop, but obviously they're running a slightly different strategy. It doesn't seem to be being left behind as much as I expected. It's a full service, so Stoffel Van Dorn has got out. Not totally sure he's got in there. Obviously, you can hear getting full to the tyres. So it's interesting. I mean, I don't know whether Paul can shed light on this. Is this a real position 4th place, or is when it comes out the stagger up winds of laps, it's actually in 9th? That's the kind of the question, isn't it, really?
It is a scheduled pit stop for the 94. Stoffel Van Dorn has actually been out for a double stint of 13 laps on each of his stints so far. And the car rejoins now.
15th position. I think that's more their real reflection, but they're about half. They're kind of half off on the strategy, aren't they? They're about halfway through. So if they get a safety car falling at exactly the right moment for them, it could work in their favour. But they are kind of half off strategy. But their real position is probably more like 15th and 4th. At one point, when I first came in, Paul, and they were actually leading based on so they actually had a lap in the lead before they boxed.
I noticed that as well, and I thought, my goodness, did we have that long a dinner? But yeah, unfortunately, it's not been the week that PowerShow Total Energies have wanted. You know, they've been down the bottom of the order pretty much the whole way through practice. The best practice session they had was free practice 2, where they were 11th. It has not got any better than that, unfortunately. Let's get some more from the pits this time with Peter Snowden for another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Whilst I was busy talking about the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes, the 61 had its service, and that was no dramas at all there. But it's pleased to hear the 63 car, which of course had all those dramas earlier in the week and was rebuilt around a new chassis. That's plodding on, and that's a great thing to say. I mean, that was a positive. But we have a returnee, number 60, has just fired up, and that's what you can hear in the background now. And I love some of the old school stuff going on here. They've got all these modern technologies, etc. As soon as it fired up, the head mechanic technician indicated to one of the other mechanics he was doing some squeezing symbol with his hand, and basically there's still an airlock in the cooling system, so he reaches into the engine bay and is literally squeezing the top hose and another one on the bottom hose to try and get the air out and pump the water around it. And you just think some of the old technologies never go away, do they? But number 60, it is up and running, and it won't be long before it's back in the race.
No, it will not be. That's great stuff. Thank you, Peter, for that, with another CrowdStrike pit lane report. And just catching in the background there of let's get some radio with Fred Vesti.
All right, in about a half a lap, you have more GT cars. Let's do what we can to try and get by this guy. He's definitely hurting us here. Day is 4.7 up the road. Push, push, buddy.
So that is the Action Express team giving some encouragement to their man, Fred Vesti, to try and get by the number 4 of Pascal Wehrlein. This is for 10th place, and they want to get up to the driver in 9th, Sebastian Bourdais, they mentioned there, who of course is in the same type of car, which I'm sure won't be lost on Fred Vesti.
I love the way the Americans engineers encourage their drivers. It's so positive. It's a real, come on buddy, you're the man, you can do this. And I personally responded very well to that kind of stuff. One of the reasons I love racing in America for so long, but I really enjoyed listening to that.
Do you enjoy getting a lot of radio traffic, being talked to a lot?
Yeah, I'm infamous for having talked far too much on the radio. And I use the radio as a bit of a venting mechanism to sort of just get it out of my system on the radio rather than actually do anything stupid on track.
I mean, you can vent without pressing the radio button.
Yeah, it's not the same if no one's listening. No, I do talk too much on the radio. As you're gathering, I probably talk too much in general. But I certainly like a lot of radio traffic in both directions. The more information you give me, maybe not in qualifying, but in a race, definitely.
But isn't it interesting, because John Hindhaugh was talking about the people management skills that the drivers, so the race engineers have to have in order to say the right things to the drivers. But I've come across drivers who actually don't want to be talked to. Some like to have everything told to them. Others are asking about what the other cars are doing.
Everyone's different.
Yeah, exactly.
I personally wanted as much information as possible. It was just the way I was, but there are certain drivers that don't want you to talk to them at all and only tell you when you have to be told. But I personally like to, sometimes as a driver you can't see, we're sitting in front of a screen seeing all the sector times, seeing all the positions, knowing who's when to pit, who isn't due to pit, whatever. As a driver you don't have that picture.
No, exactly.
And so I like to be told the picture of the whole race by my engineers and know what's going on. So it's really useful to know there's GT traffic, like we just heard with Vesti being told, right, there's GT traffic ahead, so you're going to have an opportunity in that GT traffic to potentially get past Pascal Wehrlein because he's going to get held up. So as soon as there's traffic, get close to him because you might have an opportunity. So it's good to be told that because you don't know that, whereas they can see it with their track map.
Well, it's working because in sector 1 of this lap he took 3/10 out of Pascal Wehrlein, and he's just taken another 2/10 as they got to Mulsanne. So that encouragement is definitely working. That's for sure. I love that, the difference between the American way of thinking opposed to the others, and that's what makes this the convergence of sports car racing so special now, that teams that are active in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, can be hugely competitive championship, can come over here and compete at Le Mans. There are effectively 3 of them in the race. There's the 101 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, there's the Whelen Engineering Cadillac we just mentioned, and the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 4 of Nick Tandy and Felipe Massa.
And let's not forget, it's not that long ago during the American Le Mans series where pretty much the cars that came over were the cars that won. Well, that was back in the day when the American Le Mans series was the de facto world championship, and many cars who come over from America run by famous teams like Champion and other teams like that, and actually come over and go for the overall victory. So there's a history of teams coming over from America and competing really well.
So as we head towards the end of another racing hour, about 5 minutes from the top of the hour, let's get a quick CrowdStrike pit lane report from Nick Damon.
Yes, it's not good news, unfortunately. The 37 CLX Pure Racing LMP2 machine, which I think has got Tristan Vaughty on board. I'm not 100% sure about that. But they have come into the pits and I think they've got an issue with the power steering while what they're looking at. I just looked at it is Tristan, but they're actually it's some sort of handling issue because they're taking out the front torsion bar. I can't believe they're going to make a setup change at this point. So it must be some sort of stiction issue or a steering issue. Nothing's broken. He hasn't hit anything, but something's not quite right. And they're trying to force the suspension. They're forcing the steering. So it looks like something at the front end has basically locked up, and they're trying to release it again using the good old-fashioned large hammer and human strength.
Well, sometimes that's the best way, isn't it, to try and fix a problem. What a shame for CLX Pure Racing there. Tristan Vautier bringing that car in, teamed up with Tom Blomqvist. That's quite a driver lineup with Alexander Malikin, their silver graded driver there. 19 hours and 3 minutes or so to go in this one. What has been an enthralling start to the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, with its Ferrari 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with the 50 leading from the 51 from the 83, the two red Ferraris from the yellow Ferrari, with Miguel Molina in the 50, Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51, and Ye Yifei in the 83 AF Corsa car. But Fred Bestie is now all over the back of Pascal Wehrlein, so the positive vibes from the pit wall are certainly working.
Yeah, it's nice to see actually. He's getting into the slipstream, but the Cadillacs don't seem to. I mean, we've been talking about how the Ferraris are really quick in a straight line. The Caddies don't seem to have any real straight line speed, and they can slipstream behind the Porsches, but they can't. It's a bit like watching them with the Porsches. It's a bit like watching the Porsches with the Ferraris, in that when they're in the slipstream, they can kind of stay with them, but they don't seem to be able to slingshot past them. And like we were saying before, even though it's the hybrid cars, the hypercars, they don't have a boost button here. They don't have access like you would in, say, a Formula One car to being able to push, like a push to pass almost. It's trading one off against the other when one kicks in and the ICE drops out. So it's all about getting a good slipstream, enough to get you alongside into a brake zone, and that's a tall ask when all you can do is kind of keep the same pace of the car in front, which is at the moment what we're seeing with the Cadillac following the Porsche.
Fred Bestie trying everything he possibly can to push as much, but it's really looking through the practice times, looking across the sectors, it is the Ferrari and probably the Ferrari from the Porsche from the Cadillac, and that's kind of how it's playing out.
And here is the traffic.
Lots of traffic to get through for the number 8 Toyota there, which is running in 6th position at the moment, trying to hold off the Shell livery number 20 BMW, the white, black, red and yellow machine. They're just putting a lap on the Aston Martin Valkyrie 007. Now, is that, Paul, the first car we've seen drop off the lead lap?
Yes, it is. At least it is in the hypercar class. I think, no, that's actually now going 2 laps behind because the 93 Mikkel Jensen driven Peugeot 9X8 has already dropped off the lead lap. So that is Ross Gunn at the wheel of the 007 at the moment, going 2 laps down on the race leading Ferrari.
So as we approach the top of the hour, 19 hours, 1 minute and 6 seconds left in this 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the great race, as some people refer to as Motorsport Christmas, and I know exactly why. Number 43 into Europol competition of Nick Yellowley from the lead of LMP2 in the pits. The mechanics going to work, most notably on the windscreen, trying to get all these dastardly bugs off the windscreen. A huge problem for the drivers all week long. They've all been talking about just how many more there have been than normal here at Le Mans. Fuel still going into that LMP2 machine. They've got the shortest stint length of any of the classes, keeping those pit crews very, very busy indeed. Well, while the pit crews stay busy, let's step away for a second and talk about the weather. here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. So at the moment, the temperature, and absolutely perfect, 22 degrees Celsius, ideal for all of those of you lucky enough to be watching around the circuit right now. It's going to dip to a low of 14 degrees Celsius, the lowest temperature we've seen all week, with tomorrow decreasing cloud and warm, 25 degrees Celsius. Looking forward to that. So you're listening to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, and if you're joining us in the United States on Sirius 137 or XM 202, a very warm welcome to you, or indeed on Studiovision on the Karting Live YouTube page, a very warm welcome to you. So, darkness now approaching, just an hour left before we go towards darkness time, and of course that, Paul, has ramifications for one car in the field that have got to make, that aren't actually allowed to use one of their drivers from 10 o'clock onwards till tomorrow morning.
That's right. The Grove Mercedes. It was interesting actually hearing from Brenton earlier in the race. I can't remember who it was who spoke to him, but Brenton Grove said that they weren't planning to use Stephen very much during the night anyway. The bulletin that's been issued for that car says that it has to use Stephen Grove and Lucas Stoltz for the hours from 10 o'clock through until 6 a.m. Now, they were planning to put Stephen in from about 4 a.m. was what Brenton was saying. So they're just going to have to kind of delay when they're going to put Stephen in the car anyway. So it's not an ideal situation, but I think Stephen was going to limit his nighttime running in any case.
I think that's very, very, very wise. But of course, pushed into that. Another pit stop for the leading LMGT3 machine of Valentino Rossi. No driver change, so going on to a third stint for Valentino with a new set of Goodyear tyres on there as well, Johnny.
Yeah, fantastic. He'll be enjoying himself out there, especially when you're in the car. You've been in the car long enough on the old tyres. You come in and they get you a new set of tyres and send you back out, and you're in the groove, you've got your rhythm, and you've got some nice fresh boots on. It's always a nice feeling. Maybe Paul can also give us a bit of an overview of the classes in terms of especially LMP2. Well, it will only be LMP2, but also GT3. For example, with Valentino Rossi, their drive time on each of their drivers. Have they used a lot of, how much of Valentino's time has he done, Paul, at this stage?
Valentino has done 80 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes. He has to do 6 hours altogether.
Wow. And what about Schneider, Daniel Schneider in the 2023 United Autosport cars? Because every single time I look on the screen, he seems to be in the car.
23. Schneider's only been in the car for, I don't know, he's did it. Yeah, so Schneider's took the car over. So Oliver Jarvis started. Daniel Schneider did a double stint, which is 80 minutes, and he's now back in the car for another double stint. Interestingly, in the number 23 car, that's yet to have Ben Hanley. Now, yeah. I hope there's not an issue. I hope that's the plan.
I think they're trying to get through as much of Daniel Schneider's time as they possibly can. That was a car that qualified in the top 4 in LMP2, but again, we're looking at the weakest link situation. So if they can get most of that drive time and not, I think they haven't succeeded in not going off the lead lap in class, to be fair, but that's basically what they're then hoping for at this point, which is quite unusual. We've only had, I think, 1 or 2 slow zones, or maybe 3.
Only one
just one zone, incredible,
and 1 full course yellow.
And so that's quite unusual at this stage in the race. So let's not jinx it. But I think they were hoping it normally comes earlier in the race rather than later, and I think that's what they were hoping for. But it hasn't fallen their way.
I'm not jinxing it. All I'm saying is that if we are going to get a record distance, then we need to be doing 16.5 laps an hour. Now, if you're at home and you've got a calculator, then get it out. We've done 5 hours and 4 minutes of the race, and Miguel Molina in the lead has done 83 laps. I'm not going to say any more.
Well, it's not going to work, is it? And we've had one slow zone and one, so it's
But I mean, it's very unlikely that it's going to happen with a hypercar because of the way the hypercar regulations are actually driven. But the record distance required for hypercar is 380 laps, which is within range.
Well, let's see. I mean, distance records are there to be broken. My favourite distance record stat is 1971 when Gijs van Lennep and Helmut Marko won the race in a Martini-liveried Porsche 917, which they only realised after, or only told after the race, that it had a magnesium chassis.
Yes.
But that distance record stood until 2010, which is just mind-boggling to me, and just shows you how fearsome a car the 917 was. And,
no chicanes.
of course, yes, exactly, and that's the thing. Things change.
Makes a big difference.
Of course it does. Yes, exactly. So it took all that
Still
time.
impressive. Probably more impressive because there were no chicanes.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, how much the circuit has changed over the years, and in many ways how much it hasn't.
While we're on the subject of distance, last year's race obviously wasn't a record longest distance, but was the shortest distance covered since 1995, when, where's that thing gone? Yeah, so 1995, the McLaren, that was a very wet race, and last year's race, obviously with all the rain, very short distance as well.
Let's get down to the pits.
We had a fan request in from Darren Woods that he wanted to hear the Cadillac pull away and then the engine kick in after the electric motor pushed it off the apron. We just caught that. Unfortunately, it's quite a way off the apron before the petrol engine kicked in on that number 38 Cadillac. We've had a full service here. Tyres, fuel, and the driver is out. And I am going to see, I didn't quite see who the replacement driver was, but you guys will know that from the timing screen. We'll try and get a word with Sebastian when he's had a drink of water, and hopefully he'll give us a bit of insight as to how this 38 Cadillac is going.
Well, Darren, I hope you enjoyed that. I certainly enjoyed hearing that bump start of the Cadillac and hearing that big 5.5 litre V8 kicking into life. Very, very special indeed. What a battle going on track between the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Pascal Wehrlein, who holds on to 7th place right now, but Fred Vesti in the Whelen Cadillac is trying to take it off him, and you've got one driver in Pascal Wehrlein who perhaps didn't get his proper shot at Formula One. Fred Vesti, you could say, might he get his shot at Formula One in the future? That's maybe a question unanswered. Or are we going to be able to keep him here in supercars and sports cars? Because this is special. But Vesti has a little bit more experience than Wehrlein, but not much more. These guys are both very new to sports car racing, Johnny, but you would never know watching it.
I mean, the endurance element of this now kind of gone out the window, Peter, in terms of the way Le Mans is. The days when you used to listen to Derek Bell and Jackie Ickx talk about the lift and coast and how to not overdrive the car, to look after the car, to look after the gear shift, to not rush the gear shifts, to heel and toe perfectly. All of that has gone out the window now. You literally get in the car within reason, in terms of obviously sometimes you're looking after a tyre maybe through a stint, so you don't go out and drive it on a quali lap when it's out lap, but and sometimes the energy is managed, but that's more done for the driver rather than by the driver these days. So you kind of go out there and just drive it like it's a race, and the fact that you get out of the car and then get back in it again several times is kind of irrelevant. These guys are out there driving it as hard as they possibly can and fighting for every sort of metre of track and every position.
And it is just a joy to watch. Interesting when you hear from some of the drivers that have come into the hypercar category from a GT background, particularly a GTE or GTLM background, who say that these cars are actually quite similar in feel, and they have similar levels of downforce, which sounds strange, but just how much GT racing has changed as the number 20 Shell BMW comes in for fueling up. No driver change yet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've heard that as well from talking. I haven't had the pleasure of driving a hypercar, but I've talked to many of the guys that I used to race against, especially with the Ferrari boys, people like James, Alessandro, and they say that it's very similar to a GT in the way it handles. Obviously, it's kind of a halfway house, a hybrid, so to speak, and that it's relying on downforce more than their GTE did. It's almost going back to a throwback of the GT1s, where you had a sort of a reasonable amount of mechanical grip, quite a heavy car, and a little bit of downforce to help it, but not the downforce like you would have had in the LMP1 days, for example. And in terms of the racing, it makes it incredible. In terms of the outright lap times, you don't have to be a complete purist to sort of realise that they're slowing the P2s down in order to not have them mix it with the hybrids, but the LMP2 times from a few years ago were significantly quicker than the hypercars are going now, and obviously the LMP1s were in another league altogether, but the racing now is a lot better and a lot closer, and I think we're all the richer for that.
I agree. And you think the budget as well, Paul, of running those LMP1s, another world compared to what these hypercars are?
Yes, I mean, in 2019, the last year before hybrid, hypercar, the lap times were in this is a race lap, 3 minutes 17. So, you know, the fastest lap of this one so far are 3 minutes 27, a full 10 seconds a lap faster. Now, although that's a big difference in terms of spectator appeal, it doesn't actually make that much of a visual difference. The spectators, so you're not going.
I couldn't agree more, Paul. I mean, if you're running at 200 miles an hour and the guy next to you is 200 miles an hour, you're doing 250 and the guy next to you doing 250, it's still close racing.
Exactly
so
right.
I agree with you entirely.
Exactly right. We're coming up for the next round of Ferrari pit stops. Miguel Molina is just coming up to the Ford chicane at the moment and will be completing the 12th lap of his stint. Alessandro Pierguidi is a couple of seconds behind him, and he's coming up to the 13th lap of his stint. So my expectation is that Pierguidi will peel off and come into the pit lane for a fuel-only stop. He'll only get fuel and then be sent on his way again. But again, we'll see the yellow Ferrari, the 83, if Ye will be staying out for another 3 or 4 laps before he comes in for his equivalent pit stop. Now, given that the red Ferraris are now extending their stints to 13 laps, what we saw before, where the yellow car was extending and extending, won't happen. They'll just match up.
Well, the number 51 car is in the pit lane right now, and Joe Bradley has a CrowdStrike pit lane report for us to update us.
So it looks like it's going to be a swift one for the number 51 Ferrari. Fuel only, haven't got any tyres ready to go on, so that is a big indication of that. It's not likely to be anything other than a windscreen clean. Now, saving the tear-offs, I'm not saying anything as ridiculous as what Snowy described, where we clean the windscreen, then take the tear-off off. We've had the windscreen cleaned, we've had the headlights cleaned as well. Lots of fly still out there, especially in the twilight zone that we're in now. And yet, fueling's done, and off it goes silently, and then it kicks in.
Yeah, interesting that you were talking about cleaning the headlights there, Joe, and it's an important part as we're heading towards darkness. Having a lot of rubber and oil and bugs on the headlights is also going to have an impact on how well they function at night, and they're an incredibly important part of driving quickly at night, although there are certain elements where corners are lit. And also you will have noticed potentially, Joe, them cleaning the rear wing. And again, the bugs can catch up onto the gurney flap on the rear wing, and believe it or not, that can have quite a lot of influence over the aerodynamics of the efficiency of the rear wing. So again, important not just to clean the windscreen so the driver can see where he's going, but also the headlights to help the driver, and also the rear wing to help the aerodynamics of the car.
Michael Christensen also on the move then after a quick pit stop in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, as did the number 311 Cadillac Whelen machine of Fred Vesti. So Vesti staying on board, while the number 4 of Pascal Wehrlein that he was chasing has stayed out. And is that, Paul, what do you think? Do you think, I mean, clearly the Ferraris have got a very strong pace, but is the efficiency of the Porsche, is that going to be enough of a potent weapon to take down Ferrari, do you think?
I don't know is the short answer. this is why I like watching them. Why I'm not going to go home, just because Ferrari seem to have got themselves into a 1-2-3. They've got to continue to execute. As long as Porsche, and we heard it from Laurens Vanthoor when Nick was talking to him, as long as Porsche can continue to do something different, push as hard as they can, then they'll be right there in position to be able to pick up should Ferrari drop the ball. I'm not sure whether they can do it without Ferrari making a little mistake somewhere.
Well, if they can continue this all the way through, Paul, and we're this far in, potentially they could move it towards the end, where if it falls just right for them, they may be able to do one less pit stop.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
And that would be worth enough to jump into the lead.
Definitely.
Yeah.
However, because the Ferraris are now managing to do 13 laps as well, whether it's almost like they've looked around, seen what the others, and instead of having their conservative strategy, which is what they were running, they've said, well, we're going to have to up our
they
pace.
matched already,
So they've moved up a notch because they recognise that the Porsche was going to push them if they continue to go as hard as they do. So at the moment, it's kind of reached that stalemate situation, but the Ferrari has a little bit there that they can push a little bit further. Porsche are on the ragged edge already, I think. But as I say, that's what makes this kind of racing fascinating, because to execute at the highest level for so long is a very tall order.
It is. And one team that have been going really strongly in practice is Akoda's ASP Lexus, and they've caught up with Peter Snowden.
Yeah, it's the very first garage in the pit lane as well, so from one extreme to the other. This is the 87 car, just on a driver change, which you'll see on your screen. They're going to try and catch, and I think I've got Lopez. If I can grab him, he just got it away for a minute. The only thing I noticed was there was a lot of activity and hurried activity around the front right of that car. It was the brakes were on fire, basically. I'm sure they want to admit that, but that's where we were. So certainly not on the left-hand side. So not ideal for that for Lexus. It needs to get itself out there and get cooled down. Don't use the brakes, basically. Johnny will tell you all about that.
And another crowd strike pit lane report. This time Ferrari's end. The number 50 in from the lead. Exactly the same as what we saw on the 51. Fuel, windscreen well washed and wiped, headlights, and also exactly what Johnny Morland described, wiping down the rear wing, and also the deck below the rear wing coming off the engine cover made sure that there was nothing on the trailing edge of that, no fly detritus being left there. So a full clean, and interesting that even just a couple of millimetre of gurney flap created by flies will affect the balance.
Yeah, there's all busy in the pit lane as well. The number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Pascal Wehrlein came in and went back out again with no driver change, just a top up of fuel. That seems to be the order of business right now as the 35 Alpine comes in. That car was brought in by, pardon me, while we look for it, brought in by Paul-Louis Chatin. And Paul-Louis is staying on board at the moment. Now, a couple of updates from race control. There was an incident at Marshall Post 3, that is into Dunlop, around the opening corner. There was an incident between Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine and the 45 CrowdStrike machine of George Kurtz. There has been an incident there, but no further action. But more maybe yes, that's the one I was looking for, Johnny Mullen. Car number 7. That is the GT1 throwback Toyota. Team manager to the stewards immediately, please. Now you've been in the team manager role, Johnny. You've been in the car as well. What would that mean, or what could that?
Well, fortunately, I've never really been. I've been a surrogate team manager. If I get summoned immediately, I always go up with slight trepidation, unless I know exactly what it's about. At which point, I'll go up armed with as much information to resist against whatever I think that they're going to try and do for us. But no, it's never good. Could it potentially just be something to do with driver weight or something like that?
So, 18 hours and 40 minutes to go. More update on penalties, Paul.
Yeah, there was a a pit lane speed limit investigation that number 7 was subjected to. So it may be that. About 2 hours ago, both of the Alpines were pinged for pit lane speed limit offences. And although they both then had to pay a penalty, the stop-goes were much shorter than they were originally scheduled to be. So I'm just wondering if the ACO's pit lane speed limit sensors are open to question, and that's why they're asking the team manager to go up there to say, what evidence have you got? Or can we shed some more light, da-di-da-di-da.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's not a straight penalty, but it's a pit lane speed limit infringement. Let's have a look at the, because they have
they have
data
loops.
and everything.
Yeah.
They've got GPS data. And I discovered, actually at this race last year, that the GPS data isn't only tracked throughout the race, but it's recorded throughout the race. When you imagine that, that's every second, every car is being recorded.
That's an awful lot of data, isn't it, Paul?
That's a massive amount of data.
You'd be in heaven, wouldn't you?
No, it would actually be the other image where it's just submerging under it. And indeed, I mean, this is where all of a sudden the volume becomes unusable. But at least by recording it, you've then got the ability to go back and resolve issues, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, definitely. Hello, if you're listening on 91.2 FM around the circuit and indeed around the world on RS1, but also on Studiovision. You can see a lot of you joined in on Studiovision, which you can watch on YouTube. Just type in Studiovision, you'll see it come up there as well. Big hello to the team at iRacing, Drew Adamson from iRacing, who is hosting a watch party on Discord, which Studiovision has been superimposed onto. They're very clever, more clever than I am. But hello, guys. You can also get in touch with us here in the booth. Get in touch with us on X using the hashtag 20RLM24. That's hashtag 20RLM24. That's 20 years of Radio Show Limited at Radio Le Mans.
One thing which we talked about amongst ourselves but haven't yet made public, the number 60 Mercedes, which Fran Rueda took back out onto the circuit to great applause, having been in the pits for an hour whilst they changed a drive belt and investigated a leak. That car had done 2 laps with Fran Rueda at the wheel and has now come back into the pits and has been there for 10 minutes.
So in the pits we have the number 7. Well, we did have the number 77 Proton Competition Ford. That was handed over to Bernardo Souza from Ben Tuck, who has caught up with Peter Snowden for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, well, I had a choice of 3 Bens. I mean, Ben Souza, Ben Tuck or Ben Barker. I thought I'd go with Ben Souza in the car. So Ben Tuck seems the man to talk to. Ben, I'm just watching you with your chatting to your engineer there. I'm going to try and interpret the universal body language of drivers, but I'm going to get it all wrong, of course. That's why I'm going to ask you what was happening. But you're indicating sort of a bit of a snap oversteer or a few back-end issues or something?
Yeah, so we triple stinted the tyre. The first stint was fine. Second stint started to go a little bit, and the third stint was really difficult. So, every time downshifting into a corner, it would lock the rear. And then in high speed, it was kind of unstable on the entry, but then understeer on exit. So kind of every balance you can think of that you don't want, that's what I had in the final stint.
What I've got to convey to the listeners is, because this is radio, of course, is that you're beaming as you're describing that backstepping out, and you're even doing the hip wiggle as well as drivers do. So it's kind of like doing Goodwood Revival in a Mustang.
Yeah, it's like playing Bop It. You're trying to control everything, and your arms are going this way, legs are going that way, and yeah, it's just difficult for us to triple on the tyre and a few other things that I won't mention.
But would it, obviously not, but would it be normal to triple the tyres?
Yeah, I think everyone's going to need to maybe even quad the tyres overnight. I think
it's cooler, hopefully.
Well, we're going to try and stick to triple, but I know some other cars can get away with quadding their tyres and they're fine, so that's a slight disadvantage for us.
And I'd have thought a Mustang inherently is probably quite rear drive heavy in terms of its rear tyre usage.
Yeah, we tend to lose the rear in traction and then under braking in that final stint as well.
But again, you're smiling, so you're obviously enjoying it still. Ben Tuck, thank you very much for your time. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And at
the other end of the pit lane, the final pit stop, certainly in this phase, for the Ferraris has just been concluded. The 83, that's the yellow one, the privateer one, copies exactly what the works teams have done. Same again, fuel, windscreen, headlight and rear deck clean. So they're on course.
All very smooth going at the moment, as we've come to expect with these hypercar teams, so professional.
Now, the interesting thing that Bent Up had me thinking there, with these longer stints that the 50 and 51 Ferraris are having to put in, 13 laps, that means that their triple stints, instead of being 36 laps, are 39 laps, and that means 39 laps on a set of tyres. Now, I wonder if that was part of the 50-51 Ferrari's strategy in the first place, was to limit the length of the stint so that they knew the tyres would be okay. It's cooler now than it was at the start of the race, still not overly warm, but I think they're probably now being able to extend because the tyres will happily do 39 laps without degrading the lap times.
And also, you're absolutely right, Paul, it's cooler. The tyres will probably be less abrased because of that, but also the track's beginning to really rubber in, online at least, and so that generates more grip, which means less slide, which normally means that you can look after the tyres even better. So I agree with you on all fronts. So I think it's interesting, though, that Ferrari were doing that, recognised potentially what Porsche were doing and have reacted to it in terms of the length of the stints, which you rightly spotted.
The other thing that it does, that if they do quadruple stint during the night, then it's actually giving them an extra set of tyres to use on Sunday. Now, John Hindhaugh told me earlier on that it was going to be warmer on Sunday than it has been today, and therefore they might actually find that they're changing the tyres more often on Sunday, and by saving the tyres now, then they're kind of giving themselves some in the bank for Sunday.
Yeah, potentially. And correct me if I'm wrong though, Paul, and they also don't have, like before, different compounds either, do they? No. So it's just the one compound. In previous times at Le Mans, you had the softer compound potentially for the night, and then the harder compound for the day.
There is a softer compound for the night, and we will find out whether they're going to use it when they use it. So there is a softer Michelin compound. There is not a softer Goodyear compound. So the hypercars have a softer compound available. Now that introduces another dilemma for them, because obviously the benefit of using the softer compound is that you can go a bit faster on it. But if it ends up, again, giving you only a double stint, then suddenly you come to Sunday and find that you start running out of your 56 tyre allocation, your 14 sets.
Yeah. So probably they're going to need to at least try them in the night, because if they could use them in the night, then they'll have more medium compound tyres to use efficiently during the day when it warms back up again, especially if John Hindhaugh's right and it is going to get warmer tomorrow.
Okay, Johnny, so we're going to send you out in the night. We're going to put you on the softer tyre, but you need to make it a triple stint.
Bring it on, that's what I'd say.
And what happens if they go off halfway through your third stint?
Well, I'll just struggle, and then you'll hear me moaning on the radio. And you'll be sat in the studio going, hang on, radio communication, and there'll be moaning.
Here's Moni
about
Molam again.
Yeah.
You beat me to it there. That's just saying straight on the radio. These tyres aren't working. Whose idea was that? Oh, mine. Oh dear. I love it. It's so much easier sitting here, Johnny. You could say all these things.
Trust me, it is a lot easier sitting here.
So move just ahead of the number 7 Toyota going into the Daytona chicane. Battle between the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota machine of Jenson Button and, significantly, the Fred Vesti-driven Whelen Cadillac moving up into 11th place. It's a little bit out of sequence. Those 3 cars are further up the order than that net, but some pit stops that need to play out with that one. You're listening to Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit and around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.com. If you're in the United States, you can listen on Sirius XM, channel number 137, Sirius 137, channel on XM 202, and indeed on Studiovision. A huge number of you tuning in there. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Well, as we approach the bottom of another racing hour, let's get an hourly update.
It's 9:30 at Le Mans. We've had 5.5 hours of the race, and we still have a Ferrari 1-2-3. It's Miguel Molina who leads in the number 50 car, the Ferrari AF Corsa Ferrari 499P. And in second place, number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, with an identical car, and they are separated by 6.5 seconds, no more. In third place, and only 4 seconds behind, is Yiffy Ye in the AF Corsa privately entered Ferrari. So 50, 51, 83 are your first three cars, all Ferraris. In fourth place is number 6, Matt Campbell at the wheel of the Porsche from Penske Motorsport, and he is only 13 seconds behind the 3 Ferraris. Fifth is the BMW, Raffaele Marciello at the wheel of the number 15 BMW M Hybrid V8, a further 11 seconds behind. And sixth, number 20, the other BMW, Sheldon van der Linde at the wheel of that car. That's the one in the Shell-sponsored colours, and he's just under 2 seconds behind his teammate. Seventh is the first of the Toyotas, Ryo Hirakawa at the wheel of the number 8, the black car, another 4 seconds behind. And then in 8th place, Loic Duval going nicely in the number 94 Peugeot 9X8, and he is right on the tail of Ryo Hirakawa's Toyota at the moment. In 9th place is Alex Lynn in the car that started on pole position, car number 12, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R, a further 3 seconds behind. And then rounding out the top 10 is the third of the Penske, the Porsches from Penske Motorsport. The second of the Porsches from Penske Motorsport, car number 4, Pascal Wehrlein at the wheel. In LMP2, Nick Yellerly leads for Inter-Europol competition, car number 43. He's 37 seconds clear of the second place car there, but they're again in the middle of a pit stop window. But such is the frequency of P2 pit stops that that will probably be the case whenever you look at the leaderboard. So 43 leads. 29, Matthias Besch is in second place for TDS Racing, but also leads the Pro-Am class of P2. In third place in LMP2, Ollie Gray in the VDS Panis Racing Orica, number 48. In fourth, Richard de Guerus in number 9, the Iron Lynx Proton car. And in fifth place is Louis Delatraz in the 199 Spike the Dragon AO by TF car. Number 11, Rene Binder rounds out the top 6 in LMP2. Looking down at LMGT3, Ricardo Perra leads the way there. We've got a Manthey Porsche in the lead there. It's the first form entered car. Incidentally, should give you the number of laps completed as well, because that's important. 90 laps completed for Miguel Molina, 85 laps completed for the leading LMP2 car, and 79 laps completed for the leading LMGT3 car. That's Ricardo Perra at the wheel of the Manthey Porsche. Second in LMGT3 is Valentino Rossi's BMW from WRT team, car 46. Third, Francois Heriot driving the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, car number 21. Fourth, number 78, is the Acodis ASP team Lexus with Finn Gersitz driving. Fifth is number 85, the Iron Dames Porsche, Celia Martin back at the wheel of that one. And in sixth place, back at the wheel of his Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, car number 27, Ian James, again back at the wheel, using up the bronze time early on. Those are the positions at the end of 5.5 hours of racing.
Well, it's starting to chill down just a little bit now. The conversation was about tyres a few moments ago, but it's 26 degrees. Is it still too hot for those soft tyres? Only time will tell. And welcome, if you are just joining us, John Hindhaugh taking over from Peter Mackay. And we've still got Paul Truswell alongside me. We've got a special guest in the studio who I will introduce in just a moment, but I want to do two things. Tidy up a little bit of a story that we were talking about before, when team managers get called to race direction, and there is a 50 seconds, 5-0, stop and go for pit lane speeding for the number 7 Toyota GR Racing GR010. So that car will have that, has had that penalty assessed. And I presume, Paul, that actually can't be served then on the next pit stop. That's another drop down the pit lane.
A stop and go is a stop and go. It's an additional pit stop. And 50 seconds means that he must have been travelling at a fair old speed when he did it, and just checking to see what speed he was doing. But that's why he was called up to the team, to the race control, because it was such an excessive speed.
Yeah, that's very, very odd indeed. Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Where are you, Joseph?
There's something right about saying Mercedes at Le Mans, isn't there? And,
yes.
Lynn O'Denius has just got out of the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes. Lynn, car came in 10th place in class. I mean, you guys must be happy at this stage to be there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was good. You know, the first 2 stints for me, first time Le Mans, was a bit getting into the rhythm, getting into the NP2 traffic in race conditions. Then after I got into a good rhythm, found my pace, and I think we were doing quite good. But now we need to watch out to stay in the lab. I think Martin can do it. I have the confidence in him, and of course, hopefully we get safely through the night.
Now, you said that you finally got into the race. Le Mans is not just about this race. You had all of the practice, the qualifying, and of course the driver parade. How was your first experience with the driver parade?
Yeah, the driver parade was awesome. The fans are something else here. Really, yeah, I felt like a celebrity, and it was awesome.
And even though it's the night before a race where you should really be getting an early night, it goes on quite a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but I was back home in the hotel at 8:30, so we're all good on that side.
Great stuff, Lynn. You've just got out of the car. I'll let you cool off, and thank you for the chat. Thank you, mate.
Joe Bradley as part of our CrowdStrike pit lane team. Delighted to welcome back to the Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans for Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And I think we can call you an old friend now, Tommy, can't we?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Thank
we
you, John,
can.
for having
Tommy
us.
Young from Mobile One. Now, have you changed your title since last year? Tell me, you had a great title last year.
I was and still am in charge of global motorsport technology for Mobile One, which means that I oversee the team that supports all of the series that we are in.
That means you are a very busy bloke, you and your team, because Mobile One is involved not just here in endurance racing, which we see you, for example, there's a one-off deal on the side of the Wayne Taylor Cadillac, but of course you're involved with Toyota, with Porsche, with so many of the manufacturers here. Do you ever get a weekend off, Tomic?
No, not often. But I like the job, and I take a day or two off from time to time during the week. And usually people call me, but it's okay.
So Mobile One, for those that don't know, was the original synthetic motor oil and fully synthetic motor oil. What benefit does that give in motor racing, and how do we as consumers in our street cars, how do we get the benefit from what you're doing in motorsport?
So, you know, the future of mobility is developed here.
Yes.
We need to push
one second. We've got a McLaren parked at the side of the road. That is at the second chicane exit, I think, just beyond what used to be called the kink there. And that is, if I can just see, it's the 95 car, Paul, isn't it? That is out there for McLaren. Sorry, Tomic, I'll get back to you in just a moment or two time. So that's Darren Young behind the wheel of that, Paul, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yes, thank you. We'll keep an eye on that. It is almost in the orange cutouts, so we'll stay in green at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that. There's a double yellow. Sorry, Tomic, I rudely interrupted you there.
Not at all.
So, tell me about the future of mobility and how Mobile One plays into that.
You know, hardware, engines, oils are so reliable now that you need an application where you can truly stretch things and you can push them. You want from time to fail to really know where the limits are. And hopefully we do this failing during testing prior to a race. Typically it's the case, but you know, we need partners such as the ones you mentioned to push the molecule, to push the engine to the limit.
We talked, and by the way, Darren just sort of ground to a halt there. I'm going to say that's a driveline problem, because that car was hopping around a little bit. We talk about with you, and we have done down through the years with your predecessors, about engine oil, any lubricant actually, whether it's engine oil, grease, whether it's gearbox oil, hypoid oil. It's an essential part of every car, but it's easy to forget about nowadays. But it's still engineering. It's just engineering. You guys are doing engineering at a molecular level.
That's right. You know, it's an invisible part, but this oil never sleeps. And, you know, we might not tonight. But, you know, if you look at success in racing, it's not just winning. For us, it's also no surprises. And similarly to our partners, it's no surprises. So we ultimately measure success in trust. And that's such an essential part of motorsport. And, you know, that's something that you can only develop. You've mentioned my predecessors. It's something that you can only develop over time with this dedication year after year.
Yeah. We've just gone full course yellow, by the way, and just trying to work out what had happened to Darren Young in the United Autosports number 95. Just before the full course yellow came out, Frederick Vesti was passed by Jensen Button for 9th place. So Cadillac Hertz Team Jota moving up a position with the 38 or the 3B, because it is Button, Bamber and Bourdais, all left-handed driving crew apparently, they told us earlier on. I think that car is already behind the barriers. Not sure why that couldn't have been handled with a slow zone, but we've gone into full course yellow anyway. Tomic Young from here's the race director. Let's just have a listen to what's coming from race control.
Full course yellow ends in 20 seconds.
There you go. So Eduardo Freitas realises that we don't need to keep the cars going slowly. And Peter Snowden with an update on that number 95 United Autosports McLaren. What can you tell us, Peter?
Well, what I can tell you is the mood in the garage is just utter despondency, and everybody, all the mechanics, engineers are all just shaking hands with one another now to commiserate. So all they said is that Darren just said it's just stopped, or words to that effect, and it's just stopped. I don't think that were the exact words he used, but we get the gist of it.
Well, he might have said we just stopped. There might have been other words interspersed in there.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But it appears that it is terminal. There's just lots of head shaking, and it's very down. So it looks like the 95 car is terminal for the 2025 Le Mans 24 hours. Great shame so early in.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Snowden down there in the pit lane. We've gone back to green. Motor racing, particularly endurance racing, it's a tough proving ground. But this is your laboratory. You have the chemistry set, but you're testing things right here in the most extreme conditions.
Well, I feel like we have a team of engineer, chemists, technologists riding in every one of these cars. I really do. And, you know, we learn under fire, whether it's the 23rd hour of Le Mans or qualifying in Formula One. You know, the job is to deliver performance without compromise. And I think, you know, the number of teams that we have carrying our logos is a testament to that. And we're proud of it.
I was in Qatar for the prologue for the WEC earlier on this season and spoke to some of your partner teams and spoke to some of the drivers. And I think it was Dries Van Toor who said, when I asked him a specific question about Mobil 1 and what it meant to have Mobil 1 as a partner, he said, it means I don't worry about the engine oil. I don't even have to think about it. Now that in some ways people might think, well, it's not really great. But that's exactly what you want, isn't it? You don't want to be the story.
That's right. And, you know, it's true in motorsports, so it's true for the drivers, but isn't it also true for us in everyday life?
Totally.
Isn't this what we want? I mean, that engine, once it's produced, you cannot touch it. The only thing that you can influence, you know, is the choice of oil, and that oil, you know, is touching every part of the beating heart. So what do we want from it? We want reliability.
How closely do you have to work then with manufacturers, whether it's here in motorsport or in original equipment supply for high-end cars, for everyday cars, manufacturing procedures have become far more repeatable. The tolerances that we work to now in engines, particularly in road cars, are what we would have only dreamed about when I first started talking about motor racing years ago. It's a very long time ago. And yet, I've got a 480 horsepower car that goes 20,000 miles or 2 years between an oil change or even being looked at. So you must have to work with the manufacturers here.
Absolutely, and you talked about precision of the development of an engine, and because of that, these engines now occupy different places, and you need to engineer exactly against these requirements. So how closely do we work? Very closely. And we want to be there from the conception. We want to be there when the dimensions of the bearings are being defined. We want to collaborate, and that's what we do. That's part of our DNA in Mobil 1. We collaborate with OEMs against their specifications. So when you buy that product, not knowing exactly how your engine is constructed, you can match it with a specification and know that the engine is going to perform, because we ran it indefinitely on dynos and even chassis dynos and in vehicles.
How close are the oils that I would buy to put in one of my road cars to what? So, for example, Porsche here, particularly in the GT3 cars, that is a road-based engine. Even the 963, that car was in a 918 hybrid many years ago, or at least a derivative of it. How close are the lubricant solutions that you provide to me when I top up my 992 to what is out here at the weekend?
John, it might be a surprise, but actually a lot of the cars running on the track today use our commercial products.
So you're not building something specifically?
Well, we do.
What
we have done, we've developed this platform that is really road to track ready, and that's reversible. So if you like racing on a weekend and commuting in the same car during the week, it's track to road, but it's also road to track.
Nice.
If you know what I mean. So,
yeah.
And it is also engineered against the requirements of an everyday vehicle, stop and go traffic, repeatedly starting at low temperatures, etc. We could package it in a single bottle for you, and some of the teams take advantage of it because they didn't find any compromise there. As you know, they measure everything, so you're not there for any other reason but for a reason of performance against your prior product, against the competitor.
And what we've got to look at now is the future as well. The solutions for personal mobility. We can't get rid of personal mobility, particularly in the Western world. Whole cultures and infrastructure have been built up around people not being able just to walk to their high street, but to go to a shopping complex or whatever. So we're still going to need personal mobility. There is a change to hybrid technology, to full battery technology. Where does Mobil 1 and ExxonMobil fit in with that? Now, I appreciate that you're coming at it from a motorsport point of view, but we've got hybrids here. We may have hydrogen-powered cars at Le Mans in the next few years. So where do you guys fit in to that part of the equation?
Innovation is something that excites us the most. So none of these things that you've mentioned are things that we haven't thought of. And
they don't frighten you?
No, why would they? New challenges are something that we embrace as a corporation and as individual scientists. And you've mentioned, hydrogen, you mentioned electrification. We have solutions for these new types of powertrains already. And, we've been testing in hydrogen ICE engines. And actually, the engine oil does make a difference. And actually, it does need to be a bit different. And
is that about temperature as well as lubrication in terms of being able to provide? Because everybody thinks that engine oil just lubricates, but there's an element of engine cooling. I mean, I've got an old car that is cooled by the oil in an oil-to-air radiator rather than an air-to-water radiator. So engine oil has a part to play there.
Yes, and hopefully we have a good percentage of people who are interested in these technical topics. But indeed, in an electric vehicle, you think that doesn't even have a radiator, but actually you do need to cool it. There's even power electronics that converts the energy from that battery to a voltage and power that's useful for the motor, and you need to cool it. And it's a new type of cooling with new materials. Could be some yellow metals, power electronics, inverters. We can do this. We can do this with the Mobil EV line that our team in Hamburg has worked on.
And this is because you've got all of that experience from working in motorsport and with manufacturers down the line. Are we going to see something groundbreakingly different in terms of what you guys do, or do you just keep applying the knowledge, perhaps in slightly different ways?
Oh no, we are going to see something dramatically different. I remember 15 years ago when I started with the company, I was in an assignment that involved motorsport. And when I was leaving the team, because I got some other opportunities, one of the colleagues said, Tomek, I'm going to now go and endeavor and create this new concept. And he told me what he's going to use. I cannot disclose it. And I said, I didn't say it, but I was like, good luck.
Really?
And 10 years later, I come back.
Yeah.
And not only the concept has been developed, but the product is winning championships. And
wow,
this is really a testament to human ingenuity. And I firmly believe that the future is going to be different. And you know, we are speaking about oil, but I think there's probably an opportunity also in materials, in composites, that's going to bring cars that are perhaps a little bit more nimble.
Yeah.
Let's call them maybe a bit smaller,
yeah,
which could afford us some pretty exciting racing.
Right. Okay. You're excited about this, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, you work in motor racing. This sounds an odd question to ask. This is a personal question. Are you a motor racing enthusiast? Because it's your job. You've got to look at it in a scientific way, in a particular way. You've got the BMW number 15 in at the moment, and that car just taking, Raffaele Marciello taking some new tyres, Jenson Button in as well for energy replenishment. The BMW's all the way at the end of the pit lane. You have to look at motor racing in a different way than we do. We're enthusiasts. We get excited about it. We get emotional about it. Are you allowed to do that? You've almost got to have two sides to you. So do you like motorsport and are you an enthusiast, but then you've got to be cold and look at the data and look at it in a different way? Does that spoil your enthusiasm or does it add to it?
Oh, I think it adds to it. You know, I look at life as something that's all about emotion and, you know, maybe the chemistry in the battle, but also body chemistry and how we respond to it. On a race weekend, you know, my pulse definitely increases as you... and also, you know, it is so important to maintain that type of emotion and passion as you're doing your work. Otherwise, you're not going to go far.
You're not going to get it right. Absolutely. A car with a Mobil 1 decal on absolutely on cue, making up a position is Spike the Dragon there, just going through. Louis Delatraz into second position, leading the Pro-Am class in LMP2 and some 10.5 seconds away from Oliver Gray in the VDS Panis Racing. Tomek, it's an absolute pleasure always to speak to you. The amount of knowledge, the amount of skill, the amount of cleverness that you and your team have is great, but I love to hear that genuine emotion and excitement when you come here and talk to us at Le Mans, and long may that continue, because I do think that influences the end product. I really do.
Well, I appreciate you having me, and I would like to say hello to all of the race fans who are listening to us. On behalf of Mobil 1, you know, we are wishing you an amazing rest of this race weekend.
And thanks to Mobil 1 for the hashtag What Moves You program that we've been doing. Over 30 people are here at Le Mans, having had tickets in association with Mobil 1, and we've got some goodie bags to go out as well after the race has been completed. We gave out some stickers and all sorts up at the First Tickets campsite as well. It's been great for you to support the radio station and support the fans this year. Tomek, enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, my friend. Paul Truswell, well, Tomek was with us there. A couple of things that we stayed across on the racetrack, but there was that number 20 BMW, Sheldon van der Linde. Was that a little bit early?
It was, yeah. We had both BMWs in, but Sheldon van der Linde came in after a stint of just 10 laps, whereas the other BMW, which came in, the number 15 car, Raffaele Marciello, did a more reasonable 12 laps on his stint. So that was a slightly early one. Other things I just quickly will mention, the number 60 Mercedes back into the pits and has now been there for 40 minutes. So,
oh, wow.
They had an hour pit stop when they changed the drive belt. But the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes back in again with further problems, it would seem, for the car that's shared between Andrew Gilbert, Luca Hannafin and Fran Rueda. Rueda went out after the drive belt change and did just 2 laps and brought the car straight back in again. Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota has taken his 50-second stop-and-go penalty, and as a result of that, he's dropped down to 16th place in the rankings. So he's obviously pretty disappointed about that. On the positive side, Valentino Rossi is out of the Team WRT 46 BMW. An amazing stint from him, in fact, and Johnny Molan mentioned the fact that they'd given him new tyres for the 3rd of his triple stint, and he rewarded them because at the end of that triple stint he did an average lap time in the 3 minutes 59s, so it was a pretty impressive stint from Valentino.
An average lap time under 4 minutes?
Yes. Yeah, so his first on his first 2 stints he averaged 4 minutes 0.3, and then on his final one it was actually 3 minutes 58.4 was the average lap time for 10 laps in.
car. Wow.
In a GT3.
No wonder they were clapping in the background when he got out the car. He's handed the car over in the lead to Kelvin van der Linde.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a team with a very good range of drivers, silver, gold and bronze, but also one that's able to turn in similar lap times to one another.
We should remind everybody that Valentino is graded as a silver driver. He's still relatively early on in terms of his motor racing career at this level. Bring Johnny Molan back in a minute, but I just want to get an update from down at United Autosport. Peter Snowden is down there. That number 95 car pulled off the track very quickly by our hard-working marshals and track services. Any more news from Darren? It just cut out, and you could kind of see that. It looked like he couldn't even get it out the gear and kick the clutch in as it was coming to a halt, Peter. What do we know?
Well, they're still trying to analyse it at the moment, and they're being rightfully cagey, shall we say, because they're not really sure themselves. What they are saying is that it's not necessarily terminal. It doesn't appear to have any drive, whether that's engine or gearbox. I'm not sure which side it is, whether the engine has stopped and therefore not providing the drive, or whether the drive has failed and the engine's okay. What they are doing is analysing it on this side in the pits, and they've sent, of course, it's Le Mans, it's endurance, you can't just bring the car back. They send a couple of technicians out there to go and shout messages to and instructions and advice and moral support to young on the side of the track.
Fair point, well made. Thank you, Peter. Peter Snowden, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter in this portion of the race. That is pretty impressive stuff from Valley. I think we can say that he's getting to grips with this type of racing now, and any silver driver, you'd be happy with that kind of stint.
I totally agree. I mean, they've got the fastest bronze, they've got probably the fastest silver, and they've got a really fast gold. So they haven't got any weak links in the chain there.
Yeah.
If he carries on like this, he probably won't
It'd
be
be
silver
gold
for much longer.
I was going to say it'd be gold next year.
He's
got, I wonder how old he is.
He's got the mental capacity to cope with everything that's thrown at him.
That's a good point.
He probably he's learnt to read the traffic very well. You know, they talk, don't they, about the greats, that they can be driving around with 10% of their brains and 90% thinking about everything else that need to think about. That sort of additional mental capacity. You hear the likes of Martin Brundle mention that Michael Schumacher had it, etc. All the greats seem to have it, and Valentino is clearly one of the greats in his field, and so it's transferable. So in terms of
he's got a racer's
cars,
brain. I think it was you that said it earlier in the week. He's got a racer's brain.